What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Fantasy Coaches PODATHON. Let's get this thing going.
Coaches. Blow the whistle, ay. Blow the whistle, ay. Blow the whistle, they can't hold a flame against you, ay. Blow the whistle, blow the whistle, blow the whistle, got the game, it ain't no issue, yeah. Blowing the whistle, I had enough with you, the championship, it is gone. Ain't listen to you, I can't give it to you, cause you don't know what I've been on. This is the Coaches Podcast.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome into the Fantasy Coaches PODATHON. This is our second annual PODATHON here now at the Fantasy Coaches, helping raise money for the Humane Society. You can't see it in the image in the background there, but I do have the image of the Humane Society sitting up there. Hopefully when we get a few more guests, then you guys will be able to see that image overall. But basically I started doing this a year ago with the Fantasy Coaches, just trying to raise money for all the animals out there. I'm a big animal believer. I've had pets my entire life, and you know what they do at the Humane Society is a spectacular thing. And it's not just the dogs and the cats, the ones that we all know very, very well, obviously, but it helps so many more animals out there in the world, especially in the United States, to the wildlife and preserving them and making sure that no one is endangering these animals more than what we've already done in our lifetime. So they do a whole bunch more than just helping adopt, puppies and kittens that we all love very much. And I wanted to, broaden that a lot there this year. This year we have our charity leagues as of last year. This year they are the Tiger and Lion division, and they are well on the way. The people in the leagues love it. They're communicating, talking, a lot of things going on in the leagues. It's a lot of fun so far. But today on the Podathon, guys, it's just hopefully trying to help raise money. So there's a couple things you can do to help us out today. First one is help donate. Any donation is welcome, up to literally $1, up to as much as you possibly want. And there's two ways to do that, and I'll reiterate that through the entire show. The first way, you can send it over to our PayPal, FPC Coach Steve. Send it there. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, completely understand. Not a worries. You can also go to the Humane Society and to donate as well. I will post these in the chats at some points very soon this afternoon. But please, if you do it this way, please just tell us. We're hoping to get up to $500 this year. We got up to $368 last year. We're at $250 right now or so. So we're just trying to get to close to 500, or at least beat what we did last year. So we're almost beating what we did last year, but we're hoping to get halfway right now to 500. So again, the two ways: go right to the website, donate, and just send us a DM on Twitter at Coaches Fantasy, or just comment here on the Twitter links and let us know that you donated, so we can add it to our total for the day. I did not have could not find a way to actually do it where it showed us the big pot, unfortunately, but I am keeping track of it on a very nice Excel spreadsheet. And again, there's also our PayPal. You can donate there. We're going to send one big donation at the end of the show or tomorrow morning, and we'll have it posted everywhere so people know I'm not doing anything sketchy. So just want everyone to know that. But appreciate you listening to the show today. I hope you guys enjoy it. Come, go as you please. We'll have a lot of fantasy talk again today, of course, and obviously we'll be talking about the animals. Some of our guests do have a lot of fun pets to talk about, so we'll hopefully bring them on the show for an extra special guest appearances today. So I'll post those in the show now. A couple things are going to go down on the show today. The way we're doing it, we have about 2 guests per 30 minutes. So we'll have a bunch of different guests throughout the industry, whether they're, on the small level or on the bigger level. We have a couple from every which direction here. Some people we've had on our fantasy show over the years now who we've all become great friends with, to be able to have them come on and talk fantasy with us. So this is going to go on from now until about 11 p.m. tonight. So I understand if you can't be here for the whole 8 hours, but that's okay. I'll be here basically the whole 8 hours, but I will have guests. Some of the Fantasy Coaches team will be on throughout the show. Coach Gibbs will be here at some point. Coach John will be here as well, and a couple guys from the Dynasty Coaches as well. So in the 30-minute segment, you guys are going to hear a bunch of different things. What we're going to be doing is, since there's 32 teams and we have about 16 slots of 30 minutes to fill, you're going to hear about 2 teams per hour. We'll announce the teams at the beginning of the show, and our guests and me and whoever else may be on with me, we'll kind of just talk fantasy. We'll kind of do it like a mock draft kind of thing where, your pick, what player you would draft first overall in a standard 1 QB, PPR, half-point PPR league with 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, whatever. and we're going to kind of break it down that way. Last year, I just asked fantasy questions, kind of wanted to change things up, make it more fun and friendly. Basically, you're going to see kind of where a player is going to go before other players, and we're going to kind of do it in that fashion. So it's going to be a long day today, so I'm going to try not to talk as much while everyone else is trying to talk at some point today. But we love that you guys were able to join in. I know some people already in the chat already, so I do appreciate that 100%. And before we get started, we have about 20 minutes or so. I'll kind of just talk about real quick what the fantasy coaches are. If you're new to the show, if you're tuning in for the very first time, the fantasy coaches, we started about 4 years ago, about a year or so before the pandemic hit us really bad. And me and my buddy Coach Gibbs wanted to really go out there and really put our fantasy knowledge to the open field here and let people know how we do things, how we like to win our fantasy leagues. And we do win very often, not to float our own boats, but we wanted to show that and give everyone a platform where they could, just the normal guys who just love fantasy in the regular season, or the guys who, or ladies, I'm sorry, who love it throughout the entire year. So we wanted to have a little bit of a mix of both, and that's kind of what we do at the Fantasy Coaches. During this regular season, we will be having 2 shows a week. We'll have a waiver wire show on Mondays, and on Thursdays we will have our start and sit show. Both will be about 35 to 45 minutes long. We don't like to keep you guys there too much during the season. We understand you have a lot of things going on, especially during football season, especially when the fall time comes around, and we want to make sure that you guys get enough fantasy knowledge in a shorter time window to help you guys win your championships. Now, we will have our dynasty coaches as well, so if you're in that dynasty stuff, we won't talk much about dynasty during the fantasy coaches podcast season, during the regular season, but we do have the dynasty coaches that will go once a week on the weekends. Coach Dylan and the team over there have done a great job giving us dynasty content all year. And of course, we do have our, wrong one. We do have our fantasy coaches website, www.thefantasycoaches.com. Here at thefantasycoaches.com, we have a couple of different things going on over there. You can go check it out. We do have all of our podcasts. You'll see us and the dynasty coaches separated, little breakdown of what happens in each episode. You have our articles. We have articles producing on and off daily here. We got a couple we have my rankings are sitting up there. Hoping some of the other teammates on the Fantasy Coaches does their rankings this year, so we'll have more of a variety of people giving out fantasy rankings. A couple other things. I don't got money. That's okay, Eric. You don't need to have money. No big deal. It's not a problem. More than welcome just to listen to the show. You don't have to donate, but we do appreciate if you can donate. So don't feel obligated to you have to, but if you can, we'd really much appreciate it. So don't worry about that. A couple other things, like back to the website. A couple other things going on the Fantasy Coaches website this year is that we have a brand new fantasy playbook breakdown. It is a very in-depth, detailed statistical analysis for fantasy football, something that I created here at the Fantasy Coaches this year. You're basically see a nice breakdown of fantasy stats per team, per player, per reasonably active player that is actually playing fantasy. You'll see their weekly breakdown. You'll see snap percentages. You'll see targets per game. You'll see carries per game. You'll see, overall statistical stats for the season. You'll see it by a game basis. And then you'll see it with a fantasy spinoff where they're basically saying, how many times did, maybe Deontay Johnson have a wide receiver 1 season this year? Well, he did it 3, 4, 5, and 6 weeks throughout the entire season. You'll see a big breakdown of that there on the website as well. It's really detailed. It took a lot of time and effort this offseason to really make it so you have something that you could go to right on your cell phones, really easy access to look at that. And if you guys ever want the actual spreadsheet, hit me up on my Twitter at Coach Stephen P. More than happy to help you guys out, try to give you guys something there so you can have it at your phone, at your disposal. Because, at times, a lot of websites do a lot of fantastic, great things. And I use a lot of different websites, things that I might want to check out. A lot of great websites for statistical data there. But sometimes you don't have the internet access to do so. So that's why I have this Excel spreadsheet. It's really easy. It's attainable. It's accessible all the time. And if you're looking to get your fantasy knowledge up and understanding more of what these fantasy players do on a week-to-week basis, you'll be able to do it at the touch of your fingers, right on your cell phone there. So hopefully you guys go check out our website there as well. So we have about a good 15 minutes here going so far, but I want to keep us going here because our first guests do come in around 3 o'clock here. We have 2 fantastic guests. I will wait to announce them though. I'm not going to announce them early. I'll let them come in when they get in here. So So we'll talk about the things right now. We'll kind of just scroll through the weekend here of fantasy and kind of talk about, overall how everything went this weekend. Some things we didn't get to talk about on our prior shows, obviously because we haven't podcasted the fantasy coaches since Thursday, was Zach Wilson. And if you guys obviously know that Zach Wilson is getting surgery, as we believe it was yesterday, and he's going to be probably out 2 to 4 weeks. Now, how does this really impact the rest of the team? Well, it depends on what the Jets do and depends on the timeline in which Zach Wilson actually comes back. You asking me realistically, I think he should sit out the entire time that's necessary for him to sit. This is an injury that can reoccur if brought down the wrong way once again. Done a lot of research on this type of injury here overall, but it's definitely something that the Jets should not take lightly and not find a way to make Zach Wilson rush back this coming season here now. It should be something that allows him to sit and recover fully. The Jets, this season, the Jets aren't expected to make a big splash, but they're expected to progress as a team overall. And the only way to really do that, personally, I believe, is to let Zach Wilson rest, let him get back to the strength that we saw prior to this injury, which wasn't that great, unfortunately, yet. But to all the hype we've had on Zach Wilson this offseason, it's better to let him sit and rest. Probably isn't a quarterback at this point that's worth drafting. Probably wasn't too much before to a lot of people, but definitely now isn't really a quarterback worth drafting. Let him sit. So if he does sit, you're expecting 2 to 4 weeks. We're expecting 2 to 4 weeks. That could put him about the first 2 weeks of the season being out, which would mean Joe Flacco or Mike White would start the game. Now, likely it probably would be Joe Flacco. I would truly believe that they'd let Joe Flacco play the Ravens at least once, because why would you not want to let the Ravens and Joe Flacco verse each other? It would be so much fun to do, and might as well, right? I don't think Mike White is any better than Joe Flacco at this point of his career overall. So allowing Joe Flacco to play the first 2 weeks, what kind of impact does that do on the guys of the New York Jets overall? And I'm not going to go too in depth because we will be talking about a lot of these guys overall in just a very few moments. But Joe Flacco has always been known. He's always had somewhat of a cannon of an arm, or someone who likes to throw deep. Loves those 20-yard, 30-yard throws downfield. So a guy like Elijah Moore will likely be able to see early on success with a guy like Joe Flacco. I know at times last year, Elijah Moore in those games during the middle of the season had Joe Flacco for moments and sprouts here and there. And he did very well getting those deep balls, the deep threat, that big playability that Elijah Moore does possess overall. So I like getting him as early as I can, as of round 8 or 9. I think that's a nice time frame for Elijah Moore, because honestly, he could have early on success overall, and it'd be something that can start your fantasy team off on the right note. A couple of things from this team here. Garrett Wilson looked really good in this game here. He didn't really produce much, but sometimes not always producing doesn't mean it's a bad thing. There's things on that field that we saw. His route running, his ability to separate, it was clear as day there, and it's something that is definitely a sneaky double-digit round target kind of guy. A couple other things that I kind of saw throughout the weekend here. Dameon Pierce was someone that a lot of people talked about, hyped up really well, and I think that hype is getting there. It's something that we should really take notice and not go crazy about, because we've seen young players get hyped up through the preseason and end up not producing to that high level ability. But he's definitely someone that I want after you fill your starting lineup. And again, it really depends on how your strategy is for your draft team. He's definitely somebody I want first off my bench, because he does possess that upside. Now, the Texans, people think the Texans aren't going to be good this year, but they have a sneaky opportunity to do very well. For one, they're playing the bottom teams in the AFC overall. And then they're going to play against the AFC South, which is not the best division overall. I think it's probably one of the weaker divisions in football. It seems like a lot of fantasy success, but their defenses aren't top-tier notch as they used to be overall. So that gives an opportunity for a guy like Dameon Pierce to really excel in a bigger role if given that opportunity. Now, Marlon Mack's coming back, but he hasn't looked anything crazy to his prior self there. And was he really that good prior? He was just someone who saw, I think, honestly, a lot of touches early on, and he had very no real receiving threat. And you have Rex Burkhead, who's turning 34 this year. Doesn't bode well for either of those two guys to really take a huge chunk into the work overall. But giving Dameon Pierce his already success as a preseason game, again, don't take it over the top, but he's definitely someone first off the board you really would love to go out and get on your bench to be a guy who has that upside play to really have a good season here. So looks like we do have our first guest who jumped into the show. So I kind of want to stop talking because I've talked for 15 minutes straight and it's been a lot so far. So Shane, buddy, what's going on?
What's up?
Welcome to the show, man.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I know you just had your guys' big podathon last week I was on. How'd that go?
It was awesome. It was a ton of fun. Had a bunch of great guests, yourself included. And I like even doing that, like, I don't think I had necessarily a 15-minute stretch where I had to go by myself because people were able to hop on. So I just know talking for 15 minutes by yourself is tough. So yeah, happy to hop on.
I appreciate it. Honestly, I kind of wanted to start a little early just to kind of get very important things out of the way because I love to make sure that when we get all the guests on, they have their opportunity to speak and talk fantasy and whatnot they would love to talk about. So I wanted to get the important things in and out of the way with. So thank you for jumping on, my friend.
Absolutely.
How was the weekend? Did you enjoy the first weekend of preseason football?
Yeah, I did. Got to see the Panthers, my new favorite team. Kind of go down the field, and people keep talking about, and I think Matt Rule included keeps talking about how kind of it's an open competition still. If you actually watch the game, I feel like it should definitely be Baker as the starting quarterback now. And obviously, yes, I'm biased, but Darnold did look good, and his touchdown was a good play. But when you gave him the full field, Darnold went 3 and out. So I personally think that it's pretty clear who should be the starter, and we'll see if Matt Rule makes the right decision.
It almost seems like Baker has to play at some point this year. You don't go and trade for him and not let him have an opportunity to play this year. I mean, even just start week 1, it just makes no sense of what you already saw out of Sam Darnold last year and what he was able to produce on the field. I mean, what can he really show more, you know?
Yeah.
If he was progressing in the mini camps and the OTAs this offseason, you wouldn't have gone out there to trade for Baker Mayfield if you thought Sam Darnold was progressing in the right direction here.
Yeah, totally. And it was kind of cool though. The announcers did mention how like Baker had helped Sam, and how they had seen him progress since Baker had been there. So that was kind of cool. In my opinion, and like both guys moved the ball relatively well without having DJ Moore or Christian McCaffrey. So I think that will be the huge tell is like when they are at full capacity with offense.
Who do you think wins the backup job, Deontay Foreman or Chuba Hubbard?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go Deontay Foreman.
Deontay Foreman, okay.
But I think Chuba will still see some touches here or there because he's a great change of pace back.
I like it. I kind of believe that same sense, honestly, there too as well. So I think Foreman needs to take that like heavier work in the middle of the field, which he's showed us last year at Tennessee, and I think that will help keep that extra pressure and extra punishment to Christian McCaffrey pretty much early on in
for sure. Drinking some tea.
Oh, I'm drinking some tea. Yes, it's been a long weekend. I did not get a chance to go to the expo this weekend, but I had a wedding, and I had a lot of talking and yelling and stuff. So I'm trying to keep my throat under wraps. I knew I'm gonna have to talk for 8 hours tonight. So
absolutely, man. Drink water. Drink lots and lots of water too.
I have a storage right here you cannot see, so I don't have to get up for a few hours at least. So you went to expo, correct, this weekend?
No, I did not actually.
I did not know.
Just hung out at home with the family. So.
Yes, I saw lots of people that had a lot of FOMO. I have not gone yet. Have you gone to it before?
No, I haven't either.
No, I'd love to go, but I just everything seems to be getting in the way for me to go. So
yep.
Maybe it's a sign. I don't know. Okay, so we have about 5 minutes until our second guest comes on here today. So
yeah.
You know what? I will let you start with the first of our mock drafts of the day here. So Today, guys, Shane gets to talk about the Buffalo Bills and New York Jets, kind of the Jets I was already kind of talking about today. But like I said, we're going to do like a mock draft kind of thing. So when our second guest gets on, we'll kind of let him continue from that page there because he has a shorter time frame than you do today in that 30 minutes. So we'll start with you, get you some extra time in. Between the Bills and the Jets, who's the first player taking standard half-point PPR, one quarterback kind of league?
Ooh. That is a very... Oh, no, it's not. For me, it's not, at least. I would go Stephon Diggs.
And obviously, why Stephon Diggs?
He's the best player, best skill position player in the league, in my opinion. And we've seen him produce year after year after year in both Minnesota and Buffalo. And he's got that connection with Josh Allen. I think he's locked in for 140, 150 targets, over 1,000 yards, and probably somewhere in the 6 to 10 touchdown range at a minimum. So I would absolutely take Stephon Diggs first. I think there's probably another player that most people would take, but I am lower on said person. So we'll see if you or our other person takes that person.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about at the moment. Maybe I do. It's been a long day here. So. But, talking about Stephon Diggs again, I'm going to keep you on Stephon Diggs here because we just did our first part of our wide receiver tier rankings, and I put Stephon Diggs in that top tier overall.
Yeah. So who's with him?
So I had him obviously with, Cooper, Jamar, and Jefferson as an elite four instead of the elite three that seems to be going around. Yeah. Do you agree that he could actually really be in that elite four that could, battle for the number one overall wide receiver in fantasy this year?
Yeah, I do. And I think you may have left one person off who switched teams in the offseason, and that's Davante Adams. Okay. I'm biased as a Packers fan, or my family's Packers fans. Adams is one of the best receivers in the league. The thing that I think concerns me, and is probably why you left him out of this tier, is his quarterback. He's getting a pretty significant drop-off in quarterback. But, yeah, I have no problems with you putting in Diggs here. He's been – now I got to go check. I want to say perennially top 10, top 15 for the last 3, 4, 5 years. And to me, he's got the best quarterback who's continuing to improve each year. There's no reason why he shouldn't be considered in that that top tier.
I appreciate that you agreed with me. I like that. Everyone seemed to agree. All right, cool. I know I'm doing something right over here in the show, though. But yes, Diggs has been someone who's been very well for us in fantasy, and there's no reason why the 150 targets that are were gone after last season in Buffalo can't give Diggs even a little bit more than what he already had this past offseason here. So, and I think with the younger talent and hopefully faster talent than the old Emmanuel Sanders and Cole Beasley will help give Diggs more opportunity, especially on the field. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, obviously, Josh Allen would be number one overall for you in this grouping of these two teams if it was a super flex league.
Absolutely. No question in my mind.
Now, does Josh Allen, is he someone who overall in Superflex, is he the number one over guy for you?
Oh, it's really hard to answer. I think for this year, yeah, I will. I feel comfortable saying that, but I'm very, Patrick Mahomes is still very, very close, in my opinion. So I definitely think Allen is one. He's got a super high floor with his rushing ability. And that's just not something that we necessarily see Mahomes do as much, is run the football. He's perfectly capable of it. But we don't necessarily see him do it as much. And so I think that gives Allen a higher floor. And he's just continued to improve as a passer since having Diggs, honestly. And so I think the pair of them are just going to continue to go to the moon, and it'll be a good year.
Okay. I like it. I love the answer on that one for sure. It is 3:00 now, so our second guest is late now. Hopefully he is coming soon. Yes, I know. Hopefully he gets here soon. I don't want to give his name just yet, so I'll give him a few more minutes. He's a family man too, so maybe he's got something going on with the family that's holding him up a little bit. So I will give the number 2 player in this mock here, and you answered it before in the private chat, so I don't know why I didn't think of that there. But obviously, number 2, I think overall has to be Breece Hall from the New York Jets. Obviously, it just makes too much sense for his workload that he could receive this coming season here. Now, I know everyone's scared off because it's the Jets overall, and the Jets haven't really been a team that people want in fantasy because, well, it's the last 3-4 years they've been like most bottomest team in terms of offensive points overall. So with Breece Hall, what's going on, Kyle? Thank you for tuning in, brother.
Kyle.
What's up? We'll see him in a few hours, guys. He'll be on the show. With Breece Hall, he is someone that the Jets just haven't had in terms of a running back in many years. And even when the shell of Le'Veon Bell was there and the aging Frank Gore, Breece Hall brings a different kind of monster to his game for us in fantasy because of his ability as a receiver, his ability as a runner, and his speed that he presents and the power that he presents as a running back. And he's going to see the bulk of this workload. You don't draft Breece Hall early on. And actually, I think they traded up to get him in the draft anyway.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Go and do that if you're not going to use this guy to that explosiveness. And I think with Michael Carter, he was a great back last year, but I think will work better as a complement to Breece Hall, which will give Breece Hall the bulk of the touches overall. I believe you feel the same way, Brett Hall.
I actually don't.
You don't? Okay, well, that's why we have you on the show right now for the Jets. So why don't you like Breece Hall?
Man, I've been lower on him throughout the pre-draft process, and I had him really close with Isaiah Spiller pre NFL draft, and obviously the draft capital has flipped that, and the workouts probably flipped that for most people. I'm not necessarily excited by what I've seen by Hall on film from his college days. And he played in the Big 12. And if you know anything about college football, the Big 12 doesn't play defense. And so to be a successful running back in the Big 12, I don't feel like is necessarily a great challenge because their defense does lack. But and maybe it's because I'm kind of a Michael Carter guy. I think Carter may eat into his touches more than people expect, but I'm probably going to be wrong on that. And so I've just been lower on him. But I did want to counter another thing that you said. It is the Jets, and they typically haven't been great. But I don't know. Something about this team just feels like they are actually building a complete team, if that makes sense. And it feels like they're going in the right direction. It's just going to be when they get to the culmination point, do they actually get over that hump, or do they crumble like the Jets typically do?
Yeah, I can kind of see that, to be honest there. I like what they're doing. They're definitely doing a lot of good things, the Jets, and it's hard to say that even as a Dolphins fan. But I'm hopeful for Breece Hall because he was one of my favorite running backs coming out of this draft here personally. And I'm hoping that they find a way to implement that somewhat hybrid Kyle Shanahan offense that we've seen, obviously, in San Francisco, running game that works well. But we'll see. I mean, the thing is, I'm okay taking him because he's not going like threateningly high.
Yeah.
If he was going in around like 3, 4, I'd be a little more concerned. But he is going in that 5 to 6 range at times, and getting him there as like an RB2, or even if you want to do that 0 RB strategy and he's your running back 1, it kind of works in that sense. So it's intriguing at that point there. But I'm intrigued to see what happens with this Jets team this year because Zach Wilson down, they have to start running the ball a little bit more.
For sure. There's just thinking about his price in drafts, there's really one specific running back that I'm just thinking of off the top of my head that I'm like, I'll take him over Breece Hall every day, and that's Travis Etienne. And I love Etienne. And so if you give me the option of Etienne or Hall, I'm probably going to go Etienne every time.
I don't have an argument against it. I think it can make sense. I mean, we already see he looked pretty good so far in preseason. I mean, Travis Etienne was once considered one of the top backs in college, so it makes sense. Things just didn't work out his way over the last couple of times before getting into the draft, but he has a big opportunity to be very successful, honestly. So I don't hate that at all. Albert, thank you for joining in. Good afternoon. All right, so our guest isn't here. Our second guest isn't here yet, so we're going to keep running with the motion because there are plenty of players to talk about in this 30 minutes. So who is your 1.3?
This is tough. I feel like this is really tough. Even though it's 1 QB, I think I'm going to go Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, okay. I like it. So then, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what I'm like, I still have a home league draft and then a family league draft coming up, and both of those will be one QB. And I think my strategy this year, even for one QB, is to try and take one of those elite quarterbacks and maybe not make it the same one every time. But the reason for that is specifically in my home league, I've like punted on QB before, and it's bit me in the butt to where I had this great loaded team, and then like last year I had Trevor Lawrence, and he fell flat on his face because of the coaching situation. But I don't want to do that again, so I'm changing up my draft strategy. So I'm changing it up for your mock and going with Josh Allen, who, barring injury, is going to be, we know, a top producer. Even if the offense changes, he's got the talent and the skill set and the skill players around him, I think, to produce at that top end, top 5 QB level. So I'm going Josh Allen.
And I love that. Josh Allen, I think, is a pretty safe quarterback to get overall. Now, I didn't choose Josh Allen before, obviously, Breece Hall. And if you're doing a normal draft, more than absolutely likely that Josh Allen goes before Breece Hall goes in any of your normal standard leagues, because he's likely around, the people who do draft him early, he's like around 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to go before Breece Hall goes. But for me, I went with what value I was getting overall. That I don't like taking quarterback early if I don't have to, especially in a one QB mock draft format like this overall. But how high would you take how far would you let Josh Allen slip if he happened to be there for you in a draft? I don't know if you like to take QBs early or not, but if he falls to a certain point, where do you I got to grab my quarterback now early?
Typically, I don't grab them early. If he fell, though, to the late 3rd or 4th round, I would feel comfortable taking him, depending on the rest of this. Like, let's say you've got like the 112 and you go RB, and then you take Allen and a receiver with your 4th pick. I'd probably be comfortable doing that, or even some combination where you feel like you've got a lot of upside with your first 2 picks. Then I would take Allen comfortably as kind of that floor field general type player, if you will, from a fantasy perspective.
Yeah, no, I think it's a solid range overall to get the best value for what Josh Allen's able to do. I think round 4 for me would be perfect, depending obviously how a lot of things fell in the draft. But I mean, Josh Allen is someone who will likely get you 18 to 20 fantasy points at a minimum most fantasy week, because he has that small rushing floor that we didn't get to see as enough of last year, but it is there still, and he's got great weapons around him that will make him be very successful this coming season. Plus, he plays the Jets twice a year, so you're gonna get pretty good games. And for some reason, Josh Allen has been beating the Bills the last few seasons here now, recently. So, the Patriots, not the Bills, the Patriots the last few seasons here now. So things have looked up for Josh Allen overall in the last couple of seasons, especially against our division. But in a nutshell, I mean, you're expecting a guy who's gonna be in the running again for QB1 overall because of what he's able to do with his arm and with his feet on the ground. So, all right. So again, we're going to keep on the motions here. Let's see. Zach Wilson's surgery was deemed successful, but we're not going to get to him. Actually, you know what? We might not get to Zach Wilson. How scared are you with Zach Wilson overall?
I haven't seen that notification. Did they say whether it was just was it just the meniscus? Because I know there was talk of when him going into surgery and it being worse than.
There was no surprise. There was no surprise to the original diagnosis.
Beautiful. Then I think I'm pretty comfortable taking Zach Wilson, specifically in Superflex, as like a QB2. Even if if you punt QB in a Superflex draft, I would be fine potentially taking him as QB1. Because that would probably mean you're taking him somewhere in that QB 18 to 25 range if you've punted the position, and I'm comfortable taking him there. I think, like we talked about just a minute ago, they've built a solid team around him. They've given him a lot of weapons, and I love his weapons, so I'm comfortable taking him at price or if he falls as a value.
All right, I like it. I like that. I mentioned the Jets a lot in the early portion of my opening intro here because I was like, well, I finished everything so quickly. I was like, well, let me talk about some recent news here. So I talked about Zach Wilson. So good, we have another person on the board now for that. So all right, so 1.4 now. We have Stephon Diggs, we have Breece Hall, and we have Josh Allen off the board at this point. And this one is a little tougher for me personally because I think it comes down to 2 wide receivers that I'm thinking about overall here now. And
I'm wondering if we're thinking of the same too. We'll
I
find
think
out.
I hope we are. So I am going to go this direction first here. So let me put it in my notes here. So you'll see it in just a second here. And this is the wide receiver I'm going to go with. But I've talked so much about this other wide receiver, you'd be able to be shocked. But it's Elijah Moore.
I like it.
At the 1-4 in this talk here now. And with Elijah Moore, and it was between him and Gabriel Davis.
Okay.
That's who the 2 were between here. And the only reason I went with Elijah Moore is because we're hearing great things about Davis, but we're hearing so many more things about Elijah Moore this offseason, and how he's really stepped into this number 1 wide receiver role in this offense here. And yeah, it sucks not having Zach Wilson, but I think he'll get by just fine with Joe Flacco if that is the case for the first few weeks of the season here. And I talk about Elijah Moore's ability to get downfield. He has that big playability to his game. He can be used in many different ways on the field. We saw it last year. He had a couple of run plays that went in for a touchdown, but his explosiveness is far than in between, and he's going to have more talent on the field, which will have to have defenses not just focus on one wide receiver. Corey Davis, he's not as great, but he's not bad either. And you have obviously Garrett Wilson, who is a technician as a route runner in the middle of the field. But they'll notice that very early on that, damn, we have to make sure we get this guy covered, because if you didn't watch preseason, he was getting open all day long, which again will help out Elijah Moore overall. So I think Elijah Moore sitting here probably in that 7-8 round range here as hopefully your wide receiver 3. You can't go wrong with that because he has that big playability, and he showed us at points last year that he can be a top tier wide receiver or a top 15 fantasy wide receiver for us with his ability to go deep and his ability to just make plays with nothing. So that is my 104. Assuming you said you would kind of agree with that.
Yeah, I admittedly he was one of the 2 I was considering, and I also don't have enough Elijah Moore shares because I love the guy. I think he's extremely versatile. And like you said, he was used in the rushing game. He's just an athlete and will have, I think, multiple different ways of being used and getting open. And I think Garrett Wilson will honestly help him in the area of route running because, like you said, Wilson's a technician, and I love that about him. So I love this call. Elijah Moore is definitely who I was going with at 104. However, I think I'm throwing you a curveball.
Okay.
If I'm making the 105, I know who I am. The card is ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes, go for it.
All right. It's Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson. Okay. So why Garrett Wilson? And I'm going to say obviously Gabriel Davis because that's who I would have picked at my 105. Yep. Why?
Yep. So because of what we just talked about, he is a route technician. I think that's going to help whoever the quarterback is, whether it's Zach Wilson, Mike White, or Joe Flacco, because what we've seen with guys like that, I mean, we've already talked about 2 of them, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, both route technicians. Another one that I like to throw in there is Keenan Allen in this grouping. Okay. Guys that are younger that can get to that level, I think, are going to be Deontay Johnson, Jerry Jeudy, and then Garrett Wilson. I think all of those guys are all route technicians, and they're going to be able to help their quarterbacks by always being open. And for me, Wilson was the wide receiver 1 coming in. Loved that he went to the Jets to be paired with Elijah Moore. I think it diversifies the skill set for the entire team. And I love him. I think he's going to be – he's an extreme value to, like, right now in your drafts. And so – I am more than comfortable taking him here. And it's not that I don't like Gabriel Davis, to be honest with you, but I just like Wilson more. I think he's a more complete, more total player.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that honestly overall because I do like Garrett Wilson's ability as a route runner. That definitely is intriguing as thinking of wide receivers. For me, I like it better for a dynasty approach. Like long term, I think I think Garrett Wilson has that ability there. I'm just nervous of what the quarterback situation is like this year for the New York Jets. Now, I know like Joe Flacco, again, he's had his heydays back in the day, but he isn't the same guy he used to. Zach Wilson, I'm such a big Zach Wilson believer, but what I already saw out of a preseason game wasn't really thrilling for me to want to say, wow, Zach, what are you doing here, buddy? And then he gets hurt. So, how does that destroy his confidence on the field, throwing a pick and then getting hurt? Like, it's definitely something that raises my concerns right now. So I do like Garrett Wilson long term. I hope they get a quarterback, if it's not Zach Wilson, in there to really help shine with him. Overall, that'd be awesome, because I think he has that elite upside you were mentioning here. Yeah. So I don't hate it, but I'd have to still go with Gabriel Davis for me personally.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Becton loss at tackle is going to potentially be a lot more impactful than I maybe considered initially from watching the preseason. Like, Becton being out could hurt Wilson, Moore, and Hall just because they don't have that protection.
Right. Well, I think it might actually help. I mean, to be honest, they're going to have to throw the ball away quickly.
Yeah.
Wilson can open that quickly, which we saw. They might be throwing to him on the short routes very quick and often here. So, but it could definitely affect Breece Hall for sure. If he's obviously out for the season, but it could definitely impact Breece Hall long term. So,
yeah. All
right. So let's go to the next one here, the 106 overall right now, and we have Gabriel Davis.
Yep.
The guy almost took at the 1-4 overall. So with Gabriel Davis, to me, it's just his big playability, his just overall in this offense here, just is thrilling. He looks like a big time wide receiver, something of a Mike Evans. He hasn't just been successful over his first 2 years, and we saw what Gabriel Davis could be. Now, it's not the 3 touchdown game he had in playoffs. It's not that. But that's what he could give us from time to time, not consistently, not over a 2-month span, or not 2 months straight. Maybe 1 or 3 times throughout a year. Maybe that could be something he shows, and that's that upside of his game there. But he has enough upside to give you the Mike Evans, where he could, back in Mike Evans' early days, where he was giving you 5 for 80 in a game. Or it could be the other, 2 touchdowns, Or he could, the other way of it I could see it is that we see what we saw out of Mike Evans now, where it's maybe 40 yards, but he gets you 2 touchdowns in a game here, and that's the upside or the consistency that could be there for Gabriel Davis overall. He has the quarterback to do it. He doesn't have the pressure to be the wide receiver 1 in the offense, because obviously Stephon Diggs is sitting there, and he could be the number 2 guy on the team. People want to argue for some reason Dawson Knox. Don't agree with that personally. The slot role is being still determined right now. Apparently, Isaiah McKenzie has the lead for it. We'll see how that turns out by the end of the month. Yeah. And obviously, the run game is going to be split in the passing game for sure. I mean, obviously, it seems like maybe James Cook is going to be the lead guy, but we'll see how that works out. But Gabriel Davis has an upside to be great. It just seems to be able to put it all together this coming season.
Yep, I like it.
So how high do you think Gabriel Davis could go this season in terms of how he could finish?
Oh, man, that's a tough question. That is a really tough
question. Could that duo of Davis and Diggs be that rare duo that finishes top 15 together?
I personally don't think so. And again, I feel like I'm sounding like a Gabriel Davis hater, and I'm really not. I worry that, with his previous 2 years almost being identical, he does have that huge touchdown upside. Man, I just don't know. I really don't know. I would say I'm going to aim low and say wide receiver 28.
220. Okay. I think they both can be at least wide receiver 2s. Maybe not top 50. Maybe that was a little pushing it. But I think if he finishes 23, 24, I think I
wouldn't be shocked by that.
I won't be shocked. Top 15, I'll be super thrilled because I have like 15 shares of him in Dynasty. But I would be a little shocked that he actually does that well. I don't know what to expect, but if he finishes with like 1,110 touchdowns, I'd be very shocked.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Close to 1,000, maybe 7 touchdowns. That's where I could see Gabriel Davis finishing overall. But again, that's why he has that upside that people seem to love overall. So,
yeah.
All right, Shane. Now to the 1.7. Now, who do you got at 1.7? There's not a lot of players left here. We're getting to the end of these players here.
This one is tough for me. This is really tough. I think I'm gonna go. What have I? Not that we're actually like building a team here, but I think I've drafted QB and 2 wide receivers. So I am gonna go with James Cook here.
James Cook, okay.
I think
Cook over his partner. Why Cook over Singletary?
Cook's the best receiving back in that backfield, I think. I'm not super high on Cook, to be completely honest. But it just seems like they drafted him to be that receiving back and to fill that role. So if they use him how I think they're going to use him, he's got a ton of PPR or half PPR upside even. And I could see him continuing to maybe steal carries from Singletary. I think Singletary will be kind of that first and second down back in the beginning of the year. Is Cook talented enough to take over the backfield completely? I don't think so, personally.
Okay.
But I do think he's good enough to be in like a 50-50 timeshare where he's getting 125, 150 carries each year and probably 50 to 80 targets, something like that. And at the 107 with who's left, I feel like he's the best option.
Okay. Now, I mean, it might not affect his overall passing volume, James Cook, but do you take any grain of salt to the recent Zach Moss hype that he's getting this training camp, that how well he's doing, how well he ran in the preseason so far? Does that affect you at all with this running back core?
Not at all. I think, I just think Zach Moss, not Zach Wilson, is I don't want to say not talented, but he's just kind of there. And I'm wondering, is this hype from him in camp to eventually trade him so they don't necessarily have to cut him? Because before this, it was like Zach Moss just kind of fell off the face of the earth, I feel like.
Sure
so it feels like they may be trying to pump him up so that they can trade him.
And that's really smart, actually. A lot of teams I feel like are doing that with a lot of players that are
absolutely
off season.
It's that time of year.
God, I can't remember how many teams are like right now just talking about players like, wait, isn't he like done? Why are you bringing him back into the mix now? Here, come on, like, get out of here. But no, I completely agree with you overall. I like James Cook a lot. I don't know if I would take him over Singletary just yet.
Okay.
The passing volume is very obviously intriguing. Maybe in full point PPR, you have me maybe taking James Cook overall. I'm just nervous about how big of a role he's actually going to get. That's the one thing that's concerning me still. I think they did like Devin Singletary enough to make him still that lead workhorse guy. James Cook does have that speed to his game there, so again, anything's possible. So. All right, so we're getting close to the end, but let's see if we get maybe 1 or 2 more here. I'm just going to go with, obviously, Devin Singletary then.
Okay.
Go with Devin Singletary at this point here. I don't like the tight end situation enough from either team, and Corey Davis is not in this mix for me yet, personally. So I'm going to go Devin Singletary there because from what I saw out of him last year, is I was a big fan of him 2 years ago. And then the year before, he kind of stunk it up. He didn't really do well. Zach Moss was the guy, supposedly, who they were giving all the work to. And Singletary got banged up, and he just never looked the same. And then going into this year, it wasn't as high, and he obviously didn't show that throughout the season. But at the end of the year, when he was actually given the work once again, we saw a few years ago in his rookie season, he looked good. He looked good this season here. And I know they went and got James Cook for a reason. There was a reason they needed to have someone else in that backfield. Clearly, Devin Singletary isn't going to be the guy who sees 250 carries and 50 targets in a season. It's just not what they're going to do with him. That's why they brought in Cooks. But close to 200 carries, maybe 30 targets or so. There's opportunity for Devin Singletary still to finish as a low-end RB2 this season here. There's a team that, when they get in the red zone, they could throw it, but they could still run the ball. And I don't know if they want Josh Allen running these balls as often, especially in close situations, to get him into some kind of trouble this season here. And I think Devin Singletary can't handle that workload here. Now, again, he doesn't have a high ceiling. He's got that. He's going to be more of a floor play. He's a floor play with a few bad weeks mixed in between there. And as an RB3, RB4, I like to go 1-1 when with those third and fourth running backs. Someone who gives you consistency and someone who has that upside play for their game here. So I get the James Cook for that upside going with him first, but I like the consistency and the floor play that Devin Singletary can present for us this coming season.
No, I completely agree with you, and I think ultimately what's going to happen with this backfield is we end up with 2 RB3s in Singletary and Cook, and then Moss is just annoyingly there, if he doesn't get traded like we talked about, is just annoyingly there to like poach carries or randomly poach a touchdown. That's kind of how I see this backfield going and why I've honestly been avoiding it.
I have been too. I have not tried to touch either one of these guys if I possibly can, because we just don't know still. I mean, we can say what we can say. You can show the data for it, but at the end of the day, you just don't know exactly what the Bills want to do with this team at the end of the day. All right. I think we have time to get you to get one more in. I think. Okay. We'll see here. We'll see if our other guests show up.
Between 2 players.
I have the 3 players probably in your head. I can probably guess. So
I'm going to go with the Jets because I've talked enough about the Bills.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Michael Carter here.
Michael Carter, okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I still believe in him. I think he's going to be a nuisance to Breece Hall owners more than people expect. And I think he's fully capable of splitting a backfield. That's what he's done other than last year his entire career. In college, he split it with Javonte Williams and outproduced him, I might add. So I think Carter is plenty talented to maintain a role in this offense. Now, it's going to be reduced from last year, obviously. But I think if they want to keep Breece Hall healthy for the future and continue to have this team go where it can, I think Carter should still be pretty involved this year, and I'll go Carter here.
All right, I like it. I do like it a lot. Oh, we do have a guest that popped in here. Let's bring him to the stage. It's Kyle Yates. What's going on?
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely, man. Thank you for jumping onto the show. How's everything?
Things are going great. We've got football. I can't complain when there's football on the TV regularly. So we're getting close to it actually mattering. I'm doing well. Good.
I love the Jalen Waddle jersey in your background there. Obviously, you can see my towel here. I'm going the wrong way.
There we go.
You're a fan of that here. So, all right, Kyle. I'm going to have you talk here real quick now before we move into the next 30-minute segment here. Zach Wilson, real quick. Obviously, he just got surgery, cleaning successful. Great news to hear that. Did Zach Wilson's injury overall kind of drop any of the Jets' wide receivers or playmakers for you in fantasy?
Yeah, great question. So really, it had kind of been in limbo, right? Because when the injury happened, it looked a lot worse than, this is absolute best case scenario for the New York Jets and their franchise. And I think all the playmakers too, right? Like this was best case scenario because it looked like Zach Wilson was out for the year with that non-contact injury. So I think, with the news that came out over the weekend, it was like we needed to wait until he was having this surgery to really see, okay, was there any additional injury here, anything with the meniscus that came out more serious than what they originally anticipated, all that stuff. So I didn't move any of these players at all in rankings. So they were kind of in that limbo. I think if you had gone from Zach Wilson to Joe Flacco, it would have been a little bit of a dip because obviously I think the floor, the drop off from Zach Wilson to Joe Flacco isn't super drastic. Like we know what Joe Flacco is. He can execute an offense and he looked fine in spurts last year. I think what people are really kind of hoping for with the Jets offense this year with buying into Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, Breece Hall out of the backfield, Michael Carter as well, is that Zach Wilson takes a major year 2 leap. So that's kind of where the upside lies with those guys. But for right now, they're really kind of in that same range. I think maybe we're missing 1, maybe 2 weeks of Zach Wilson into the regular season at the most. And if that's the case, then I think all those guys at the current ADP are fine bets to make.
Yeah, I love that all there a lot. We were talking about before that, even if Joe Flacco plays a game or two, he can probably keep these guys afloat at least for a week or two. Plus, how does he not want to go against his old team and at least try to show them up week 1 of the season here? So, love the take on that, Yates. All right, we do have a couple more guests joining in. Shane, you're welcome to stay. If you need to go, that's up to you, brother. You can hang out though with us. Mike, Eric, what's going on, guys?
How's it going, guys? Happy to be here for a great cause. This seems awesome.
Absolutely. Eric, what's going on?
Another busy day. Happy to fit this in. Happy to do some work for the Humane Society.
Absolutely, guys, and that's what we're doing this PODATHON for, guys. We're talking about the Humane Society, helping raise money through trying to help out all the animals, whether you're thinking about them being as a donation to adopting puppies and kittens and other animals like that, or helping out the wildlife throughout the United States. That's what we're trying to do here today, guys. In the links in the comment sections, we do have 2 ways to donate. You can just go to the website, thehumanesociety.org, and just donate and let us know how much you donated so we can add it to our all overall cause. Or you can send us a thing to our PayPal. It's also linked on our comments as well. Our friend Kyle just sent us a $50 donation, so that was really nice of him. Other Kyle, not Kyle Yates. So as you guys know, I just want to put that out there. But so he'll be on the show later. We have another Kyle. So thank you for that, Kyle. And let's get back into the talk here, guys. Now, we just finished with the Bills and the Jets. Now we're going to get into the Dolphins and the Patriots. Now, what we were doing here today, guys, we were doing like a kind of like a mock draft, basically, on these players here. You think of it as a 1 quarterback, half-point PPR, just normal standard redraft league. Kyle Yates, I'm going to let you go first. Who is the first player you're going to take to the Miami Dolphins and the New York Patriots in a normal redraft league?
Okay, so I'm drafting just purely from the Miami Dolphins and the New England Patriots, correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
Okay, so I think if you're looking at the Patriots, obviously you're talking about really as far as skill position players, you're looking at the running back position, and that's a running back room that I really do not want to invest in highly with how volatile it can be. So you're really turning over to the Miami Dolphins, and you're looking at those wide receivers, right? You're looking at Tyreek Hill, you're looking at Jalen Waddle. And it really comes down to which one do you believe is going to be the 1A in this wide receiver room. I think you look at both Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, they both are going to see plenty of targets in this offense. So I think definitely looking at Tyreek Hill as kind of that guy that gives the slightest little edge there in my projections for this offense. So I would go Tyreek Hill here. His playmaking ability after the catch does not take a ton to get the ball into his hands and let him create and still rack up the fantasy points. He is a top 12 wide receiver on the year for me. Jalen Waddle just outside of that territory. So they're close in projections, but I'll give the slightest little edge there to Tyreek Hill.
I love that. I'm going to ask you one more question. But Shane, brother, I'm going to let you go, brother. Thank you for joining in. Much appreciated as always. If anything you want to shout out before we let you go.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Obviously, any time that I can volunteer for a cause in this way, I absolutely will. I'm really just leaving because Eric showed up. So I actually just rebranded my podcast from the Fantasy Nightcap to Red Zone Redemption. So check that out. Released an episode today, NFC North preview. And you can also now find it on Roto Heat, where I am going to be the audio editor for all the podcasts there. So thanks for having me on, Steven. Thanks for letting me plug that. And you guys have a great rest of your day.
All right, Shane. Take care, brother. Thank you, as always. All right, now, Yates, back to you, brother. When it comes to Tyreek Hill, you just mentioned him as the 101 in our little draft here. How high are you taking Tyreek Hill now in drafts here? At what point are you like, all right, I want to take Tyreek Hill now? The risk the reward outweighs the risk at this point.
Yeah, so for me, he's wide receiver 9 on the year. So it's still a top 10 wide receiver for me. I think when we get into that range, and I get asked these kind of questions all the time, like what round would you be comfortable taking this guy? And that really, I try to shift that conversation more towards like what players am I comfortable taking him over? Because if we are looking at the, what round, well, it's all dependent upon how many running backs go in your league versus the wide receivers. So I could say, okay, you take him in the second round, but if wide receivers aren't going off the board until the late second, then that obviously changes the conversation. So for me, he is right above T. Higgins, Michael Pittman Jr., Keenan Allen, and then I've got Allen Robinson at wide receiver 13 on the year. So that's kind of the range where I'm taking Tyreek Hill, just behind CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans, Deebo Samuel. So still feeling very, very confident and comfortable in Tyreek Hill this year. Jalen Waddle, like I mentioned him earlier, down the board at wide receiver 15. So a little bit of a gap between the two.
All right, I love it. I love it a lot there. All right, on to the next person here. Eric, you're going to be up next, my friend. Who is your number 102 in this Miami Dolphins New England Patriots team mock draft?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Yates here, right? Like the spotlight needs to be shining directly on this wide receiver group for the Miami Dolphins. So he mentioned that it was somewhat of a close call between Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I've got them incrementally closer to each other in my rankings, and it sounds relative to Kyle, but still the 102. I do think that there's a pretty big gulf between Jalen Waddle, who would be my choice, and whomever goes off the board in the third spot.
I love it. I love it. Now, how are you projecting Jalen Waddle to be this year? With obviously Tyreek Hill coming to town, do you expect what we saw similar to what we saw last year in production, or do you expect him to take a slight dip in his overall production this coming season?
Yeah, on the whole, I think that it works out to be about net neutral, right? Obviously, his volume is very much so at risk with the addition of Tyreek Hill, so I don't think we're going to see him with 142 targets again. Maybe he gets close to 100 receptions, but overall, I think the arrow is pointing up on this offense. So what he's losing in that kind of steady volume, he's gaining in touchdown upside, right? I think this Dolphins offense is going to score a lot of points. So while he might not be as steady a contributor, I think he's still got a really solid path to 14, 15 points a game, right around where he finished last year. It might just be a bit more boom and bust than it was in 2021.
All right, I love it. I'm loving that we're talking about Miami Dolphin players over New England Patriot players. It's always a win for Miami's book. So I love that talk there, Eric. All right, Mike, over to you, my friend. At the 1-3 here, who is the next guy on the board here for you?
You know what? This is a massive drop-off between the 1-1, 1-2, and the any other player, essentially, when it comes to these two teams. You got the two electric wide receivers that the offense is going to run through, and then you've got headaches essentially everywhere else. And both tight end rooms are going to be headaches. The Patriots wide receiver room is probably going to be a headache, and both backfields are going to be a headache. So I'm going to follow the money and go with Chase Edmonds.
Chase Edmonds, okay. Why Chase Edmonds at the 1-3?
He's got the injury concerns just in general. He's never been the most durable player in the world, but his key has always been his efficiency. He's never going to be a guy that's going to get 20, 30 carries. He's not going to have 30 touches in general, but his yards per touch were among the best in the NFL in the past couple seasons. He is used in the receiving game. He was the only one in this backfield in Miami. I know that in general, having a San Fran head coach come over is going to cause concern for the backfield touches, but he's the only one that's making any kind of money. He got the multi-year deal for, I believe, $6+ per year, and everybody else is about basically vet minimum, $1 million per year, something along those lines. You can't only follow the money, but when the money lines up with the talented player as well, we've seen what Raheem Mostert can do. We've seen what Sony Michel can do. Mostert, we don't even know if he's going to be ready for the season at this point, and Sony Michel is a plotter of a running back that is not going to excite really anyone. It's an improved offensive line, and Tua's depth of target is so low. It's a bottom 4 in the NFL last year. That's just pointing signs to get to Chase Edmonds to have that upside that you love to see for a running back that you're probably going to draft him at like the range in this year's ADP.
All right, I love it. I love it there, Mike. Definitely love the Miami talk here. Kyle Yates, back to you, my friend, at the 1-4. Are we going to continue to talk about some more Miami Dolphin players? Or are we finally going to talk about a New England Patriot player today?
Yeah, so I think if you look at the Miami kind of skill position players, the ones that we're talking about for fantasy, really the top tier guys are kind of off the board. You can throw a dart there with Raheem Mostert late in your draft, see if it hits. Sony Michel, maybe Mike Gesicki, but I'm super low on Gesicki this year. So now I think we turn back over to the Patriots offense here if we really are only drafting from these two teams. And we got to talk about the running back room. This is where I'm going to take Damian Harris here. And now listen, I'm not exactly super high on Damian Harris this year, but you have to acknowledge his ability to be able to find the end zone. 15 rushing touchdowns last year, which was he drastically outperformed expectations, right? When you look at his expected touchdown rate based on his rushing yardage, Damian Harris drastically outperformed. And there still is the possibility that we have a rotation at the running back room here. We still have the possibility that Ramondre Stevenson could be a huge part of this offense. We could see Pierre Strong and active one week and Ramondre Stevenson is inactive, right? It's Bill Belichick. We never really truly know, but at least I feel the most confident in Damian Harris being on the field and active every single week. So I think after this point, it really starts to take a dramatic dip as far as the available players that we can choose from. At that point, you're really just starting to throw darts here in the New England Patriots, offense, really, and seeing which one hits. So I will take Damian Harris here at that 1-4 spot.
Okay. Now, does a player like in a contract year for you, like Damian Harris is obviously going to be a free agent next year, does that put more emphasis about going after a guy who maybe wants to try harder or will work harder to possibly get that next contract? That's probably very rare that Damian Harris will get a big contract. Does that put any thought in your talk when it comes to these running backs or any player in general?
Yeah, I think it's part of the equation when we're forecasting and projecting these guys. I think you have to at least take that into consideration, but it's not going to be an end-all be-all for me, right? Because sometimes it can work out in a big way. Other times, like Allen Robinson last year, it can bust in a major way, right? So it's taking a look at the overall situation and then using some other things as tiebreakers for players within specific tiers. So I think Damian Harris, for me, yeah, he could come out and he could ball out. He's got the talent level. It's never been in question. It's more about the situation that he's in and the fact that Bill Belichick will rotate through and will use other running backs in this rotation.
Perfect. I love the answer there. Absolutely. Eric, my friend, back to you, brother. The 1-5. Who you got?
I am going to keep all of the themes alive. I'm going to keep the somewhat Dolphin love theme alive. I'm going to keep the follow the money theme alive. I'm going to reiterate the point that we have crossed another gulf in terms of kind of caliber of player. For me, the player that I want to add technically isn't a Dolphin, but will always be a Dolphin in your heart. That is Devontae Parker. We saw Bill Belichick and this New England front office go out and get this guy in the offseason. There are several guys in this wide receiver room for New England, but we haven't really seen anybody truly emerge. Obviously, Devontae Parker is a little bit older. He's had some injury concern over recent history, but he's not too far removed from back-to-back 100-target seasons. He got up to 1,200 receiving yards a couple years ago. So I do think that when we see Bill Belichick and this front office go out and make a guy a priority, they tend to feature them, and it's very much so a wide-open competition. So if nothing else, I think his likelihood of being at least running as the number 2 and being on the field a fair amount is really high. And when you're down here in these kind of dart throw territories, I'll go for someone who's going to have at least more playing time than anyone else.
No, and I think that's a nice point there, Eric, a lot. I think Devontae Parker right now is really kind of just being overlooked overall because of his injury history. But if he can stay healthy, and that's a big if, I mean, there's potential for him this coming year. So Kyle Yates, my friend, I know you got to get going, brother. If there's anything you want to mention, I know you guys got some things going over at the playbook. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. It was great to jump on here just for a little bit. You can check out all the work over at youtube.com/fantasyplaybook. Cranking out content here. Going to have you guys ready for the start of the season. So thank you so much for the invite, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, take care, Kyle. Thanks for jumping on. Sorry, guys. I've been talking for a little over an hour now or so my throat's already dead. I love that I have 7 more hours to do this. So, Mike, my friend, over to you. 1.6. What do you got?
I mean, this is somebody I debated between with the Chase Edmonds pick, so perfectly fine with taking him here after him having dropped down to me. Ramondre Stevenson for the running back for New England. I think that the retirement of James White and the news, or at least reports, take it as you will, being training camp reports, that Ramondre Stevenson is going to be the one that is taking over in that receiving back role on the offense. This offense in general is going to be run heavy, to say the least. I mean, obviously we sat there and saw the 3 passes in a whole game last year for Mac Jones, so I wouldn't be completely shocked if that happened again at some point this season. So this team wants to run the ball And if Damian Harris does get nicked up again, he was a little bit he missed a game or two last year. Stevenson stepped in and looked great. And at worst case scenario, you're the 1B in a run heavy offense that will likely still score plenty of points. It's just I'm a bit scared of anything in the passing attack. So I'm going to go ahead and just take the upside with Stevenson here.
Now, how high do you think Stevenson can go in terms of his overall season production? Can he finish as a top 20 top 20 running back with Damian Harris, or does he need Damian Harris to kind of go down for his true value to be shown?
I think that in general, if you were looking at a top end RB2, which I do believe Stevenson has the outcome in his future, it would entail something happening to Damian Harris. I mean, we've even sat there and heard trade rumors of the Patriots being at least open to trading away Damian Harris. So if any of those possibilities happen where even Harris gets traded or Harris misses just a few games even, because he's going to have – Stevenson will still have like the double-digit points even with Harris there. But he has the upside to get 20-plus points like he did a couple times last season if Harris is to miss time or is just not on the team anymore.
I love the answer. All right, Eric, my friend, back to you. 1.7 now. Are we taking a quarterback finally?
Yeah, so I was going to say I realized that I erred in not asking the format. Some good fantasy 101 advice. If you want to win a game, you first must understand the rules. I didn't even click that we were drafting outside of the skill position. So I will happily add 2 tags to my team. We talked earlier about how, from a skill position standpoint, he has easily the 2 best weapons across these 2 teams. I am a huge fan of the Shanahan system that Mike McDaniel is going to bring in. I know they are known as a bit more of a run-featured offense, and that's certainly accurate. But they are very creative and they're very effective in scheming up ways to advance the ball down the field. The point that I made with Jalen Waddle earlier, right? I think that the scoring opportunity for all of these Dolphins offensive pieces is going to take a pretty significant uptick this year. And obviously, Tua Tags has the ball in his hands more than anybody in that offense. So happy to bring him in, get a little Tua stack going with Waddle.
I love that for sure. I'm obviously hoping for a big season out of Tua, but obviously we have to see it on the field first. But let me ask you guys both this question here. I think this is a good point because the quarterback has finally gone here. In terms of Superflex, how early would you take these quarterbacks over the players we've already taken? Now, where would you put Tua? Where would you put Mac Jones in a Superflex league over the guys we've talked about? How early in this mock draft would you have gone with those guys instead?
Superflex, I might have pushed him above Stevenson and probably Harris. I would have put Tua above those 2. I would not put Mac Jones above the 2.
Gotcha. Eric, you feel the same way?
I mean, if we're talking about a Superflex format, I'm probably taking Tua off the board first. There's just such a huge premium on that position in that format in particular. But it's pretty close between Tua and his 2 pass catchers. In terms of Mac Jones, I mean, he's one of my favorite QB3s in all of Superflex, just because it's going to be his job for the entire year. But I'm not too keen on getting him, into my starting rotation, if you will, in Superflex, unless I really have a very risky player, someone that's unknown, someone that might have injury risk. Maybe like a Justin Fields is someone that I would pair up with Mac Jones a little bit earlier than I would look for a QB3. But in terms of this format in particular, Tua would come off the board first, and Mac would be sitting out there for a while.
All right, I respect it. I want to make sure we get a perspective of the Superflex side, even though this is a 1 QB league, just so people know kind of where they would go if they are doing Superflex. So, Mike, my friend, over back to you, my friend. The 1-8. Where are we going with the 1-8 now? Because we're getting pretty low on these players now.
Yeah, I mean, I realize I've been talking this entire time about how much I don't like the passing attack in New England, and literally just said how Mac Jones is not worth much of anything because he scored less points than guys like Trevor Siemian last year on a point-per-game basis. But I trust this guy in the New England offense, and that's Jacoby Myers. He is the slot receiver, has been for years now. and led the team in targets by about, I believe, like almost 50 targets. So you know what you're going to get out of him, and he's somebody that normally in your draft you can get around, I think, the 12th or 13th round generally, which is for the number one target, I think, on the offense in terms of pass catching. I'd be happy to have Myers at least safe floor. Maybe we can actually see the touchdown positive regression. I mean, we saw the first 2 of his career last year, so let's just keep that trend going that way, and he can actually have a pretty good season.
Do you think he has an opportunity to lead the team in targets this year, or?
I think he still will.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Even with Parker coming in, I think that he still is the number one target on the passing offense.
All right. I love it. All right, Eric, my friend, back to you. 1-9. We're getting really low. We got some tight ends, maybe some running backs, maybe me. I don't know. So who do you got at the 1-9?
Yeah, so I tend to agree with Mike. It's probably going to be some combination of Parker and Myers, kind of neck and neck for leading this Patriots team in offensive targets. But in terms of who is going to lead their offensive efforts in the red zone, I think that's Hunter Henry. We look at last year, obviously he signed that huge contract right alongside Jonnu Smith. Hunter Henry was much more of that move tight end and saw a ton of action in the red zone. Finishes the year 9 receiving touchdowns, 603 receiving yards on 75 targets. So, if we're going to talk about formats a bit, I love Hunter Henry in best ball. He's someone that is there very, very late, and he gets very involved when this team is in scoring position. And overall, the offense itself is very run-centric. But if you look at their productivity in the red zone, Mac Jones attempted the 14th most passes in the red zone. His completion percentage was nearly 61%, almost identical with guys like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes when they get in the red zone. And a lot of those targets were going the way of Hunter Henry. So to get him here this late in the draft, happy to bring him in at the 109.
Now, is there any concern? There might be none of the guy who they paid actually more money to be there in New England, and Jonnu Smith. Is there any way that Jonnu Smith can resurge and kind of put Hunter Henry back kind of in the back burner?
I mean, he could, right? If you asked me this question a year ago, I was much more on Team Jonnu than I was on Team Henry. But we now have a year, in the books of seeing exactly how they utilize them, and just about all of the utilization or the usage stats that we like to track favor Henry when they're in the red zone specifically, right? Jonnu's in there blocking more often. Henry's running more routes, got more targets, more receptions, more yards, more touchdowns, right? So I think we can look back to last year and have that be a pretty strong indicator for how they will use them this year. Obviously, Josh McDaniels is no longer the offensive coordinator there, but they're still running that same scheme and system. So that would be the only thing that introduces a little bit of doubt. But ultimately, like past is prologue, right? There's not a whole lot changing in this offense, and I think we can look at what they did last year to tell us what's likely to happen this year.
All right, I love the talk on that for sure. Now, Eric, you said you had to go early, or you got a little bit more time?
I got another couple of minutes, yeah.
Couple minutes. Okay. Let's do another quick one, Mike, over there, and then we'll get back to you for one last one.
I mean,
Mike,
this is barren. This is a barren landscape in terms of fantasy here. This is, if you're into this part of your draft and you're looking at just Dolphins and Patriots, you're not too happy at what you have left. I guess if I'm forced to take a player here, I guess I'd go with Gesicki, even though I have really, really low hopes for him this year and low expectations. Last year he was a okay tight end. He's got about 800 yards and was targeted over 100 times. But that was when he lined up out at wide receiver for nearly 90% of his entire season. He lined up more than any other tight end at wide receiver or slot wide receiver. So they've moved him apparently in line and telling him to block more, which wasn't his strong suit in the first place. So I guess this would basically be hoped that, as we had said earlier, the Dolphins offense being more of a powerhouse this year. So that's just touchdown opportunities at least. And maybe he gets lined up against a linebacker or a safety more often than he did when he was lining up at wide receiver. That's just the best you can hope for when it comes to Gesicki here.
Okay. So do you really believe that he was someone who was one of the higher slot snaps? You believe that the addition of Cedric Wilson kind of just will completely take him out of the running?
So the two Dolphins receivers with Hill and Waddle were both slot machines last year themselves. So if you're going to sit there and have they were two of only about 5 or 6 wide receivers that had 100 plus targets and spent over 50% of their snaps in the slot. So that's 2 players on the same team that did that last year. So now if you're sitting there and adding them onto the same team, at least one of them is likely to spend a majority of their time in the slot. Or Wilson, like you said, coming in as another free agent who spent most of his time last year in the slot. It's just there's only so many slots to go around.
Right.
So,
It's going to be 4 slots receivers we're going to have.
yeah, can't do that.
Exactly. All right, my friend. One last one for you before we let you go. You got anyone else at the 111?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would necessarily go this way if I wasn't on a time crunch, but since this is my last pick, I just want to shout out my my affinity for Raheem Mostert. Obviously, he's coming back from injury. It sounds like he was recently cleared. We have to see him get onto the field, but this is the guy that very much so was purposefully brought over to Miami because of his understanding of the Mike McDaniel system. The Shanahan coaching tree or Shanahan systems obviously has produced a number of very prolific running back seasons, really all throughout the league for several years. So, for me, I like to look at a guy that is explosive when he gets the ball in his hands. He can absolutely receive out of the backfield. He knows the system, so his likelihood of getting playing time early is at least incrementally higher than the other kind of hodgepodge of guys there. And specifically, if you look at Mostert and Chase, kind of the 2 most likely candidates to lead this backfield, Mostert's being drafted 50 picks later. He's in the 140s, right? So the guy that you can throw a late round dart on, the guy that I love targeting best ball, which I think you can say about really all of these Dolphins running backs, right? I think they're all going to have really big days in front of them. It's just kind of pinpointing when those days are is the tricky part. But as I head out here, at least wanted to shout out my guy Mostert, especially relative to his cost and his ADP.
Okay. I love it. I love another Dolphin talk. I love Mostert. Hopefully is successful for the Dolphins this season. So, Eric, I'll let you sign off, my friend. If there's anything you want to mention, it's your time, my friend.
Yeah, I'm kind of all over the place. So the easiest place to find that all rolled up is on my Twitter handle. I always do this backwards at FantasyNav. We've got a show going live tonight for Green Screens Media, talking some Dayton hoops. We're fundraising with Pros with Joes. All the different articles and randomness that I do out in the world all lives and is rolled up onto that Twitter handle. So if you're not already, check me out at FantasyNav. And if you haven't already, get over to the Humane Society and open up your wallet. These organizations do a really good job of making a ton of progress and doing a ton of good with a little bit of money. So whatever you can spare, like you're not going to miss it. You're going to feel pretty good about yourself, and you'll help out some animals in need. So win. Get over there.
Absolutely love it. All right, Eric, thank you for jumping on, my friend. We'll talk more in the future, hopefully.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Mike, it's just you and me for the next few minutes before our next guest comes on. How's everything going today?
It's pretty good, I mean, we're really getting into the hammering of getting your drafts ready, getting your rankings ready for the fantasy season. Got 1 preseason game down. There's, second preseason games where you really see what players are starting to stand out in terms of unexpected starters or position battles and things along those lines. So this weekend is going to be huge for the fantasy community because we're already overreacting to week 1. But week two is whenever you actually have to pay attention.
Of course. Is there any like battle you're looking at right now that's coming up in week 2 potentially that you want to maybe get it clarified on, whether it's like a backup running back core or starting running back core or wide receiver core?
I do think that the Buffalo Bills, I know that you guys were talking about it earlier, their slot position is going to be a huge thing this offseason to figure out before the season starts because of how much value it has. Whether it is McKenzie or Crowder, I think they're both relatively talented players. They make plays whenever they're on the field. But whoever is the one that wins the job is going to walk into about 100-plus targets. on one of the best offenses in the NFL with a premier quarterback on a team that doesn't overall love to run the ball. So it's just, as of right now, McKenzie is certainly shooting up based on all the reports between Josh Allen's love for him and just him working over Crowder. So if Crowder still doesn't see the field before McKenzie this upcoming week, I think we'll about have our answer.
Yeah, I think I can agree with you on that. If he definitely isn't seen work on the field, I mean, he could be cut, to be honest. I don't see why they would keep him at that. But if he doesn't win the battle at the slot role, I mean, I would see them going a different direction probably. All right. Let's see what we got. We're 4 o'clock now. We are on to the next 30 minutes now. Our next guest should be here hopefully any second now. We'll see in a second. But just to reiterate, if you're just joining us now, we are the fantasy coaches. We're trying to help raise money for the Humane Society. Eric said a nice thing about that earlier, just a few minutes ago. But like I said, we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society, and people, always think it's just for adoptions and shelters for all the dogs and kittens and cats out there. It is. That's a big part of it. It's a really big part. They do a great job trying to help give them new homes, or at least a safe area to stay until they can find them new homes. But it's also about the wildlife too. They preserve tons of wildlife throughout the United States that we just don't think of constantly enough. And when it comes to birds and mammals and other reptiles and other kind of animals like that, they're just trying to find a way to make it so that they have a place to live and that we aren't damaging their environments all so much. So if you could help us donate, we're trying to raise money. I said, I think we're now with Kyle's donation, I think we're over $300 now at this point, hoping to get the 500 before the night's over. Whatever it is, any amount of money, whether it's $1 or whatever you want to give, is always welcome. If you give $1, that's awesome. Honestly, it's something. It doesn't have to be a lot. And there's 2 ways to do so. You can see at the bottom of the screen here, going by www.thehumanesociety.org to donate. That's the more way that you feel comfortable donating right away. And just let us know how much you donate so we can kind of add it to our total overall. Or if you want to just send us the funds, you can do it with our PayPal account here. I'll pull that up here just in a second. It's also sitting in the comments here. FCP, Coach Steve at PayPal. We're going to send a big amount at the end of the show here. I think right now our amount is like $180 I have to send over there. So either way, whatever you feel comfortable doing, please, any amount will help us. So we are on to the next 30-minute segment here now. And the next 30-minute segment, we are the New York Giants and Washington Commanders. We're getting into the other East teams here. And Mike, you have the first play because you're the one who's still here, my friend. Where do you want to go here at the 101? New York Giants, Washington Commanders. Who is your number 101?
I will start with I can at least speak personally for the Humane Society in terms of what it helps out, because I adopted my dog in a shelter. So, and my brother had done the same for one of his 2 dogs. It's just a great cause. So if you can donate, I certainly think you should, and believe it's a great thing to do. It makes you feel good, helps out. So I'm happy to be here to help out and get awareness out there.
I love it. Appreciate it as always.
So I will sit there, and this one's easy. Between these 2 teams of not exactly offensive juggernauts, you just 101's just Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
There's no debates. There's no I don't know who could bring up something that would be an alternative. It's just Saquon Barkley is returning from injury, and I'd say even in Superflex, you're not concerned about getting a quarterback here. He is his workload is seeming to be nothing short of what it was when he was healthy previous to his injury last season. Because in the preseason game, he was on for every single snap for the first team offense, and then came off and was done. So I just expect he's one of the most talented running backs in the NFL still. It's just whether these injuries are starting to tack on and pile up on him. But they were fluky injuries last year too. I mean, the one was him jumping in the air, landing on somebody's foot and turning his ankle, and it just happened to turn worse than most would have expected. So you got to take the workhorse running back in a hopefully improved offense with Brian Dable, and the offensive line slightly better. It's just otherwise it's kind of a dumpster fire in these 2 teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, the next segment will have some more offensive players. But with Saquon Barkley, he does stand out obviously among the rest of this group here now. But do you expect Saquon to get back to what we've seen since his rookie year, or do you expect somewhere in the middle? Because you did mention the Giants team as a whole isn't very good. Now, do you expect them to be able to produce where Saquon Barkley is putting up similar numbers to what we saw back in the day, or are we expecting something in the middle right now?
It's going to be hard to tell. I mean, there's even reports that Daniel Jones is being taken out for Tyrod Taylor to go in for reps on first team in training camp and in practice. And it's just, they're saying it's not because of anything. Well, it's because of his play. And they're not happy with how he's playing. Well, okay, if your quarterback is still having a question mark and you're going towards Tyrod Taylor, who has not exactly been stellar anywhere he's really been, he's been just fine. But you do at least know that you can count on him and you know what to expect. So they're sitting there with two solid, at least, offensive tackles with Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal, the rookie, coming in. The interior should be slightly improved because of Glowinski and guys along those. The one player that came over from the Buffalo Bills as well. I forget his name, but I don't know.
Matt Breida.
Oh no, the offensive guard. I meant.
Oh, offensive guard.
Feliciano. Yeah, Feliciano.
Feliciano. Yeah, you're right.
So we're sitting there and looking at, if you aren't trusting Daniel Jones to throw the ball as often, you're going to have this offense run through your most talented player in Saquon Barkley. His workload is guaranteed to be there, barring injury. I'm going to take that risk. What you're looking at is mid to late second, I believe, right now for his ADP, which is not bad at all. That's a good place to take him. If he can fall to the third, you're ecstatic. It's just do I know? No, nobody knows, because this is going to be an injury-based thing. He's going to have the touches, and I think that we can expect him to return to at least 80 to 90% of what we saw in his rookie year or so. I mean, all videos out of camp and such are him running guys over, running past guys, looking like his old self.
Right. Now, I definitely get that. It's definitely a big question mark because there's so much upside, but there's so much risk involved in Saquon. Mm-hmm. I definitely get, but he is in this area of the 101, 100%. Now we do have our guest finally joined us in, Mr. Jorge.
Oh, how you doing? I'm sorry I'm late.
No, don't worry about it. We're excited.
Covering.
Oh, you had a very long weekend, yes. I'm jealous. I wish I was there, man.
Oh, I wish you were there too. It was pretty phenomenal, and I also agree with Saquon Barkley being the 101 out of this division, out of this, yeah. Stud. I've been grabbing him all over the place on best ball, just going crazy on him.
I love it. So yeah, you are on the clock, my friend, for the 102 now. It's a tough division to think of here, but maybe this is their number 2.
102 in this division. Okay, well, yeah, Saquon's the clear number 1. Let's see. God, there's a couple good receivers to go with there. I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb.
No. We're only doing the Giants and the Commanders.
Oh, the Giants and the – I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. That's the next hour. That's the next half hour. Giants and the
Commanders. I probably would have said that.
Oh, then I'm going Terry McLaurin.
Okay.
Terry McLaurin. I do not like what I saw at Antonio Gibson in that exhibition game, and I think and Scary Terry. I like him a lot this season. I mean, it's been a little erratic, but I think he's going to connect on about at least 8 bombs from Carson Wentz this year. He loves to go deep. He loves to go for, deep sea fishing. He loves to go for the big one, and Scary Terry. He's the man. The F1.
F1, absolutely. Now, do you believe that he's got a lot of nicknames? It's great. Scary Terry F1. That's a lot. Now, do you believe the addition of Dotson coming to the team and Curtis Samuel coming back? Do you believe that helps him overall? Just seeing that coverage not be so just drawn towards his, or do you believe that the targets going away from him could be effective?
No, I think they're going to run the ball a fair amount, but this is a Scott Turner. This is Norv Turner offense. They're going to take some shots. I think Jahan Dotson is going to take some coverage away. They're not going to be able to double him. Maybe they'll be able to put the number 1 DB on him more often than not. But I tell you, I just think they're not going to be able to just put blanket coverage on him. I think it's going to. I think Dotson is going to eat some. I think Samuel is going to have a couple of blow up games here and there. They're going to be hard to predict. But Terry's the clear number one, and he's going to be getting plenty of work. I mean, I'd say about 120 targets, maybe about 75, 80 catches, and he's going to be well over 1,000 yards, and he's going to be a really good one.
I love it. I think that thinking of the two teams there, he's probably the clear number 2 overall. I think the 103, Mike, going back to you, I think that's where it could get tricky or whatever you personally prefer. I think that's where it's going to go from here. So who do you have at the 103?
I understand this is not the best spot to be in for really anybody that's going to select any type of fantasy relevant player. There is nothing but bad news, it seems to be coming out of camp for this guy, but I am going to still stick with Antonio Gibson as the 103 because I don't believe he loses this job. I don't think he becomes a second string running back. I think that he holds on to the number 1 position on an offense that is going to want to run the ball, like you said, Jorge. It's just, I don't trust anybody else, I will say that, at least. Whether it be one of the McKissick or Robinson in the backfield with him, or if you're looking at any of these pass catchers outside of McLaurin. You're looking at Kadarius Toney, who has barely been able to stay on the field in the short career that he has had for now it's his second year. And we just said that Daniel Jones has been just terrible in training camp and the preseason game. So if you're looking at that, then you're looking at Jahan Dotson. Do we actually think Carson Wentz can handle 2 offensive weapons in the pass catchers? Because it hasn't in a while, that's for sure. So I'm just going to stick with the guy that has the talent. He just needs to get out of his own head and stop fumbling the ball or be in the right place for pass protection. Just do the little things better, and he'll do the big things right as you would expect, because it's just scary afterwards.
Of course. I want to get back to Antonio Gibson in just a second. We did get a giant-sized donation, and actually got us to our goal.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much for your donation. She helped us get to our goal overall. Thank you so much. I wanted to make sure we get your name in here. Appreciate it so much. I just saw the transaction go through. Thank you so much. Definitely love that. It was much appreciated, and I want to make sure we get your name in here for sure, so people know how wonderful of a person you are. Thank you. If you want to come to the show today, please DM me. More than welcome to have you come on. If you're available anytime throughout the night, you let me know. All right. That was amazing. Love that. I love the donations. That was big. Loving it. Appreciate it very much.
Great time to have some positivity outside of this selection of players.
Oh, that's how you know this community is very just generous, and I love it very much. Great to be part of. So, and I thank you guys for joining as well. So, back to Antonio Gibson now. Now, you guys saw today that he was on the punt team today, right? Mm-hmm. So he's playing punt team, special teams. None of this concerns you this offseason, Mike, at all.
Oh, of course it does.
It does. Okay.
But I'm just saying that in terms of the rest of the players that this player pool has as a selection, I think that he has the most upside to him. He is the one that's I believe, going to have the most work out of, or most opportunities, which in fantasy opportunities are key, between Dotson, Toney, Kenny Golladay, I don't really want any part of, and we're not looking at the tight ends very much. So it's, I don't know, like whatever the saying is for covering crap in like gold and trying to make it look better. That's essentially what we're trying to do here.
I love that.
I love that too.
I love that. That's awesome. Good one, Mikey. I'm going to think about that a bunch of times today.
Me as well. All right. So Antonio Gibson sits at the 103. I thought it might be a little hard, but I definitely get your 103 take on that, Mike. So, all right, Mr. Jorge, 104.
Wow. To follow Gibson, I just the one thing about Gibson, I do think he's going to be, I agree with Mike, he's going to be the lead ball carrier in Washington. I I think McKissick's going to take just enough away from him in the passing game, and Brian Robinson is going to be a problem too. So that's why I'm grabbing Robinson way later. But the next one, I'm going to go upside on this, and the game against the Cowboys is still ringing in my ears. Kadarius Toney, I think it's a coaching staff that's going to be a much more dynamic. That's going to be much better at play calling. I mean, look at what he did with how he helped turn Josh Allen into one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Kadarius Toney is gonna benefit from the fact that he may be he is a very dynamic ball player when he is on the field. Now there have been some character concerns on him. The thing is, we're gonna see. I'm gonna hope that the talent and that the character concerns were kind of overblown. I mean, you know, Steven, you live in the backyard. The media is not kind if even the smallest thing comes out. So so I'm gonna take my chances on him as far as the pass catcher. Second year, I think I'm gonna take the possibilities doing something in a Brian Daboll offense.
All right, I like it there a lot, honestly, because I think he has major upside in this offense overall. Like, is there a possibility that he actually finishes with the most targets on this team?
That's the thing, because you know what, Kenny Golladay is making some money on that team, and
he's money, but he's not looking sharp in practice. If you've been watching it so far, it's been a major disconnect between him and Daniel Jones. But we've seen Toney do some things, with at least in a Giants uniform.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Kenny G hasn't made sweet music in a Giants uniform ever. So, yeah, and you know what? And it's multiple injuries with him. It's not just one thing. So that's the thing. That's why Kadarius. I'll take my chances on him. There's some other ones to take some chances on in that team that are going later in drafts.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to be GM and host at the same time. It's a lot of background stuff going on. Especially, was trying to say thank you for the big donation. So I apologize. I was not in here, so I apologize. But however, I do like your thing with Toney, because I think of everyone who's left, he presents the most upside. There might be one other person that might have more upside potentially. But I think Toney has a lot of upside here. So maybe Mike will come up with my guy next here. So Mike, who do you have at the 1-5 in this division?
This is between two rookies, one of which I believe you're talking about, and then another one that is on Washington. Both of the receiver position, I am going to go with the player I think is more talented, which is Jahan Dotson.
Yes, that was the guy.
You sniped me. Sniper, no sniping.
I mean, it's a first-round rookie that actually went earlier than I expected to in the draft, but certainly Washington wanted a wide receiver coming into the draft in the first round, so they were fine with I believe trading down or trading up. There were so many trades it was hard to keep track. But Jahan Dotson was one of the best route runners coming out of the class. He's got great yards after the catchability, great hands. It's just going to be, him getting off press coverage and more dealing with these bigger NFL cornerbacks and defensive backs. That's going to be something to watch out for him. But in camp, it's sounding like he's having no trouble at all. So outside of the fact that Carson Wentz is his quarterback, and last year only one quarterback had more games with less than 200 yards than Carson Wentz, which was Jalen Hurts, and he still was good because he ran the ball. So if we have another repeat performance from Carson Wentz, then likely Dotson isn't going to work out because it's going to be all with Terry McLaurin. But there's a chance that this talented rookie from Penn State, which as a Pitt fan and Pitt alum, I am not happy to be talking about him that much, but I try to keep that aside when it comes to fantasy. Dotson seems like the guy to take here.
That was the guy who I said could go at the 1-4 because of the upside he presents and his talent and speed that he's shown us on the field over his college career here, bringing to Washington, because in reality, they don't have a wide receiver 2 on this team. Logan Thomas is still recovering from an ACL tear, so he's usually the number 2 pass catcher the last few seasons here. But Curtis Samuel has been kind of the shell of himself over the last few seasons now. Haven't really seen him kind of get back to what we thought he could potentially be. I know I was a big Curtis Samuel fan, but Dotson has a real special opportunity if Carson Wentz can kind of get things going again. The Washington pass attack could be interesting, to say the least. So, love that there, Mike. All right, my friend, back to you. What do we have at 1-6?
Gosh. One guy I really like is Hurt. Actually, I'm in a dynasty league with you, Steven.
Oh, okay.
Coach Steve. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go upside. Wan'Dale Robinson. Mike, is that the other guy you were?
Yep, that was the other one I was referring to.
Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson. He's got a great stop start. He's just got tools, and if he puts it together for even a little bit, and let's keep in mind, they picked him. This coaching staff, this regime picked him. They're gonna have they're gonna scheme him up. They're gonna have some play calls specifically for him. They love the gadgety feel to him. I think and he's got really, I mean, he's got good speed. He's got shiftiness. I love his play. I think I think he just needs to put it together. And there've been some decent reports on him coming out of training camp. But obviously, you always worry about rookies. With Dotson, a lot of times, for every Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson that blows up from the beginning, you got 15 other guys who, if they're going to blow up, it's the second half of the season or in their second season. So, but I'll take the chance on the upside that the kid pops in a good offense, in a improved offense.
Improved offense, maybe not a good offense, but improved. Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah. Because we're gonna have to pick some of these quarterbacks at some point.
No, definitely. I know the quarterbacks are getting there, so we might be able to talk about them still. So, but Robinson definitely. I mean, hearing great things out of camp from. We'll see. It definitely was a strange pick. They took him as early as they did for sure, but hopefully they can use him in this offense. It just depends on some of like Tony and Robinson. It depends where they play this season. I think will be their overall success. I think in the long term. I mean, because I think they both could be considered slot receivers, but we'll see who actually plays the slot role and who doesn't by the season. So don't hate that one. Mike, back to you. The 107. Who you got?
Yeah, I will say that I like Robinson because of the fact that he's going to likely man the slot, and Sterling Shepard during his time manning the slot was Daniel Jones' go-to guy. Loved him. There's no real chance of him seeming to play at least early in this season. So, yeah, I think that there's upside for there, especially what his ADP is. It's a good dart throw to have.
Of course.
I'll sit there, and now we're at we were scary before, but now we're just getting terrifying for players to pick. I guess I'll pick J.D. McKissic because of his Carson Wentz is not afraid to throw it short and dump off. Nyheim Hines had plenty of receptions last season. So it's going to be, hey, if Gibson isn't going to be the guy that's going to be a workhorse type running back, then that means that McKissic and Robinson are going to have snaps on the field. And when McKissic is on the field, he was on the field at the right time when it comes to receiving and red zone stuff. So it's a reasonable RB2 to take on a team when it comes to the range of the double-digit rounds in fantasy drafts that you're going to be looking at for what their price tags are.
Right, and it's how bad these two teams are that we're talking about J.D. McKissic at the 1-7 right now. That's how bad we're getting to this division here. But yeah, I mean, McKissic has that passing upside in his game, and if he can continue just to man that role or be effective in PPR leagues for sure, it'd be interesting to see how they work this running back core. But McKissic probably at least has the third down and passing work, 2-minute drill ability in his game. So. Or how he has his value here somewhere. So I like it, Mike. All right, back to you, my friend. The 1-8. What do we got here? Are we going to go maybe tight end, a quarterback now, or are we still going to stick to these skilled players?
God, I don't like the tight ends in this one. But so I'm gonna start the quarterback run, and I'm gonna throw Carson Wentz out there.
Okay.
And I know the reports have been tough, but The one thing there are a few things, and actually I had Manny Chokuba. He's Talking Sports with Manny, as well as Taking Command. He's got a Commanders Only podcast and YouTube show. If you guys haven't, check it out. He's fantastic, great insight on the Washington Commanders. We talked about it, and he pointed out the fact that for all of the zits on him, Wentz is still the best quarterback that Washington has had in a long time, which kind of says something about their quarterbacks. So, and he also pointed out the fact that if you look at Wentz's, weapons, he hasn't had this many varied weapons in a long time. Even the near MVP season that he had in Philadelphia, Alshon Jeffrey was the best receiver he had. Michael Pittman was a stud last year, absolute stud. I'm grabbing him all wherever I can, but he was the one guy. He was the only guy who was catching any balls from him. So now he's got guys on the outside. So this is kind of like a hopeful pick a little bit. Okay. Because the other guy is also a hopeful pick. but I just think, this is a guy who played at a near MVP level. And the other thing about him is this is the first time that he's playing without having been on a team that either drafted him or coached him. So, you kind of think that, he's kind of kicked out of the nest, and maybe it's just kind of like one of those things that he needs, that it's like grow up. And sometimes players, when they have that kind of thing happen to them, they kind of like, it's kind of like their career is on the line, and his career is very much on the line this year. It's really put up or shut up for him. So I'm going to take on the fact that if a guy's career is in the balance, hey, you know what? Take a chance that he's going to come back, and he's going to, with his back to the wall, he's going to respond.
I know. I love that there a lot. Before we get into more Carson Wentz talk, though, right? Mike, I know you got to get going, brother. Appreciate you jumping on for this hour. It was a pleasure talking to you, man. I definitely want to talk to you again in the future for sure. And if there's anything you want to shout out right now, floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, you can find me. I write for Dynasty Nerds, and also do important nonsense for writing and podcasting. So catch me there. And then my Twitter is @_Mike_Manning. So, just check it all out and keep up with this, because obviously hit the goal, but might as well break through the ceiling with the goal and keep going.
Hell yeah, I love it.
Pleasure to do it.
Absolutely, Mike. Thank you for coming on, brother. We'll definitely talk again soon.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Hey, take care, Mike. So
okay.
The interesting thing, right as I was about to come on, my dog came over and just plopped himself on the bed right next to my studio. So it's perfect.
He knows what's going on. He knows what's
going on.
Love
it that the goal has been made.
Yeah, no,
keep going.
I know, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. And it was very exciting for sure. So I'm glad we were able to hit up, and I'm hoping we have another 7 hours still, 6.5. So hopefully we can do more. But man, how was the expo? We got a few minutes here. How was the expo, man?
Phenomenal. I mean, it was sensory overload right from the start, because it's people that I've interacted with, like I'm interacting with you, phone calls, text messages, Twitter, liking their, but they were real people all of a sudden. And it was just, spectacular. And then as I was flying out, you would ask me what's my, what was my highlight of the weekend. And there were tremendous highlights. There's a bunch of videos of me singing "Sweet Caroline" on Twitter that on karaoke on Sunday night. That just let's just say that is one of the great karaoke songs, because the crowd just took it over. It was like, now I know why Bono loves being a rock star. So. But the absolute highlight, Graham Barfield, who's a friend, and I'm in the Fantasy Points Media Group. He kind of asked me he threw out into a chat on Thursday if anybody from Fantasy Points side wanted to go into a Kings Classic auction draft. I was like, yes. I was like on a layover, and I was like, yes, please. I love auctions. Next thing I know, I'm sitting at the same table with Pat Fitzmaurice. Scott Pianowski was literally to my left. Marcus Grant, Drew Davenport, Ryan McDowell, just ballers in the industry. And like the most hilarious thing was they posted a picture of our draft table. It was just, it's just three long conference tables put in a U all around. One of my buddies back in LA, who he and I play in a Superflex league that I commissioner for, and he is also the commissioner for our fantasy baseball league. He texts me mid draft. He's like, he circles a picture of the tweet. He's like, "Is this you?" I'm like, yes. He's like, "Holy moly, you're in the big kids table." So I was like, yes.
That's awesome. Damn.
And it was a blast. And honestly, one of the things was, one of the things that Graham, one of the few things Graham and I have in common is we're both big Hero RB guys. And so I told him since it's his team that I'm drafting on his behalf, I'm going to go Hero RB. So I said, I hope I don't overspend for Jonathan Taylor. And $52 on a 14-team auction draft. I think when he went for close to 7, there were 2 other auctions going on at the same time. He and Christian McCaffrey went like between $65 and $70 in both of those auctions, and I got him for 52. I was like, and it was just, I mean, and him and McCaffrey were the 2 highest paid players, but it was incredible. And actually, your one of your next guests is I saw her. Actually, several of your guests that are coming up, I hung out with at the expo. But Kendall was someone that we're in the same Scott Fishbowl league, and so we bonded a little bit more. Just phenomenal person. Just I can't say enough. But yeah, I mean, Maddie Kroll, who's coming on, she was on. I see her like a little sister, even though I'm probably old enough to be her dad. But no, it just to do so many things. I mean, I got to see the Hall of Fame for the first time, which that was my Sunday afternoon. And but yeah, just reading, it's just hanging out and interacting with people. Pat Fitzmaurice has become a friend. Just I could go on, and it was great. Even getting my butt kicked and knocked out of the poker tournament on Friday afternoon, right when we started, it was still fun.
Love it.
But yeah, big ups to Bob Long. I can't recommend you guys going anymore. I mean, there were a lot of people coming driving in from Jersey side. Oh.
Yeah. But I'm hoping next year we can go. We had a wedding to go to this weekend, so we both couldn't go. But we're hoping next year, man. I'd love to meet you in person. So hopefully next year we can make it out. So
yeah, I hugged so many people, and the weather was perfect. No humidity. It was like high of 80 degrees. We even got a little bit of rain on Saturday night, which, us in California, I was like, what the heck is that coming out of the sky? But no, it's just incredible time. Can't say enough superlatives about Bob Long, the city of Canton. Even Jose's Landing on Sunday night, we took the place over and went for the karaoke night.
Just as fantasy analysts do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was great. It was great.
That's awesome. Ryan, what's going on, man? To the show.
I was pounding me some water.
No, that's okay. I wasn't sure. As soon as I clicked your name, you saw picking the water up. I'm like, that was bad timing.
Oh no, dude, it was all good. It's my Jags cup. It's all right.
Yeah, I love you repping the Jaguar. I love that.
All got to do it, man.
Absolutely.
It was my first day of work at school, so I had to show up representing.
Oh, you have to show that for sure. I love it.
And they talk crap, whatever. I've been hearing that for 25 years.
Let them talk the crap. Who cares? So
I
love having you both on. Before we get going with this next mock draft here, I just want to shout out, guys. The next 30 minutes is here. If you're listening here now, we are the fantasy coaches who are helping raise money for the Humane Society, helping what they do best. Whether it's, many people believe it's, the adoption of pets, like dogs and cats, and that's just one part of it. They do more than that. They make sure they have homes. They try to do their best on that. They make sure where they're staying at now is a good environment, but they also help out the wildlife. And it's like, the birds, the crocodiles, any mammals are out there, bears, they help out every kind of animal out there and try and preserve them from the things that we do to them, unfortunately, and do whatever they do best there. And it's a great cause. We actually just reached our goal in the last half hour of $500. We're hoping to go above and beyond that here with more fantasy talk and more if you're just coming in and going as you please here. So we are talking about the Cowboys and Eagles now. We're going to get to that here now. Mock draft edition, of course. So this is a 1 QB, normal redraft league, half point PPR. Ryan, I'm going to let you go first since you're the new guest in here now. What do you got with the 101 in this Cowboys-Eagles teams?
I was thinking about it too, and I was wondering if you were going to say super flex or 1 QB. Because, and I just want to say, if it was a super flex, it's Jalen Hurts without a doubt.
I love
just
that.
Want to point that out there. But as a 1 QB league, we obviously want to turn towards our running backs. But in my mind, there's 4 running backs in these 2 teams that are going to be producing. So give me CeeDee Lamb at 101 all day.
Oh, yo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Enjoy all that.
I love it.
That's
Now with CeeDee Lamb, I think I asked this question. We did a show this past week on wide receiver tiers. And I grouped them in a group with like Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, Deebo Samuels. And I think there was one more. I can't think off the top of my head. But because of CeeDee Lamb's situation, he has probably the least competition for top targets. Do you take CeeDee Lamb over those top tier guys because you expect him to have a major target load this year? So you take
Devontae, is that on me? Devontae Adams is a big question mark for me. And I know that sounds crazy. You're adding Carr and company, but anytime anything happens with the Raiders, you got to give it 6 months at least to see really what happens. I find CeeDee as I think he's better than Deebo Samuel. I'll take CeeDee over Deebo. If you've heard it once, it's already enough that he don't like his role. I don't care what he's getting paid. Things change when camp happens and as injuries take on their roles and things like that. So, like you said, the least amount of targets. Yeah, I think so. Gallup's a little injured, and you got Dalton Schultz over here, who I think is going to be possibly a top 5 tight end. And you just never know what Pollard and Zeke's going to do. But I put CeeDee as a top 5 receiver for me, without a doubt, and that's including Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
All right, I love it. Hey, Coach Jibbs. What's up, brother? Welcome in finally.
Nah, I've been listening for the last hour.
Love it.
Crazy that the quarterbacks fell to like 7 and 8 in the last divisional matchup preview you guys just did. But okay, Tal, Jorge, the Don, nice to meet you.
How you doing, brother?
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Welcome in, my guy. Love you joining in. What time's your horseshoe tournament?
Well, we were supposed to have the party today, like at 6, but it got pushed back, but we're still playing. So you got me for another hour and change, and then I'll be back on when I get back. Hopefully you guys can understand what I will be saying.
Oh, I love it. Then, so I might need you to step up at that point. So I'm 2 hours in now. So all right. So on to the 102 here, Jorge, my friend. You have the 102. What do you got with the 102?
I don't like myself for this, but I got to go Zeke.
Okay.
I have not gotten Zeke much at all at this. I'm actually going to force the Don into something I think he doesn't like to do. But I look at this. I had RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys in the SB Nation, and he just pointed out the fact that they are just going to keep feeding Zeke. He's not as dynamic as Tony Pollard. But I look at Zeke, and he's gonna get his 225, 250 carries, and I'm kind of doing it crossing my fingers, hoping that like he's completely healed and maybe he's better than he was last year when he apparently was hurt most of the season. So. But yes, I don't love myself for it. Familia, everybody out there, the fantasy coaches community, when you're in the dead zone and Zeke is coming up, go get a receiver. That's all I say.
That's why I went CeeDee.
You have to make that hard choice. You definitely don't.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, definitely.
I'll go get Deontay Johnson instead. In this draft.
I love it. All right, so Jibbs, I'm going to bring you in here, my friend. The 103. You're on mute, my friend.
I'm just picking players between Dallas and Philly.
Yep, just Dallas and Philly.
Oh wow, such talent.
You know half the team at least, so it's just
I know both teams, but I'm gonna go with Jalen Hurts, and I have him over Dak just because, some of Dallas lost some of the weapons, some of them are hurt right now. Obviously, we know both quarterbacks could run a little bit. I think Jalen Hurts wants to do a little bit more. We saw last year what Jalen Hurts could do when he had 9 games of like season starts on him. So now you add another 16, 17 on top of that. We just hear, I know the reports earlier camp was kind of yucky about his passing and whatnot, but they have gotten better. Obviously, they have influx of talent now with AJ Brown. You have a year 2 Devontae Smith. I just think like it's kind of all set up for him, and even to have like a better passing year. Like I'm not going to expect him to be like 1,000-yard rusher, but still, at the end of the day, when you're a quarterback and you're running, those points add up. That's like gravy on top of the pasta, if you understand me.
Oh, I understand that, that's for sure. Honestly, I've been buying more and more Jalen Hurts as the month has gone on. I mean, today, I think it was today or yesterday, they were saying he looked just amazing out there in practice, whiffing the ball across the field. So I like that at the 103. Would you have taken, obviously, him over everyone else if it was a super flex league? Over CD, basically?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just want to...
That's the only reason he got Hurts.
Ryan said it early on.
But he's also such a weapon because of the rushing upset. I mean, he ran for like around 800 yards last year, and I don't know if he runs for that much because I think they're going to pass more, but that's just going to increase his. You know, if he takes steps forward as a passer with all those weapons that we're about to draft, but I'm not going to say. But yeah, I'm really high on him this year.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting. I think a lot of people are going to aim for Jalen Hurts in drafts this year.
I overpaid him in a high stakes auction.
Did you? How much did you
I
pay?
didn't care. $36 million on a 3-year, so $36 million per. I got Kyler on a $33 million for 4-year.
It's not bad.
I'm all about matching up my super flexes with runners.
Yes.
It brought me this.
Oh,
Yeah, shoot that bad boy off. Yeah.
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 High stakes champion on RSO.
I love that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm doing an 18-man eliminator league with the good old boys, and it was a blind auction. Never done a blind auction draft before. Literally just go to your waivers, click the players you want, and I got Jalen Hurts for like $35. I was out of a $200 budget. I was like, let's go.
Oh yeah,
He should have cost you $60.
He should have, but no one. I think everyone undervalued everyone and wanted to save their money, and I took advantage. Like Cooper Kupp didn't go. I'm so mad. I could at least put $1 on him and didn't. So mad. I feel like
because everybody thought they put $100 on him.
I figured somebody would take him. I was like, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to look at other positions here, and I'm so upset about it. Maybe tonight, if no one looks. We got round 2 tonight, but let's get things going. Ryan, over to you. The 104. Who you got?
104. Okay. Oh man. Let's start. Give me Dak.
Dak?
Give me Dak. I can't. There's only 2 quarterbacks. At least, and I said there's 4 running backs.
All right. Now, before I let you talk about Dak, Dak would have gone above the 2 non-skilled position or the skilled position players?
Not, I mean, superflex only. If it's not a superflex, you don't draft a quarterback until 7th, 8th, 9th rounds. So, I would have, and CD could easily be worth a 1st-round pick, 2nd-round pick. Zeke probably falling into 2 or 3, maybe even dropping into 4 because people don't know anything about football most of the time. That's drafting on those things.
Of course.
So,
I respect it. Now, with Dak now, are you scared of what weapons are left in the passing game? I mean, no more Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup's recovering. Yes, we have obviously had love CeeDee Lamb, but Jalen Tolbert's a rookie. They have a bunch of journeymen like Noah Brown and some other guys out there I can't even name off the top of my head. Does he scare you at all, though?
Absolutely. I feel like he's probably the least valued running quarterback for me because of the injuries he's suffered. I think he's more so still on that. He was a 5th-round pick, had a stellar couple seasons, and everybody loves the Cowboys. I think that's the only reason he's still getting the ADP he is getting. And sure, he's got a live arm, but what quarterback in the league doesn't? It's just the way it goes, and if he's forced to run, which he may be, because like you just said, they only got CD and Schultz. They're not going to respect the other 2 receivers, which may turn that into Pollard. Move Pollard down to that slot a little bit more, move him out of there so you can have your best athletes on the field. That's
Right.
probably what I'm going to see out of Dallas. But Dak, I'm in 28 leagues and I own 0 Dak. And I was in 55 leagues last year and I had 0 Dak. If that tells you anything about my feelings on Dak. And I just took Dak, but that's because I only had choices of 1 and 2.
I respect it.
I'm not a Dak guy.
I had a note the other day. I mean, his home road splits were something incredible. He threw like 23 touchdowns and 2 interceptions at home, and then I believe it was 14 and 8 on the road. So it was just
and that's no Amari. Amari blew up last year in the beginning of the season. Just straight went crazy. I don't see anything like that going on this year. It's a CD, but everybody expects that.
It's gonna be CD's gonna eat. It's just whether Jalen Tolbert grows up, but Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz could be the number 2 receiver on that team.
Yeah, I love Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, but I mean that was still. I believe the Cowboys were still number 2 in passing yardage overall in the season last year. So
weren't they losing a lot?
Were they?
I got a lot of
believe me, I'm not a Cowboy lover, so I'm just spewing out.
No, they weren't winning a whole lot, to be honest. They
weren't winning by a lot.
They were in shootouts, and that's what's going to happen. You're going to have a lot of passing yards.
Yeah, they blew out the Eagles, and the insane part is like he padded his stats in Week 18 with like 350 yards and 5 touchdowns. Where it's like, oh yeah, that helped no one in fantasy unless you had him in DFS.
That just made him look better for this season. That's all it did.
Exactly.
Hey, like I said, I was in almost 60 leagues, 0 Dak.
Like it a lot there. All right, Jorge, my friend, on to the 1-5 now. Yes, 1-5. What you got?
So you guys have heard the 0 RB strategy, right?
Heard of it?
Okay.
Not you.
So I'm introducing a new one in this league, 0 QB strategy.
Yeah.
Because I'm not grabbing Gardner Minshew.
The mullet? What?
Yeah, I'm going AJ Brown, guys.
AJ Brown.
Ben DiNucci went for 112 and a touch last night. I don't know what you're thinking. Against Denver.
Oh, Ryan, you're cracking me up, man.
I'm trying.
Thank you for giving me the comedy. I love it. AJ Brown is one of my favorite football players. I think he's an extraordinary athlete. I think he's one of the best receivers. He's one of the best contested catch players. I think if Jalen Hurts is going to take a big step forward, it's going to be largely because of that man. And I want a piece of that. I've grabbed him up. I feel like he's priced down because I don't think his volume is going to be. I don't think he's going to be getting 140, 150 targets. But he's a very efficient receiver, and I think he's. I like that. I like the chances that he has a good season. Plus, he got the bag, so they want him to. They want to make sure that he that he's going to get to work. He's going to get the ball.
I got a bold statement for AJ Brown. He will lead the leagues in touchdown catches with 40+.
Ooh.
I can see it. Absolutely.
Whenever that secondary steps down on Hurts, is this going to be a flick of the wrist?
Yep. I can see
praying, baby, praying.
And then Devontae over there is going to be the 140 target guy, getting like 95, like a Jalen Waddle type situation like last year. Oh, yes.
AJ Brown gets hurt. Devonta Smith gets more anyway.
Don't use the H word. Don't use the H word. No H word. No I word. They're curse words here.
No, right. I love the AJ Brown take. I think AJ Brown. I feel like is going not higher, but I feel like especially in Superflex, he's being paired up with Jalen Hurts every which way. I've seen it. Jalen Hurts goes in round 2. AJ Brown goes in round 3 or 4, and they make that pairing there. So AJ Brown is definitely. I mean, people forget about him because he was hurt last year, and he's going to a new team. And with Jalen Hurts, he's explosive. You get the ball in his hand, he's going to do something with it. So at the 1-5, I mean, it's a no-brainer for sure. So Jibs at the 1-6, my friend, what do you got?
You guys are taking all the good people.
Yes.
I'm gonna go with Dalton Schultz actually.
Yes.
Dalton Schultz.
I'm not really like a believer anymore of grabbing these mid-round tight ends, but like you can make a very good case for Dalton Schultz. You saw his production last year with Cooper and everyone in the lineup. We just talked out those guys are just kind of removed from the lineup. So in the tight end guys, you kind of want to be that number 1, which most cases you're not because they're a tight end, or the number 2 passing option on your offense. I think Dalton Schultz falls into both of those. He's a big red zone target. And hey, if we're drafting Dak as a top 8 quarterback, I might as well go get it as tight end that he seems to love. So I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz, and that's going to be over Devontae Smith, even though it hurts me. He's going to have 140 targets and 90 catches.
And Dallas?
What was that, Steve?
Over your boy Dallas, too?
Yeah, like I know Goddard could be utilized
because
in
there's
the
more
offense,
weapons.
but there's just so
That's
much.
true.
Like I'm not gonna
More
draft
weapons.
3 Eagles or whatever, but like he's still gonna be that guy. But he ain't gonna be like his stellar end of the last season form. I
No,
believe.
especially with Smith was hurt and kind of just no one else was there. So, no, I get it. I get Dalton Schultz has an opportunity to be the second fiddle on this team very easily, to see that 100-target season very easily, especially with Gallup not playing week 1 and seeing what else is going on in that team there. So I do get the 106 play there. So I like it. Ryan, my friend, over to you. What do you got? A 1-7?
Okay, since I got my CD and Dak stack, we're going to go ahead and do what my boy here was talking about, Devontae. Lock in my catches there. Take ourselves some Devontae Smith.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ryan's got the best team now.
Just working on it. Just working. Just doing more work.
Building blocks, baby.
At least you weren't in the last conversation, because the Giants and Washington was pretty tough. Or I can talk about that, but yeah, it was pretty rough to do that. The division. I should have split these 2 up, I guess, but I didn't.
Well,
So
if we did IDP, we'd be all good. Those
oh yeah, defense.
Oh.
So
I'm finishing up my Dolphins one. Oh my.
ooh, can't lie. I love that. There, I have the offensive side of the ball, so I'm excited to see what you say.
You know, this just I don't know, random stat, but I don't know why I gotta say it. But they were second in pass deflections last year with 92 or 91 as a defense.
Are they really? Oh wow, I did not know that.
Who were the Dolphins? Were?
The Dolphins were
Oh wow.
right.
Definitely didn't seem like that in their
Well,
play.
that's like average of 5 a game, more
Dude.
than 5 a game.
And if, I mean, that's good money.
We have a low key underrated defense. So
Yes. Oh, sorry, sidetracked you.
oh, no. You could talk. You could stop me anytime to talk about Miami Dolphins any day.
Oh, okay. I mean, like I got a lot of good thoughts on them. We're getting it wrote up. You'll see it. It's gonna be nice.
I love it. So with Devontae Smith, I think you might have mentioned it already, but you do believe he's going to be the PPR of this 2 duo here.
I do. You know, we're gonna have Goddard. I mean, probably gonna get taken here in a minute. So I can go ahead and say it. Goddard's going to be that red zone threat more so. A.J. Brown's going to be their deep threat, and I think Devontae Smith's going to move the sticks. He's going to be the guy that eats that middle up or breaks down on the sideline, little toe tapping, things of that nature.
All
I
right.
like that fast-paced offense.
I like it too. I was a big fan of him coming out of college, so wish he was almost a Dolphin, but I still like it anyway. So love that pick. All right, Jorge, the 108. What do you got here, man?
His name it just came out. Dallas Goedert. I want to grab. If I'm not going to get a quarterback, I'm going to grab a tight end, and a good tight end. Dalton Schultz is better, but Dallas Goedert, he's definitely they've got a 3-headed monster that's going to be getting the catches, and I think Goddard is going to be one of the top tight ends this year. Definitely top 10. He could even be like 6, 7, 8 thereabouts, and one of those things. Young quarterback's best friend is a tight end. It's a good pass catching tight end. So let's
Jalen Hurts isn't young anymore. He's a veteran, sir.
Has he gotten 20 starts in the NFL? I don't think so.
Doesn't
Not
matter.
yet.
I don't think so. He's almost there.
In this league, it's so high
I think he's
octane.
got a 20 year. At least
These
20.
games are so elongated, so many passing attempts. And when you run, I think your game doubles.
Yes, I agree
A lot
with
more
that.
work.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Definitely agree with that. I love it. I love the 108 there. Now we're going to get into, I feel like at this point is pretty tough here. So we'll see if Coach Jib knows what he's doing 1-9.
Oh, I got TP. I'm running to the pole with that pick. Give me Tony Pollard.
Tony.
Yeah,
Damn,
yeah. When Zeke's wheels falls off, I'm gonna be
My
running that.
first loss.
God, so Jib. Go ahead, Jibs.
Yeah, so like Pollard, he's just getting more volume. We saw last year that Pollard was You saw it on the film. You saw it on the stats. Like, he was just way more efficient than Zeke. Like, Zeke, sure, he's locked and loaded. He's going to get his 15, 18 touches per game. But, like, when Pollard's on the field, like, he's making yardage. Like, by catching the ball, running the ball. Like, he has high efficiency numbers. I don't think he's going to be, like, a guy who's going to get – I don't think he may be able to pencil in for, like, 145, 150 rush attempts. But, like, at this point in the draft, I'm looking at all these basically dead zone running backs, the tail end of them. I want some guy who could get me some receiving upside. I'm going to take Pollard. And there's no weapons on the field. We saw Pollard's a good pass catcher. He might even play out wide. So started off right.
That is true. He is good. I mean, what's the upside if Zeke gets hurt with Pollard? Is he an RB1 at that point?
I'll put him in the end of my RB1s for a weekly.
Pollard starts getting moved for 2023 first, like stupidity whenever that happens. Watch.
I'm gonna sell him for 2023 first.
Yeah, people will be
That's
going
what
crazy.
I'm gonna say. That's where I'll start.
People will
Contract
go
year for him
crazy.
too.
Is it a contract year?
I'm not. Don't put it to my head, but
Let me
I'll
look
look it up. I'll look
We
it up.
know
Let me
who
look
the
it up.
owner is. We
All
know
right,
who
you
the
can
owner
look it up. I'll keep.
Jerry Jones don't let nobody go. He don't want to lose.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe Antonio Brown will go there. Who knows? Brian, let's get one more in for you. The 110.
Oh,
What you got? It's low now.
This is a lock, and I suggest everyone look for this man in their leagues because at the end of the season, he should be the RB1, and that's Kenneth Gainwell.
I want to throw up. Ugh.
Just doing it.
Ow.
Yeah.
That
People
hurt
don't
me.
like me in their leagues.
Nope,
That hurt me. He's been
Wow,
he's
and you
been that guy.
and over Miles Sanders too.
I did.
I
I,
would've
like
taken
him
him.
over Miles Sanders straight up right now without him.
Why Gainwell over Sanders?
Because I can't tell you the last time Sanders had a full season.
Never.
Never.
Last.
Concussion for Scott. There's only in this league, running backs shelf life is now 3 years. It is, unless you're a stud, and they've hit their limit. So it's either shit or get off the pot. And Gainwell's not, he's not wasting any time in that backfield. He's coming for it.
I got one
actually
thing.
this weekend they're going to be the start. He's going to be the starter this weekend.
Yep. And I got one thing to add about that.
Miami.
Shane Steichen, the offensive coordinator, was the offensive coordinator in with the Chargers, and Kenny Gainwell is that kind of pass catching pet and go back in the Austin Eckler mode.
Mini Eckler.
Mini Eckler. Nick Sirianni was in Indianapolis, where they had Naheem Hines. This guy is going to eat. And one thing, Connor Miles from Sports Illustrated told me one thing. He was the one who really got me high on Kenny Gainwell. He pointed out that the Eagles, number one ranked offensive line by Pro Football Focus, the best side of the offensive line is the left, and Kenny Gainwell prefers to run to the left. So
This pleases me. I own a lot of Gainwell.
Oh, I'm getting him 10th, 11th. I think it's Scott Fishbowl. I got him in like the 13th round.
I gotta get in that Scott Fishbowl.
Oh,
You're not in it, right?
I am not, but I gotta get in there.
Oh man, I've been in the last 2 years now. It's been so much fun.
it's a
I was killing it last year, and then I literally lost. I lost Dobbins, Gus Edwards. I lost freaking Derrick Henry, but I also had Najee Harris. I had Darrell Henderson. Like my team was solid, but just every week I kept on losing someone. I'm like, come on, break here. But
your best ball league wasn't too hot. I feel you, bro.
It happens.
It does.
Definitely. All right.
I'm playing so many because if one goes bad, well, that's all right.
That's what I do.
I got these other 30.
I played all my dynasty
I'm
leagues.
getting players that I wanted, so I was like, screw this. I'm done with this 5 league stuff. If I want Trevor Lawrence, I'm gonna go find him.
Of
If they don't
course.
want to trade him to me because I'm a Jag and they want a Jags, it's all right. We're gonna go get him somewhere else.
Love it. All right, we are coming up to the hour, guys. I don't know if you guys want to hang out and stay on. If not, let me know, and I'll sign you guys off now.
I actually got a jet. The old lady's getting here soon, and I got to go coach some 7th and 8th grade football. I live
All
this
right.
shit, man.
Love it. So go ahead, Rye. Anything you want to say real quick? It's all floor is yours for a second. Go for it.
If you guys can, follow me at Piccolo FFIDP. That's kind of my main thing, as I rank IDP at Dynasty Nerds, and we're doing our 32 team, 32 series this month.
Yes, we are.
I think I've got about 8 to 10 teams I'll be doing. The Dolphins should be coming out within the week, and I believe I have the Colts and every Florida team because that's just how I do. So,
all right.
Other than that, man, that's what I'm doing. You guys get a hold of me and let me know, and I'm here. I'm always down to come back.
All right, sounds great. We'll definitely talk in the future, my friend.
All right, thanks for having me, guys. Great meeting you.
Take care.
Later.
All right, you got to get off as well now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. My wife just got home. I want to check in with her, but
before you go, I want you to introduce a friend of yours, a really nice friend of yours, to the show real quick here.
My teammate,
hello,
my league mate, my sister. We're hanging out on Saturday. Now
we're back. Hey, I'm going to the Mariners game tonight though. So Mariners Angels. So I'll be thinking of you.
Oh, that's gonna be good. Now,
yeah.
everybody, make sure to ask her about make sure to ask Kendall about being a ball girl for the Mariners.
I will. I got you.
She is. She's like oh God, I'm trying. She's like Kyle Seager back there, making the snags on the hot corner. She's baller.
That's true.
Oh,
I love it.
My sister, mi amiga, mi hermana. Love you to bits. It was so great hanging out with you, and I'm so looking forward to get my butt kicked by you in Scott Fishbowl.
It'll be so fun.
Hey, by the way, did you make it home okay? You made it home okay?
Yeah, I did. Nice yesterday. So it was a long weekend, but glad we're back.
Oh yeah. I like that. I did enjoy the weather.
The weather was nice.
Yeah, seeing a little rain wasn't too bad.
Exactly.
Oh man, well I'm gonna let her take over because she's much more interesting than I am. So Kendall, sending you abrazos. Take care. Steven, Jibs, thank you guys. Always love it. Yeah, just keep an eye on my stuff on Jorge Martin 17, and if you guys can give us a follow on YouTube at Familia FFB, you'll find a recent show that Señorita Valenzuela was on, and several other things, including our NFL Insider Series. Tomorrow I'm finishing the 32 teams, so everything will be there. So
it's been a great series, Jorge. It's been a great series.
It's a great series. So thank you. Muchas gracias, everybody. And great. Love the cause.
Appreciate it, brother.
And I'm petting my dog as this is happening.
Love it. We'll talk to you, my friend.
Salud, everybody.
Take care. Kendall, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm good. I'm a little, I'm tired. So if I make a crazy selection, you can just look at me and say, "Are you sure? Are you tired? Are we positive here?"
Okay. Honestly, when I was thinking about this, I was like, I was coming up with a day, and I was talking to people, and then I thought about it. I was like, the Expo is literally like a day before. I'm like, this was a terrible idea, but I was like, well, I asked too many people. They said yeah, so I got to roll with it this year. Maybe next year I'll push it back, but.
It's perfect. It keeps us on our toes. So then when people come back, they say, you know what, we're doing the Bonathon, so we need to be in tip-top shape here.
Of course, exactly. So, all right, we have a second guest joining us today, Kendall.
Nice.
How are you?
Oh my gosh! Hello.
Hey,
Welcome to the show. I'm assuming you guys talked at the Expo too.
No, actually, I was not there. We talk enough on social media, although I think we're new Twitter friends, but. No, sadly enough, I was not able to go to the Expo this year. Planning on going next year, but it's been busy times, grinding the hell out of preseason DFS right now.
Oh my Lord.
You guys all need to go next year. You guys all need to go.
I'm hoping to. We had a wedding this past weekend, so literally we couldn't go. Like, we found out what the date was a year ago, and I was like, I asked my friend, "When's your wedding?" He goes, "This day." I'm like, "God damn!" Like, all right, I guess I have to go to your wedding now. I can't go to this Expo anymore.
I'm still answering DMs of people saying, "When do you go? Why didn't you go? Are you going?" All that kind of stuff. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
You just need a bot to respond, automatic replies.
Yeah, sorry, you cannot go this year. Please try again next year. All right, guys. So appreciate you both jumping on. Before we get into the mock draft here, we are at the next half an hour, guys. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes in. As we are the fantasy coaches. We are raising money for the Humane Society. Those who don't not know what they do over there, a lot of people do, but one portion of it is helping out with the adoption of our pets that we all love, dogs and cats, many other animals they have shelters for, and make sure that they are in great conditions for the long haul until they can find them a home. But it's also on the other side, the wildlife. They're out there preserving all the animals who, unfortunately, we at times don't think about that often, and they try to make sure that they are preserved and we do not go extinct. That we're doing it to them right now. But we've raised a lot of money so far. We've actually hit our goal of $500 early on today. So we're hoping for more in over this next 6 hour span here. But we have a lot of fantasy to talk about today, guys. So we are on to our next two groupings here. The Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals here. These are two great fantasy teams to talk about because we've had some stinkers over the last 2 hours, unfortunately. Sorry to all those guests who were on before, but this is where it gets interesting. This division is really fun, especially with the Ravens and Bengals. So, Derek, you're going to get the 101 there for this division here, or this two-team division here. Who do you have at the 101? This is a regular 1 QB, half-point PPR kind of league.
You said the Ravens, and what was the other team?
The Bengals.
Sorry, but by considering the cause, I picked up my little fantasy compadre. She usually stays in the office all day with me. Our little rescue chihuahua. I will take so the 101 out of the Ravens and the Bengals. I will take Jamar Chase.
Pretty easy answer.
I was like, why did he get the 101? What are we doing here?
I mean,
like,
it's
that's the
a
easiest
chalk.
answer
I mean,
we
I
get
know
all
it's going to be
day.
the chalk, but whatever. I mean, he's the best player in the division.
Yep.
He is. He definitely is the best player. There's no sophomore slump coming his way now. You don't believe in any of that?
No. Sorry, but she's like
No,
she
it's okay.
get comfortable right now. No, I don't think the sophomore slump is coming. I mean, I think we could see a sophomore slump for this passing attack overall, but I don't think that's going to happen with Chase. I mean, he's that guy. I mean, when he came out as a prospect, I legit said, like, his ceiling, I didn't know if we were going to see it year one, but I said his ceiling was Devontae Adams, and he is legit that damn talented. So no, I'm not expecting fall off.
All right, I knew I gave you the easy answer to start the show. So hopefully the next time we come to you, it will be a little more difficult.
Difficult. Yeah. I need to hear more analysis from Derek Brown to know that it's a tougher question.
Of course, he'll get it next. We'll get to him again at this. But Kendall, we'll go over to you. The 102. Who do you have now?
I don't. Give me. Let me think. Give me Mixon.
Joe Mixon. All right. So why Joe Mixon at the 102 for you?
Well, it's an easy chalk answer for the 101. So if you can't go there, then I'll go with Mixon. No, I do. I like Joe Mixon, and considering what the Ravens kind of running back situation looks like, I think that's a kind of easier guess for me. He did well. He projected well last year. The Bengals, he finished third in total touches, I think, and sixth in touches per game. So I like him a lot. I think if you need a running back and where I wanted to go here, I did. Sometimes I go zero RB, which Fantasy Life has taught me well. But I think he fits all the criteria really for
Too much time talking with Pete. That's your problem, Kendall.
Exactly. I know.
Living that zero RB life.
I know, so I'm here doing non-zero RB, so I went with Mixon. I like him a lot. If I'm looking at the Ravens situation, that's not something I want to get involved in running back wise. So if he's there, I'm going to take him.
Of course, you could be doing my favorite, the hero RB strategy. So you're on the path right now. So I love it. So
I'm on the path.
All right, Coach Jibbs, my friend, you're going to get the 103 now, my friend. Maybe it's even higher now. I don't know.
I didn't even know we were building a roster. I was just picking players off the win
You don't have to build. People do. I mean, we've had people build a roster out of it, but you don't have to. So.
Okay, well, thanks for taking the best two players, guys. I'm gonna go with the third.
I like the players. I will not apologize for
this. I'm gonna take Mark Andrews with the third.
Mark Andrews. All right. Why Mark Andrews?
It's too early to grab a quarterback, but dude, like. In the last segment, I said you want a tight end who's going to be 1 or 2 on your team. He's going to be the number 1, the alpha receiver on his team. We saw him with 154 targets last year. We know they're going to get a better Bateman. Still not really a legit number 2 wide receiver out there who's shown some productivity for fantasy purposes. So I'm expecting Mark Andrews to be a guy slotted in for another top 1 finish, and even though we're drafting him too, so I'm gonna get that positional advantage early and screw you guys because I got Mark Andrews, so you could take whatever fodder is out there, or tight end at least.
Players. That's why I liked this segment here, because there's a lot of players to talk about here. I do like the Andrews pick, Jibs. I think. Where are you taking Andrews? Are you confirmed second round, or are you flirting with a first round? Oh, second round. Are you flirting with a first rounder?
Oh, definitely not first rounder.
Okay.
Unfortunately for me, in all my redraft leagues, I've been picking in this tail half, so 7 or later. So I pretty much have no shot at getting Andrews unless I take him with like a high second round. I mean, a lower second round pick, which I wouldn't do because I like to build my team a little differently.
Okay. Just had to double check for those people out there who might think about taking him in the round 1. He's not Travis Kelce yet, maybe one day, but we'll see how that works. But now we go to the hard part, Mr. Derek. 104. Maybe it's not hard. Maybe it's easy.
All right. I'm not gonna go the chalk route here. If I think my 101 is gonna truly ascend and pull away from T. Higgins as the alpha for the Bengals, I'm going to veer here. I'm going to go Rashad Bateman.
Bateman.
Okay, I like that.
And I will push back about Andrews as the number 1 for Baltimore. I think Rashad Bateman, Shoddy B, is going to show people what the hell is up this year. He's a true X receiver. He was a ridiculous prospect coming out. I just think he's going to crush for fantasy.
I agree. I think I was talking, like, Matthew had put out a couple new stuff on NBC, and he's his favorite breakout player. Like, he's a guy that he's been talking about a lot this year, and I really like him. Like, everything's there for him, right? They traded away their top receiver, leaves the room really pretty much wide open for him. So he has all the necessary tools within that room and with Lamar Jackson to just break out. So I like that one.
I don't really understand, like, the ranking of Bateman right now for a lot of people.
know.
Like, he's ranked as, like, a wide receiver 3. Shit, like, some people have him as a wide receiver 4, and I'm like,
It's
just
weird.
saw Hollywood Brown be the wide receiver 21, had a top 12 target share last year in this offense, and Rashad Bateman, and this is not even me being, like, over the moon and standing for a player, Rashad Bateman was a way better prospect than Hollywood.
Yeah.
So why the hell do we not think that Rashad Bateman could be a top 20, top 24 wide receiver? Like, it's beyond me. Like, he's my wide receiver 19 right now. So I don't really understand why consensus is fading a better player in a similar situation as last year.
Maybe because they have their running backs back and they're not going to deal with.
I mean,
you
do
would
they?
think the Ravens.
Yeah,
would
do
still-
they?
But
Dobbins
is not playing.
Hey.
Oh, Mike Davis. That's the guy. Yeah, I'm like, we didn't worry about Mike Davis.
He's back.
They're not on the surgery table. That's what I'll say. So they have the potential to come back. So maybe, like, I'm with you guys. I love me some Bateman too. Like, if I see him in round 5,
I just don't
like,
get it, man.
typically,
Like,
but
somebody's got to make it make sense, because I don't understand it.
buy the dip, man.
No, yeah, I don't either. I mean, there's a 23% target share now that, like, it's just, I don't get it either. I talk about it every day. and
Hollywood
it's
was
just,
almost sniffing 25 last year.
I know. And where do they think that it's going to go? Besides
Isaiah Likely per Twitter,
Stop.
which, I mean,
Absolutely.
you know, Twitter told me that, so I can't be wrong,
No.
right? Like,
Stop it.
Definitely. It's probably an easy question. I haven't seen your rankings as of today, but Hollywood Brown or Bateman?
oh, I'm taking Bateman.
I just want to make sure. All right.
I mean, I don't dislike Hollywood. I mean, I think I have him at, like, wide receiver 24, 25, somewhere around there, but nah, give me Shoddy B.
I'm gonna have to take that.
I just want to bring in this gorgeous face here.
Oh, look who it
Coach
is.
John,
Coaches.
show, my friend.
Thank you.
Love it. I love it. Welcome in. We're gonna have a lot to talk about tonight, so we're gonna get to the 105. Kendall, is this gonna be an easy pick?
Yeah, it's gonna be easy because they left me T. Higgins, so it's perfect for me.
T. Higgins. Okay.
Yeah, it comes down to the same thing. People talk about Jamar Chase, and Jamar Chase is going to be elite, but that wide receiver room is still really freaking good. And so if you can I'm trying to get any piece of it where I can, and a lot of times if I'm not in that top 3, top 5 picks, especially an underdog, I try and just snag that T. Higgins pick just to stack Joe Burrow a bit later, and Joe Burrow is going to produce, and they're going to see they have an elite wide receiver room, and I think he's still just going to be just as good this year, even with Jamar there in his breakout season. I think he's going to get just as many targets and a good amount of shares to be able to put up those numbers. So I think it's an easy pick.
That is an easy pick, I think, honestly. Now, how likely you think it's potentially to be that both Higgins and Chase finishes as both wide receiver ones this coming season?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm fading Cincinnati just a little bit, and it's not, I lived in Cincinnati, so I was there through all the hype that they were there with last year. I just think they have a really tough schedule. They have the third toughest schedule in the league, and I took them to go under their division wins. I got it pretty early, so I don't think the line is set there anymore, but I got them under 10.5 wins really early back in March, April, when the schedule came out. And I believe fully in a Super Bowl fatigue. I still think the team is elite. I still think they can make the playoffs. I just think that the production can still be there. So I think that the production could be there for them to do it. I don't know if they can with the schedule that they have, though. And that they're figured out now.
I don't want to throw this off the rails. Can I ask you a question too, Kendall?
Yeah.
What's your confidence level? You said you're from around the Cincinnati area. What's your confidence level in Zach Taylor? Because I think he is an absolute damn donkey.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's so funny because it's I'm not from there, but I lived there in my old job with PFF. They're based out of there with Chris Collinsworth and all those guys. So they're in Cincinnati. So it was so crazy to be there for that first playoff run in a long time. But I would agree with you. I didn't understand Zach Taylor very much when I was there, and I still don't now, rewatching everything and going through all those clips. I think they struck gold because of everyone that they had, and you really can't mess it up when you have Jamar Chase looking like that, when you have Joe Burrow looking like that, and being the Cincinnati Bengals that no one expected coming. Now people are going to expect them. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to kind of fly under the radar like they did for a good portion of the year last year.
Bengals fan base, close your ears, but I really think Zach Taylor is just the younger version of Pete Carroll. Joe Burrow's going to save his ass.
Oh.
He's going to be in Cincinnati for a while, but it's all Joey B.
I would agree.
I mean, they don't like firing head coaches there in Cincinnati anyway, so you expect Taylor there from
they're
15.
They're kind of worried about, do they get anybody else that'll actually take the damn job after that,
Oh my gosh. We're sorry, Bengals fans. Whoever's listening.
I apologize. Sorry. Zach Taylor's a donkey. It's my fault. He is.
I got it. Love it. Coach Gibbs, we're at 106 now. This might get hard now. I don't know.
Give me Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
Good pick.
I'm shooting for upside here. I know Lamar's probably not going to pass for the most yardage of the top 12 quarterbacks, but I know he could be penciled in for at least 3,000 passing yards, probably close, maybe more than 1,000 rushing yards. We've seen him bulk up this offseason. I just can't get off Lamar Jackson. I picked him the last 3 years. He's hurt me the last 2, kind of, but at the end of the day, I want that elite rushing upside. We were talking briefly. He has some of his weapons back, air quotes, but at the end of the day, this Ravens offense is going to run through him, and he's going to be the primary beneficiary of the Batemans of the world, or the Dobbins when we get there in the September, October, when he's come back fully healthy. So I just like rushing, especially in 4-point for passing touchdown leagues. That's why I typically play in. So I'm not going to chase Joe Burrow and his passing touchdowns in that way. But if it was the opposite way, I probably would take Burrow over Jackson to be a little bit more safer.
Okay. I didn't say which one it was, so I was going to let you guys decide for that for me. So you did, Jib. So thank you. I appreciate that. Coach, your first one of the day, Coach John. 107.
107. Coming in cold. I need a bit of a play here. I have to say, Joe Burrow's still on the board, right?
Yeah.
I have to take Joe Burrow. I mean, it's just it seems like a no-brainer. We all expect him to throw for 4,500 yards. He could have, if he leads the league in passing yards and passing touchdowns, would we all be shocked? No, it could certainly happen. There's a world where that could happen. I mean, he has T. Higgins. We talked about it. Kendall talked about it. Has the best wide receiver core, I think, in the league. It's up there. I mean, Tyler Boyd's no joke either. You got Joe Mixon receiving back. He could throw for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns. So, I would rather Lamar Jackson. That's just the style of fantasy player I am. I like, those rushing quarterbacks. They're more fun, and it's always great when they can just put a dagger in someone's heart, but Joe Burrow he did it at the end of last year. He can put up a 40 bomb, a 35-point game, and really win you a week if he has to. So I guess I'll take Joe Burrow, and he's just gonna, I'm gonna bet that he is gonna ride high off of that Super Bowl, and he's just dripping with confidence.
You're not concerned with the injury at all?
Yeah, of course I'm concerned with it, but but it's the 107 at this point. I take what I could get. Yeah, no, I'm not overly concerned. It wouldn't deter me away, but it's you got to be always concerned with injury.
Of course. All right. Well, I gave you the easy layup for your first.
Thank you.
Pick, so
Yeah, he comes in and he just gets to pick Joe Burrow. So it's that's great. How fair is that?
It's not fair at all. But
he's living the Zach Taylor life to me.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
You just get Joe Burrow. Everything's good now. I don't know.
Joe Burrow and things are good for the next decade.
All right, Derek. Back to you. The 108 here now. Getting close to the end of the players, but maybe there's some few heads left.
I mean, it's clear to me. It's Tyler Boyd. Good wide receiver, solid talent. If he wasn't flanked by T. Higgins, and if he wasn't flanked by T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, I mean, earlier in his career, we saw him. I mean, honestly, he was probably like the discount version of Juju Smith-Schuster through a lot of his career. Good zone beater, good slot wide receiver. So, yeah, I think it's an easy pick.
Okay. I don't have much to say about Tyler Boyd because he's just, he's that wide receiver 4, 3, 4, whatever you want. He's just there. He'll get you some decent points here and there in certain weeks, and he might have 1 or 2 big blow-up games. So, I mean, that's what you're getting from a guy like Tyler Boyd. So, all right, Kendall, back to you. 109 now. I mean, there's maybe one player.
Who's left? Is J.K. Dobbins left? Is that the only one left?
He's on the board. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sure. Why not? Now I'm gonna go heavy. Now I'm gonna go heavy RB, and Peter's gonna call me like, "What the hell are you doing?" No. I mean, he's really the only one left, right? It's kind of gross, but I can see it.
You could go like the Ravens defense or something.
Oh my god,
that would be.
I think I might do that.
God, it was close between doing that and picking Dobbins. So I don't know. He's fine. I mean, the Ravens.
You can go goat leg.
No, it's a
Tucker.
run. I don't know. It's a run stuff.
Newly did Justin Tucker.
I could have, no, I'm going to go heavy RB. I like Dobbins for this situation, not usually in any other situation, but I'll take him.
You're switching up your whole philosophy on running backs now.
I'm going to get a call. I'm telling you.
Very off-brand.
Oh God. I love it. All right. So, I mean, we could go to the 110, Jibs. I don't know if you have somebody for the 110. We were talking about now getting into deep league stuff. I don't know.
You take Justin Tucker, baby. He's been a top 5 kicker 6 of the last 7 years.
If he doesn't have one, I'll give one.
But if I were to have to pick one more player, just because Edwards is so iffy, I'll go with Edwards. Just make sure you're picking him not with a vote of confidence that he's gonna be starting for you the first month of the season or so, but going with that last pick of yours before you're taking your kickers or defense, if you have to take Edwards, put him on that bench, put him in your IR spot, let him sit, because eventually it ain't going to be Mike Davis or the other bum running that ball. It's going to be him and Dobbins simultaneously together. So I'll definitely take Edwards with my 110 pick.
Okay. Yeah, we are really at the bottom here. I don't know, John, you might have some. I know Derek does, but I don't know if you do, John.
I have one more.
I mean, work for it. You don't get Joe Burrow and that.
No, I don't get. I gotta actually. Okay. I mean, listen. Other than there's recent news about the soft tissue injury, James Prochet's been having a good camp. I mean, people talking about him. I don't know how much you really want the pass, the 3rd or 4th passing option in this offense, but he's someone I guess I would target as a super late, back of your dynasty bench type of guy. You never know. I don't think that, again, you're going to get the 4th passing option in this offense. So I don't think it's going to be a high volume guy, but could see some touchdowns, could see some big plays. He's had a good camp and has impressed some people lately.
I mean, I respect it. I mean, you gave me somebody, so I like it. I like it a lot. Eric, did you have someone outside of that?
Oh, me? Yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah. My guy is we want players in good offenses. You want red zone roll. We want routes. I'm going to go with a guy that I think has the upside to be this year's Dawson Knox. Give me Hayden Hurst.
Ooh, I like it.
I do like it. He was getting praised the other day, if I'm not mistaken,
Forgot
in that
he's here.
offense. So, I mean, realistically, I mean, can he finish top 15 tight end? I mean, he's not that hard, but
CJ
not hard.
Uzomah was functional for us last
Yeah.
year. Athletic.
Yeah,
Hayden
he
Hurst is
finished-
athletic. I think what it comes down to as well is that Cincinnati's been terrible in the red zone over the last 2 years. Like, even going back to, like, you can talk about the playoffs, you can talk about the regular season, their touchdown conversion rates are bad. If Hayden Hurst maybe can help them in that area, plus you have defensive tension on Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, you got Hayden Hurst just running wide open over the middle, I think he could have a really good season. At least my best ball exposures say that he can.
So does my Scott Fishbowl. So we'll see how that works.
Same.
All right, Kendall, you want to go like scrape the bottom of the barrel, turn it over, and see if there's anything inside?
Is there anything inside? I mean, Isaiah Likely, what?
Mike Davis? No.
Chris Evans?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I don't know.
Way too bottom. So you know what? We'll scrap that, and then I'll just ask you and Derek both one more question because you guys are our guests on the show today. So you guys are the high praise ones here. So the other guys, they can just sit there and look nice, and we'll get to them again at some point. So, all right. So just overall draft strategy you guys have for our redraft season here. What is your overall strategy? What do you like to do? I know you mentioned zero RB already, Kendall, but I don't know now. Maybe it's changed since the last 30 minutes. But what is your overall strategy just in general, like quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, the first 5 rounds? What do you guys like to do overall?
Derek, you want to go first?
You can go first.
I mean, I never shut up. I'll take it. Fine. I mean, really, it all comes down to the room and draft position. I don't want to sound like I'm, just being really wish-wash with that. But, like, a lot of drafts, if I have my way, I'll start running back. I know it sounds old. I know it sounds tired. But really good players. I think we have the running back position is really interesting this year. The way that ADPs are kind of playing out, you can even twist my arm with some of the wide receiver values later that I don't have a problem going robust a little bit this year. So running backs first 3 rounds, depending on how the board falls. But I want to walk away from those top 2 rounds with one running back, whether it's the first or second round. And really it's just hammering wide receivers and taking... There's a tier of quarterbacks that I'm taking in the 5th and 6th round. So, I mean, we're talking about how many rounds are we talking here, guys? Like first 6 rounds for 7 rounds?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, a lot of it's one running back out of the first 2 rounds, hammer wide receivers, and round 5 and 6. There's an elite tier of quarterbacks that I love there. Lamar Jackson usually won't get there. You'll have to take him in like a wide receiver in the 4 or 5 turns, something like that. But if he falls to 5, snatching him up. I love the tier of Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, and Jalen Hurts. I have them, I think it's like QB 2, 3, and 4 in a tier by themselves because each one of those guys has either shown us league-winning upside or has that in their bag of tricks with rushing, passing. You go back to Lamar's MVP season. He was putting up 29 points per game. Kyler Murray did it weeks 1 through 11 in 2020, so we know that's in his range of outcomes. And freaking Jalen Hurts, I mean, I don't know what else I have to say to people about it, and they still give me pushback about how they think he's terrible, and I don't get it. I'll just keep drafting Jalen Hurts in the 6th, maybe 7th round, and just winning money. So that's a lot, I guess, from a macro perspective about how I'm approaching a lot of drafts.
All right. I love the strategy talk, that's for sure. Kendall?
Yeah, I mean, Derek and I kind of have the same philosophy here. Although I do joke about zero RB, if I am able to get, the Jamar Chases, the Cooper Kupps, the Stephon Diggs, I will go wide receiver in that first round. I know I've been able to sometimes get one of those hero RBs, the McCaffreys, the JTs, and then sneak CeeDee Lamb in there late in the second round. I think it's just really important. That wide receiver room is way deeper than that running back dead zone that we've talked about before. Like that dead zone, you don't want to be caught in that and not have a running back, right? That's just something you don't want to do. So, it just depends on where the board falls. And I know, again, that's a chalky answer, but just being aware of what's going on around you. Because I go in with a plan sometimes, and you just have to abandon it. And you have to know that sometimes you're not going to get the guys you want. And when you do, just go around it and know who's around you. So whether that is going 0 RB, whether it's going hero, hyper fragile, whatever kind of fits that mold, you just have to be able to do what's going on around you and to be able to adjust. So I've been liking getting late little stacks here and there, like with Tom Brady, with Mike Evans, those guys. I've grabbed CeeDee Lamb way earlier than normal. I've grabbed CeeDee Lamb later. It's just about finding your guys and just kind of rolling with it. So it's chalk answer, but it's what I like to do.
Man, go ahead, Derek.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like I said, no matter what it is, I think a draft strategy talk is always just you have to go with what you believe in, and even if it means veering off or staying on course, whatever your draft's actually doing. I mean, it's very important. Just I like to have everyone kind of mention it because it's just so much fun, and honestly, people just need. I feel like just need to hear that how strategies are done and how like you can just throw it all away and just start somewhere else. So I love you guys both your guys' strategies overall.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I was going to throw in here is I don't screw around and play ADP games, man. Like I don't play a lot of these games of well maybe he gets pushed down the board. Like I get it in best ball and stuff like that, but even in best ball sometimes, like I don't have a problem being aggressive. Like I'll take falling values, that's totally fine, differing exposures. But if we're talking from just like a top-down approach, I don't play ADP games. I don't play that kind of shit. Like to me, it's get your guys. Like so, if I have to sit here and like, you know, go be really aggressive and grab a guy around earlier than what ADP suggests, because I mean, let's be honest here. How many, like, when we look back at the season every single year and we talk about why the hell was this player ranked here, we can also say that ADP is kind of bullshit. I mean, it's basically our consensus ideas of where players should go and how this should work. And it's like, if you do all the homework for it and you believe in your guys, and I'm not telling somebody to draft a 12th round player in the 3rd, but being aggressive on players that you've done the homework, you believe in your process, it all comes down to if you're right and your process is sound, you win, and it doesn't matter.
Right, and it's someone like, let's say, Michael Pittman. If you thought Michael Pittman was a 4th or 5th round guy, but you know you are going to get him, so you take him in the 3rd because you believe in that upside, it's not crazy.
No,
it's crazy.
People will tell you, like, they'll say, like, they'll look at your screenshot and they'll be like, wow, oh my God, you took that guy like 14 picks before ADP. What were you thinking? And I'm like, okay. And when Michael Pittman ends up being a top 5 receiver at the end of the year, you're going to say, damn, why did he go that late? So I don't really care what the consensus opinion about players is like right now. I care about what process, with the numbers, and how I'm projecting these teams. And I'll follow that all the way into the ground over saying, well, I mean, but ADP told me I should have waited another 6 picks. Like, forget that shit.
Yeah, definitely can't be doing that now. All right, guys. Well, we appreciate you guys jumping on. We are on to our next half an hour here. I will let both you guys shout out anything you guys have going on or you want to mention. The floor is yours, guys.
Kendall, you take it away. You're doing all the big stuff.
So. No. I mean, it's just, you guys know, and you guys have been watching Fantasy Life stuff. So it's just to follow us, MB Fantasy Life. We're really excited what we're doing there, and subscribe to our newsletter. It's free. Got a brand new website out, fantasylife.com. So we've got cool stuff coming out. We've got Derek Brown is commenting on all of our stuff. It's fantastic. We go back and forth. He's in our Discord. He's the best there is. So just be like Derek, essentially, and just follow us. And
the person that's telling all the good word to people on the national stage for Sirius Radio, you're not going to prop me up. You're a rock star, Kendall. Shit.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, but that's it. And Peter and I have a show on Sirius from 5 to 7 Eastern on Sundays. So that's been fun too.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Kendall. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Derek?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a loudmouth. I never shut up. It is what it is. You can find all my things, all the stuff, all the written content, all that kind of stuff over at Fantasy Pros. I'm on the main podcast 3-4 times a week, and really just trying to put out as much content as I can right now. I got a team series I'm going through, slowly starting to look at some week 1 stuff, so got some things and stuff in the works for that. But yeah, thank y'all for having me. Fantastic thing y'all are doing here.
Appreciate it.
I cannot support it enough to say that Humane Society is awesome. My wife, a little backstory before we hop off of here. My wife's actually a veterinarian, so a lot of this stuff is really close to my heart. She worked at an animal shelter for about 3 years. We've helped multiple dogs find homes, things like that. I mean, like I talked about, like our little Chihuahua here was a rescue dog, found on the streets, wandering the streets of Arlington. So I can't say enough good things. Animals need homes, and they need to be cared for, man. Pets are if we as humans could be anywhere close to like unconditional love that like dogs and cats and everything show us, the world would be a much better place. So
Much better.
I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. And again, thank you so much for both of you guys jumping on. Hopefully we get to talk to you guys again in the future, and if not, definitely at the expo next year. So we're all going to try to make it to the expo next year. So
yeah.
Perfect.
Well, side note, toss that link so I can sit here and donate to this damn thing into the DMs, please.
I got you. I got
to sit here and toss some money at this. You can't talk about how great of a cause it is and then be like, well, I don't know if I'm going to donate. Nah.
I got you. I'll send you a link in the DMs there, Derek.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate you.
All right, boys, just the three of us for 30 seconds before I bring in our next guest here. So you guys ready for this? Oh, Jibs.
Oh, my God.
You out, Jibs?
Yeah, Jibs. All right.
Yes, we'll catch you in a few hours.
Yeah, you'll catch me about 8:45 p.m.
All right, I'll be here dying. So, all right, brother. Talk to you in a few. All right. Before we bring on our guests, let me just real quick again say, we're in the next half an hour. We're a little past, but it was for a good cause. We are with fantasy coaches here trying to raise money for the Humane Society. Basically, we love animals. We all do. All three of us love animals, and so are our team. But, the Humane Society, they do more than just do donations and not donations, I'm sorry, adoptions and, fostering animals. They do so much more than that. And that is a big part of it. But they also help out wildlife and preserveries and make sure that we don't do anything more to ruin the life cycle of these animals here. And there's so many different things here. And we've hit our budget goal. It was awesome. $500. We made it there big. Someone hit a big donation for us, and we definitely super duper appreciate it. Again, you can donate by going to www.thehumanesociety.org. Donate right to there, and just let us know how much you donate. If you feel more comfortable doing it that day, I completely understand. And if not, we do have our PayPal account that we have set up for this donation here. FPC Coach Stephen P. Or Coach Stephen. Steve, not Stephen P. You could donate that way too. We're going to send in a large amount later on tonight after the show, or at least tomorrow morning, depending on how tired I am. And we'll post it up on Twitter for sure tomorrow. So thank you guys, and hopefully you guys continue to watch. And let's bring our next guest for the Vibe Hour of the show, Maddie. What's up?
Yes,
it's Maddie Kroll.
Oh my
guys,
God.
I am so sick, but
Oh, no.
I'm here. You just have to forgive my man voice.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm so excited to be here. This is like super surreal because this show kicked this all off a year ago for me today. Like, you're the first podcast that I was on ever.
I love it.
Hell yeah.
It's a full circle.
I was like, gotta bring her on the show, and boom.
I'm so excited to be here.
I'm excited to pod with you, Maddie. It's
Jumpy, it's been way
forever.
too long. I'm gonna try not to cry.
Don't cry.
God, no crying on the show today. It's only good causes
No
today.
tears, no tears.
Vibes, good positive vibes, right?
Good, yeah, good vibes.
Good vibes.
I love it.
How was the expo?
Yeah,
Oh
tell
my
us.
gosh. Absolutely amazing. One of the greatest events I've ever been to in my entire life. It's nice being able to be around your people, like you show up and everybody is on the same page as you. We all enjoy the same things. Everybody just wants to have a good time. I made so many new friends. And then it was kind of surreal being able to meet people that I've been talking to for a year online. Just show up and know that they're not catfish, that they're real people.
That they're real people. Yeah.
That's always my concern about when I eventually go one day.
That people are going to be like, you're a catfish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did have a guy tell me, he was like, I really thought all your photos were edited, but you look the same in person. And I was like, thanks. I think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go. There he is, the final member of the Vibe community, Robbie.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
What's up?
Robbie, what's good, brother?
Not much. In the middle of the workday, StreamYard wasn't loading for me because, well, it's being Colorado outside. But yeah, bro, we chilling, we vibing. I'm feeling good.
That's awesome.
The waves. I'm obsessed with these curls, Robbie.
Yeah, haircut tomorrow. We're going down to a 1.5 tomorrow. Like I've been cutting at a 2, and it's just been growing wild. Like, oh gosh. Next thing I know, I'm gonna be out here looking like freaking Robbie Anderson with his fucking Kodak black hair.
I like it.
It's definitely dope, bro. Dope.
Yeah,
All right.
sir, yes, sir.
All right, so we'll come here. We're also talking some fantasy too here today, guys. And you guys get some good teams here. I believe. Let me just double check where we at here. Yep. So you guys get they're a little bit better. They're okay. You guys get the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns. So basically, mock draft central here. We'll plan it as a 1 QB league. Half point PPR. However you would draft in a normal league, which player would go first? So obviously, guys like Sean Watson or not Sean Watson, I guess. So draft as you would if it was a 1 QB, half point PPR. So Maddie, since you showed up here first, no offense to Robbie, you get to go first. 101 in this division.
Before we get started, I want to let everyone know I'm wearing an orange hat, but I am not a Browns fan, and that was not on purpose.
Hey, shout out to them black and orange ones that are about to drop, the new Air Force Ones.
Yeah,
Those are dope.
Are
They are dope.
Continue, Maddie.
We're taking QBs.
Yeah.
You can if you want. You don't have to.
Just any position.
Any position. Yep. However you would draft a normal regular league without super flex. Pittsburgh and Cleveland.
Let's go. I'll go Najee Harris. It's my 101. You want to know why?
Oh, I definitely want to know why.
Okay. So I think that having, as bad as Ben was and as much trash as we talked on him last year, I feel like because he got the ball off so quickly, it masked a lot of the issues that there were on the offensive line. They didn't really address that too much, a little bit through the guard position, but honestly, like it's gonna come out full force with these young quarterbacks, and then Mitch, who can't really toss up a whole lot. Excuse me. So I feel like Najee's going to be the go-to target. He's going to be able to get those quick hits. And if they do end up playing a rookie quarterback, that's going to kind of be like the safety net. So that's my go-to right now.
I think it's honestly the best pick of number one overall between these two teams here for sure. Najee has, obviously, he was inefficient at times last year, and I feel like he's dropping a little bit, making him a more attractive option to get now in fantasy. Mm-hmm. He keeps slipping, hopefully, into the second round. Maybe, probably not, but at least end of first round, he's definitely a safe RB option to draft for this season here. So I like that, Maddie, with the 101. Robbie, 102 for you, my friend. Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
I am going to stay on Run Boy's brand, shout out. I am going to keep with the RBs, and I am running with a Chubb.
Yes.
Let's go, Nick Chubb. Give me Nick Chubb. I actually just shout out to one of my followers, Berto. I want to say it's in his league. I think it's in his league. I picked up Nick Chubb as my first running back off the board at like the 10 spot. I want to say it was that league. I've been drafting a lot these last 2 weeks. Just out here. Y'all got any more drafts? But yeah, so I'm gonna go Nick Chubb.
All right. He was really quick.
Do we get a hot pick between these two teams? A diamond in the rough.
Give it to us. I feel like.
Yeah.
Okay. After I know that it's only preseason. But let me set the scene for everybody. You remember the episode of South Park where Randy has a fetish for overlogging?
Yes.
When George Pickens, okay, I tell y'all straight up, Angels motherfucking sunk. Oh, when George Pickens touched the ball and had toe drag swag in the back of the end zone at what used to be known as Heinz Field. Ladies and gentlemen, George Pickens. I know Dynasty fans are going crazy right now, like, Robbie, yes. But listen, straight up, that was me when I saw that George Pickens touchdown. If you guys are able to get him, even in redraft formats, very late, 9, 10, 11, 12 rounds, go and get you some Pickens. I have a feeling he is going to be cooking in the kitchen. He's NFL young boy.
NFL, yeah, I saw that.
I love it.
I saw that was dope. Yeah,
I love it. I love it. Definitely great colors. We might not get that far down in this mock draft, so I love that. That way to bring him up.
Honestly, it's probably good because these two teams in a mock draft give me anxiety.
I didn't do it on purpose, guys. I put the teams in first, and I filled it in with the time frames, unfortunately. So
we're just sticking to the script. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I love it. I love it.
Speaking of fines, donate.
Yeah,
save the sharks.
Donate. Save everything. Yes, please.
Save them all.
Save the world.
Save the world. Love it. All right, John. 103. What you got?
This is such a bad because I'm gonna take Amari Cooper and I don't want to, and that's just because I don't know the quarterback situation. I don't want to be a part of this whatever fiasco they're gonna have back there. Deshaun Watson.
GG watch.
It's so I will take it because he is going to lead the team in targets and he is going to be a volume monster. But I just don't love the efficiency that's going to come from Amari Cooper. But at this point, at the 103. With both running backs already off the board, I don't really love Deontay. I'm going to go wide receiver. I guess give me Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper. Okay. Well, I mean, what do you project Amari Cooper to do? I guess, I'm going to assume at this point, Deshaun Watson isn't playing this season, or at least he's at minimum.
Even without him, he's 1,000-yard. In my mind, he's 1,000-yard receiver. It's just the touchdowns aren't going to be there, which sucks. So you're probably going to get a DJ Moore-esque season where you have 1,200 yards and 4 touchdowns, which sucks and it's not great. And going to finish in the mid-range wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 2, maybe have some boom games for you. But ultimately, he's probably going to finish in that like wide receiver 16, 17, 18 range. And
how high are you taking him?
In
redraft?
In real redraft?
Yeah.
I mean, I would take him. I would feel comfortable with him as my second wide receiver. So if in like the 4th round, 5th round, I'm okay.
I have no Amari exposure.
I wouldn't. There's other players I would take in that round. But I'm just saying, if I had to, like, gun to my head, if I had to take him, it'd probably be in like back of the 4th, beginning of the 5th. I'd take him at that point.
I respect it for sure. All right, Maddie, back to you. 104. Who you got?
I'll take Claypool.
Claypool. Why Claypool?
It's the best option we have right now, honestly.
For Deontay Johnson?
Honestly, no, I'll take Claypool over.
Okay.
Claypool tiny. That boy be getting hurt.
He's got that big. He's got the big play upside that I don't think Deontay has. That like,
but he hits that ground one time and bounces back up off that turf.
His. I mean, but it's crazy that a big guy, big frame. He was tough in college, and it's like sometimes just people get hit with bad injury bugs, and it's like that sucks. And it's like, but I don't think he's an injury-prone player. I just think he's gotten some bad luck with injury.
Deontay's my size, bro.
Deontay's a little boy. He's a little boy.
He's a little guy, but I also feel like Deontay's going to be super covered.
Yeah.
I apologize. My voice is starting to go. And so that's why I feel like Claypool's going to have a little bit more opportunity, especially when you talk about quarterbacks that aren't as experienced. So I'm slightly worried about the left side of the Browns line right now. So all of this is just kind of like up in the air with what's going on with them. And then Steelers, we don't really know what's going to happen at quarterback.
I just don't want much of any of these two teams outside.
I know. That's why I'm like, I kind of just feel like.
I'm sorry, you guys, not the best teams in the world. I apologize. Next show.
Down to this moment, though. Like, this is a very full circle moment. Like,
we talked about that. Yeah. It's crazy. Because I was on that first episode with you, Robbie. That's how we met.
Yeah, I remember that.
You blossomed into a beautiful butterfly ever since then.
Yeah, Maddie's big timing now. Every time I see her, Maddie's doing her shit. Hell yeah.
No, I am mad at all you guys for not coming to the expo, though.
I know.
I'm mad at myself, but I had personal life things.
Yeah, it's okay. You guys can all just like fly out and we can kick it at a game or something this year. You'll make it up to me.
Yep.
Right? No, absolutely. We got you. It's all love. It's all love.
Ever want to fly out for a cheap ticket and get great seats? Come to MetLife. You can buy $15 tickets in the 3rd row, and by the end of the game, guys, we could be sitting literally 5 yards away from the players. That's how terrible that stadium is. Once a year for the Dolphins.
They might call Robbie into the game and take a couple of snaps. That's how bad.
Literally every year I buy.
Yo, we need some special teams help.
300 level tickets.
Special teams.
It's
Shoot,
like,
I might get a snap.
and and by the end of the game, I'm sitting in the 100s. Like one time, I actually found my way like almost on the field. I was literally like behind this line. I couldn't go past. They wouldn't let me. But I was literally just sitting like I was literally standing like literally I could just see them like eye to vision. It was like so cool.
That's crazy.
And I paid like $50 max.
Bro, that's a TikTok
Was
and
that-
a half right there.
Yeah, was it last minute? You got that ticket?
No, I just the Jets suck so bad. I mean, it just I just go to the game for cheap.
We'll say the offensive line is looking a little bit better this year.
They are.
I have a mid, and normally they're like bottom of my rankings.
Good to know. Good to know.
Hey, it's okay. I did the same thing at Petco Park, Steve. I relate, bro. Oh yeah, bro. I went to San Diego on a vacation 2018.
Oh yeah.
Completely just like all they had was Machado. And the stadium was empty. I was like, bang, like I'm going right to like see Manny, like, you know. So yeah, I feel it. I feel it.
I do too, because the stadiums in Oklahoma are just almost non-existent. They're so bad.
Oh, wow. Thought it was
That
bad.
was a joke because we don't have a stadium. It's just not very funny.
Y'all got the Thunder. Y'all got the Thunder.
We do have the Thunder. That's true.
You got the Sooners.
Boomer Sooner. Yeah.
Boomer Sooner. I forget what pick we're on now because we just talking. I love it. I think it's like
Robbie's pick, right?
Robbie's up now. Rob, who you got?
Yeah,
I have to.
That's how I felt too. I
trade the pick. I trade the pick.
I
trade for future
don't
consideration.
need it.
I'll trade it for next year.
You know what? No, we're going normal redraft. Let me for years in fantasy, I mean that Steelers defense as a whole has pulled me through some freaking tough weeks. Like we're talking reality, fantasy and reality can tend to mirror each other. And I want to shout out the great Spit and Speeds. I want to shout out the homie Adam Rank. You know, these are long-time guys like in the fantasy football game. Very different parallels. We work with very different networks. But some of my OGs, you know, when I was cut up that I was listening to, they always used to use this analogy, game of inches. And when we're talking regular standard 1 QB, single QB redraft, you just got to really, really pay homage to a team defense that can go out there and possibly win you a week, and that week be a make or break between you making the 6th seed or the 4th seed, depending on how your league or not.
I like that.
Yo, shout out some boys in the black and yellow.
I like it.
Shout out. Love it. All right. I like that pick there. Went a different direction. I like it. No one's gone that direction yet today, so I like to change of direction.
We really play fantasy on the Fantasy Network, damn it.
We really do this. We out here.
There goes that dope ass light. Am I allowed to cuss on here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've already done it.
I'm gonna say, all right, I'm up, and I'm gonna take. Oh man, this stinks. I'm taking another Brown, but I'm gonna take the flex plus in Kareem Hunt, who I think is a flex player on his own. He has some standalone value, and you know, God forbid anything ever happened to Nick Chubb, you probably have yourself a top 10 guy.
But Hunt's probably going to be traded, which scares the living daylights out of me for the Browns. But
which sucks, right? But here's the thing: there's two things that can happen with a trade. His value either goes way up because he becomes a starter for somebody, or his value stays about the same because he goes into a committee and he's just a pass catching back in a committee, which he already is now. So
the Raiders,
if he gets traded, Raiders. If he gets traded to like Atlanta, and all of a sudden Atlanta starts throwing him the ball and he becomes their running back, it's like, yeah, I would take that guy in a heartbeat. He's going to see 250 carries and 40, 50 targets. Like that'd be awesome.
I mean,
what would be the best home for Hunt?
What's up?
What would be the best home for Hunt?
Ooh,
the jury. So here's what I was about to bring up. The jury is still out on Gibby out there in Washington. I'm seeing on the blog sites a lot of people are like, he's going to be Tiki Barber in 2000. I'm like, nah, bro. Like, homie fumbled like 9 times. This homie's only fumbled like 8 times over his whole career.
Yeah.
Let's not start stretching here. But a lot of people are saying because of the issues that maybe Washington looks to get rid of Gibby early. I could maybe see and Washington loves old veteran guys for some odd reason. I could see that. I could see a Kareem Hunt, Brian Robertson, ones who just hit you in the mouth type of style of play in Washington.
Yeah,
Washington would have to actually do something in their front office to be able to figure out how to get him though.
That's the problem. And
That's the
They
problem
just
with
sleep on
itself.
everything. Sorry, Robbie.
No, they're fine.
They're like, oh yeah, we should have traded for that player. That would have been a great opportunity.
Yeah.
Not today.
I'm reading a lot. Let's see. I'm gonna say, where would I put Kareem Hunt? Where you have an instant? Atlanta would be instant, instant fantasy value. Houston would be instant fantasy value.
Houston's
I think
actually a sneaky good call there. Honestly,
I don't know. That boy Marlon Mack looks like he's going to hold on to that position in Houston. He looks like he's about to do some damage down in Houston.
But can you imagine a little
I think
ping
Dameon
pong
Pierce is the
situation?
guy
I think
to
it'd be
get.
great.
I think
that would be nice.
Yeah. I think another one that would be interesting too, if you put him down in Tampa with Leonard Fournette, because Leonard Fournette has caught balls in the past, but he's not a pass catcher. You put Kareem Hunt as a pass catcher in that backfield, it would be lethal. And Tom,
but the Bucks offensive line is starting to go down. It's not
Yeah, they're
literally
those injuries out of Bucks camp are not good.
Yeah, Jensen, and then did the other center go down too? I heard the other day.
Yeah,
who's 2 cent? Ryan Jensen and the other kid, the back.
I don't even. Who's the third? I gotta look that up. I was
I don't even think
watching
they
him.
know.
He can't. I was gonna say the way he's snapping the ball, he's not even putting pressure on his right leg. So I'm like, are you also hurt? Like, why that, or you just don't know how to move your body? But
it's one of the two. Yeah, so I think, but Kareem Hunt getting traded is a scary proposition for sure, and it's like, I get it. Nobody likes ambiguity in fantasy football, but there is a world where he could get traded and things become better for him.
All right, bold prediction. By midseason, the 49ers RB core gets just killed at injuries as they always do, and they get 49ers.
Hey, hey, listen. I'm now gonna have to bring that up to the missus because she's a 49er fan. Shout out to everybody out there in the Bay West Side. Damn.
notice that Robbie doesn't want to claim Washington anymore.
No.
About
We
my
still
girls'
watching all
team.
day. We still watching all day. Look. The next episode of It's Survive, we'll get into Robbie's life as of late. It's been pretty interesting. We'll get into all of our personal lives as of late.
We're still gonna make you claim Washington.
Oh no, I'm watching all day. We got the Sean Taylor jersey up in the back over on the right side. We also got the Terry McLaurin ready for the weekend draft day going down. Shout out to the Rum Boys Invitational, very first reality fantasy football show that's going to be like big. We're shooting like a huge pilot and shit. It's going to be dope. But yeah, no, like that would be scary. Kareem Hunt in that San Fran backfield. That'd make a happy house in my household.
I like it.
It would be nice, honestly. It kind of gets me excited.
That's dangerous. Trey Lance just being like, oh, we're gonna go right, and then just chucks the ball left, and it's just Kareem Hunt just.
Oh god. Someone told me about him going back to Kansas City. I was like, I can never see that happening.
It won't happen.
Do that.
Won't happen.
No.
You know the place where they run RPOs with no run.
No.
It won't happen. The front office won't let. So that's the thing too. Is like sometimes you got to remember, like Kareem Hunt does come with some baggage. So there are some front offices that just like won't touch him.
Yo, what year are we in, bro? Like we're like Kareem Hunt back to the Chiefs, like Carmelo Anthony back to the Nuggets, and Tyson Fury is coming back to boxing. Like, what are we doing?
Going backwards in life, not good.
Yeah, we're going pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Dude, June 29th was really quick random fact. June 29th was the fastest day in the history of the earth by 1.5 milliseconds. Even the universe is like, wrap this shit the fuck up.
Let's hurry up, get this shit over with.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
That's crazy. The more you know now.
I know. I want to know what Robbie was doing when he discovered that. Actually, I think I know.
Oh god. All right. Well, this vibe hour was amazing, guys. Riley,
Is it a
Matt,
vibe?
it's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe hour. Was amazing, guys. I appreciate you both jumping on as always. You guys are welcome to stay, but we do have new guests coming on. So if there's anything you guys wanted to say about what you guys got going on, the floor is yours.
Follow them. I'm done.
Follow everybody, donate. This is an amazing cause. I mean, I know we're talking a lot of football, and you guys are about to hear from a lot of incredible analysts, a lot of fun people, but just don't forget what they're out here for. Donate, save the world with fantasy football. Why not?
Yes. Save the animals for real.
Thanks for letting me come out with my raspy voice. Also, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime. It's like a tradition now. You got to come on the Podathon every year now. It's just
every year, no matter what.
Every year, no matter if I do it or not, you just have to jump on the link, whatever.
Whether I'm invited or not, I'm showing up.
Just automatically book this block right here.
I'm like DMing people, hey, can I get that link?
We all up to 575 now, so we are making progress. You guys got us 75 in this last 30 minutes here.
Let's go.
Good half an hour, guys. Absolutely. So I will catch you both later. Hopefully, real soon we'll have you guys on the pod. So John will be there. So.
Already, dilly.
Dilly.
Bye.
Bye, guys. All right, John. I'm gonna have you help me out here in this next half an hour.
Yeah.
Because I need to eat or go to the bathroom at least. So
you're good. I got
this. And I'll let you run the mock draft here. So the first guest, we got Scott. What's going on, Scott?
How you doing? I don't know how I'm gonna follow that, but we'll try.
You're doing a great job, my friend. You're doing a great job. I love it. And we got Kyle, of course. He's been on all day.
Hey guys. Hey John. Hey Steve.
What's up, buddy?
Scott. Nice to meet you.
Hey Kyle, how are you?
Pretty good.
What's going on?
Great Podathon, great cause. Happy to be part of it. So thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. I think maybe our dynasty coach, Coach Dillon, is here. Coach Dillon.
What's up, guys? Dynasty Coach Dillon.
Coach Dillon's in the house. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good. Are you hanging out with us, or?
Yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm driving home right now, or driving to work right now. So.
All right. I love it. So, Coach John, I'll let you take over here. I'll be back, guys, in like 15. I apologize. I'm leaving you guys during your segment, but I got to eat at least or go to the bathroom for like 10 minutes real quick so I can finish this out tonight. So, but I will be back before it's over, guys.
You're good.
See you, GM Coach. Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, boys, this is exciting. I have the reins of the show, so everything is about to go completely off the rails. We're talking Indianapolis and Jacksonville. Look, I think there is some fantasy. Sometimes you have to dig into the mud and find some fantasy gems. So we're gonna dig into the mud with these two teams. Although Indianapolis is kind of nice, they got the 101, they got the consensus. So we'll go Scott and we'll go clockwise our way through. So 101, who are you taking in between Indianapolis and Jacksonville?
I'm going Jonathan Taylor, obviously.
Easy.
Best running back in the NFL. 18 touchdowns going to be hard to duplicate, but Matt Ryan's not opposed to dumping it off, so he could get a little bit more catches than he did last year. So Jonathan Taylor is the easy number one for me.
Yep. Is he your 101 consensus as well in regular redraft too?
Yeah, although Christian McCaffrey has inched up closer and closer, every week or whatever. So, but Taylor's still the consensus number one until he's not. So.
Yep, heard. I like that pick. I think it was kind of an easy no-brainer.
Yep.
Kyle, 102. Who you got?
Well, and looking through the list, it almost does feel like the 102 is not quite as easy as the Jonathan Taylor pick, but almost as easy. And sticking with the Colts, Michael Pittman looking like the very easy top target on the team. Well, obviously Taylor's going to get the most touches. I'd imagine Pittman's going to lead the team in targets, receptions, receiving touchdowns, all the receiving stats. And on a team with Matt Ryan, hopefully improved quarterback play from last year, but if not, at least kind of maintaining what he's had throughout his career, should take a step up in year 3. So.
Yeah,
Michael Pittman as the 102.
I love Michael Pittman, and the more I find myself drafting, the more I find myself attracted to the draft cost of Michael Pittman, where you could potentially get a top 15, top 12 guy, and you're not paying these crazy prices. But if you are in the belief like I am, I went back and so I rewatch old games all the time. So I went back and rewatched Matt Ryan just to see. I'm like, does he still have it left? Like, what's going on here? he still has it. He still has his accuracy. He still has his velocity. He can play for the next couple of years, and Michael Pittman can really perform. I think that's a great pick. And dynasty managers and dynasty owners who have Michael Pittman, I think are about to cash in on a big year. It's about to be. I don't see a world where he's not over 1,000 yards and potentially double-digit touchdowns. So, good pick. Love it. Dylan, 103.
The 103, I'm going to go Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
He's extremely talented. He has a connection with Trevor Lawrence. He was actually my number one back last year until he got hurt coming out, and I don't know. He's just so athletic, and he's got that connection with Trevor Lawrence, and I just think that he's in for a huge year.
He looked electric in that in a little bit of preseason work he got too. So I think that's the one question we all had was, what does his burst, what does his wiggle look like? Because that's really kind of, he was like I'm going to make you miss kind of guy. And that's scary when you're coming off an injury. Is he still going to have that agility? But it looked like he had it. He showed some promise. So I think he is, I'm not scared about James Robinson. I'm really not. The fact that he's, not on the pup is one thing, but playing is a totally different thing. I don't think he's playing week 1. It's not going to happen anytime soon. And so it is Travis Etienne's job to lose, in my opinion.
Yep. I agree. We see running back by committees all the time. And I mean, even if both guys are good, I think that there's a chance that you could see 2 top 24 backs off the team. So I don't count James Washington against him at all. He's still going to get plenty of receiving game work, I think, because that's what he did in college. He caught the ball real good. So
yeah, right. And I think finally he has a legitimate coach. Not that Urban Meyer was a train wreck or anything. He has a legitimate coach and a legitimate organization that will help him along. So it'll be good. I'm a fan. I'm going to take. So I have the 104, and I'm going to go. Oh man, do I want to go? Shoot, this really stinks. I'm going to take Christian Kirk. I'm going to take Christian Kirk. I'm not psyched about it, but there is some upside there. They paid him to be a number 1 receiver. He's going to see as many targets as he possibly can handle. I don't know what this. I think Trevor Lawrence has to take some level of a step forward. He's just too good because he was the prospect coming out. Everyone talked about him like he was the next Andrew Luck, and all of a sudden we're writing him off into the sunset. I think he's legit. So I'm going to buy in that Trevor Lawrence has a big bounce back year and Christian Kirk is a piece of that. So I don't know long-term, dynasty, I'm not buying into Christian Kirk. I'm not investing there, but if we're doing a redraft 104, I guess I'll take Christian Kirk.
Yeah, it's all about the pay.
Yeah. Follow the money. Follow the money.
Follow the money. It's just like David and Njoku in Cleveland. Follow the money.
Yep.
Paid him big. You're going to use them, obviously.
My dogs are going. Speaking of Humane Society, please donate because my dogs are going nuts. So they want to get into the closet and tell everyone to donate and tell everyone that this is for a good cause. So that's what they're barking about out there.
Yeah, they want to make a pod.
They want. Yeah, they're gonna make it. It's coming soon. There's no bones about it. That's gonna be their podcast name. All right, Scott, you got the 105. Where are you going with this pick?
I'm going to go Nyheim Hines.
Yeah.
I think that when Phillip Rivers was their quarterback, he was RB 18 in PPR. When Wentz was their quarterback, he didn't dump off much to the running back, so he regressed a lot. I think this is going to be more like the Phillip Rivers season of 2 years ago. And if you watched him play in the preseason game against Buffalo, he did a really nice job. Started the game, went with the starters, carried the ball a lot. He's going to catch passes, obviously. He could be on the field with Taylor. He could be lined up in the slot based on their wide receiving core. So I like Hines this year. I think he's a real big-time sleeper, and you can draft him in double-digit rounds and redraft, and that's huge to get an RB4 in a double-digit round that could produce like him. So.
Yep.
I like him this year. I think he's him and Njoku are my 2 big sleepers this year.
Listen, Nyheim Hines is certainly an interesting one because I don't think we want to give Jonathan Taylor all the work, but he's not going to get 100% of the work. There's going to be someone else, and Nyheim Hines is a great bet, and he's a pass catching guy, and he could fall into like a James White type season where he catches a ton of balls and somehow fumbles into 8 touchdowns, and you're like, oh geez, I got myself an RB2 that I'm putting in almost every week. And it's like, that's great. So I like the Nyheim Hines call. I think people are quick because Jonathan Taylor is so prolific and because he's so great. We're just so quick to be like, yep, that's the backfield.
Right.
No, there is a world where Nyheim Hines is going to be involved.
And what did Matt Ryan have as in Atlanta days? Tevin Coleman, Cordarrelle Patterson.
Yep.
He dumped off to Devonta Freeman sometimes. So he's not adverse to dumping off to a running back. So Hines can get 6-7 targets every week, possibly with 4 catches. And if he hits for a touchdown, you're golden. So
yeah, I think it's good. And there's not other than Michael Pittman, there's not a ton of pass catchers that make me excited. So they need playmakers in the passing game, regardless whether they're where they line them up. It doesn't matter, and all of a sudden Nyheim Hines is in the slot every once in a while and taking some targets there. I think that's great. So all right,
second on the team in targets, really. Like
he could be easily could be. He easily could be.
So do something similar to what Aaron Jones does with the Packers, without the big rushing touchdown numbers, but from a passing perspective.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Kyle,
Well,
what are we at? 107? 106?
106.
106. Okay.
And it's funny because we're going to talk about another running back, but one that probably won't catch many passes this year because, as Dylan mentioned, Travis Etienne's expected to kind of take that work. But man, Cam Akers coming back so soon last year and then not getting re-injured has kind of left the door open. And is there a shot that James Robinson plays week 1? I wouldn't have thought so. So especially just late December, I thought, he's probably going to miss most of the season. But I don't know. These Achilles recoveries have been they're interesting. We don't really know the full extent yet for either Akers or Robinson what they'll come back to in terms of form. But I'll take the shot that ends up being closer to a 50-50 split than expected. Yeah, Robinson's probably not going to catch many passes, but he also may get the higher touchdown upside with the goal line roll as opposed to Etienne having that. So if that is really that split, I think I would prefer to have the pass catcher in Etienne, but given the draft cost, Robinson might end up becoming a value here. So I'll take him here.
Yeah, James Robinson, as much as I love Etienne, I think James Robinson has a role in this offense. I think it's going to be diminished greatly to what it was before. He's not going to be an 80% touch guy. It's going to be much more in that 50% role. But we just watched Javonte Williams and Melvin Gordon come out and have 50-50 touches and both be useful for fantasy last year. So I think once, I don't know. I still am hesitant that James Robinson's going to play week 1 because I'm old school and I know Achilles is usually a death sentence for running backs. So I'm still a little hesitant. The fact that we have recent history in Marlon Mack and Cam Akers makes me feel good, but it's just not great. And so, we'll see. But by week 4, week 5, if this is some level of a committee and you drafted James Robinson super late and you can now plug him in as a flex play, yeah, I think that's realistic. I think that's a realistic option. And there is the world where if one of those two goes down, they have to. Now you have 100%. You get back to that 100%. When James Robinson was a top 10 guy. So, it's a good pick. I think it's a good pick. Neither one are without injury risk. So you always want to kind of lock up backfields like that.
And I think like the case with Hines and Robinson, that's really like upside or floor. Like it seems like Hines almost every week is going to give you a certain amount of production, but again, the limited touchdown upside. So if you, especially in PPR leagues, probably pretty safe floor guy to have. But Robinson really does seem very boom or bust. If he's not getting touchdowns, he might get a few carries, but not much production behind that. So that's taking big swings there.
Right. Yeah. The advantage that Jacksonville has is Etienne. They could bring Robinson along very slowly. They have Etienne, and then they drafted Snoop Connor this year, so they can bring Robinson along where he gets 5 touches in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then they start ramping him up as action. So
100%.
I like Robinson as a value this year.
Oh man, we're getting thin. We're getting thin. I'm gonna take Trevor Lawrence to pair with my Christian Kirk. I'm gonna get the stack, and I know it's single quarterback league, but I don't want anything to do with the tight ends in either situation. And we're kind of I don't want Paris Campbell. I'm not falling for that trick again. I'm not doing it. So I'm going to take the quarterback. And out of the two, I think I'd rather, bank on the upside. I think Matt Ryan's a much safer. He's locked into being a top 15 guy. He's not. Hold on. How do I get? Oh, I got to. He's not, going to not break out of that, but I don't know if he has the potential to really elevate to a different level. Whereas Trevor Lawrence could elevate his game to a level where we're perennially talking about him as, one of the better guys in the league. I think Matt Ryan's kind of on the back nine of his career. So that's where I have to lean with youth and upside because I'm just a sucker for it.
Everybody's in on Lawrence this year. I mean, everybody.
Yeah.
They think he's going to be the turnaround quarterback of the year this year. So
he's got to, right? Like it's not like he forgot how to play football in the matter of college to pros. Like it's but something just looked off, and I think it was the fact that he had to deal with Urban Meyer and that debacle of a head coach and that debacle of an experiment. And it's hard enough for a rookie to come in and learn the NFL and learn the pace and learn the speed of the game, all this. And then you have to deal with this clown coach, Monday through Friday. You're like, all right. So I look at last year as just a complete wash. And so now if this year you say to yourself, okay, they added some pieces around him. They gave him some weapons to throw to, so he's not throwing a Laquan Treadwell. And ETN's back. So his backfield he's comfortable with. I think there's a world where, Trevor Lawrence has a great season. He really should. And it's the people who are giving up on him. To me, it's like, it's very short-sighted. Dynasty players are very fickle people where I'm like, 2 years ago, we were talking about this guy as a generational talent. And now some people are saying he stinks. It's like, this is crazy. Not much has changed, guys. This is crazy. Let's let things. People are used to, because we're so used to immediate success lately in Dynasty, especially Dynasty. Like someone hits and pops, and it's like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, all these, and boom, boom, right away. Now sometimes these players take a little bit to develop and become useful pieces.
He could never reach what everybody was saying he was going to reach last year. It was almost impossible. So
yeah, coming in and saying he was going to be, the next Andrew Luck, and coming in and saying he was going to, he was going to lead Jacksonville into, the promised land. And it's like, look, man, you know how hard it is to drag a bad franchise to the playoffs by yourself? Like, it's really difficult. I don't care how good you are as a quarterback, other than maybe a select few in the history of the game that can take any roster, you still need to provide him with a good roster. And finally now they gave him some offensive pieces and gave him a decent roster. So we'll see what they do now. But last year, the roster was a disaster, and Urban Meyer was the worst head coach imaginable. So I give no blame to Trevor Lawrence. I mean, you got to give some. He did throw a couple kind of like bad interceptions that you're like, all right, that is just you being a rookie. But if he had offset that with some decent touchdowns, which he showed with DJ Chark early on, then it could have been a different season. It wouldn't have been as horrible. The fact that he threw, single digit touchdowns is just crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Are we next, Scott? Oh, we're at 109. We're at 10 something, 109. We're getting towards the,
I think 108.
108. Yeah. 108. We're getting towards the bottom of this division here. This duo of a division.
So, if Pittman was the 102, and Taylor and Hines were in the top four or five, it's got to be Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's that veteran quarterback that is rock steady. Don't forget last year in Atlanta, he didn't have Calvin Ridley. He got suspended. He didn't have anybody else except Kyle Pitts and Patterson, who flamed out at the end of last year. This year, he's got some decent weapons. If Campbell can stay healthy for a majority of the season, he could fall in love with him in terms of getting him the ball. But with Pittman, with Hines, with Taylor, it could be one of his best weaponry around him in his career, actually, besides the Super Bowl year that they went to. So I think Matt Ryan's gonna post over 4,000 yards. He's gonna throw 30 to 40 touchdowns. So I'm taking Matt Ryan here. I just think the weaponry around him could be enough to boost him into a 11 to 12 quarterback season this year. But he hasn't fallen off the cliff. I don't think he has. I watched some of his video from last year. His throws were just as good as they have been.
Yep.
His weapons just were down last year. Kyle Pitts got double covered every chance teams got. So where was he going with the ball? Olamide Zaccheaus? I don't think so. So You know, Russell Gage was the other guy that was there, obviously, but I like Matt Ryan this year as a QB2 for any team, and he's great bye-week filling in the right situation. So,
love it. Yeah, I think Matt Ryan is going to have. It's so funny. I was talking to a buddy of mine who plays in the NHL, and he was saying, he goes, sometimes what happens is these veteran guys just get kind of tired of their surroundings and the situation, and then they go somewhere new and they get this breath of fresh air, and all of a sudden they're like practicing harder than ever and doing everything they can. It's like, oh, this is great, like I'm back in it, and you get this next like 3-4 year little burst to your career, the end of your career. I could see Matt Ryan easily having that. Like, he's there, he's got a great running back, he's got a good head coach, he's got a good team around him. They're going to be in the playoffs, and he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm reinvigorated, and I'm back to wanting to be a top end quarterback. He has the arm talent. It could easily happen.
Yeah. Plus, in Atlanta, when were they ever picked to win the division, or when with New Orleans there and Tampa was pretty good in his last 2 years. Then in Indianapolis, they're picked to win the division. Tennessee's fallen off probably. Jacksonville's not great. Houston's not great. So they're the pick in the division, and that probably excites them more to get back into the playoff race with that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be, the story of Matt Ryan in the next 2-3 years is going to be really interesting to me. I want to see how this plays out. I want to see how, Indianapolis plays out, because I like Frank Reich as a coach. Yep. I think they're a good team. I want to see them get over the hump and make some noise in the playoffs. So, Kyle, is there anyone left in this division, this duo of a division that we want to talk about? We're getting really late.
Well, it is funny because I did kind of consider this player when I took James Robinson, just on the maybe the outside chance that he is the number one wide receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think the smart money and all the money on Christian Kirk. I mean, certainly that's what Jacksonville did in free agency. So certainly saying as a front office, they believe he was worthy of that investment to make as a number one receiver. Now, does the coaching staff believe that? And more importantly, does Trevor Lawrence believe that? Someone that he did, is on top of DJ Chark, someone he did seem to have some connection with last year was Marvin Jones.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if there's just as much shot that Marvin Jones leads this wide receiver core in fantasy points and receptions and targets as there's a chance that Christian Kirk does. Maybe Marvin Jones gets more touchdowns, Kirk ends up with more catches, and they end up with about similar fantasy score, but seems like Marvin Jones going a lot later in fantasy drafts than Kirk as well. So I think a better value. So Kirk, probably not someone I'm too excited about in fantasy this year. Definitely a lot more excited about him last year with the Cardinals, which I felt like he was going cheaper last year. And now, given the fact that
ADP's gone up, given
the fact that people think he's the number one target, that makes sense, right? Like if they think he's going to see career highs in catches, you think it's going to be his first 1,000-yard season, that makes sense that he's gone up. But I think I'd rather invest cheaper and get Marvin Jones. So I'm happy to take him here.
Yeah, you can probably get Marvin Jones with one of your last couple picks in a redraft league. I have a feeling people are just going to be off, and so it's the veteran presence, having that old connection with Trevor Lawrence because they played together last year. That could be one of those picks that we all look at and go, oh yeah, of course he finished as a top 30 wide receiver, and we're like, oh, we should have seen that coming. I think. I don't know how much upside there's left in Marvin Jones's game. He's not going to break off a long one anytime soon, but he could easily be a red zone threat and a red zone target that, has a double touch, 2 touchdown game. He goes 6 catches for 70 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, it could happen. So I love him. I think that's a good pick.
He's the guy that comes out of nowhere one week and then goes back into hiding for 2 weeks after. You pick him up, you spend a lot of your fab money, and then he goes 3 for 25. And not his fault, but the quarterback can't get him the ball or whatever. And then you just drop him a week or two later, and you say, oh, well, and then he pops up again. So
and then he'll prop up and have another game. Yep. Dylan, anyone left in this division that you think that you want on your fantasy rosters? I'll pose it that way. Is there anyone left, if you're at the last pick in a redraft, anyone left in this division that you really want?
Have we mentioned Evan Ingram yet?
No, we haven't.
We've avoided the tight end so far.
We've avoided the tight end so
with
far.
The with the toss up of pass catchers, who could be the number one, who could be number two, whatever, Jacksonville. I mean, we've seen Evan Ingram be good.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him have one of the best rookie seasons ever. His problem's been catching the ball lately, but in the Doug Peterson offense, I mean, he's worked with Travis Kelce, Dallas Goedert, Zach Ertz. He's made great tight ends. So I think Ingram could be, I don't know if he's going to be as good as those guys, but he could be in for a pretty good season as a late round target tight end. So
yeah, I think that's a good one. I think Evan Ingram is one of those people that, you know, he's burned people so many times the past 2-3 years that everyone's off. But like you said, Jacksonville is a void for pass catchers right now. They need people to make plays. He can do it. He hasn't done it since his rookie year, but we saw it as a young talent. And, you know, I don't think they really knew what they had and what they were fostering in New York in the Giants. And just in general, that team was kind of all over the place for a little while, and it just struggled with his development. I mean, different story now. They got Dayball, and I think the future is bright for the Giants, but there was a little couple like fuzzy years there after, you know, Coughlin and you know, it just, I think his development just kind of fell to the wayside, which sucks. But if he comes in, Doug Peterson can do what he can do, develop his hands a little bit and feature him. 80 targets for a tight end is a big deal. I mean, that's a big deal. So I think it's a good pick. I think it's a good late pick, Evan Ingram.
Yeah, him and New York never meshed together, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just, it was weird because he had that, you know, stellar rookie season. You know, he played out of his mind his rookie year and then kind of just couldn't figure it out because couldn't put together. He would have a good game or he'd have a good catch here or there, a couple big plays, and then all of a sudden he'd have like a bad drop over the middle, and you're like, "What? This
was it? Just Eli Manning? Like, is it like we maybe deserve to give Eli Manning a bit more credit and respect? To be honest, he made Evan Ingram look really good. I mean,
made Evan Ingram look good. Saquon Barkley, you know, hasn't been the same since. I mean, listen, there's something to be said there about Eli. So I think we should start putting some respect.
True. Saquon got hurt in his first game with Daniel Jones started. So Eli knew how to protect himself.
Yep. That's how it goes. Oh man. I don't think there's anyone left. I would be up. The only name I maybe want to mention is I'm not gonna say it. I was going to say Paris Campbell, but I'm not bringing him up because I don't want to do that to the listeners. I like the listeners too much. I think Paris Campbell is just not a model of health. And I think there is, you know, he's someone who, to me, it just didn't develop the way he should have as a pro. It was like you wanted everything to go well for Paris Campbell. You wanted things to, and he just, I don't know, he just never elevated from his college game to the pro game. So, there is a world where he is the number 3 target on that offense, if you're interested. So there you go. That's all I'll say.
I'll give you a name is Alec Pierce for Dynasty.
Yep.
I think as the season goes on, Matt Ryan's going to fall in love with him, and I think he's going to be the deep threat for them. I think he's going to be the guy that takes the wrap off the defenses deep, and he catches 5 or 6 touchdowns. And if you're in a distance league where you award points for long touchdowns, he might be the type of guy you want.
Yeah.
So that guy, maybe not this year, but in Dynasty next year, he could definitely be the number 2 wide receiver for the Colts. So that's a guy you want to monitor.
And I'll throw in one more name, but I'm curious, you know, Dynasty coach Dylan, if you track like your Dynasty rostership on like who's your most rostered player. But I know for me, it's Mo Alley Cox, who's my most rostered Dynasty player. And I think, you know, with all these receivers, young guys, injured guys, we're not really sure behind Pittman. Maybe the tight end emerges and gets a ton of receptions. So, I was
going to say a different tight end for the Colts, Jelani Woods. I think that's who they drafted. He was a freak specimen, athletic specimen, especially in the combine. So we could be looking at usually the breakout tight ends are the freak athletes. So
yeah, I mean the Brevin Jordans of the world, the big athletes. Yeah, I think it's a good one. I just am afraid again. I think the offense, if I'm projecting this offense, a lot of work is going to go to Jonathan Taylor, a little bit of, then a lot of work is going to go to Michael Pittman, and then a little bit of work is going to go to Nyheim Hines, and then the rest, you got like 150 to 200 targets to distribute between everybody else, and it's like, so there could be a good Mo Alley Cox game, there could be a big Jelani Woods game, there could be, I just don't know in redraft if there's anyone that I'm like really like, oh yeah, that's someone I definitely want to roster. Best ball formats or DFS lineups, or those are different, because then you're just hoping for a big week.
Yeah.
And they can certainly have, those guys certainly have that potential. Alec Pierce is another one. He could have a big week any given moment, because you can't teach speed, and the guy runs sub 4.4. So it's like, that's crazy. So those players are definitely DFS players for me that I would love. I just think in redraft, you're going to find it, because you're going to play the stupid, like, when do I play him? When do I not play him? And then he's going to be on your bench and have a big game. You're going to put him in your lineup, and then he's going to go 1 for 8. And you're like, oh, Jesus, like, this sucks. And so it's just going to be hard to predict these games for guys like Mo Alley Cox, who can easily fall, have 600 yards and 5 touchdowns. It's just, I don't know when it's going to be really hard to predict when they come.
Yeah. And Matt Ryan is a spread it around type of quarterback too. Like like a Brady, he'll hit Pittman a lot, but in that cold offense, Mo Alley Cox might catch 3 balls, Paris Campbell might catch 3 balls, Alec Pierce might catch 2, Nyheim Hines might catch 4. So it's all about the hot receiver for that week, and that's the thing. Mo Alley Cox, tight end, I could see plugging him in some weeks, but I could also see him being on my bench most of the year or on the waiver wire. So that's a guy that you take with the hope and a prayer in the 19th, 20th round, whatever number your late draft is. And hope
Well, like I was saying, my most rostered tight end in Dynasty, I don't think on any of those 6 teams he's the tight end one. So it's
he's just there.
A guy that could sometimes be picked up for free off waiver wires the last couple of years. I think a few of those shares are just taking him late in startups this year. So take the cheap shot on him.
Yep, that's a good one. It's a good pick. Coach Steve, I think we discussed everyone and anyone that there is to talk about out of Jacksonville and Indianapolis.
We didn't mention Deion Jackson, the UDFA running back, but
no, we didn't mention him.
He's got like Phillip Lindsay and Tyson Williams. We got to know now.
Oh,
Phillip Lindsay is making that roster on. If anyone likes him,
I think so too. I think he's probably the RB3 there.
All right, Scott. I don't know if you want to. You're welcome to stay on for another half an hour. If not, you got to go. If there's anything you want to say, or you could stay on.
So, this is a great cause. I have 3 adopted cats, so I donate to Humane Society every month with a donation. So to me, this is a no-brainer. This is a great cause. Everybody donate to it. These are the people that are voiceless, basically, and these are the people that need a lot of help from a lot of people. So please donate whatever you can. It always is a help. So
absolutely, we are up to 575 now. So we are moving the chain. So I'm loving it.
Hopefully, you can double that initial goal. So that's great. Yeah, great to see that success happening.
That's
Thank
our
you
next.
everyone for donating.
500 was the start. Now I'm hoping to double it before the night's over. So, but it is what it is. So we are in the next 30-minute segment here. This is basically the same crew right here. So. Scott, like I said, you're welcome to stay. If you got to go, you got to go.
For a little bit. Yep, I can stay for a little bit.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. So, again, if you're not listening, if you just were listening now, we are the fantasy coaches, and we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society, whether that's, helping with the raising money to send to the Humane Society so they can continue to do what they do best by helping with the adoption of our pets and dogs and cats and giving them a place to stay until that time frame comes in which they can go to a nice home. And again, it's more than that. It's not more than just the dogs and the cats, and that's a big part because everyone loves them. It's also wildlife that are out there that they're helping out too, whether it's the land or ocean, the sky with the birds, preserving, trying to make sure that these animals don't go extinct due to our causes. We're trying to be the opposite of that and trying to help raise money so they can do better than what we've done done so far in life. So if you continue to help donate, there's 2 ways. You can go right to humanesociety.org just to go ahead and donate. Let us know how much you donate so we can add it to our total. If you want to send it to us directly, let us do it. We do have a bunch of money that we're going to be sending over tomorrow morning. You can do it through our PayPal, FCP, Coach Steve. Send it over there. We will be sending the money over tomorrow morning, and I will show up in Twitter and whatnot so that you guys know the money was actually sent. So either way, we do appreciate it, whatever you feel more comfortable doing. All right, so let's get over our next half an hour here. We are on to the next two teams. We're skipping over. I don't know what I did exactly, but we are on the Green Bay Packers and Detroit Lions. We're not doing the rest of that silly AFC South.
Who cares about Houston? We don't need to talk about
Yeah, we don't need to talk about them. Or at least you guys don't have to, at least. So, all right. So we'll start from the top. John, I don't know who you gave the 101 to.
I went clockwise. I gave it to Scott.
Okay. All right. So, Scott, you get the 101 again.
So, to me, it's Aaron Jones. I think he's going to be a running back that catches 70, 80 passes this year. I think he's going to be Aaron Rodgers' favorite target on the field. Everybody's talking about Allen Lazard. I think it's going to be Aaron Jones. I think he's going to be split out in the slot sometimes. I think you're going to see him out there. I think you're going to see him and Dillon in the backfield together at times. I think LaFleur, if you've seen him or watched his games, you know anything about him, he's an offensive mind. And he's going to do whatever he can to get the playmakers in terms of Aaron Jones, Allen Lazard on the field and with the ball a lot. So I like Aaron Jones this year. I think he can get almost 2,000 combined yards. I think he can get about 15 touchdowns this year. So those two factors lead me to believe he could be the best player of these two teams.
And A.J. Dillon, does he scare you? He doesn't scare you off of taking Aaron Jones that early?
No, because I think he could be on the field with Jones this year. I think you could see him on the field. I think what's going to happen is Jones is gonna get a lot of the stuff in between the 10s, and I think once Green Bay gets inside the 10, I think Dillon's going to come in the game. But Jones can catch the ball, and he can score touchdowns with the ball once he catches it. So I think double-digit touchdowns are going to be in his future. I just think Dillon and Jones are going to make up probably 20 touchdowns in the Packers offense this year. So.
All right. I like it. I don't hate it because Aaron Jones is a tremendous player and has tremendous upside in that passing game, especially with the lack of wide receivers right now in Green Bay. Yeah. Kyle, over to you, my friend, the 102.
Well, just to comment on Jones in that last part, I almost wonder if it's the opposite, where they actually want to give A.J. Dillon a bunch of carries and he gets more carries than Jones. But what I'm a Packers fan I watch closely is that they've tried to give Dillon some red zone carries, but it seems like not as effective. Jones is still the better goal line back, red zone back. So I think as much as you were talking about all the catches that Jones could, I think he has just as much touchdown upside as well. Like you're saying, to get the 15 touchdowns, I think he's still the main goal line back for them because I think he's still just got the nose for the end zones, the instincts to follow the blocks, even though A.J. Dillon is this very impressive physical specimen. Short yardage, Jones is still the guy, I think. That quick twitch and burst ability, the instincts, the mental side of the game is more important than the physical. So I love the Jones pick there. I think if this was the entire NFC North combined, I think he'd still be the 101 because I think he has just as much touchdown upside as Dalvin Cook, but is probably going to catch a lot more passes than Cook will. So yeah. I know I was debating Jones actually in the Fantasy Coaches PODATHON League for this. I didn't end up taking him, but I was happy to see Cook go before. And actually, it's funny, this player that I'm taking actually went before Jones in the draft, and I wasn't able to draft him. So I get to draft him here, but DeAndre Swift. And I think he can catch just as many passes as Jones, maybe less touchdown upside. And that's more about the offense than it is about Swift, the player. And I think tremendous talent. I thought looking at this, it was very clear with the Lions, Packers, similar to the other North Division, the Steelers and Browns, very clear who should be the top two picks. And then, you could go Chubb or Harris. So ultimately it went Harris, then Chubb, but I think could have been just the same thing here. Jones or Swift could have been the 101 or 102. So happy to get Swift here.
Now with Swift, how concerned are you about him being an injured type of player? Because we've seen him be injured in his first 2 years. Does that prevent him from being potentially, maybe for you a high end round 2 pick? Or are you okay still taking him in the earlier round 2?
I mean, I think everyone's got injury concerns. There's very few players at any point in any draft where you're saying, this is very clear of injury concerns. I mean, Jones has been relatively healthy, but he's also missed games every season, I think. So it's not as if Jones has been perfectly healthy either. So I try not to look at that too much. if I don't think Swift's hurt right now. I'll discount a player if they're kind of injured going into the draft. Okay, there are concerns now. They're recovering from something. We know of an injury that's either impacting them currently or impacting their ability to get back onto the field. Then yeah, I'll discount for that. But as far as everyone's healthy, like Scott was saying earlier in the program, Jonathan Taylor 101, Christian McCaffrey 102 in full drafts. Like I'm perfectly fine taking maybe even McCaffrey in 101, certainly in heavier PPR formats like the Fantasy Coaches League, for instance. Like I would have probably taken McCaffrey ahead of Taylor, considering running backs get an extra, like it's 1.5 points per reception. And so I'm not discounting McCaffrey because the injuries. As long as he's healthy now, looks healthy now, I'll consider him such.
The one thing that worries me a little bit with Swift is the Jamal Williams factor. What are they doing with him? I mean, you're hearing he's running with the ones. You're hearing he could be the guy in the red zone to be the running back. Mm-hmm. What exactly is his role going to be in that Lions offense? And how much is he going to take away from Swift? So that would be my more concern than the injuries with Swift.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe capping the touchdown upside if they're both getting the goal line looks for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, no, definitely. And the charity leagues are going pretty well so far, honestly. A lot of interesting picks overall. I messed up pretty bad, though, on the Kyle, I forget which one you're in. Kyle, which one are you in?
It's funny because even though I'm a Packers fan, you put me in the Lion division, so thanks for that.
The Tigers, so I mean, I guess same thing.
I don't care about baseball though, so I don't mind being the Detroit Tigers.
Oh well, I messed.
You could have gone Red Wings and Pistons. At least those teams have won championships in the last 60 years. I don't know. Do the Tigers win? I'm not sure. I don't follow.
I don't know. But
the Lions haven't won since the 50s, so.
I actually gave you guys an extra starting roster, and I didn't give it to them, so I had to go back and do a whole nother. They finished their draft, and I had to go back and give them another round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I felt bad as hell because I thought I had that under control, but I clearly didn't. So, but now both those drafts
extra rounds, right? That's good. I always take an extra round of drafting. It's always fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So, love that. All right, Coach Dylan, over to you, my friend. If you're there,
103.
Three Packers Lions.
I don't want to go.
Oh, are you both talking? Oh.
I think Dylan's muted, actually.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
So I'm going to go with AJ Dillon.
I got him.
You already got him? Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. John was about to say his name, I feel like.
No, I wasn't. I was actually
perfect. Go for it.
Perfect.
Yeah, I just think that he's I think that you're going to see AJ Dillon and Aaron Jones on the field at the same time this year a lot. But Aaron Jones, I think, is going to be at more receiving, and then AJ Dillon's going to get that goal line work, and that's big for running back. So I'm going to go AJ Dillon.
I love it. How would you be comfortable taking AJ Dillon as your RB1 if you went a zero RB approach?
Yeah, I think so. I think we thought last year he had more rushing attempts than Aaron Jones, so he's going to get majority of the rushing work, I think. And like I said, I think he's on pace for going to be scoring probably about 10 touchdowns, especially with an Aaron Rodgers-led offense. He's big back. He's going to get that goal line work, and that's big for running backs.
Okay. I like it. I love AJ Dillon. I've been grabbing him every which way possible in my draft, so I don't hate that whatsoever. So
I don't know if Kyle agrees, being a Packers fan, but if Aaron Jones ever got hurt and was out for the season, yes, AJ Dillon's a league winner.
Oh yeah, if that happened right now in drafts, Dillon's probably maybe even probably in round 2 for sure. He might even creep into round 1 in certain leagues. Like you're that's another one. Like if that news was revealed, I'd probably rather have AJ Dillon than Dalvin Cook. I'm probably lower on Dalvin Cook than consensus, to be fair, but yeah, AJ Dillon, Joe Mixon, AJ Dillon, Nick Chubb, AJ Dillon, Austin Eckler. I think that those are conversations people are having in the first round if that was the case. And maybe if we found out Dillon was hurt, we'd probably do the same thing for Jones and move him up to the first round as well. So both are kind of keeping each other at a low value. So they kind of both become values in draft for that. You just got to kind of pick your route with both.
Yeah. It's all about luck at the end of the day. Coach John, on to you, my friend, the 104. What do we got?
104. I'm glad I got the 104 because I would have taken this player at the 103, so I'll take him at the 104. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is one of those players who people don't want to believe it. People don't, because it's the Lions. They don't want to believe the end of the season run. Because DeAndre Swift wasn't there. Hawkinson wasn't there. There was no target. Listen, Amon-Ra St. Brown is still really good, and he's showing connection with Jared Goff in camp. So these are the types of things that I like to see. I like to hear. He's a rookie wide receiver. He took a little bit to catch on, but he finally, at the end of the season, we saw him be a top 10 guy. I'm not saying he's going to be a top 10 guy all season, and I'm not saying any of that, but I'm saying he has the potential to put up those types of stretches. So I like that. I think you can get him at a huge discount. You can slot him in as your wide receiver 2 or 3 and be just fine and not worry about it. So I like Amon-Ra St. Brown here at the 104.
I like that. And how concerned, you're not concerned about everyone coming back onto the team, with Hawkinson, with Swift, and the new additions. Do you believe that he can still be their wide receiver 1 on their team?
I think the volume will go down, but the touchdown and efficiency will go up. So the fact that he was the only guy and still performed well is a good thing to me. That means that he can see the number 1 corner on a team and still beat him. He can see double coverage and still beat it. Now he doesn't have to. They're going to safety slide coverage over to, when Jameson Williams is back, they're going to slide coverage over to Jameson Williams because they don't want to take the top off there. The underneath stuff is all going to be, Swift and Hawkinson. So that's really going to leave the medium, intermediate, and long intermediate parts of the field for Amon-Ra St. Brown, where his route running was really good. So, I could see him doing a lot of damage in that 15 to 25 yard range. And that's just where he's going to live and eat. And so I think they all do things. Yes, it's not going to be 15 targets a game for, or this crazy volume pace that he was on. It's not going to be that. But it is going to be 8 targets, 9 valuable targets a game for this offense. So I still think he can be the number 1 target leader, and it's going to be close. But there's no reason if he's the number 1 target leader at the end of the year, I'm not shocked.
All right. I mean, I don't hate it because honestly, I've been growing on Amon-Ra St. Brown lately, and I feel like because everyone's downing him right now, the value is becoming really great. That I think what you just said there makes sense for what you're getting out of him, and I think people will be shocked on dipping on him during this offseason. So, All right, Scott, back to you, my friend. The 105. What do we got here?
So I'll go Alan Lazard here.
Okay.
I think that Aaron Rodgers' career has been not trusting rookies as much in their first year. I.e. Devontae Adams didn't have a great first year. Jordy Nelson didn't have a great first year. MVS was the target leader as a rookie for Aaron Rodgers, and that's saying a lot. So his career high total is 513 yards. I think he's going to break that if he stays healthy. Health is a big question with Lazard. I think he's going to get 120 targets easily this year. I think he could be closer to 130. So I like Alan Lazard this year to have a top 30 to 36 type of season. I think what you're getting him in drafts is real insane value. I think he's just going to keep going up and up and up as we get closer to September 1st. So I'll take Alan Lazard here. I think he's going to be leaned on by Aaron Rodgers out of any receiver. So that'd be my pick. I think he's going to have a best career year this year with a peppering of targets. So.
I like it. I like it. And you're picking him over Aaron Rodgers in his draft.
I am, because I just don't know after Lazard and Jones where Rodgers is going to go with the ball. I don't know if Tunyon's going to be healthy enough to start the season. Came off the PUP list. I'm not sure on that. I'm just a little shaky on Aaron Rodgers this year. He's not going to run as much as he has in the past, I don't think. He's going to be one of those pocket quarterbacks. He'll run a little bit, but I don't think he's going to run a lot. So I would take Lazard because I think he can just sneak into that in the 2 teams we're talking about, probably the number 2 wide receiver,
right,
in Detroit. So
no, I just wanted to double check because I like Allen a lot. He's a great double-digit guy that I love to take if I can get him at the right value, because he has that upside. Because you still don't know who's the wide receiver 1, but you have to assume Aaron Lazard has the first crack at it as long as he stays healthy, because he does have that early on connection with Aaron Rodgers. But
right. And it did come down to Lazard and Rodgers for me with this pick, but I just leaned toward Lazard.
Of course. Kyle, back to you, my friend. 106, 7?
Well, it's funny. It would be 7 because it would mirror my 7th round pick in the Fantasy Coaches League. But I think it's so it's start 1 quarterback, start 1 tight end, right? So neither position has tons of scarcity. but it also seems like if you were just to kind of look at, obviously we're stuck looking at just these divisions, but overall, quarterback is a lot deeper than tight end once you're past the top 5 or 6. And I guess the big question with Hawkinson, is he that difference-making tight end or not? And just like Coach John was mentioning, Amon-Ra could lead the Lions in targets. I think it's probably I would say it's pretty close to like a 50-50 chance between Amon-Ra and Hawkinson, maybe 55% chance for Hawkinson at most. But especially in tight end premium leagues, which the Fantasy Coaches League, tight ends get an extra half point over wide receivers per reception. So I actually took him before I even took my first wide receiver. So part of that, I mostly focused quarterback, running back up to that point. And who's my first pass catcher going to be? I thought he was the last kind of difference maker at tight end. I almost considered taking him the round before and kind of really sweated that out. Tried to play off the draft board a little bit. A lot of those teams in between had taken tight ends already. So I was kind of trying to hope I could, add to my running back depth first and get him. And it worked out well. So I'll take TJ Hawkinson again. Seems like I was always Noah Fant over TJ Hawkinson, but it seems like this year, especially in redraft, I've taken him in a couple leagues already. So I seem to like Hawkinson's price a little bit here, as much as I'm usually opposed to the tight ends in this range usually, but I think there is a shot that he is that alpha for the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, he still has a shot to be the target leader. I mean, we're all saying it could be someone else, but he still has that shot and opportunity to do so because his involvement in this offense. Clearly, they like to use him in this offense a lot. And, the Lions it could be a sneaky offense this year, honestly. They have an opportunity. They have the pieces kind of already in play. If Jared Goff can just play adequate football, I mean, this could be a decent team. And TJ Hawkinson could be a big part of that if Jared Goff can get things going. So I do like the Hawkinson pick there. So, all right, Coach Dillon, we got now you're actually the 107. So what do you got going on here?
I'm going to go the easy one here. I'm going to take Aaron Rodgers.
All right.
Back-to-back MVP years. We see the great QBs make the players around them great. Yes, he doesn't have a true number one right now, but you're hearing talk about Romeo Doubs. You're hearing, they drafted
Christian Watson.
Christian Watson also, who had a lot of clout in the preseason or before the draft here. He's gonna find a couple targets out of those guys that are gonna be good. And like I said, MVP twice, 2 years in a row. There's a reason for that. Devontae Adams is a big loss, but he's still got a lot left. So.
All right, I like it. Honestly, it's pretty self-explanatory there. At this point in this little mock draft, Aaron Rodgers is just always been a great quarterback and always been someone that's been consistent. So, love that pick there. All right, Coach John, 108 now.
So, this is true redraft format, correct?
That's correct, true redraft.
Okay. Then I'm gonna say Romeo Doubs. I think Romeo Doubs, to me, because I got to get a pass catcher. And between him and Christian Watson, give me the guy who's been in camp getting the hype. Give me that guy. I understand the draft capital and dynasty format is probably on Christian Watson. Size, speed, all that profile is probably better with Christian Watson. But in redraft, end of my draft, last pick, throw Romeo Doubs on there, and who knows? God forbid something that happens. He had a very productive, year in Nevada, so he can have, he can garner a lot of an offense. Not that he will with Aaron Rodgers, but he can see a decent amount of targets and handle that. I'm going to take Romeo Doubs just because he's been healthy and getting the hype in camp. But I could be. If this was dynasty, my take would be different.
You never know. Honestly, I'm sure there are.
You never know. I'm sure
there's a trade out there right now that someone made in a dynasty league that they swapped Watson and Doubs.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I just did a rookie draft that started, I guess, a week or so ago, and Doubs went ahead of Watson in the rookie draft.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
There is a path to immediate points with Romeo Doubs, but I just think that there's more staying power with Christian Watson. You know what I'm saying? Like, if all of a sudden Romeo Doubs is, becomes the third or fourth target, it could happen. I don't see a world where if Christian Watson hits his ceiling like they expect, that he would ever be the third or fourth target in this offense.
Right. there is still, Randall Cobb is still there. He's likely to play the slot role still this coming season. This season. Dobbs could have a better dynasty future, obviously, but Cobbs could end up playing the slot. They have Sammy Watkins, they have Alan Lazard. That's probably the starting three to start the season. And then, to be honest, I don't know if Dobbs really has to perform to an elite level. I feel like to get into that crack. I feel like and if Watson comes back, which I think he just came off the pump list, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
once he gets into camp and he starts showing things, it might be a 180 real quick hype on this Watson Dobbs situation. So, but right now I get it. It makes tons of sense. You want someone who Aaron Rodgers is talking up a lot right now because that means there's a trust factor growing there. So hopefully. All right, we got time for maybe one or two more here with our guest Scott. 109. There's not much left there, but
it's got to be Jamal Williams. I mean, the talk of Lions camp is he's going to have a role. He's running with the ones. He had a role last year. I think if they're down, I think you're going to see him in the game in the receiving role out of the backfield. He just caps DeAndre Swift. As much as I hate that because I love Swift, he just caps him to a certain extent in terms of touchdowns, in terms of some production. So I'm going to take Jamal Williams here. I just think out of the last people, I would take Christian Watson. He just came off the pup list. I don't know, where he is right now in the receiving corps. So Jamal Williams would be my pick.
No, I don't hate it because, I really believe he is the number 2 on this offense here for sure. There's no doubt that Justin Jackson isn't getting there. Craig Reynolds isn't getting there. This is going to be Jamal Williams' job for the whole season unless he gets hurt, which maybe he does, but he's definitely going to be the RB2 there in Detroit for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Kyle, 110.
I think Jamal Williams might be one of the 5 most valuable handcuffs or backup running backs. And you look at the guys that I would maybe, like if I were to rank the backup running backs, the guys that I have ahead of them, Melvin Gordon, Kareem Hunt, A.J. Dillon, they're going many rounds ahead of Williams. Like redraft, I'd rather have Williams than probably Alexander Madison and Tony Pollard, who seem to be like the popular handcuffs that also go ahead of him. So I think Jamal Williams could be a great value this year. To be fair, he was last year. We saw him get usage last year too. So it's funny because Packers fan, yet I picked DeAndre Swift, picked TJ Hawkinson, and now I'm going to pick with another Lions player. So I didn't pick any Packers players today, but I'm going to go with DJ Chark. And while we talked about the likely candidates to lead the team in receptions are probably the 3 we've already talked about. The Hawkinson, St. Brown for sure. I'd imagine Swift gets a ton of receptions. But is there a 5 to 10% chance that DJ Chark leads this team in targets? He's a really talented receiver, former 2nd-round pick, has had seasons. His rookie season, he was a face planner, but after that came on strong as a second-year player out of nowhere. Got hurt last year. We talked about it in the earlier segment with Trevor Lawrence, how he seemed to have that connection right away. So how quickly can he recover? How quickly can he start producing? Is he I think Coach John, you were mentioning this earlier. Once Jameson Williams back, he could maybe take the top off the defense. I suppose that high value deep threat target right now is probably DJ Chark. So he may not get a ton of targets. And again, Hawkinson, St. Brown likely to catch more passes, but Chark could maybe match them in receiving yards and maybe potentially even receiving touchdowns if he's catching the long ones and be a valuable fantasy asset. So when you were talking about needing a receiver, this is actually where I thought you might go. So I actually probably would have taken Chark a couple picks ago. So I'll say good value here.
Yeah, that is good value. I think there is a world. They brought DJ Chark in for a reason. And the other thing I like about DJ Chark is he's on a contract year. He's going to play his best football because he is playing for a job. He's like, I need to prove to 31 other teams that I deserve a job. And so he's going to come out lights out. So I think he's a super hot. He's one of those guys where if you want to get off to a hot start and you want to be a little, against the grain and you take him late and put him in your flex early on in the season, he could be an awesome piece. I just think once Jameson Williams comes back, that's where the franchise is going to lean. But there's no reason why the first 8 weeks of your fantasy season that DJ Chark is not a very valuable piece.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think that's a great pick. I thought, again, like Kyle said, John, I thought you were going to take DJ Chark right then and there. Because I think there is an opportunity for him to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can lead the team in targets, just the way that Goff plays. But if they can, he has that downfield threat ability. Maybe he can end up leading them in touchdowns potentially. because he's that bigger, taller frame and he has on him. So maybe that I think I see more possibility targets, but he definitely has potential, and he's obviously playing that contract year. So,
Absolutely.
All right.
He bet on himself, and the Lions bet on him. So,
See how it works out. Hope they like to gamble. All right, so we're coming up to the next half hour here, ending, guys. Scott, Kyle, I appreciate you guys both jumping on. If there's anything you all want to say again, the floor is yours here now.
Again, donate. Just donate. Let's get this number up to $1,000 if we can before.
That'd be awesome.
That would be sick.
So
that would be.
So please donate, everybody.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Kyle Senra. I'm with Full Press Coverage, going for 2. I'd say check all that out, but echo Scott's statements. Donate, and not just to the Humane Society. There's tons of great causes out there. There's a lot that we can do as a fantasy community to help out. I think Maddie was talking about that on the last segment. Save the world with fantasy football, right?
Yeah,
all these charity leagues and all these causes we can help create through fantasy football. I mean, we have fun doing this, and we're not like NFL players sacrificing our body to produce fantasy points. We get the benefit of all of their hard work. I mean, we do a lot of hard work prepping for our teams, but it's we get the privilege of playing fantasy football, and I guess having all these charity leagues is kind of our way of giving back and saying thank you for that great privilege. And Steve, John, coaches, thank you for the privilege of having me on. And again,
thanks,
Scott,
guys.
nice to meet you, Dylan. Nice to talk with you as well.
Nice to meet you guys.
Thank you.
Boys, thank you so much. I'll catch you all later. Great talking with you.
Take care.
See you guys.
Let's see here. Okay. All right. We have down to 3 here. You guys are good? You're staying?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right,
Yeah,
Dylan.
I'm staying for a couple more minutes.
All right, perfect. All right. So we are in the next half an hour. So before I introduce our guest, again, guys, we have the fantasy coaches here. We're helping try to raise money for the Humane Society of the United States. We've done so good so far. Over $575 so far right now. It's been a great cause. I did not expect us to get this high so far, which I'm thrilled, honestly. And man, the Humane Society does so many great things, honestly, from helping out with adoptions to wildlife, situations, and protecting our wildlife that is out there still that we haven't already destroyed. There's so many great things, both sides of the things, to the smaller stuff, to the bigger stuff. It's all big, honestly. So we thank you guys for tuning in and listening to this entire day. Please go donate. There's many ways to do so. Like I said, if you want to donate yourself, just let us know how much you donate so we can add it to our total cause. You just go to humanesociety.org, donate. If you want to donate and just let us handle it for you guys today, more than happy to. Just go to our PayPal, FCP, Coach Steve, PayPal. We're going to send a big payment in tomorrow morning. We got almost, if I'm not mistaken, we got about $380 of the dollars that were donated. We're going to donate tomorrow. The rest was everyone else doing it on their own. So either way, whatever you feel comfortable doing, we're just trying to help raise money for this great cause. And let's bring in our 2 guests to talk about the next fantasy segment. Our first guest, he's been on the show a few times here and there, Mr. Dave from Dynasty Dorks. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
How are you, man? I haven't talked in a while. How are you?
Doing great. Just got back from the expo. My voice is starting to come back a little bit. So glad to be on here. Great cause. Hope everyone goes out there and donates. If everybody donates just $1, we can add this. We can hit your goal real quick.
Absolutely. I followed my life through you this weekend as you were at the expo. I just watched everything you did, and I was like, I'm basically there now.
Yeah, man. We did a lot. It was a great time. If anyone is thinking about going, definitely encourage you to do that. There's a lot of great people in the industry, and nobody was too big. Nobody was too cool. It was just, a lot of fun. And like I said, a lot of loud music and a lot of loud people. So the vocal cords are just still getting back.
I love it. Definitely. All right. And on to our next guest. We have one more guest joining us to this segment here. My friend, Steve. What is going on, Steve?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for having me. Obviously, it's great to be back and here on the PODATHON. I mean, you guys have been doing such great work today. So, hats off to you guys for crushing it today.
Absolutely. Much appreciated. Love that you jumped on with us. We're going to have a great 30-minute segment here, guys. And you guys get to talk about, I guess, more interesting teams. At least one team, maybe at least. I'm trying to remember what it was here. Hold on. I think it's the Vikings and Bears. Yes. So you guys get a fun segment here. Dave, since you were here first, I saw you had popped in early. You get the 101 of this draft here. So I said it's 1 QB league. It's half-point PPR. Draft as you think they would go in a redraft league based off that.
Oh man, so this which Viking do I pick? So it's going to be either Dalvin Cook or Justin Jefferson. In this little series, there's not going to be a wealth of either position to go around. So
nope.
Give me Dalvin Cook.
Oh, okay. Why Dalvin Cook over Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're in your drafts, you're going to have that decision. Like, that's going to be probably one of the decisions you're making. And if you're, have a lot more resources of all 32 teams to look at, yeah, you may go running back early because there's a lot of receivers. But from doing a lot of drafts recently, even though there's a lot of receivers, they dry up pretty quick. So it's not something you want to avoid in the first couple of rounds. But at the end of the day, Dalvin Cook should be in for a great season. The offense, they got rid of the old curmudgeon-y ways of Mike Zimmer, and they're into it's going to be a much more fast-paced offense, and I think that's really going to fit Dalvin Cook's game. He does a lot of work on the ground, but we all know that fantasy production really does come through the air. They did not add really, too much as far as like more weapons. They improved made a little improvements in the offensive line. You have Justin Jefferson, KJ Osborne. Hopefully, Irv Smith comes back, but there's not really anyone else behind Thielen and Jefferson there. I mean, KJ Osborne's there, but Dalvin Cook's he's gonna have a lot more red zone opportunities, and I think he's gonna be involved in the passing game.
All right, I love the take there. Honestly, I thought you might go Jefferson, but I like Dalvin Cook. I think people overlook that a lot, and I think in drafts this year. So I like that you brought up Dalvin Cook as the 101. So I think you might have made Steve's life really easy here with the 102 probably. So Steve, I think I know who you're going with, but maybe you're going to surprise us here.
Yeah, I feel like Dave just gave me the assist because he knew I just wanted to talk about Justin Jefferson so bad. So that was the lob, and I'm just going to run with it. But I will say, just to go off Dave's point, a lot of people are discounting Dalvin Cook. We always hesitate as like a whole in the fantasy community to put him in that top tier. I mean, he always falls to that like 5, 6, 7. Sometimes he's going in the back of the first round. I mean, that's really all day. And, when you look at backs like Najee, you look at DeAndre Swift, I mean, Dalvin Cook's going to give you a lot of passing down production and also a lot of red zone work. So, you love what you're getting from Dalvin Cook as an RB1 for your team. For Justin Jefferson in particular, he's my wide receiver 1. And I've seen more and more people put him as that wide receiver 1 recently, where earlier in the summer, it was more rare because obviously Cooper Kupp had such a great season. But the common thing that I hear people talk about when they bring up Cooper Kupp's great season is how obviously it can't be repeated. Like, we get that. It's going to be really hard for him to repeat that. It's very rare that anyone just repeats the wide receiver 1 overall. I think DeAndre Hopkins did it in 2017, and that depends on the format. But for me, I'm just trying to look forward here. Who's going to be that big explosive year? We had Michael Thomas a couple years ago, Devontae Adams a year before Cooper Kupp. Now it was Cooper Kupp. Who's next? And I think everyone in this room right now would say it's probably Justin Jefferson. I mean, if it's not, is it Jamar Chase? Maybe Devontae can be back to superstar status with Derek Carr. But for me, it's Justin Jefferson. You're getting over 100 receptions, and you're getting double-digit touchdowns. We saw it in year 2. Now we're going into year 3. We're bringing in Kevin O'Connell to the Vikings, and now we're talking about Kirk Cousins could touch 600 passing attempts. Kevin O'Connell coming over from the Rams, 600 Matthew Stafford passing attempts last year, talking about 561 last year for Kirk Cousins. I think we're going to just see an uptick. They want to run more 3 wide receivers. Dave brought up KJ Osborne, so he's going to be on the field a lot. So I don't know. There's not a lot to say more that hasn't been said already about Justin Jefferson. I think he's a smash this year.
I like it. Would he, I think you said this before. I don't know if you meant it in the same way, but you said he's the 101 in PPR leagues for you?
Yeah, I'm taking him 101. When I've gotten that 101 in underdog, I'm pivoting off of Jonathan Taylor sometimes and taking Justin Jefferson, and I would do that in a redraft PPR league. Yeah.
All right, I had to make sure you were stuck to your word on that. All right, good shit.
Yeah, I mean, why not? And like I like to build with wide receivers first and foremost, so that's very easy for me to do. Like I took Jamar Chase at the 102 in a Superflex Dynasty startup, and that was like very frowned upon by my peers, and I understand that, but that's just how I draft.
Yeah, I respect that. I think we were talking about, I think it was 3 segments ago, I guess now. It's been a while. Wow. That sometimes taking your players you want minus what their ADP is, you shouldn't worry about it. Take the players you want as long as you're not going something crazy, like 12-round difference, So I like it a lot there. All right, Coach John, you're up next, 103.
This is going to be kind of a boring pick, but it's David Montgomery. I think David Montgomery is going to be very safe, kind of middle of the road, low end quarterback 2. And if that offense and Justin Fields do take a step forward and they do somehow figure it out, he could have some more touchdown upside. But he's just a safe volume play to me that is going to fill my slot every week that I don't have to worry about. So as long as he's healthy, I think he's a safe RB2. So I guess I'll take him.
Are you not concerned about all the talks with Khalil Herbert and whatnot?
I mean, I obviously it's not great when people come out and say that they're going to give less work, but I also know that no one really is 100% committee back. It just doesn't exist. So everyone is in some level of a committee. Does he get 60% of the work? Does he get 65% of the work? Does he get 50% of the work? I don't know. I projected it to be closer to that 60-65%, and 65% of that run game is still enough to be a RB2.
All right, I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Pick 03. All right. Coach Dylan, pick 104.
I think I'm going to go Darnell Mooney. He had a great rookie season. He's definitely the number one target in Chicago, who has no other receivers at all, pretty much. He's going to be the only person Justin Jefferson's thrown, or Justin Fields is thrown to. Sorry, and he's a young guy. He's got speed. He can get down the field. Justin Fields is going to be thrown to him all the time. He's going to be receiving a lot of targets, 140 plus, I think. So,
yeah, I think Mooney is a good pick. He's got a lot of that big play upside that you look for, but also he could have a safe floor of volume because there is no one else there. I mean, Cole Kmet really is the only other pass catcher that is worth their weight. So, yeah, you're going to find this really interesting balance now of a lot of targets, a lot of volume, but hopefully he still keeps that, at deep A dot, that, the big playability, the yak stuff that will get you a ton of fantasy points. And Darnell Mooney's he's a really interesting case to me. He profiles more as a team's like 1B than a true alpha. So I wish, Chicago had an alpha to sort of take some pressure off of him, but we'll see how he handles being the number one guy. It'll be interesting.
Yes, I love Darnell Mooney, especially I'm in a 32-man league a couple years ago that we started. And Darnell Mooney, I guess his rookie season, didn't get drafted. And I picked him up mid-July. I heard some things about him. I said, all right, cool. And in a 32-man team, finding a player like that who has top 20 upside possibly this season was gold mine. So I love Darnell Mooney. I hope that the amount of targets or the volume he gets keeps him enough just to keep him in that top 20 this coming season here. So I like that a lot there, Coach Dylan. All right. Mr. Dave, back to you. 104.
Yeah, so this one you're looking at receivers. There's not really much left on the Bears side, and unfortunately after Mooney. You got Kmet there. You Kmet or Smith. You go to the quarterbacks, Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins. I'm going to take the best receiver available, and that's Adam Thielen. If this is a redraft format, Adam Thielen still has some value. Everyone's waiting for him to fall off a cliff. It's going to happen at some point, but everyone predicted it last year, and this guy was, a touchdown machine. I think he can offer you some upside. And in this offense, he is going to be, one of their most valuable red zone threats. And, Kirk Cousins has back-to-back seasons where he's throwing over 4,000 yards, over 33 touchdowns. All those aren't going to Justin Jefferson. A lot of them will, but not all of them. So Adam Thielen could end up with still end up with a double-digit touchdown year. So give me some Thielen.
Now, if he can at least stay healthy, is there a potential that he finishes as a top 24 wide receiver?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Easily. What about
yeah? It's
top 18.
Yeah, that's where you're pushing it because
All right.
And anyone that does rankings, if you're that guy on Twitter that's like, oh yeah, he's definitely a top 24 guy, like go make a list. It's not there's only 24 guys in the top 24, and I know we probably have 40 of them that in our heart we want to put them all there.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you put down the list. Thielen is not in my top 24, but is there a world where he ends up in it? Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh boy, Kyle said Adam Thielen is my wide receiver 1 in the fantasy coaches league. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Well, I hope it goes well for you, my friend. So we will see. All right, Steve. Over to the 106 now. We're getting low on people here, but you got to talk about them. So.
Yeah. Just to piggyback off of Thielen real quick, diving into Vikings today, I kind of like Thielen more than I ever have. I was looking at combined targets for Robert Woods and Odell Beckham last year in the Rams offense, the Kevin O'Connell offense. And if you add those two up, you get 117 targets. I think that could be around Adam Thielen's maybe ceiling where he gets 120 targets this year, even if Jefferson gets 165 again, which I think he should. So we're talking about, that's potential there. Even when other guys are eating, like Van Jefferson in the O'Connell offense. Does anyone know how many targets Van Jefferson had last year?
Like 90, 95?
89.
89, yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about they want to use KJ Osborne more. So, there's just a lot of upside here for this offense in general. So that being said, I'll take Kirk Cousins here. I'll get that stack. And I've been getting that stack a lot in Underdog. I just got that stack in Drafting with Giants. So I'm a little all in on this Vikings offense just because you're getting such a value for Kirk Cousins as the QB 15 off the board or something like that, where he's easily a top 10 guy if all things hit and they really open up, with the 3 wide receiver sets like they're saying they're going to do.
All right. So I like that a lot there. Okay. So who is your next pick?
Oh man, the next pick is tough because.
Wait, no, Steve, you didn't give me a pick. You just talked about Adam Thielen.
Oh,
missed it.
Oh, you didn't even get.
I said I'm stacking with Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
I was like, Kirk Cousins. Okay. I missed it in there. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little tired now, so.
All right. Going an hour 5 here, bro. It's okay.
Yes, I know. I can see that. All right. Since you gave me the first quarterback of this here now, how high would you take Kirk Cousins of the players we've gone through already in a super flex league?
I mean, I feel very comfortable taking him as a QB2 or even a QB1 if I wait on a quarterback. Where would I take him in a super flex draft?
In our draft here after Jefferson, after who went first here?
Cook won.
Cook Jefferson. Is he next on your list, or is he down more than that?
I mean, I took him here of everyone available. I don't know who else it would be.
So would you take him over Montgomery?
No, I would probably take the running back there. But if it was a super flex, maybe I would consider Cousins, depending on if I really wanted that stack, which it depends on the format. If it's best ball, then yeah, that's more important. So David Montgomery's a fine pick. Depends on where you get him. I've seen him go way too high, and then I've seen him go way too low. So it just really depends on the spot in the draft, how many other running backs are on the board for Montgomery.
Okay. I respect it. All right. Coach John, on to the 107 now. What do we got?
I'm going to take the other quarterback, Justin Fields. I think, look, we've all talked about this rushing upside, the potential of Justin Fields, how broken they can be for fantasy. I think that's what I'm going to take the bet on, that Justin Fields, what we saw at Ohio State, that he is a gamer. He can overcome bad offensive line play. He can overcome all this other stuff. It didn't help that he had some unbelievable wide receivers there. But I think Justin Fields is going to, at least return value at where he's at because of what he's going to do on the ground, because what he can do with his legs. And so I think that there's upside to be had in the passing game. And if Darnell Mooney all of a sudden takes a step and Cole Kmet starts scoring touchdowns and he's throwing well, then you're fine. But you got a pretty safe floor with Justin Fields, where they're going to have design runs for this guy. They're going to, because he is their explosive playmaker in the backfield. It's not, Montgomery. So there will be some quarterback draws and some RPOs and things that are just, it'll be interesting if they use him correctly.
Could you see like a Jalen Hurts type of season where Jalen Hurts doesn't have the best passing game, and Hurts is definitely, when he's has time, is a better passer personally. But could you see a similar situation? I mean, you have one wide receiver, one in the team. You have a good tight end, unless you don't like Cole Kmet, and you have a strong run game here. But the line's not that great. I don't think the Eagles line was also great of last year either. The pass line at least. So do you see a potential for like Field to have a Jalen Hurts like 2021 season?
Sure. There is a similar field. If he is successful next year, it'll be on the ground. It'll be on the back of double-digit touchdowns on the ground. It'll be because he ran for 800 yards and threw for 3,000. Like that's how he has fantasy success. I don't think Justin Fields is ever going to, especially with the roster as constituted, is going to throw for 4,500 yards and 45 touchdowns. Like, it's just not going to happen. So The only way is if he does have a Jalen Hurts type season where he runs a lot and he starts rushing touchdowns in.
All right. I like it a lot. All right, Dave, over to the 108 now. It's getting pretty thin here now, man. What do we got here at the 108?
Yeah, and just throw it out there. I did throw a $1 challenge out on Twitter. So for everybody, throw that, just $1. Let's see if you can match it. See how many of that. If 100 of us do that, it's 100 bucks.
So. Appreciate it.
So I was going to take him. I was thinking about him last round, and Cole Kmet. I think he is going to have a good season this year. There's a lot of things that were not in his favor last year. And when I looked at the top 12 tight ends, I really wanted to see what are some factors and what are some of the criteria that got people, in the club. And 100 targets, if you got 100 targets last year, you were in the club. Everybody that got 100 targets last year was a top 12 tight end. You also are looking at air yards. You're looking at guys that can get, potentially get 1,000 air yards. So, really the golden ticket was, are you the second guy on your team in targets? And I think we all can agree that it looks like Cole Kmet is most likely going to be the second guy on his team in targets. Can he get to that 1,000 air yards? That's going to be a really, interesting conversation. And we got to see him used down the field. These guys, these tight ends that are getting 4 or 5 yard passes and have, 7 or 8 yards a catch, they're never really going to have a lot of fantasy success unless they're getting 12 touchdowns. But if you're seeing him get toward, it's the 12 yards, 12 yards per catch is kind of the cutoff. If we can see that, that's where he can get to that. They're using down the field 1,000 air yards. And Cole Kmet, I really do think he's have over 100 targets, and the touchdown regression is going to come. I mean, he had way too many catches and yards last year to only have as many touchdowns as he's been having the last 2 seasons. So he's got the talent, and third-year breakout. Like, we get a little too crazy about our expectations. Let's not forget, unless you're Kyle Pitts, you're not really relevant in fantasy for the first couple of years. So give me Cole Kmet. I think he's going to be a top 12 tight end this year, top 10.
Top 10. Oh, I love that. Remember, don't forget he was the tight end 1 out of his draft class. A lot of people had him as the top tight end coming out, and he did go in an early round too. So it's not like he's a late round guy who's just seeing the workload. He was talented coming into the NFL. Just like Dave said, not everyone's Kyle Pitts, so people take time to get adjusted to the NFL level. So I love that there one there, Dave. Steve, over to you. The 109. What do you got for us? The 109.
Yeah, I think it would be a tough decision between Kmet and Irv Smith. So Dave made the decision easy for me. I'll go Irv Smith here. Cole Kmet, 0 touchdowns last year. I mean, yeah, I
not gonna
think
happen
he'll do better. I think he's going to get one this year.
I think it's going to happen.
This is going to be the year. And, like, you're not off, Dave, on like 100 targets. He had 90 last year. So, yeah, Justin Fields, year 2. I mean, like, I like Justin Fields as a QB2 in Superflex. Nobody's drafting him the way they should be, besides sharps that are really, like, into Justin Fields. And you're right. His ceiling, I think, is Jalen Hurts last year. So that's not bad. That was like, what, a QB1? I mean, I think Hurts finished as back-end QB1.
Yeah.
QB9. So
QB9
that's
on
his
the year,
ceiling
8-9.
here, realistically. So I'll take Irv Smith. I think, I liked what I saw last year from Conklin. And Conklin went over to the Jets and could find himself in a pretty good role, earned himself a role, and potentially a starting gig. So the way they were using Conklin last year really gives me faith in Irv Smith, who I thought was going to be great. Of course, had the injury, and I think it's better than Conklin. So there's touchdown upside here where we're looking at Cole Kmet and saying, all right, 0. What's our ceiling there? Irv Smith. I don't know. I think that there's a ceiling of maybe 8 to 10 touchdowns there. So if all goes right, and in this situation, I think I'll take Irv Smith with the upside there.
Yeah, no, I like Irv Smith. He's a risky play because we really haven't seen him hit it yet, especially coming off the injury. But, I mean, his upside is fantastic coming into the season here. I mean, there's potential that Minnesota has 4 players over 60 targets very easily. Yeah. And Irv Smith could easily be one of them. And I think we saw in LA with the Rams that, Tyler Higbee was kind of there at times, a red zone threat in that offense there. He didn't get a lot of touchdowns, but he could do that. And I think Irv Smith can do this to this Vikings team here. So I like that one there a lot, Steve. Coach John, over to you, my friend. 110. Do we get 2 more?
110. I'm kind of down to, I think we're at one of probably your last positional pick in some redraft leagues, but I'm taking KJ Osborne. I think there's a chance KJ Osborne sees a lot of targets regardless. And then I'm also baking in the fact that, Adam Thielen's older. He's a year older. He's, a year closer to being out of the league. Something could happen. Not saying that it will, but if something does go wrong with Adam Thielen and say he does fall off or he gets injured, KJ Osborne's a great player. KJ Osborne can step into that role and provide some value. So when I look for late round targets and late guys, not only do I look for, what does their path to targets look like, but it's like, are they good players if the situation changes? Because the situations could change by week 8. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'm at. So I'll take KJ Osborne. I think he's a really good football player. I think he's a speedster. And in this Kevin O'Connell offense, he could see close to 80 targets with a healthy Adam Thielen. And then if, God forbid, anything happened to Adam Thielen or even Justin Jefferson, he could be an over 100 target guy.
I like that there a lot. Honestly, I feel like, and even if he is the third guy for early on in the season, let's not forget. And we talked highly about Adam Thielen. Or we talked nicely about Adam Thielen. He can get hurt. Dave mentioned he can get hurt. He's been injured the last couple seasons now. KJ Osborne really stepped up in that back half of the season, a few games there when Adam Thielen went down for the rest of the year. So, and this offense that could be really pass heavy, we've mentioned multiple times. He could be the wide receiver 2 at some point and just gonna go off. So getting him late in draft, especially in the double-digit rounds, probably around 13 to 16, depending how late deep you play, you could probably get him, and he could end up being a semi-small league winner kind of player. So, All right, Dave. Let's see if we get 2 more real quick for you. One more for you at least. So, who is your pick 11? I think we're on now.
Yeah, and it just really to look at, all the coaching changes. When you guys are trying to predict this year, you can't always predict success this year based on last year. There's 10 new head coaches. There's 13 new offensive coordinators. And I don't have the number, but I'm pretty sure about half of them have never called plays before. So we don't necessarily know how it's going to look. But, with your point to how they're going to utilize the tight ends or KJ Osborne, we've seen what the McVay disciples and the Shanahan disciples have done with that, 11 personnel and that third guy. And you could look at what Van Jefferson did last year and look a lot to what you can expect out of KJ Osborne or what the tight ends did over there in LA and point to Irv Smith. For me, this comes down to 2 different players, and I got Dalvin Cook. So I got to handcuff Dalvin Cook because the biggest issue with Dalvin Cook is he's going to miss some time. And if he misses time, I got Alexander Madison. So if Dalvin Cook plays 8 games and Alexander Madison plays the rest, I'm golden, because Alexander Madison, anytime he's gotten over 15 touches, has been an RB1. This guy's a stud. This guy's young as far as your dynasty. I'm pretty sure he's
23.
Yeah, he's younger than Najee Harris.
Yeah.
People
That's a
forget how
super
young
young.
he is.
Yeah.
Do I think he's going to go out and be an RB1 on a team next year? Probably not. But it could be the Vikings running back of the future. In your dynasty leagues, Alexander Madison is definitely someone I would scoop up whether or not I have Dalvin Cook. But he's a stud, great player, good running back, and a good receiver. Give me Alexander Madison.
And that's the question I want to ask you real quick. With Dalvin Cook and without Dalvin Cook, where do you draft Alexander Madison? How far are those rounds in between?
Oof. If I have Dalvin Cook, probably 1 or 2 rounds earlier. I'm a big proponent of you should get insurance for your RB1, because if you go RB early, it's risk. I mean, there's a higher, like if I would have went Justin Jefferson as my first pick versus Dalvin Cook, there's more security there. Like I feel like Dalvin Cook is more likely to get hurt. So you have to protect that. Don't go and get all your handcuffs, because then you're going to have a lot of bench issues. But your RB1, if your RB1 is Dalvin Cook, you should 100% pay a little bit extra to go get Alexander Madison. So I don't know, the 11th, 12th round, something like that. I'm not going and getting him in like the 6th. But when I feel like he's about to pop, so we've been saying this average draft position, if somebody's average draft position is 11, you probably got to get him in like the 10th, because it's an average. The price point's 11 means somebody's drafted him in the 12th, somebody's drafted him in the 10th. So you probably got to go get him in the 10th if you really want that guy.
Yeah, especially if you're in a draft with me, because I will take Alexander Madison no matter who I have. So get ready for that. All right, Steve, last one of the night here for you, my friend. Who's the last guy on this list here, man?
Can't believe Alexander Madison's 23. I just learned something, guys. What
Yeah,
the
that
heck?
blew my mind for a second.
Like he's been around for like 5 years. Like, I'll take Khalil Herbert. It was between Madison or Herbert. So I'll take the handcuff there. He showed some juice last year. I like him as a pass catcher. I like Montgomery has those skills too, but I think Herbert actually fits that role a little bit more. So I'll take Herbert here. I think he rushed the ball 103 times last year. I think we probably see something similar if Montgomery's healthy. If not, then you get more.
Oh yeah, definitely. I like Herbert a lot. I'm hoping in those later double-digit rounds to snag him up, because I do believe. Sorry there, John. I do believe he's going to have some kind of role on this Bears team at some point or another during the season. So, all right, guys, we're going to wrap up this 30-minute segment here. Dave and Steve, man, you guys were awesome to have on. Love talking some Viking talk with you guys. This was a lot of fun. Dave, I'll let you go first. If there's anything you want to shout out, my friend, the floor is yours.
Yeah, make sure you guys donate. So I challenge everybody, donate $1. That's it. And then we did just clarify, he's 24. He had a birthday. He had a birthday 2 months ago, June 19th. So
same birthday as my mom. Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to mom. Shout out to all the moms. You can follow me at Dynasty Dorks and check out our work on Sports Gambling Podcast Network.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, Dave. Again, appreciate you jumping on, brother, and helping me out there. I love it. I even saw the schedule thing you did, man. I appreciate that too. So I appreciate that. And Steve, my friend, your floor is yours.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for having me. This was a great time. Thanks chatting up with you guys. You can go to guillotineleagues.com. That's where I have my positional rankings every week in season. You can also find me at FF Professor ST3 if you want to chat up in fantasy football. I'm always around and happy to answer any questions.
All right. Awesome, boys. Thank you so much once again for jumping on. We'll definitely talk soon, I'm sure. So I'll catch you guys around.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on, Dan. 1 second. All right. Well, John, I'm exhausted now. About 5 hours in here, man.
Yeah, you're really chugging along. This is impressive.
Yeah, I don't know. Last year I only did it from 5:10, I think, or 5 to 11. I thought that was long, but this is early. So, but yeah. So, guys, we're in the next 30-minute segment here now. Again, we are the fantasy coaches. We are trying to raise money for the Humane Society. We're up to 576 now. Thank you, Dave, for the dollar. So we are getting there. Our goal was basically the double, which would have been like 7, but we got over 5, which I was thrilled about. So it's a good start of the day. We got 3 hours still to go. 3.5 hours still to go. So we have time to make up for that. But as you guys know, the Humane Society does a lot of great things for a lot of great different animals, a lot of great work that they do with different things where it comes as easy as helping to have adoptions set up for dogs and cats, all the way to habitat life preservers and helping out with the wildlife and making sure that they don't get endangered and have a safe place to live out there in the wild. They do it all. So please help us donate. Go to thehumanesociety.org, donate. Let us know how much you donated, or just hit us up on our PayPal at FCP. Coach Steve will help donate. We're going to make a big donation tomorrow. We have a lot of things already set up so we can donate tomorrow. So thank you all so much. Continue to listen in. We got a lot more fantasy football to talk about. So, of course, I brought him in a little too early there. We have our guest. He's getting himself all paired in his chair now. You might have seen him earlier on late last week.
What's up, guys?
Welcome back, man. It's been not that long, man.
Nah, about
days.
7 days on the dot.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it hasn't been long ago since we had you back on the podcast. So welcome back, man. How's everything?
Oh, good. I just want to say, shout out to you. This is a great cause, and this is a great endeavor you put together. To kick us off, I did a little $25 dono, Humane Society, and I think I'll be on for the next hour.
Yes, you will be for the next hour. Yes.
For the next hour, I'll match every dollar that's donated, dollar for dollar, up to another $25. So everybody, get on your phones, get on your computers, and let's get some stuff going. Humane Society is a nice cause. My little rugrat, I don't know where she is, but she's from Puerto Rico.
Nice.
She was rescued during some hurricanes they had there a number of years ago, and we wouldn't have her, in our life. Dog, that is. For those that haven't been following along, not an actual kid. So this is great. And then Steve, next time we actually get to see each other face to face, I owe you a beer at Icarus for sure.
All right. I'm all about it. You let me know. We'll make that happen. So, all right. So let's get started with this next segment here, guys. This is the three of us. So I think I'm actually chime in on this one because I haven't talked about fantasy that much in a while. At least I haven't made a pick in like 6 or 7 segments now. But so Dan, you're the guest. You get first up on this division here, and it's the Tennessee Titans and Houston Texans. We got to go back to the AFC South now. So who is your 101 in this division? Single QB, half-point PPR, whoever you would pick in a normal redraft with those notes. So the floor is yours.
All right, I think this one is pretty obvious. The pick still scares me a lot. There are a lot of question marks surrounding Derrick Henry this year. Age, volume, production, injury. In fantasy, you always want to, kind of jump off the train before it hits the cliff. You don't want to be riding that train all the way down the mountain. And I feel like with Derrick Henry, we are almost at the cliff. He hurt himself. It was a foot injury. I forget exactly what week last season, but he did force himself back for the playoffs because the Titans had that playoff matchup with the Bengals, and he didn't look super great. Now, that was right after he came back from his injury. He's got the whole summer. We've seen the training videos. He is a monster in the gym, and if anybody can rehab and come back into shape, it's going to be Derrick Henry. He is, between these two teams, the crown jewel of fantasy assets.
I love it. Definitely a great first overall pick here. Coach John, go to.
Oh, man. 102. It's funny because the 101 was super easy, but then it really dries up pretty quick. So the 102, I'm going to shoot for some upside here. There's been a lot of bad news around him, some bad camp, stuff going on around him, but I'm going to take Treylon Burks. I think Treylon Burks still has the most upside, out of the two teams, receiving cores. Brandon Cooks is probably the better, like a safer pick, but to me there is still upside that is untapped in Treylon Burks, and so I could be sitting here with nothing, or I could have myself the next rookie sensation. So I'd rather take my chance at that. Whereas we know who Brandon Cooks is at this point in his career. I'd rather swing for the fence.
All right, I know I like that there. I'm slightly concerned about Burks right now in a redraft this year. I like him long term. Again, this could be the whole Jamar Chase situation of last year. Maybe he doesn't do what Jamar Chase does, but everything I'm hearing, I don't hear great positive vibes about Burks overall right now. So me wanting to draft him, not a fan, but I get it because there's a reason why he went early on in the first round. There's a reason why they traded away A.J. Brown to go get Treylon Burks. So I like it enough, but I'm not a fan of it, Coach John. I'm sorry,
That's
man.
fair. That's fair. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not.
How can I just keep going? I was like, oh no, I just feel so negative now. God.
No, you're okay. You're allowed to be negative.
It's definitely one guy right now I would want over Treylon Burks right now, and it's Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
I leave Brandon Cooks out, man. Come on, don't do that to him.
I know.
Don't do that to him. Come on. All right. So with Brandon Cooks, guys, because this is the only pick I'm going to make for a while now. With Brandon Cooks, it's just Mr. Consistency. Brandon Cooks has just been a great wide receiver 2 for many, many years now. He used to be kind of close to a wide receiver 1, but over the last few years now, he's been a solid wide receiver 2. I think that he's going to see 130 targets pretty easily in this offense here, and there's no one else that's going to come close to him. I like Nico Collins, but he's not there yet. It's Brandon Cooks going from Davis Mills, and I think Davis Mills is going to surprise a lot of people this season. He might not pull off like the big year 2 jump that no one saw coming like Patrick Mahomes did a couple years ago, but he's going to be a little bit better than people expect at his ranking right now. I think he's like QB 30 right now and on Fantasy Pros right now. I think he's going to do much better than that. I think you could see a top 18 guy this coming season potentially, and I think it helps with Brandon Cooks having a really great season this year. And expect the AFC South is not a great division in terms of defenses. Not as much. The Colts are the best, obviously, but they've lost some pieces over the last few years now. So I don't think they're as elite as many people might think they are currently still personally. So I think Brandon Cooks ends up with a really good season ahead of him and just plays very well. So better than Treylon Burks.
It's probably the smarter pick, but I'm not known for being the smartest fantasy manager. I love to swing for fences. That's the kind of player I am.
I love it. So we're actually going to this is a surprise here. We're actually going to bring in the guest who Dan is supposed to team up with at 8. Well, he's going to bring him in now because he showed up early. So let's bring in Mr. Chase.
Woo, what's up?
What's up, Chase?
How we doing?
What's going on? Welcome in, bro.
Dude, thanks, man. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm looking forward to doing this show with y'all and talk up some football. I'm excited.
Yeah, you did us for the next 45 minutes here, so let's do this, guys. So Chase, you were late to the show here. Well, not late. You were very early. So what we're doing is we're doing a mock draft. It's a 1 QB, half-point PPR kind of format off a redraft. So far, Derrick Henry went 101. 102 was Treylon Burks. 103 was Brandon Cooks. It's just the Titans and Texans for the next 15 minutes here. So you get the 104. Who you got?
Oh, man, you're going to just throw me in like that. I see how it is.
Right in, cold. We're just throwing you in, pushing you in the water, in the deep end.
You want to wait a turn, you can. I mean, it's up to you.
Foreplay.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I think I can handle it. For the Titans here, I think that you end up having to go in the Titans' direction, I think, with this one. And we talked you guys talked a little bit about Treylon Burks and how the reports have been great. They've been a lot better as of late, and I think he'll be fine. But you might as well grab his counterpiece on the other side of the lineup and go with Robert Woods over there. He's healing well. He's actually put in more practice time thus far in the offseason than Treylon Burks has. So I think that he has just as good of a chance to lead the Titans in reception as Treylon Burks. I think that's the route that you have to go for redraft.
No, I like that there a lot. What's the realistic expectation that Bob Wood could do this year? Because, for God's sake, we've been talking. We loved Bob Woods the last 2 years before this. Everyone loved Bob Woods. Bob Woods was the greatest wide receiver 2, known to man. I know, different offense now completely. But he's kind of back as the wide receiver 1 for this Titans team here. can he finish again like he's done in the past, like a top 16 wide receiver still, or are we just that's just way too high for his expectation?
Well, here's the deal, okay? You guys brought me on to a show, and I didn't know exactly what we were talking about. You guys surprised me right off the bat, and then you gave me probably two of the worst teams in terms of drafting depth that you could ever do. So, I mean, really, Robert Woods at this point is like, okay, who else can I actually go with? Like, who else can I draft from the Texans?
Well, yeah,
like
of
Nico
course.
Collins, Dameon Pierce, like a bunch of guys that we have giant question marks. You know, like there's not much here to choose from. But Robert Woods, you know, if I have an optimistic outlook on Robert Woods, you could say 800 yards, 6 touchdowns, 65 receptions or so. You know, I think that's pretty solid, if not spectacular. I don't have my projections in front of me right now to tell you exactly what I had, but I mean, that's an optimistic approach to Robert Woods. I would probably have him at least being the 1B in the receiving corps, not a distant second. Like, you know, we won't see Treylon Burks get 130 targets or something like that. They would probably get pretty close to the same amount of targets, same amount of red zone opportunities. So like I said, that's an optimistic approach. What I think would be more realistic, probably around 50 receptions, you know, 670 yards or so, and then probably like 3, maybe 4 touchdowns. But who knows? Because he surprises us every year. It's every year we end up under drafting Robert Woods up until last year. And, you know, he ends up performing. So we'll see if he can keep that trend going.
I mean, the only reason I asked you additional questions is because there's no way we're going to get past like the next 4 picks without saying like, well, how to really, he's not going to get drafted, but here's a guy for you to talk about. So. But maybe since this is this is the team for the 8 o'clock show, maybe we'll get in a little early because the next 2 teams after this are the Bucks and Panthers, and there's a lot more to talk about at 8. So we might end up stopping this. Maybe we'll go one more round of this team, maybe. And we'll switch over to that next team here. So, Dan, you got the 104 now. Again, not a lot of greatness here. So,
all right. So, in this very unique format of drafting, I think you got to shoot for upside. And all the reports right now are Dameon Pierce is killing it. If you watch the preseason game, he looked really, really good. Now, the ceiling for the starting running back for the Houston Texans is not going to be an RB1 type ceiling, but for a player that you are getting in the double-digit rounds to perform weekly RB2 level, that's some great value in the drafts. Unfortunately, I don't think double-digit round Dameon Pierce is going to be occurring by the time we get to, you know, the heat of draft season in the next week or so. Just real quick, Dameon Pierce, his draft profile got a lot of knocks because of a lack of production in college, but he didn't receive a lot of carries. This is kind of like the SEC recruiting pitch to the high school players. You know, I know Georgia, Kirby Smart does this a lot. They say, listen, you know, you're going to come in, you're going to have 4 5-star recruits around you. You're all getting 100 carries a year. You're going to have fresh legs, and then you're going to go to the NFL. His small production efficiency was through the roof, though. Out of every college running back last season, Pro Football Focus had him ranked with their rushing grades as the top dog in college football last year. That's over the likes of Kenneth Walker. That's over the likes of Breece Hall. So, like I said, his draft profile got a lot of knocks because of his small sample size, but in that small sample size, he was very, very productive and efficient.
I know, I like that there. That was a nice intake of statistical analysis there. I love that a lot. Definitely like that there. And I think Dameon Pierce in that, I mean, he's probably going to eventually get out of the double-digit rounds, but he's definitely someone I said earlier that I'd like to have at the first end of my starting team. So after I got my starters put in, I'd like to have him off my bench. I think there's a potential for him to really play solid this year. So, all right, the 105, Coach John, what you got for us?
I'm going to go with my Michigan boy, Nico Collins. I think it's not the sexiest pick. It's not the greatest name, but at the end of a redraft, you look for guys who, you know, could pop. And the camp news is good coming out from Nico. You know, we all want Davis Mills to take a step forward and progress and be a better quarterback than he was last year. And he could, you know, fall into 80 to 90 targets. And so, and then God forbid anything happens to Brandon Cooks. You know, Brandon Cooks is no young spring chicken. He could be the number 1 target. So I guess I'll take Nico Collins. I don't love it. But I think at the end of your draft, if you're just putting someone on your bench, there's worse options out there.
Yeah, that is true. There could be worse options. I do like
Wait.
Nico Collins is a sleeper this year, deep sleeper, whatever you want to say it, for this coming season here. So, 'cause especially since behind we don't like people who are already behind Brandon Cooks. The people behind Nico Collins is pretty tough to swallow, honestly, right now. So he definitely has some potential to get like maybe 80 targets, 90 targets maybe this season. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, Chase, you get the last pick of this division here, of this two teams. It's not great, but maybe you can find us a diamond in the rough here.
There is a diamond in the rough, and I'm looking at him right now. He didn't do great during the preseason. I think he ran, 2 routes or so. But there's a guy who could be an absolute steal in all drafts. That is Kyle Phillips out there, the slot guy for Tennessee. Right now it's Nick Westbrook-Ikine that's playing that, but Kyle Phillips is coming on extremely strong. I know this might be more of a dynasty type take, but if there's any guy from these two teams that could really pop, I think it's going to be him. Like, sure, he could end up going with like the Marlon Macks, the world, or possibly even Rex Burkhead. There's certain options. Hilliard, like if I was actually doing a draft, I'd probably take Hilliard over any of these guys just because he could end up having standalone value, especially at the beginning of the season as Derrick Henry continues to get into better and better football shape. But if we're talking about diamonds in the rough and upside potential, I mean, Kyle Phillips is quick, man. He's great with his feet. He's like literally the ideal slot receiver for this type of offense where they want to end up running the bootleg a little bit. They want to try and get this defense spread out, and then those short, quick passing attempts that they can get 7-8 yards on. I mean, they'll take that all day with Derrick Henry, to pick up those second and shorts, third and shorts. I mean, this is Kyle Phillips, perfect offense. Whether it comes to fruition this year, big question mark, but there's a possibility it does, and if it does, he could absolutely explode.
Yeah, no, I definitely like Kyle Phillips a lot. I mean, in a dynasty purpose, I've been picking up everywhere that I could when right before his name started going off. But yeah, this coming season, I mean, Ryan Tannehill has a history with slot receivers. I mean, AJ Brown played in the slot at times a lot last year in general sense, and over his time there, and back when he was with Miami, Jarvis Landry was a guy who played very well for fantasy. So Kyle Phillips could end up being a bit of a surprise even this coming season. So again, maybe in if you have a 14-man league, you get him with your last pick. But there's definitely potential where you might be picking up, or people might be talking about him as a waiver wire ad at some point this season. So I like that. I like you brought that one up there, Chase. I do like that you brought up Kyle Phillips.
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
He sure is. All right, so we're gonna call it here on this division because it's really that bad. It's really that bad. We don't need to talk about the quarterbacks. We don't need to talk about Brevin Jordan or Austin Hooper, who I like.
I love Brevin Jordan, though. God. I go all day on Brevin Jordan, baby.
Maybe another show there.
Yeah, we can do a tight end sleeper show with you, Chase.
Yeah, we'll do a deep tight end sleeper show.
It does scare me because the Texans, I mean, they're doing everything that tells you that they don't like Brevin Jordan. But it's weird because Brevin Jordan, I don't want to get too much into this because I could talk all day, like I said, about it.
I feel it coming. I feel the monologue.
Oh, man, it'll be quick. 14 snaps. He ended up blocking on 6 of those 14 snaps, ran routes on 8 of them. Ended up having 6 of the 8 routes that he ran where he actually started in the slot versus as a tight end. So he'll obviously be on the field as a blocking tight end, when they need those opportunities too, which could end up opening him up for play action fake. Meanwhile, if they want him to go catch the ball, they're going to just throw him out there in the slot and let him go, play catch. So I think there is a little bit there, but that might be more dynasty.
Yeah, and just to add to a little bit to that, I know everyone saw the potential trade with Miami.
Tight end sleeper show, let's go!
What's his name? Shaheen was brought in as a blocking tight end. If anything, it just shows that they want to use Brevin in a pass-catching role more because they're willing to bring in an entire another player to take the blocking work off of his plate.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen, so.
No, a guy couldn't pass the physical.
Yep, and now we threw him on the IR because he couldn't pass the physical, so.
That's gonna suck. That's gonna suck so bad if you're like all ready to move teams, you're packed up, and you go to the physical and you fail, and you're like, oh, you got to go back to the team that just traded you that didn't want.
I was reading something today about the Arcega-Whiteside trade, and somebody was like, "Is this man really about to fly across the country just to get cut tomorrow versus getting cut today?"
That's so mean.
That is funny, damn. Is he still playing wide receiver?
No,
Or
tight end. He
Switched to tight
transferred
end.
to switch to tight end.
yeah, because they need another tight end there in Seattle with 2 already. They paid big money for. So
It was so funny. I was talking to my buddy about this the other day. I was like, could you imagine if in like the NHL, some guy's like, hey, you're not very good at right wing, but we're going to move you to defense and we think it's going to work out. We think we're going to figure this out. It's like, when has that ever moved a position and they became like a superstar? Has
Logan Thomas.
Logan Thomas, yeah.
Logan Thomas is the only one. That's the only one I could think of. Other than that, there's no one else.
Darren Waller.
What was Darren Waller before?
He was a wide receiver.
He was? Oh,
Yeah, back when he had some off-field issues.
Yeah, that was a whole different animal. And then you also had what's his name? Terrell Pryor.
Yep.
Oh
Who had the 1 year wonder.
The 1 year, yeah, 1
He
year.
had the 1 year.
I remember him getting drafted so high that next year, and I'm like, something about this just stinks. I don't know. It's whether he's a Jet or whatever it was. Something about it just didn't sit
He
right.
didn't even stick with his team.
Yeah.
The Washington.
He was Washington and then got traded or signed with the Jets or traded to the Jets or something, and everyone was like all about it. They're like, this is gonna break out. I'm like, I've seen too many times the Jets are just not good at developing talent. It's just not.
Or evaluating it.
Or evaluating it, or putting it on the field, or
keeping it
they're not
healthy.
good at a lot of things.
Oh, there you go. Kyle brought that in there. Oh, he was a quarterback. Oh yeah, Logan Thomas was a quarterback. Yeah.
Yeah, he played at Virginia Tech, I believe.
Virginia Tech, yeah.
Yes, he did.
So he was in Buffalo for a couple of years, and
And
then
he got drafted by Arizona, or he went to Arizona, and he was the backup at Arizona, I think during Carson Palmer days. Remember right? And
Maybe.
then just never ended up panning out. He ended up with
Buffalo.
who was it? Buffalo.
He went to
What a
Buffalo for a
crazy-
while.
What a crazy see, like that to me is a cool like transition. Like I was a quarterback, but like I'm tight end now. It's like, dude, you're pretty athletic, man. You're a freak.
Yeah, those usually don't work well. The only time they usually work is if you do it in college.
Yeah.
A lot of times it works better in college or whatever.
But JJ, shout out to you, man. Maybe this is it. Maybe you figured it out. Maybe you're gonna make the move and be the star tight end of the future.
I mean, the roster he's going to is a lot easier to make the team versus the one he was coming from. That's for sure.
I didn't even see that trade. I've been so slam packed after the Expo and all that stuff.
The Expo weekend, man. You guys were.
Yeah,
Dude, I am so exhausted. I am beat right now. I don't even know how I'm awake.
That's how everyone on the Expo said as they came on the show. Like, I'm tired. I'm like, well, I'm sorry I made it a day after the Expo. I didn't realize it when I was planning this. Honestly,
You asked me, I was like, I gotta see my flights and all that stuff.
I felt like, yeah, and I'm like, oh well, it's only a 30-minute segment.
Yeah, where were you, John? Come on now.
I know I didn't make it this year. I was bummed out. I couldn't get the time off of work, and because I used last weekend for my home league draft, so I couldn't do
come
back-to-back fantasy football weekends from work. Work
Yo,
was
I
like, all right, we can't let you
can't
do
make
2
it.
fantasy football weekends in a row, you loser. I was like, all right, yeah, that's fair.
No, next year I gotta go. I missed it the last 2 years. I gotta go next year.
It's so much fun.
Yeah, we gotta take the flight out of Newark next year and go.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we'll get some beers on the way. All right, so let's we cut all of our time for this this division here with nonsense. I loved it. So let's talk about the next division here now. This is the Buccaneers and Carolina Panthers here. Same concept, single QB league, half point PPR, how you would draft it if it was for a redraft league. This time, Chase, I'll let you go first as I gave you such a bad pick to start off the last one with. So you get the first pick out of all the players with the Bucs and Panthers.
So now you pretty much give me one of the hardest picks that there is. I mean, you got to go CMC, right? Like
Of course.
that's the only answer. It's
Slam
CMC.
dunk. Yeah.
I mean, he's a top probably 6 pick in redraft leagues right now, probably top 5. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say. Baker Mayfield does like to throw to the running back. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun year.
Yeah, no, I would ask you a question, but there's literally he's literally the top guy. There's literally no way you can beat him.
He likes to catch passes. He's fast. He's really fast, and he's really quick, and he's really deceptively strong for his size. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Christian McCaffrey play or not. If you guys have heard of him, he's a really good football player. So.
You're a sharp. I'm not that deep into the I don't know who Christian McCaffrey is. I gotta do my research.
All right, so let's go to the 102. Dan, I guess this is the harder pick now. Who you got at the 102 now?
All right, so this is a player that has been rising all summer, but I think he's kind of hit his crescendo. Talk about Mike Evans. With the Chris Godwin injury, he was set up to smash this year. Now, the Chris Godwin injury is a little confusing at this point because he's reported back to training camp already, and we've seen him running at full speed. However, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be ready for game contact week 1. And then with the addition of the Julio signing, it just gives Tampa Bay less of a reason to rush Godwin back when they really don't need him. But Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they threw over 700 times last year. Mike Evans is always a lock for 1,000 yards, and he's just going to smash this year, without a doubt.
Yeah, no, I think Mike Evans is in for a pretty strong season here. Is he getting 1,000 yards?
I think so.
Just lock it in now. Love it. All right, 103 now. John, what do we got here? 103.
Dude, the 103 is, especially in this, feels gross, but I have to take Leonard Fournette. I think the pick is there. I mean, Leonard Fournette's, he's not sexy. I feel like I've said this for like multiple of my picks now. He's not a sexy pick, but he's going to get the job done. He's going to be this volume-based running back. I think Rachaad White coming in does put a little bit of fear into me, but this still, even if he gets 60%, 70% of the work, he's going to get all the goal line work and the touchdown upside. So, I think he could, a path to victory and a path to having a great year would be similar to James Conner last year, where you just fall into double-digit touchdowns and you have yourself a bunch of red zone work. So I think that's probably going to be Leonard Fournette's role in what should be a great Tom Brady-led offense. So
hey, he's a sexy pick if you're in a dad bods. I mean,
yeah, it's sexy. I mean, Leonard Fournette's not going to break off some 80-yard touchdown run anytime soon. It's just like it's going to plod his way through, and don't watch it. And it's not the points are just going to slowly tick their way up, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, I had a decent day. So,
I like that. That was a strong pick here. One more thing about him. Do you think that Rachaad White takes away his ability in the passing game, or his usage? I'm sorry, not ability.
I was going to say there's a difference between usage and ability. He had plenty of usage, but his ability.
Do you believe that the rookie has an opportunity to take it away from him?
Yes and no. I will say yes because I think Rachaad White is more electric in that field, and he has the ability. And I will say no because I don't know if Tom Brady is going to be the type of guy to just start throwing to a rookie early on. It's going to take a while, and it's one of those things that might not happen until later on in the season. So I'm not stressed about it. I don't worry about stuff that happened. Like when people are like, oh, but by week 9 this could, I'm like, I could be 1-8 at that point. I don't know what my fantasy season's going to give me. A guy who's going to start off hot, and I think Leonard Fournette is primed to start off hot.
I mean, what is Giovanni Bernard, just chop liver at this point? I mean,
yeah, I mean he's right.
He's our running back too. I think at some point over this weekend. If I missed that.
Yeah, no, Giovanni Bernard. I think did he even get snaps in for the preseason game? I think they sat him out because he was with the starters.
Right.
He's the biggest threat to me. It's not Rachaad White. It's Giovanni Bernard on third downs because now Leonard Fournette, who, I mean, he was top 3 in receptions I think this past year. That's all gone.
Yeah, it was crazy. He had 8, wasn't it up in the 80 targets or something nuts like that? It was a big number, which was absurd. Which was absurd. You're not going to see that again because they know that, and they know that that's not who Leonard Fournette is. They don't want to use Leonard Fournette that way. So it is. It's probably Gio Bernard, if we're being honest with each other. Everyone likes rookies, and we get sexy and horny about rookies because we want to. Again, you don't know what the potential upside is, but. I think that they're going to go with what they know works. And Gio Bernard is good pass blocking. He's not going to get Brady hit. Where the second Brady takes a bad sack and he looks up and he sees Rachaad White, he's going to be like, yeah, he's hit the bench, dude. I'm done. I'm not doing this again. I'm 45 years old. I can't handle this. And
84 targets, by the way.
84. Yeah, I knew it was something wild. Yeah, that's wild.
He saw 100 back 2 years ago, 3 years ago with the Jags. But
Jags.
And they don't mind using Leonard Fournette in that role if he has to play in that role. But they want to keep him fresh. They want to keep him around on first, second downs. They want to make sure that they get the most out of the depth position at running back back. That's why we saw, Keyshawn Vaughn and Ronald Jones still get snaps, although neither one were very good last year. They still saw snaps. The only thing was Leonard Fournette was just so much better than those two. So he ended up seeing the majority of them. But they want to try and get those guys in the rotation.
Yeah.
Gators is looking like GOS as RB2.
Yeah, he's going to be there.
Yeah. All right, Chase, over to you, my friend. The 104. Back around to you. What you got?
Wait, you're not drafting? Did I completely miss that?
I'm not drafting.
Oh, you're just too cool to draft, huh?
Too cool to draft.
He just wants to sit back and criticize.
Yeah, that's all. That's what
he put this whole thing together for.
I've been talking for 5.5 hours. I gotta let you guys do the majority of the talking here.
All right, so I hear it was one of two guys, and I'm only gonna go. I would actually take the other guy in this case, but I'm gonna talk about the other guy just because I want to talk about him. That's DJ Moore. So DJ Moore, or I believe, what was it? When it came to passes that were 20 or more yards down the field, Baker Mayfield only completed 5% more last season than Sam Darnold did, or the Carolina Panthers quarterbacks. I can't remember. I did this research back a while ago. So it wasn't a ton of more successful downfield targets. However, Baker Mayfield also didn't have anybody to throw to downfield outside of Donovan Peoples-Jones, who I know is a superstar, but they just weren't connecting. They didn't have the chemistry there. So now you end up having a potential, connection over there where Baker Mayfield was actually accurate over the middle of 20-yard passes, 20-yard or more yards downfield passes. And that's where DJ Moore also thrives. He's not a sideline catcher. He's not somebody that's going to end up going and getting a back shoulder fade on most cases. I'm not saying he's terrible at it. That's just not his MO, right? He's an athlete who can get open in the middle of the field, downfield, and beat double coverage. So I think that Baker Mayfield and DJ Moore could have a connection more so than what I thought when the trade first happened. The more that I've looked into it, the more that I've looked into the depth of the analytics and the areas that they were both successful in, I just feel like they could connect at a higher rate than I initially thought. So I do like DJ Moore moving forward. And the craziest part is DJ Moore's been getting drafted in the second or third round of most drafts every single year after his rookie year, right? Mm-hmm. And now this year he finally has possibly the best quarterback he's ever played with, and nobody wants anything to do with him. I mean, he's fallen to the fourth or fifth rounds in some situations, just because everybody's tired of getting his mediocrity. But his mediocrity's still been good. It's been wide receiver 2 in most cases, wide receiver 1 on some weeks, and he's never seen touchdowns. But that's not his fault because the offense just doesn't score all that often. I don't know if it's going to change that much more because this defense is really, really good in terms of having to score. But at least Christian McCaffrey should put them in more advantageous scoring positions, which could end up breaking this little streak of 4 touchdowns or whatever it was that DJ Moore's had over his career.
I like that a lot. I feel like I don't know why you wouldn't want to go DJ Moore. He just puts up solid numbers every single year, and there's just the touchdown upside isn't there, but you have to assume that Baker can do a little bit more than what he's ever had so far at quarterback. Teddy, Cam, Sam, Phillip, Baker's got to be the best guy overall, just in terms of a passing situation, guy. He should be able to do a little bit more than that. So I like the pick, honestly.
Dude, I want to hear you just one time say, I hate that freaking pick. That was the dumbest pick I've ever freaking heard.
I did earlier.
Wait till I make a pick. He usually hates my picks.
Oh, really?
I did. I soon before you got on, John took Traylon Brooks at 2, and I'm like, seriously, man? Brandon Cooks? I think Brandon Cooks over Traylon Burks? Come on, get out of here.
I mean,
no.
It's spicy. What do you want from me?
Yeah, no, that was great. No, but dude, I just the only thing that makes me second guess it is got to keep an eye out for Ian Thomas. The guy's the beast. So
Ian Thomas.
I don't think I've ever seen a tight end underutilized as much as I've seen Matt Rule. Just forget tight ends exist. He's go run a route. I don't really care which route you run, but you're gonna end up being probably the 6th read on this offense. Yeah, we're gonna look at an offensive lineman before we look at you. We know they're not eligible. We know that we can't throw it to them, but we're at least gonna look at them, try and throw off the defense a little bit, and then we'll look at you.
Oh God!
And the best part was that the Panthers decided to pay him fairly decently on the first day.
3 years or something like that.
First day free agency. Like, they didn't even let him test the market. They're like, we got to bring this guy back no matter what.
They don't even use him to block, which
No,
is
they
so
don't.
crazy either. It's like, okay, you're not allowed to block. We're gonna have you run routes. We're not gonna look at you. We're gonna make sure you don't get a second or even third read in this offense ever. You will be the 10th read in this offense. We're gonna try and do some crazy stuff and throw some people off. We're gonna make sure that you have an opportunity to be the 10th read in the offense.
He got a 3-year, $16 million deal
That's so bizarre.
to do nothing, to literally do nothing.
I mean, it's like Chase Daniels, right?
Yeah, he made good money over his career. Did absolutely nothing.
He's made a career out of that. But just going back to Baker real fast, I've covered the Browns for a couple of years now, and as much as Baker gets, shit on, he has probably one of the better deep balls in the league right now. You look at all his highlights from his times with the Browns, they're all like, 40, 50-yard bombs that most of the time wind up in the end zone. So Baker is definitely the best quarterback that DJ Moore has had in his career. And yeah, so Chase, I love that pick.
You know what's bizarre out of all this is we just look at the quarterbacks that Matt Rule's had to roll out, and he's rolling with the Air Coryell system, I believe, which is all pretty much downfield targets. Like, they want to get vertical, right? They want to get their guys outside. And he's had look at Cam Newton. He's got Darnold. I mean, he's just had like Teddy Bridgewater was there when Matt Rule was there, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, he's had some of the most inaccurate, like, downfield targets or downfield quarterbacks. It's just so bizarre to me.
I have no idea. They
Finally, Baker's the first one.
Finally. It's been many years, so. But I like the pick, though. I do like the pick, though. I do love DJ Moore, so I can't go against you there, Chase. Maybe the next pick. We'll see. There's a lot of time left, so maybe I'll eventually come at your pick. All right,
I didn't say I would actually take somebody else over him, but I just wanted to talk about it real quick.
I know you did. I bet I can guess who it is, but maybe someone will pick him first. So, all right, Dan, 105 now? Yeah, 105 now. What you got for us?
Yeah, so I touched on it with my first pick, but the Chris Godwin news is kind of weird right now. When he was injured, everyone was saying like, oh, don't count on him for the first 8 weeks of the season. That's why Russell Gage has been going so early in a lot of underdog drafts this year. I know myself in the Scott Fishbowl, I employed a strategy where I paired Russell Gage early with Jameson Williams later to try to kind of piece together one wide receiver position between two players out of the course of the season. Now, like I said before, we see videos of Godwin running in at full speed at practice. He's wearing pads. He's taking place in drills. This is not the type of news coverage I was expecting to see from Chris Godwin. I was expecting more like, because Jameson Williams right now, we don't see him on the field. We don't see him doing anything as was expected with his injury. Godwin, not the same thing. We're seeing him all over the place. There could be a possibility where we see Chris Godwin on the field in the first month of the season. And if I can get a discount in draft value to get that player and just not have access to him for the first 4 weeks, I think that's a win. First 4 weeks of the season, the waiver wire is on fire. There's always a player to be picked up, and you can definitely band-aid together a roster to get you to the point where Chris Godwin is back as your wide receiver too.
Dan, I hate this pick. Come on. Terrible. No, I mean, I always like Chris Godwin, but for me, he's doing everything in practice really well, and it's great to see. Obviously signings recovering very well, but I'm just a little nervous about him overall. I mean, there's a difference for me between practicing and playing in a game, personally, to me. And with all the weapons, that can just continue to bring more freaking people on this goddamn team. I don't know why they keep doing this to us, but I just don't know what to expect out of Chris Godwin this season. Like, yeah, if he's fully healthy, he probably would have been the wide receiver to take over Mike Evans. But
don't let Julio Jones scare you off of Chris Godwin.
Definitely not overall. But I'm just his injury and the fact that there's other people that can play. I'm concerned that they're going to ease him in more and not let him go too nuts early on in the season, allowing these other guys to kind of get in, take snaps, take targets away early on. Maybe late season or by mid-season or after the first month of the season, he's back to normal. I'm just concerned with the value he's going at. It just, to me,
I think this entire Buccaneers roster is going to be about workload management all season long. They've got a much older roster, and they've brought in pieces around the roster where they can kind of just give guys not rest days, but like, listen, Julio, you're playing 10 snaps, like, don't worry about it. Or like, hey, Godwin, we're only sending you out there as a decoy. You're not really going to be that involved in the offense, just to keep them ready and primed for the playoffs.
Right.
Let's be honest. Look at that division. New Orleans is a wild card. We don't know what we're going to get out of a Dennis Allen-led New Orleans Saints team. But Carolina, Atlanta, they're not beating Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has what might be the easiest path to their division title in the NFL. So for the Buccaneers, it's all about getting to the playoffs. That bye is going to be hard for them to get. So that's why they are just like, we need to be healthy for December and January, because that's the only part of the year that matters for us this year.
It's so bizarre to see Tampa's end of the season, like players that they have, like Antonio Brown, getting injured from time to time. Like Mike Evans last year missed 2 games in the final, I think 4 weeks or whatever it was. And then you have Chris Godwin who missed the tail end of the season. Like, dude, it's like Washington. Why don't they get just a new training staff in there? They can't keep people healthy. Like the Chargers back in the day, prior to, they had the same training staff for like 10 years, and yet they could never field a healthy roster up until, a couple years ago. And it's like, yeah, well, you guys had shitty trainers. Come on, get your stuff together, guys. Just get a new training staff.
Yeah. It's like the Giants right now, and their wide receivers are just like, they gotta do so. Why they keep getting hurt? Come on.
Well,
Kyle Johnson season.
I liked your post when you posted that. I loved it.
MetLife just needs to get a new turf field. Like, knees go to die at MetLife.
Yeah, they do. But they're cheap tickets, so it's always fun to go to a game.
The beers aren't cheap.
The Jet side. Maybe not the Giants, but the Jet side, it's easy to find get cheap tickets to go to a game. All right, John, over to you, my friend. The 1-7 now, I think, or 1-6. We're at a 1-6, yeah.
I'm gonna take old man Julio Jones. I think if anyone can still squeeze a little blood out of that stone, I think it's gonna be Tom Brady and Tampa in that offense. So, I'm not gonna sit here and say that Julio Jones is a league winner. Julio Jones is gonna but I think Julio Jones will outperform whatever ADP he's got. It's pretty low. It might rise up as sort of the laymen start coming back into fantasy, but if he's in 14th round, 13th round, it's like, yeah, okay. I mean, and all of a sudden, week 1, Julio Jones has a decent week. I wouldn't be shocked. And so I'd take my chance with Julio Jones in this format. There's no other pass catcher on Carolina that I'm interested in outside of DJ Moore. So I guess I'll just take.
You can take the quarterbacks,
I know, but I don't really want to take the quarterback. Tom Brady, I guess, but I don't love Tom. I don't love Tom or Baker either. I don't really, I just
think
don't.
Julio Jones is going to be good. You have to think that Tom Brady's going to be at least.
Yeah, no, I do. I do.
Quarterback.
I'm not saying no. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't want Tom Brady on my team. I just tend to like rushing mobile quarterbacks more than I like Tom Brady. I like a pocket passer. So I just wouldn't build my fantasy team that way. If I'm just that's what I'm saying.
In round 11, it's going to be Julio and Brady, and John's like, let's go, Julio.
Give me old man Julio over old man.
No, I mean, Julio's a wild card, honestly. I mean, like Dan said, don't overhype him going there. It might not be something that ends up being physically amazing. I mean, he's older. He's a different type of a wide receiver than Antonio Brown was going over there. So it might not be something that ends up being big, but again, there's that small possibility that Julio could end up going off for like the Van Jefferson for like 800 yards and maybe 3 touchdowns. Is it possible? Is it going to happen? Maybe not, but the potential is there for that upside. So I get it. So
it's funny. I see it more the other way. I see it more like he would not have a lot of yards, but could have a lot of touchdowns. Where like if Julio all of a sudden becomes like a little red zone machine, like Gronk kind of was for them, and it's like, yeah, I could see it. Where he's still Julio Jones in a red zone.
Julio Jones doesn't get touchdowns.
Yeah, he is.
I know he doesn't. That's because he wasn't. Well, he didn't have Tom Brady throwing him the ball. He didn't have so Julio Jones can score touchdowns. Let's not be silly. Julio Jones can score.
I don't know if he knows how.
He's like
kind of like Jacoby Myers.
I have a feeling Julio Jones. I have a feeling first ballot Hall of Fame Julio knows how to score a touchdown or two, if he has to.
Oh my god! Yeah, you guys tried to bait me into it. You guys are trying to bait me into taking somebody that I will never take in a draft. So I have to go Tom Brady with this next one.
Love it.
That's why I took Julio, just to see you take Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I got to take Tom Brady in this one. Like I said, if Julio Jones is going to be relevant, Mike Evans is most likely going to be relevant. Chris Godwin's most likely going to be relevant. Kyle Rudolph will not be relevant, but he'll still put up like 20 receptions or whatever. Maybe he'll end up poaching 50% of Julio Jones's touchdowns this year.
Yeah, they could split 4 touchdowns between the two of them.
God, it was such a nightmare. You guys remember the rookie season back 2 years ago with Irv Smith Jr., right? Where he just kept on having like these games where he was so close to breaking out. But in the same week, Kyle Rudolph also had a very similar fantasy output, but a completely different stat line. It was like Kyle Rudolph would have like 5 receptions for 12 yards and 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Irv Smith Jr. would have like 8 receptions for 75 yards and no touchdowns. It was like, dude, you're killing me inside. Like just stealing these touchdowns from everybody else, and you never know when it's going to come. But it was always the same week. It was literally, there was only 1 week where that didn't happen. It was absolutely absurd. But yeah, I got to go Tom Brady on this one. I mean, at this point, like you're taking wide receiver 4s, 5s on your team. I'd much rather have a starting quarterback at this point.
No, it's all right. It's all right, Chase. I don't know. Could have went a different direction. Could have took Tyler Johnson or something, man. Come on.
There's somebody else I know you guys are trying to bait me into taking. I'm not going to do it.
No,
I'm not going to do it.
I know.
Ain't happening.
Ain't happening.
Fire.
All right, we do have a question in the chat here, so let me pull this up because I want to make sure everyone gets their questions heard here. Dan says he's the 5th pick of a 12-team PPR league. Justin Jefferson as my keeper at the 12-8 from 2 years ago. That's pretty good. Do I go Cooper Kupp at the 5th pick, or do I go with the running backs like Najee or Dalvin Cook? Help.
Kupp.
Oh, it's a keeper league, so
usually you can't keep your first round draft pick.
Oh,
yeah.
Some do that.
Oh,
yeah. If Kupp is there at the 5, I mean Jefferson and Kupp is pretty sick. It's ridiculous to have on a team, but I would probably.
It's PPR too, full point PPR.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah,
I would almost have to know the layout of this roster construction. So, like, if you're doing like 2 wide receivers, or 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 3 flex, like that kind of matters in this case scenario because I'd rather have Justin Jefferson and Kupp than have a running back, but also, you have to know the other people's keepers. Like, what if like 8 people on the other side all keep their first 2 running backs, and so the first running back that you have to, or you're able to take, is essentially like RB 17 almost, outside of like a Najee Harris, or outside, like by the time it makes it around to you, you're looking at Cordell Patterson as your first running back you can take. So I mean, you kind of need to know people's rosters with keeper leagues. That's why keeper league questions are kind of tricky. But in a vacuum, I would definitely go with the better player, which is Cooper Kupp. Even if he would have to see a 13% reduction rate in fantasy points to hit the wide receiver 2 on the season last year. Like, that's how ridiculous he was.
That's insane.
You would have to see 13%. And I have Cooper Kupp as my wide receiver 3 this year, behind Jefferson and behind Jamar Chase. And then he's right there. Like, I could see Devontae Adams finishing ahead of him, but still, like, he's going to be in that top echelon of wide receivers. And to pair those 2 up with the upside of theirs, it's incredible. Like, I don't know how you pass on that for guys that have small question marks, such as Dalvin Cook's health or Najee Harris's offensive line, plus the quarterback situation. We don't really know what to expect.
All right. There you go, Dan. There's your answer in a vacuum. I like it. All right. So we have time for a few more picks here. Dan, you're back up on the 1-8 now? 1-8, I think we're on now?
Yes, I guess I'll just keep drafting Buccaneers wide receivers because there's like 20 of them. Give me Russell Gage here. It's kind of funny because it's the same talking points every time I'm up, so you can copy and paste the audio clips from before and just play them again. Chris Godwin, he's at camp. He's kind of playing. He's kind of not playing. We don't know what's happening. Russell Gage, we've seen shoot up draft boards all summer long with the anticipation that Godwin would be missing time. Now we're seeing a little bit of a correction now that Godwin is at practice and is participating because people are unsure what to do. I know this isn't a dynasty show, but I do like to bring up the fact that Russell Gage was paid pretty good money, and he's one of the first wide receivers that were signed in the free agency period this year. And Tom Brady requested that he be brought in. So take that as you will. I'm sure Gage will be there a lot longer than Brady will be, but he was he was kind of handpicked by Brady, unless he's just getting him on the roster because he's gonna like suck the youth out of him or something to keep playing for another 10 years.
Oh god, that's great! I love that line. It's like Dan Campbell's kneecaps. I love that.
Oh, that was great thing.
I feel like he already did it to Tyler Johnson and Rojo, so I mean, we might as well just keep on bringing him in.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, honestly, Tyler Johnson wasn't even that young, anyways, when he came in. I think he was like 28 as a rookie. So
some crazy old.
No, I'm just kidding on that. It's like
I was like,
great.
easy. He's not Velus Jones.
Yeah.
He's like 25 or 26 now, Tyler Johnson, and he's only in the league 3 years, I think. So
Yeah, he's like 23 or 24 when he came in, something like that.
Definitely. All right. I like. I mean, it's a solid pick. I mean, honestly, right now. So, who's the 101 in fantasy mustaches?
Yeah, of course, it's Matt Donnelly.
Oh,
Matt Donnelly for sure. Oh, man, the mustache is golden.
Easy. That's an easy 101.
Easy 101.
Fantasy mustaches.
He'll be in very shortly. So.
I'll tell you what, my fantasy. Wait, what? Sorry. Go ahead.
He'll be in very shortly into our podathon.
All right.
All right. So, I believe John, you're up for the next pick, the 1 to 10 now.
Oh man.
Or 9, or 8, whatever.
Yeah.
You're the next in order.
I guess I'll take. Oh man.
Do you help? I give you some players.
Yeah,
you got Robbie Anderson. You got Rashad White, Gio Bernard. Apparently,
no. Maybe Gio. I guess probably Gio Bernard. I guess.
Rudolph.
What's up, Kyle Rudolph? No, thank you.
Terrence Marshall,
Deonta Foreman. I mean, maybe Deonta Foreman. I think that there's a role for him there. I don't know if they want to give Christian McCaffrey 100% of the work, and so I guess I'll take Foreman. They brought him in, paid him, so maybe he's gonna get a little bit of run.
All right. I mean, I don't hate it. I'm drafting him late in drafts if I do go that CMC direction because I feel like he's gonna have a workload, and if CMC gets hurt, I feel like he's the better back to handle the workload than I think Chuba Hubbard was honestly last year. So
yeah, they didn't bring him in. Listen, they didn't bring him in because Chuba did a great job. So it's that like you don't bring a guy in, especially a guy coming off an Achilles prior Achilles injury, that you're gonna bring him in to fight with Chuba Hubbard. It's like no, they brought him in because they thought he could be the number 2 guy. So if anything does happen to Christian McCaffrey, which in the past 2 years it has, you got yourself a decent piece.
Right.
Yeah, and Chuba Hubbard did get the start with the preseason team, and he ended up turning that into 4 carries for 11 yards. It was terrible. So there's a very real possibility that Foreman is the guy.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So let's Chase, Dan, let's do one more for you guys, and then we'll let you guys get out of here. So Chase, give us one.
Am I leaving?
Are you staying? You hanging out? You can hang out. I don't care. You can hang out. I
don't want to take time away from anybody else.
Both of you guys are welcome to stay and hang out in the chat. If you want to judge everyone's pick as they pick, you can even do that. Maybe I'll stop picking. You guys can judge me.
You won't. You're scared.
Next segment. I'll make picks.
That's such a, I love that. Yeah, you won't.
Next half hour, how about Steve just makes picks and we get to criticize?
And we all did.
Oh my god!
3 versus 1.
If you guys want, we could do that.
I love that idea. That is such a great idea. That is beautiful. Dan with the win over there. No, we got to go Giovanni Bernard. I do think that he has a relevant, role in this offense. When you're drafting this late, typically you're going like 0 RB to an extent. You're going hero RB, and when you end up coming to this point where you're like, okay, I either need to take a running back that has a full-time role, or I need to take a running back that has a potential full-time role if the starter goes down. Like you're taking a handcuff for somebody else's team so they can't grab him. Meanwhile, you get a starter out of it. But Giovanni Bernard, if you're somebody that went really heavy on your wide receiver position, you ended up having no running backs. Giovanni Bernard still has relevance in a week-to-week basis where, hey, if he gives you 5 receptions for 50 yards, That's 10 fantasy points. That allows you to do what we talked about with Dan over there and his picks by taking Cooper Kupp and Justin Jefferson, having those two on your roster. You can afford to take a 5-point cut and start Giovanni Bernard and have him get you 8 to 10 points, because guess what? Justin Jefferson and Cooper Kupp are going to have him give you 30 apiece. So they're going to end up outdoing that running back position by themselves. Meanwhile, you get enough points to make up for that lack of running back in the early rounds. Giovanni Bernard should be a lock for anybody's rosters that end up going wide receiver heavy, which is one of my favorite strategies for this year in particular.
All right. I like it there a lot, honestly.
Do you really?
I do. I do. I'm not thrilled about it.
Oh, do you?
I don't love it. I like it. I just don't love it. Chase, you're the best, Chase.
I gotta give you somewhat of a hard time, man. You've been doing this shit for 6 hours now. Like, I can't just let you, go down easy. You gotta rock the boat a little bit.
I mean, I did 30-minute segment by myself, just straight talking by myself, just to the camera. I was like, I don't know how I'm doing this. I think Shane Baird jumped on 5 minutes before his time. I was like, thank God. Please talk. Please say something. I don't want to talk anymore.
Saved your life.
Huh?
Saved your life.
He saved my life. That's what he did. All right, Dan, real quick, man. Your last player of the night.
Last play for me is going to be Rashard Higgins. He's got that connection with Baker back from his time in Cleveland. The Browns, God, they cut that guy 3 times, and every time Baker's like, you got to bring my boy back. The thing I like the most about this was Rashard Higgins was signed prior to the Baker Mayfield trade. He wasn't just brought in as a request by the quarterback, that type of thing. Not saying tertiary wide receiver or a secondary wide receiver on the Panthers offense is going to kill it this year for fantasy. But, when drafting wide receiver 4s, wide receiver 5 so late, you could do worse than Rashard Higgins here.
Terrible pick, Dan. Terrible pick, man.
They did have some rookie taking snaps in the slot today. I didn't know who it was, but there's a good chance Christian McCaffrey. Who was it?
Is it Shea Smith or She Smith, whatever his name is?
Shai Smith. He's
Smith?
No, that's the second year guy.
Yeah, second year.
Was it second year?
I don't remember, man. Today's been a blur after the expo. It's just everything's just kind of
mind is just in a blender.
Yeah. So there was I think it was a rookie wide receiver that was getting the slot snaps over Higgins, but they could have just been a rest thing. They could be trying him out though to see, because I guess he had a good preseason or something.
Definitely. All right. Well, do you guys want to hang out, or do you guys want to sign off here?
No, I gotta go. I got a podcast thing to do. But thanks for having us, Steve. I don't know if you guys have a counter for how much was donated, but I said earlier at the beginning of this hour I would match dollar for dollar every donation up to 25. The number doesn't matter. I'm just going to send another 25. In the Coach's Fantasy name, Humane Society.
Much appreciated, brother.
Thanks again to Steve for putting this on and being the true Iron Man for the animals today. And I urge everyone watching this, get your phones out, get your computers out, and send that money and make tonight really, really worth it.
Much appreciated, brother. We'll definitely have to catch a beer really soon during this football season.
Yes. All right, you guys have a good night.
Later, Dan.
Cheers.
I'll stick on for a little longer. Do you just have Matt coming on next?
I got 2, but you're fine. You're good to stay.
I gotta jump off and eat anyway. I just want to say hi to Matt, and then I gotta go eat something. So
all right. So let's
take my little break.
Let's bring in Matt here. There he is. There he is.
Good evening to you all.
He's here. I love it. What is going on, Matt? How are you, brother?
Hey, you know what? I'm ready to go. I just came off another hour-long podcast. I'm not quite putting in 6 hours today. I got 3 coming off the expo. Lost my voice twice. Found it 3 times so far. So we're doing good here right now. As far, math is not my thing, so don't try and do the math right there, Chase. I know what's going on. It doesn't add up. Nothing adds up. You know what it's like coming from the expo? Not a dang thing adds up right now.
Nothing. Not a thing.
I love it. All right. John, you're going to say hello?
Yes.
Say hello?
Matt, hi. I wanted to say hi before I jumped off. I have to have dinner. But I when I saw you were coming on, I had to at least come say hi. I appreciate
John,
you.
I missed you this weekend, man. I needed someone to stroke my mustache for me. Like, what's up with that?
I know. I'm not going to miss it next year. I promise.
Like, I had plenty of people.
I've been getting a lot of
inappropriately
grief today
touch me.
about this.
I had a lot of people, a lot of men inappropriately touch me all weekend, but not one stroked my mustache like you did.
Oh, that's only for me.
It's only for you.
I appreciate you.
I love it.
It's all good.
From like happy music's about to play. I was like, okay, we're getting and real passion.
One of those.
The mob. All right, much love, guys. I'll be back on in a little bit.
All right, John, continue to you. All right, we do have another person coming on. Someone from our show is joining us as well. Mr. Coach Hunter, my friend, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. This is the first time we're actually talking in person, so this is a real treat.
Yeah, this is actually just my second time on the mic. I did a podcast with Dylan. That was just last night or 2 nights ago.
Yeah, I think it was a couple nights ago for the Dynasty Coaches.
Yeah, it's nice finally actually getting to talk to you a little bit.
Absolutely. So, Hunter, this is Chase and Matt.
Chase, Matt, nice to meet you, Matt. I heard you talking about like, no one stroking your mustache. I got to say that is a glorious mustache. So,
sometimes you have to just have. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this mustache should have its own Twitter handle right now because it gets more notoriety than I do out there in the fantasy world. So, I mean, you gotta have something, right? You gotta have something going for you.
There you go.
I could go around waxing my chest.
That's your signature. There you go.
Don't remind me, please. Don't remind me.
What? Oh, yes.
I still have to get mine done from the SFB Podathon. So we were on the Scott Fishbowl, and by the way, Matt and I, 2 years ago now, we decided to end up having a wager. Whatever the case was, we ended up both getting our chest wax on live shows, and yeah, like I mean, that's like it's crazy. I'm like wearing a sweater right now, so. I said if we raise, X amount of dollars during the Scott Fishbowl during my one segment, we would I'd get my chest waxed. Well, we ended up raising like triple what I said or 5 times what I said I would do it for. So I have to do it before the season starts. Not looking forward to it.
You have someone really eager to see that, so.
It's not going to be fun.
Are you going like full wax or just like, you have to do it a couple times or it's like, it's all coming
full
off?
Wax. It's all coming off. Last time I did it,
Thank God I don't have to
bleeding through my shirt. The worst part was when it grows back.
It is just natural, yeah. Loving it. Oh God! All right, guys. So let's get into this this next 30-minute segment. As always, I do it every 30 minutes here. Besides the last one, I didn't do the last one, but this one, guys, I said we are the fantasy coaches here. We're trying to help raise money for the Humane Society. We've been doing a great job. I think we're over $600 now. Especially recently to Dan's donation he just made. So appreciate that with everyone who's been donating so far. We're loving it. The Humane Society is doing a lot of great things in the United States here, where it's as easy as helping get cats and dogs adopted to helping out the wildlife and making sure that they do not go extinct and they have a place to live in the free wildlife life. So all of it's been great. They do a lot of great work, and we're hoping just to help raise money for all of it. So we're going to continue here with our fantasy talk. We do have some more players to talk about. Again, this one might not be as great either, but we're talking about the Saints and Falcons next on the clock here. Let's see, who's going to start first? Coach Hunter, my friend, I'll let you have the 101 this time.
The 101, okay.
Before you go, Hunter and Matt, the way we're doing this is think of it as a single QB, half-point PPR, redraft, mock draft, based on these two teams, Saints and Falcons. So, Hunter, the floor is yours.
Okay. These two teams, man, I'd probably would take Alvin Kamara right now just because of like all this reporting that the looming suspension is probably just going to be pushed back further and further and further until maybe nothing even happens this season. And I still think he's just one of the most efficient backs in the league. I think he's going to get a lot of looks because you have, in the passing game, he's always elite, but Michael Thomas, who's coming back from injury, we don't know how he's going to be. You have Jarvis Landry, a new incoming wide receiver. We don't know how the chemistry with him and Jameis. And same thing with Chris Olave, too. You really have a bunch of question marks there. And I just think that he's probably one of the safest pass-catching backs in the league right now.
Are you expecting him to get back to his glory 81 target seasons compared to what we saw this past year?
Maybe not quite to that extent. Him and Breeze had that mind meld where the way they played with each other was perfect. And Jameis likes to throw deep a little more even when he shouldn't. But I still think the floor there is so safe. I mean, you're still looking, 60-ish receptions?
Okay. So closer to what we saw out of him last year then.
Right.
Okay, I respect it. I mean, I'm concerned of what Jameis Winston's going to do overall, and especially if they switch to Andy. If he gets hurt and Andy Dalton has to go in, I just don't see Andy Dalton being a guy who's just going to supplement Alvin Kamara constantly with targets with all the extra improvement at wide receiver right now. So I'd like him as the 101 in this grouping here. So we did have a question before we go to Matt's number 2 real quick from Gator. In Dynasty, you guys can all answer this. What's the value of A.J. Brown if you're trading him away?
2 first minimum.
2 first minimum.
For like rookie pick wise, but I mean, I'm not trying to move off A.J. Brown right now.
Yeah, I'm with Chase here. I'm not getting off of A.J. Brown until I see how this Eagles offense looks like. Because everything I'm looking at now, how I'm picturing this offense looking, how I think that the Eagles are going to go from a run-heavy to a pass-heavy game. I mean, A.J. Brown doesn't need a whole lot of volume to be effective. We saw that in Tennessee. He doesn't need all this volume. When he gets that ball in his hands, he is going to do some dangerous things. And, I mean, you're going to have to give me a first-round pick, and you're going to have to give me something I could pump into my lineup right away. And I mean like at least a wide receiver 2 on top of a first-round pick because I'm not trading him for nothing.
Minimum. And I don't think you're getting that right now for him. So you might as well keep him.
So let's just say that he comes out of the cage, right? And like he ends up having 3 games in a row where they're 70 yards on 6 receptions and, maybe 1 touchdown through all those 3 games, right? Not great numbers. Definitely not numbers that you want to see out of AJ Brown. Are you telling me, his value is really going to decrease that much more than what it could increase if he comes in the first 3 games and has 120 yards and a touchdown in each one of those? Like, you're talking about a massive skyrocket or a massive increase in value compared to just seeing really what his value is going for right now. I still think you get 2 first-round picks, or at least a first and a second for him if you trade him after, a few games and he does, mediocre.
Yeah, right. I don't think I'd be trading him away because his value definitely dipped from what it was because this is Jalen Hurts. We don't know if he's going to take a step forward or throw what he had 16 passing touchdowns last year. So I think the value for A.J. Brown, I would be holding just to see what you have, like Matt said.
All right. Well, Gator, hold on to him if you can. Unless you're getting that asking price that everyone's mentioned, you might as well hold on to him. So hold on. All right. 102. Matt, who you got in this team here?
Really, the only person I want in this entire draft just went off the board. I mean, I talk about Alvin Kamara, his 3,025 scrimmage yards. That's like the 5th most since 2020, only behind guys like Jonathan Taylor, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry, and Justin Jefferson. So you mentioned that. Are you worried about Alvin Kamara, the workload, even with it doesn't matter. I don't care. The guy's averaged like 21.9 fantasy points per game in his career, which ranks him up there with fantasy football Hall of Famers such as Priest Holmes, LaDainian Tomlinson, and Marshall Faulk. So I don't care who's under center there. And put Taysom Hill back there. I don't care. Give me Alvin Kamara's by 101. But here for me, I'm going to look at 102. There's question marks everywhere across it after that. I mean, you could go Michael Thomas. We don't know what we're going to get. It's been 2 years since we saw him. Early indications out of camp are positive, I guess. Chris Olave, lots of hype there. I think he can get the job done. But I'm going to probably take the safer bet here out of everything that we see. And that's going with Kyle Pitts. Because Kyle Pitts is not a tight end, and I don't give a dang what anyone says about that. You're talking about a guy who saw about 82% of his targets not in the tight end position, not in line. So he's going to continue to be that target hog, even with Drake London, with Marcus Mariota. I think people forget about Marcus Mariota. Is Kyle Pitts going to take a dip? The guy had like 1 touchdown last season. How big of a dip can you possibly take with Marcus Mariota? Mariota actually had a tight end from 2015 to 2017 who finished tight end 2, finished tight end 5, finished tight end 4, and that was Delaney Walker. Now, Kyle Pitts, we're already talking about him as one of the premier tight ends, dynasty, redraft, whatever you want to call it. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm taking Kyle Pitts here. at 102. I don't love it because I don't like taking a tight end this early. But after that, there are so many questions here, and I'm glad I'm not taking 103 or 104. And I don't even want to imagine what it's going to look like when it comes back around to me.
It might be not that bad. I mean, you never know. We'll see. But yeah, Kyle Pitts is, I feel like just in terms of health and the fewest question marks, he just makes it more sense. He's going to be the centerpiece of this Falcons offense overall. I mean, yeah, Drake London's there, but now he's a little banged up. We'll see if that affects him going in the beginning of the season. But Kyle Pitts is going to see the majority of the work in an offense that doesn't have a lot of pass catchers. So, he's a clear guy for me, honestly, at this number 102. So,
I think it's a very bold strategy. You say that Kyle Pitts isn't a tight end, and then you quote Delaney Walker. So,
what you got to go with on this? You got to go with it. You got to find the narrative that fits on where you're trying to go with, right? You got to find that stat, cherry pick it, and then use it for your own benefit.
You nailed that, too, man. I love it.
Nailed it.
Oh man,
Chase 103, my guy.
I just want to say thank you for giving me the Titans, the Texans, the Falcons, and the freaking Saints to cover for this show segment. I just really appreciate you right now.
If it helps, I didn't do it to you purposely. I planned the teams first, and then people filled in the times.
I'm just kidding. So I have lately been coming around, and it's probably too late at this point because now, like, you can't get him at a decent price. But Michael Thomas has been coming up the boards for me pretty rapidly. I mean, he's showing his skills off in camp, and if you were in on him from the beginning, good on you. You got him in like the 10th round because people weren't even sure if he was going to come back. I wasn't sure if he was actually going to play again, to be honest with you. And if he did, where are we going to end up seeing like the AJ Greens, where he doesn't play the entire season, doesn't play the entire game, goes out and has a decent season on himself, but it wasn't worth the risk. Right now, Michael Thomas is looking like a steal for those people, especially in best ball leagues that took him, in the 10th, 11th, 12th round back in the beginning of the summer. So I'm getting a little bit of what's the opposite of buyer's remorse? Like, I'm jonesing for some Michael Thomas right now. So I'm going to take him in this draft because I know if I took him in any other draft, then it's going to be, too late at this point to really make up for the lost value. So Michael Thomas.
Also like to point out that Michael Thomas also is not a tight end.
He is not. He is
What I heard. All right. Well, let me think. The question I want to ask you, Chase, here. Let's see here, because I think why not somebody else in this offense? Why not like a guy like Chris Olave? Why would you not want to take Chris Olave with the upside and speed that he brings? I know Michael Thomas has been fantastic, but we obviously haven't seen that Michael Thomas in a few years. But why not like his counterpart or his rookie partner, and a guy like Chris Olave?
I have been taking Chris Olave over Michael Thomas for the majority of the season. But the issue now becomes is when do you trust Chris Olave? When do you trust Jameis Winston to be accurate? And is Jameis Winston going to be throwing 20 passes a game like he did back in 2021? If he ends up throwing 20 passes a game, there might not be anybody in this offense outside of Alvin Kamara that you want. But at least Michael Thomas has shown that he earns targets at like a 30% rate or 30+% rate. And Chris Olave might just be like a splash, essentially. You might see him only with 3 targets a game. He might catch 2 of them for 2 touchdowns. That's very well possible. But for a redraft league, not best ball, I'd much rather just make sure that I get the volume and, get it with a player who's shown that he can do it before, and Michael Thomas for redraft.
I respect it. I would definitely respect that. I guess I'll pick since Chase has told me that I don't pick players now. So
you're scared. You're scared to pick. It's okay to be scared.
No, I'm definitely not scared. All right, I'll make my pick here. So
I hate that pick. I hate it so much. That was a terrible pick. No.
Hey, you know what? I was scared of making picks before I had chest hair too.
Oh God.
Yes, Matt with the burn.
Oh damn, Matt. All right. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it. I'm not young anymore, so I missed that opportunity, I guess. But all right, the 104. There's not a lot of options at this point, but I'm gonna go at this point in terms of redraft. I'm gonna go with opportunity, and I think Drake London gives you the best opportunity here at this point as the the pass catcher number 2 on the Atlanta Falcons here. Could have went Chris Olave. Chris Olave might have more, big play potential. But I think Drake London, I think just overall his body and build and the way this offense works here, I think they can use him a lot in a lot of different ways in this Atlanta Falcons, where Marcus Mariota or Desmond Ridder, whoever's throwing him the ball, will get him short passes across the middle of the field, something similar to what Michael Pittman was able to do in Indy, and just kind of work that way. And I think, outside of, Kyle Pitts and I guess Cordell Patterson, if you want to say, there's really no other wide receiver that can match the level of talent that is in there in Atlanta. You have Alden Tate, you have Zacchaeus, you have Bray. There's really no one in that wide receiver core that really screams out that they're going to see more than 40, 50 targets at max this season. Drake London has an opportunity to probably see 90 targets as a rookie and likely will be behind in a lot of games this season, which will make Drake London see lots of opportunities early on. So for me, 104 has got to be Drake London.
There's a world, it's crazy. There's a world where their starting lineup for the wide receiver room is Brian Edwards, who's like, 6'3", 6'4", Drake London, who's 6'4", 6'5", right?
6'4", yeah.
Auden Tate, who's like 6'5", Geronimo Allison, who's like 6'3", and then Kyle Pitts, who's 6'10" at this point. At least that's what it feels like. No, but all the receivers, all their pass catchers in this offense, they could go 5 wide receiver set and be like, hey, you know that 5'10" guy? Yeah, we're gonna ask you to cover somebody that's 6'6" and have him jump 8 inches to be able to get a contested catch.
They should just
It's not just that. Every pass that Marcus Mariota is going to throw is going to be a contested catch. So you need receivers like that.
Yeah,
Right.
You need that reach, man.
They
You
should
don't know where that ball's going to go.
They should just do 4 verticals on one side and say, guys, go all deep, and Marcus just get the ball downfield.
There you go.
They will have the most prolific wide receiver Hail Mary corpse the NFL has ever seen in terms of basketball players that are downfield ready to go get a jump ball. It's absolutely absurd.
I love it. All right, so let's keep going here because I talked for a while there. Coach Hunter, my friend, you're at the 105. It's kind of sucky now, but who you got?
So the last couple of years, we've definitely been spoiled with rookie wide receivers coming in. I think Jarvis Landry is going to be involved, but he's just a chain mover at this point in his career. So I'm going to take Chris Olave for the Saints. He's just an absolute burner. And like I said, that's going to mesh well with Jameis Winston. He ranked 4th in ADOT last season. I just think, like you said, it is kind of gross at this point. We're already getting to that point in this end of these two teams, but it's going to be inconsistent. But he's going to have weak winning upside if he connects on a couple of those deep shots. And I just think that I like taking the shots like that at a later point in the draft more than the guys that are just going to give you a handful of catches here and there. And 50 yards, whatever. So give me Chris Olave.
Yeah, he shows the most potential upside of the rest of these players left on this field here. If Jameis Winston, if we see a glimpse of what Jameis did back in his days at Tampa, which I don't know if we're going to actually see that ever, but if we do, the big play and opportunity there is there for Chris Olave. So I like this pick a lot. I like Chris Olave. I've been taking him, like Chase said, in drafts very often, so I'm hoping to get more before the season starts. So
yeah, his ADP isn't too outrageous yet, so I'm still getting him where I can.
I think it's like 9 or 10 right now. I think I've got him in recent drafts, but that could change very easily if we saw something happen this
with
preseason.
a couple more preseason highlights, something like that.
Right. As long as we don't end up with another Marquez Callaway, we're okay. So I hope we don't. So all right, over to the 1-6, Matt. Who do you got?
So we're at the part of this draft already halfway through where it basically is like back on the farm. You're shoveling the crap from one pile to another pile. It's still crap no matter where you put it. And I'm going to go with Jarvis Landry here because it is probably the best of what is left here on the board. There are some other options that may have some fantasy relevancy at some point. But, Landry, he's always been that PPR guy. Coach Hunter just talked about him being that chain mover. The Saints are still going to need to move the chains. I know Winston likes to go YOLO and just chuck that ball up there and hope for the best. But when you look at what Landry's done throughout his career, he's made a living underneath. He's ranks 20th in missed tackles forced per reception and 21st in yards after the catch. These are things that Jarvis Landry can still bring. It wasn't that long ago there when he went from Miami to Cleveland where there was a lot of hype in what he was able to do. No one did anything in Cleveland last year as far as wide receivers are concerned. Odell got traded. Jarvis, he was heartbroken over his LSU brethren being dealt. a lot of negative things happen in Cleveland. You know what? Some negative things are still going on in Cleveland. But for me here at the 106, it's ugly, but I got to take what's probably, again, the safest of the options out there, because I do know that what Landry is going to have a role, where some of these other guys, we don't know what this Falcons backfield is going to look like yet. It could go all over the place. There's not a lot of options out here, man. Like, I'm glad I'm on the next half hour. We actually can talk about good players. So we got that going for us.
We sure do. And I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, at this point, it's all crap. But I mean, there's potential for Landry. It's more clear potential for Landry to actually be productive for us in fantasy this year compared to the backups for the Saints and at least the Falcons running back or whatever you want to call them there. So definitely don't hate that one. So Chase, back to you, my friend.
I got to go. I'm running out of time. No, I'm just kidding. But I do actually got to hop off after this pick. So I appreciate you guys for having me in. Make sure you guys go donate. That's the biggest part. The whole point of Steve over here putting in 6+ hours now of time is to get donations over there to the Humane Society. So make sure you guys go donate. And for my last pick, I'll take a guy who will probably beat out Jarvis Landry in targets and who is the tight end 1 in this division, because obviously Kyle Pitts is not a tight end. I'm going with Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman, who is actually, he earned a 19.8% target rate, I believe, on routes run. So when he was out there, yeah, he didn't always get the best targets, but he was earning targets. I want to see more in the red zone from him. They obviously didn't utilize him in the red zone after Jameis Winston got hurt because they had Taysom Hill. They were running the ball a ton. It just was a really off season last year. The season before that, he was actually pretty efficient for what he had to work with, and he was actually the best run blocking tight end in the league. Now, for fantasy football, that's not great, but it does mean that he's going to be on the field. So whether that ends up leading to production off play actions, etc., remains to be seen. But I think that Adam Troutman is a guy who could actually work his way into like the top end tight end 2s. I don't think he's going to be a tight end 1, but I think that he could finish in the top 15 this season if everything lines up for him.
You remember like growing up playing baseball in like little league and stuff, you'd stick that one kid out in like right field that couldn't catch, couldn't throw, couldn't do anything productive. That's Adam Troutman. Yeah, he's on the field, but he's still not doing anything. He's out there chasing butterflies and eating blades of grass.
He earned a 19.8% target rate. I don't want to hear that. He's been more than okay for what he's had to deal with Taysom Hill and Trevor Siemian and Jameis Winston before he got the system. I mean, dude, I get what you're saying, Matt. 100% get what you're saying. But at this point, who are we dealing with? Like, you want me to go take Bryan Edwards on Tate?
Nope, that's my next pick.
I'll take Adam Troutman. I mean, the tight end landscape is very it's not vast. It's very barren. So I think that although you could say Cordell Patterson, whatever the case is, I'd almost feel much more comfortable taking a position that's more scarce.
Oh, well, I won't bash you anymore, Chase, because Matt did that for me already. So I will let you say what you got to say, whatever you want to talk about real quick, and let you go.
Dude, honestly, I already said it. Go donate, people. Go donate. Appreciate you guys for having me in.
Absolutely, Chase. It was always fun talking to you, brother. We'll definitely talk soon.
All right, sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
Later, bud. All right, down to 3 now. All right, so I know I'm going to talk a lot next 30 minutes here, so Coach Hunter, I'm going to let you go with another person here. Who you got going on here?
That's be a cop-out not to have to make a selection here with what's left, doesn't it?
Oh, come back. I have to talk with you. You and me into the next 30 minutes, man. I got to talk a lot then.
He's been live for over 6 hours. We'll cut him a little bit of slack. I've been here for 25 minutes, so I can talk a little bit longer. No, at this point, I mean, if anyone said they saw the 9th-year breakout from Cordell Patterson coming, they're lying because no one expected that. But he was extremely consistent. I would say he's going to be my pick here, but he did fall off at the end of the year, and I think that's why his ADP has kind of dipped a little bit. In the, Tyler Algier is coming in too, and I actually wrote an article about that, about just like landing spot and this and that. But I do think that Cordell Patterson is going to be involved in this offense. Like I said, he was like running back 5 in week 2, then it was 22, 1, 21, 18, 13. I mean, he was a top 2 running back or top 24 10 weeks in a row there in the middle of the season. No one saw that coming. I think he's still going to be involved at the beginning of the season, and he has that pass catching capability, which I love finding that late in drafts as late as I can. So yeah, give me Cordell Patterson here, and then hope that he can hold off Tyler Algier for at least a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a reason. Again, I wouldn't draft Patterson high at all. Honestly, if he falls to you at the right spot, great. Go for him if you want to back up a running back. But I mean, yeah, there's a world where he sees the work early on, and maybe he gets involved in the passing game once again. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of tread on his tires. I mean, he was a kick returner for like 5 of the first 6 years of his career, basically, or 5 of the middle of his career. So it's not like he worked that much and that often. So the Cordell Patterson seeing success again as maybe a high-end RB3 is potentially there. Sure, Hunter.
Yeah,
I like.
I mean, I think the biggest thing is you have to temper expectations because he's not going to repeat anything near what he did last year. And even Marcus Mariota, red zone rushing attempts are going to happen. And obviously we all think Kyle Pitts is the touchdown regression is coming there too. So like you said, if he falls to the right point, I think he can be a value, but I wouldn't hold your breath that you're going to get anything spectacular from Cordell Patterson.
Right, of course. No, I definitely don't hate it. Hunter, I don't know if you want to hang around or if you got to head off now.
No, I do need to get off here pretty quick. But no, it's. I just wanted to say thanks for having me on. It's finally nice getting to talk to you. I think it's a great thing you're doing here. It's a good cause. So everyone listening, go donate. That's the whole reason for this. This is important. So thank you for what you're doing, Steve.
Absolutely. Appreciate you jumping on, man. And we'll definitely talk real soon. So.
Yeah, definitely, Dave. Matt, nice to meet you. Take care of that mustache, and we'll see you next time.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right, Matt. It's just you and me, man. 30 minutes of us, man.
Oh, don't worry. I got this covered, man. I could talk for days and days and days. As long as we're talking about football or mustaches, I'm good to go. If we're looking at 109 here. We mentioned the situation there in Atlanta. We don't know what's going to happen at the running back. The one thing that we do know is Arthur Smith, he loves to run the ball. He had Derrick Henry all those years in Tennessee, and this running game is going to get done by committee. We mentioned Cordell Patterson there earlier. I'm going to go with Tyler Algier here at 109 because I don't know what's going to happen, but he's going to have a role in this offense. Right now, whether you're watching on Fantrax or Sleeper or my MFL, I mean, we don't know what Patterson is. He's got designation in both, and some he's strictly a running back. I think this is going to go right down to the wire. I think it's going to be a full-out RBC there, with Damian Williams even factoring in at some point. So we're at the point in this draft where we don't know where the value is going to be. So give me the young legs here at 109.
No, I think that's a tremendous pick. I mean, has been getting positive vibes at camp so far. I mean, saying he's working his way up the depth chart very often. I mean, hopefully we can see a little bit more preseason this week here. I think last week he was just kind of okay. Hopefully this week he can give us a little bit more juice because – I mean, he's got the big advantage. He's the young guy. I mean, you just got to be a little fast, and you can beat out Damian Williams and Cordell Patterson. So there's no reason why he can't get and at this point, the 109 in these two teams, I mean, is an absolute steal because he could end up leading this team with 150 carries very easily this coming season. So, Matt, I mean, I love it. It's a great pick.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, we're looking at here when we get to 10, 11, 12. Even if we went to 201, I mean, the options are pretty scarce here, and you're really throwing darts here at a dartboard to see what can actually hit. It's like throwing crap at a window, seeing what sticks, and that's what your answer is going to be.
Basically. Thankfully enough, it's 9 o'clock now, so we can get away from this shitty division and move on to some gold mines because you got one of the best gold mines here, I think, of the entire day. And I believe we're working on the Chargers and the Broncos. So you and me got a lot to talk about in this next 30 minutes here. So before we do that, again, guys, Fantasy Coaches Podcast are hosting their Podathon today. We are talking fantasy football, hoping to raise money for the Humane Society of the United States. We've done a great job so far, over $600. It's been fantastic. A lot of people have donated. It's been a lot of fun, and I want to make sure that people continue to help donate, whether it's $1 or whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter what it is. I had someone donate me $1. Perfectly fine. Who cares? It's something. You feel good afterwards. It's something. And they do a lot of great work. All the money goes to a great cause, and they do a lot of great things at the Humane Society that I've mentioned multiple times today. So please continue to donate and at least continue to watch us talk fantasy for you. And hopefully you guys share this with people around here, and hopefully they can tune in as well. So, all right, Matt.
If those watching right now can't afford to donate right now, just see that thing there on the bottom of the screen, www.humanesociety.org. Spread that link out there. Get that out there right now. Simple retweets, a simple like, simple promoting it is also helping the cause as well. So make sure to get in, just because you can't afford to get in, even $1, whatever that may look like. If you can't help financially, get out there and just kind of push that there. So, you know what? Sometimes our reach only goes so far, and those who are watching right now can reach much farther than we can.
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate that, Matt. Thank you for those extra words of wisdom, my friend. All right. So let's go over the Chargers and Broncos now. And we have a lot to talk about in this segment because there's so many fantasy players we can mention here. So, of course, you get the 101, and we'll go from there.
Well, I'm going to start it off much like we started off the Saints Falcons there just a little while ago. And I'm going to go with Austin Eckler here. I like to start off with a running back here. I like the whole half-point PPR thing that's going to actually add in to what we're looking at. But here's a curious case of Austin Eckler. In 3 seasons prior to last season, Eckler carried the ball more than 100 times. Not very often. Didn't happen. He never managed to score more than those 3 touchdowns on the ground. So when you're looking at that, was that an anomaly last season in 2021? Or can we expect what he did last season to kind of move forward each and every season? Regardless of the touches that he's going to get. Maybe he gets pulled back a little bit in the run game. He's still going to be a factor in the passing game. He has 45 scores since 2017, which is 8th most at the running back position. 24 of those 45 have come in the passing game. So Austin Eckler is going to be featured in a passing game, which is not bad when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert under center, not to mention some of these other options that I'm sure are going to get selected sooner rather than later. The other thing is here, of his six, and here's the thing I love most of him. This is why Eckler is so good at what he does. Of his 647 receiving yards last season, 627 of them came after the catch. The only players who had more yards after the catch than Eckler, Jamar Chase, Deebo Samuel, and Cooper Kupp. So, yeah, he may not get the volume maybe in the run game this year. Maybe Isaiah Spiller comes in and gets it. But we've listened to Austin Eckler talk on multiple shows so far this season. He embraces the fact that Isaiah Spiller could come in here and take some of those touches off him. Austin Eckler's not a big guy, so the fewer hits that he takes, the better he's going to be as the season goes on. And as the season goes on, he's going to remain fresh, and he's going to become more efficient with those touches. So the volume might not be there, but the efficiency will be.
Oh, no, I love that there a lot, honestly. I love you talk about the efficiency because you know what? I know I have bashed a little bit on Austin Eckler this offseason because of the touchdowns that he may not get now, but I don't think people really mention. I honestly haven't. I honestly haven't mentioned about the efficiency that he could get with a lesser workload. I mean, he did a lot.
Picture this. Back in, I can't remember the year exactly, but Melvin Gordon and Austin Eckler running in tandem were quite productive for the Chargers years ago, right? I could see a very similar situation there. If Austin Eckler even takes a 15 to 20% hit, he's still going to be a top 5 fantasy running back. So I'm all for Austin Eckler this season. Now, again, like you, I was a little hesitant at first because looking at the history doesn't scream out what we saw last season. So I'm looking forward to what he can do. He kind of got labeled with some injury history there. He stayed healthy for the most part last season. If he can stay healthy, he's as good as anyone.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Again, the only thing I have to say is that I'm more concerned. I'm okay taking him at the 1-6 and back, but if I see people take him in the first 5 or 6 picks, it gives me a little concern there. Honestly, personally, I'd rather take obviously the top 2 running backs or whatever you may think of in some wide receivers. But in the back half, if I can get him at 6 or 7, I have a lot of drafts. I'm at 6 and 7 this year. I'm excited. I'm okay taking Austin Eckler because he has, like you said, he has that top 5 upside there, and I like that. But taking him in the top 3, top 4 maybe, has me a little concerned.
I mean, if you're looking at combining wide receivers and running backs, I mean, Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey should be coming off 1 and 2. Regardless of what you believe in this with McCaffrey, he averages 30 points per game when he's in the lineup. Then at 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, sorry, I think Eckler's right in the mix there. I think you could take him as early as 103. I mean, I'd have a hard time taking him over Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and maybe even Cooper Kupp. But as far as the running back position is concerned, I mean, he's right there with Joe Mixon for me, ahead of Najee Harris. Because, look, Najee Harris had 391 touches last year, and it was only the RB6. So, people, please stop spouting off RB2 at me all the time. He's even with 400 touches, he's still not going to be RB2.
That is true. That is really true. I can't disagree with you on that one, man. Oh, God, I love it. All right, so Austin Eckler is the 101, hands down. Easy enough said. Matt's got it perfect. 102 now. Thought it was complicated at first, but it's pretty easy for me. It's still another running back, and it's Javonte Williams. And Javonte Williams is slipping in drafts right now because obviously Melvin Gordon came back, and it's probably been the best thing for his value possible to get that upside RB1 that you want in fantasy football right now. Now, Melvin Gordon's dealing with some foot issues right now. They said it should not be too much of a concern, but you just never know. I am always hesitant with NFL players and foot issues. You just don't know what you're going to get out of them. You don't know how bad that's because they have to be on their feet. It's not like they can just not be on their feet all season. They're going to have to be on their feet. So with Javonte Williams last year, I mean, he was great. When he got his opportunity, he was playing RB1 level. I mean, in the end of the season, he was RB11 the second half of the season here. His ability to evade tackles and create yards was top 10 last year. He was 13th in rushing yards, being the backup in this Denver team here, and he can catch the ball in the backfield really well. And especially now that Tim Patrick is out for the season here, they're going to need someone else to be that third guy. Now, it could be KJ Hamler, it could be Albert O eventually, but it could be Javonte Williams. Seen a lot of work at the backfield here with Russell Wilson, a more accurate quarterback, especially in those short yard passes here, to kind of get the ball out of his hand and let Javonte Williams do work this coming season here. And you're getting him probably now in the beginning of the third round, late second round now, and he's someone who has that top 10 upside. And if Melvin Gordon doesn't end up playing the whole season, I mean, you have a league winner, 100%. He's going to be in the top 5 at that point. Right now, he may be top 12, top 15 if Melvin Gordon plays all season, but he's still going to be a very productive, consistent running back for your fantasy team this year. So getting him in that late round 2, early round 3, I'm snagging him everywhere all day. And at the 102 in this draft here, it's no comparison. He's the next guy on my board.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that because I got Javonte Williams as my RB7 ahead of DeAndre Swift, ahead of Derrick Henry because, again, efficiency at the running back position is something we don't talk about enough. I don't care if Melvin Gordon's going to be there. Melvin Gordon's 29. He's going to his free agent year again. Last season, the splits were 50-50. This is going to be 60-40, 65-35. Javonte Williams is going to get more touches this season. If you look at what he did last season, 903 yards on 203 carries, 316 yards receiving. That's over 1,200 yards of offense from a running back. If I'm getting 1,200 yards of offense from a running back who's only getting the ball 50% of the time out of the backfield, I'm feeling pretty good about what he can do here in year number 2. So I love that pick for you right there. And for me at 103, obviously I'm not going to go running backs. We've already kind of cleaned that cupboard a little bit. So I'm going to focus on the wide receiver position. And you can make some arguments for a few different guys here, but it's hard to argue against one of the most underappreciated wide receivers in the entire National Football League. Remember, Keenan Allen used to be injury prone.
Oh, yeah.
Keenan Allen because of injury history. He has shaken that completely off. He's a 3-time Pro Bowl selection, amassed over 8,500 yards in receiving, 49 touchdowns over his 8 seasons in the NFL. 4 1,000-yard seasons in the last 5, and Allen ranks 5th in receiving yards over that 5-year period with 5,918. If I'm 4 1,000-yard seasons out of the last 5, that's telling me right now he's pretty much guaranteed at another 1,000-yard season here. You look at what he's been able to do. When you're coming off a 140 target season and have more receptions, 624 through your first 100 games than any other receiver in the history of the National Football League, it's safe to say you have some value moving forward. Not to mention, we're talking about Justin Herbert. His trajectory, I don't even think he's come close to going to where he's going to end up at some point.
Oh, no, not at all.
Keenan Allen, for me, this is the easy 103 here. The top receiver between these two teams that have plenty of offensive firepower to work with.
No, I love it. Keenan Allen is the most underrated wide receiver of all times. I know Coach Gibbs loves taking Keenan Allen as his wide receiver 1 every which way he possibly always can, and it makes sense. He's a PPR machine. He has touchdown upside now in an offense that wants to throw the ball consistently. People forget, Keenan Allen spent his good years with an aging Phillip Rivers who wasn't throwing the ball downfield a lot. Justin Herbert can air the ball downfield very quickly, and they've been scoring a lot last year. And in this division here, they're going to need to score a lot if they're going to win games. This is a playoff caliber team here. Keenan Allen has upside of 8+ touchdowns potentially this season, and he's going to get probably over 100 targets not 100 targets. He's definitely get 100 targets, but he's going to have over 100 receptions really easy this coming season and probably 1,100 yards. So at the 103, he is the most consistent, healthy wide receiver possible to pick from.
And if you're one of those guys right now who's drafting at the 105 spot, I mean, you feel good. Maybe go Eckler, maybe go Aaron Jones in the second round. Keenan Allen's going to be that receiver that you target early on in that third round because, I mean, can you imagine Austin Eckler, Aaron Jones, Keenan Allen? That's a pretty good way to start a PPR league.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I love that pick there. All right, so my 104 here, I could go two different directions. I'm between two wide receivers here now. I'm going to go with a guy who I think will stay healthier, and it can basically do the same thing as the other wide receiver. And I'm going to go Cortland Sutton here. And I could have went Mike Williams, and we saw what the upside Mike Williams could bring. But the injury history concerns the heck out of me, honestly. So I'm going to go Cortland Sutton, who had one season of injuries. After his breakout. And last year, it was just a terrible situation in Denver. He gets a massive quarterback upgrade this coming season with Russell Wilson. And Cortland Sutton, I mean, he's a tremendous talent. He really was. People just seem to forget that because his one season, then he gets injured and has a terrible offense, that no one really remembers him that well. He was fantastic that one season when he broke out last year. And you have a quarterback who can throw the ball downfield with tremendous accuracy. I mean, he's not DK Metcalf in terms of speed, but he has a similar downfield approach to his game there. He likes to go down there and pick the ball up in the air. Russell Wilson can get this man the ball really easily, and he's going to be the healthiest wide receiver on this team. Jerry Jeudy, yes, very talented, but has been hurt the last few years. You have KJ Hamler. He's been on the IR the last two seasons. Albert O, we don't know if he's going to be a guy who just steps up to this big, giant role. We hope he does, but it probably won't be the fact of a Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews. So you have Cortland Sutton here, sitting here, who was 8th in air yards, 6th in deep targets last year, who was just dominant in fantasy at times when he's actually seeing a good, accurate quarterback. Russell Wilson can do that for him this coming season here right now, and I expect his red zone targets to go up. He only had 10 last year. I expect that to go up way a lot. I expect this team to be able to score very frequently in an offense in a division who, like I just said it before, is going to need to throw the ball and going to need to score if they want to compete in this division this coming season. So as much as I think maybe Mike Williams has more upside overall, to me at the end of the day, it's about health and consistency, and I think Cortland Sutton can be that guy this coming season here. So I have him as my 104 pick right now.
You know, it's tough to argue with that when you're looking at those two wide receivers in particular. I mean, Williams, when we talk about receivers that get disrespected, let's talk about Keenan Allen getting disrespected. Mike Williams is in that same boat. Last season, they were wide receiver 12 and wide receiver 13, respectively. They're currently going off at like wide receiver 23 and wide receiver 30 as per the experts' rankings right now. So it's crazy to think how far they've fallen. Now, Williams is 27 years of age. He's a touchdown kind of guy. He showed last season that he can do more than just the go route, just more than just the jump ball. I really like him. I don't want to disrespect him, but I got to give the 104 here to the guy throwing the ball to these guys, and that is Justin Herbert. I mean, you're talking about one of three top fantasy options at the quarterback position. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. I got Herbert as my number 2 quarterback here in redraft rankings.
Oh, I love it.
I'm pretty sure he's my number 2 when it comes to dynasty rankings right now. Listen, no player, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, has been responsible for more touchdowns over the first 2 seasons than Justin Herbert. And that's in the history of the National Football League. 69 passing touchdowns, 8 rushing touchdowns on the ground. This is why he solidified himself as a top 3 option here. Herbert has improved in both of his seasons right now. He's got Williams, he's got Eckler, he's got Allen. That production's not going anywhere anytime soon. He averaged 7.5 yards per target on his way to throwing for 48 touchdowns and eclipsing 5,000 yards passing. Herbert's also started the 2022 campaign on a 21 touchdown passing streak here. So something to keep an eye on early on in the season if he keeps that going. And you know what? He's going to push that ball down the field. 15 of those touchdowns were of more than 40 yards. And guess what? The best part about Justin Herbert, he doesn't turn the ball over. When you take the adjusted interception rate, that comes in at 2.2%. So you're getting touchdowns. You're not getting turnovers. So you're going to get the most out of him each and every single week. And that's why I'm putting him in here as the 105.
Love it. In terms of overall redraft, Matt, how early are you willing to take Justin Herbert, or how far are you letting him slip? I don't know how you view the quarterback position overall, but where would you be taking him if there was a value to take him?
So I'm not a big quarterback guy early, especially in 1 QB leagues. I'm not taking a quarterback typically until round 8, round 9. I feel maybe at round 6 I may consider a Joe Burrow, who is basically the poor man's version of Justin Herbert. You're going to get similar production from both of them when it's all said and done, except Herbert is going 3rd round. I mean, end of the 2nd, some people are getting a little happy. As soon as Josh Allen's off the board, someone's going Justin Herbert, and for me, that's way too early. I can't justify grabbing a quarterback within the first 5 rounds, and I know for a fact both those quarterbacks typically, especially in your home leagues, and a lot of people watch this right now are in home leagues, are going to grab those quarterbacks earlier than maybe the experts leagues as we go on. So for me, I'm probably not going to get many Justin Herbert shares in redraft. I got lots in Dynasty, but
smart
redraft, I can't meet it. The value is just not there for me. I'd rather sit back and grab a guy such as Joe Burrow a little bit later, Jalen Hurts. Some people got him going 6th, 7th round. That's kind of where I'm targeting that quarterback position more often than not. But I'm getting a feel for my league. That's the most important thing. Understanding where these players are going in your league. Not all leagues are created equal, even though the scoring is the same.
Love it. Yeah, I had to mention that though too, because you talk so great about it, and I love everything because I believe you 100%. Just want people to know that if you're taking him, you got to take him really early. He's not going to be there in that 5-6 range. So just so everyone knows, if you're taking him, you're taking a huge leap taking him early. So, but he's going to be productive. That's all that matters. All right. I'm going to be on the 1-6 on my side now, and I'm going to take the guy we've both mentioned the last 2 times, in Mike Williams here. Now it just falls in line of what you're looking for in drafts. And Mike Williams, I didn't pick him before because of his injury concerns, and I'm not going to talk about that. But he was wide receiver 3 the first 6 games of last year, averaged 9 targets a game, had 6 touchdowns. I mean, the man was a beast the first half of the season there. I mean, he was just dominant. Back half, he was wide receiver 30. Definitely didn't like that. The touchdowns went down, the targets went down, but he was also injured. But this coming season, I believe this Chargers team is going to continue to get back to the passing game. You know, maybe Austin Eckler doesn't see as many, targets, giving Mike Williams more opportunity. Maybe he can stay healthy this year. And the upside that Mike Williams can give is completely worth taking him in that 6 to 8 range there, depending on how your draft's going, because he has that top 5 upside. Yeah, the injury concerns are there, but this is a man who's just dominant when he is healthy on the field. Crunch time, red zone threat, 8th in red zone targets, 11th in yards last year, 14th in yards after catch. That was another thing. He was able to do things after the catch as well. And I think Matt mentioned that before. He is just a dominant force that at the 106, it just makes too much sense for the upside he gives you.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I thought about there with Herbert. And, I mean, I just love Herbert a little bit more. Williams, again, disrespected all the way through. We're talking about the guy who finishes the wide receiver 13, I think, last season. So, I mean, if you're getting him late in drafts, I think he's going right around that same range as Cortland Sutton. So you got to feel pretty good about that. So as I translate from that to the 107, I could have gone quarterback here, but I kind of figured I already went quarterback talk, so I'm going to leave you a quarterback talk about here. I'm going to go, and here's what worries me the most about Cortland Sutton. It's not the injuries that he's had in the past. It's none of that stuff. It's Jerry Jeudy. Jeudy was the kiss of death last season for Cortland Sutton. He was the kryptonite to Superman. Whatever you want to call it, that's what Jeudy was. I mean, Sutton's production with Jeudy in the lineup was not the same. Now, when we talk about this, that's with Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. That's not with what Russell Wilson's going to be bringing. At least we don't think. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that Sutton production would have dropped with Jeudy in the lineup as much as it did. But Jeudy, he's 23 years old. He just turned 23 back in April, and he has accumulated 1,323 receiving yards prior to his 23rd birthday. I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty darn good to have that before your 23rd birthday. That also includes that 2021 injury-plagued season in which he missed 7 games. Going back to 2020, Jeudy saw 113 targets from Drew Lock, and he hauled in 52 of them. I mean, that's Drew Lock. If you're getting 113 targets, you're only catching 52. It's either you can't catch the ball or your quarterback can't throw the ball. And we all know Drew Lock is the answer to that one. So he had 856 yards receiving, and that was in the face of horrendous quarterback play. That's 16.5 yards per reception. An accurate quarterback like Russell Wilson We can talk about how great Russell Wilson is, and he's good. But the one thing he does better than anything else is not move the ball with his legs. It's not that he's a mobile quarterback. It's how he manipulates coverage with his eyes. If you got a wide receiver that can run routes the way Jerry Jeudy does, and you know this as well as anybody, if a quarterback can pull a safety or linebacker in that opposite direction, it's going to create opportunity for extra yards after the catch. And that's what Russell Wilson does as good as anybody. Think Tyler Lockett in Seattle. That's where you can kind of predict where Jerry Jeudy's going to be. Lockett wasn't the most talented receiver out there. We weren't talking about Lockett as a top wide receiver option for years until Russell Wilson got him going. And then he became basically a top 12 option. I don't know if Jerry Jeudy's going to be a top 12 wide receiver, but the way that Wilson can manipulate the coverage, it's going to give Jeudy ample opportunities to pick up yards after the catch.
No, I believe me. I like Jerry Jeudy. I love his talent. I want to see it more consistently on the field. And I'm hoping that with Russell Wilson, it will become more consistent here. The one thing about Jeudy is that I feel like the quarterbacks last year, and Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock, they went for Jeudy because they couldn't throw and make an accurate throw to Cortland Sutton downfield. So with Russell Wilson there, maybe that Cortland Sutton does get that opportunity that he didn't see as much last year with Jerry Jeudy in the field because of that reason. Now Jerry Jeudy will have his own separation, so maybe he ends up just dominating himself and just destroys Cortland Sutton. Overall, I get it, but the injuries and the lack of production so far definitely doesn't concern me. But it definitely has me picking Cortland Sutton first, just because I've seen him do it once. And now he's got the upgrade at quarterback. But Jerry Jeudy could be easily the better wide receiver without a doubt because of how talented he is on the field, and his ability to separate just is remarkable.
And we've seen Wilson support two top wide receivers in DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. And
Right.
then we've seen what the Seattle Seahawks under Geno Smith did. Lockett was basically the forgotten guy there, except for that game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Why? Right. Geno Smith, not as accurate as Russell Wilson. DK Metcalf, bigger, stronger, bigger range that he can get the ball to. So I think that's kind of where we're seeing like Sutton was maybe more productive with Drew Lock, because even though those inaccuracies are there, he's a bigger target, bigger wingspan. And I think with Russell Wilson, I think he could support both these wide receivers, and the owner should feel very comfortable with that.
Oh, 100%. And then that's the guy who I'm going to talk about here next, and it's Russell Wilson in terms of the order of what talent is left out here. I mean, Russell Wilson, at this point of this little draft here, he is the quarterback to take. Someone who's going in like round 8, 9, 10 in drafts, that if you want to wait on your quarterbacks until then, it's a perfect quarterback to get, because, you always love when Russ cooks, and he might get an opportunity to cook now. I mean, we had, Nathaniel Hackett is the head coach now, who was there in Green Bay, who allowed, you let Aaron Rodgers do whatever he wanted in that offense here now. And now Russell Wilson has an opportunity to do whatever he hopefully wants in this offense. Yeah, they're going to run the ball. They're just going to run the ball. It's just a natural part of the game. But it's not going to be Pete Carroll running the ball on 3rd and 7. It's going to be Nathaniel Hackett saying, Russ, throw us a first down, man. Come on. And he's going to do it. And he's got weapons around him to be very successful. Now, maybe he doesn't have the most elite talent, but he has a lot of good players. Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy are good wide receivers. KJ Hamler is a fast, good wide receiver if he can stay healthy. Albert O, I think, is generally pretty much the same what you were getting at tight end last year, and he has an improved run game. So Russell Wilson should be in for a great season, and where I've mentioned it so many times now, they're going to have to throw the ball to compete in this division here. You're not going to be able to run the ball like a Pete Carroll offense and win the division. You're going to have to throw the ball. The defense isn't as strong as, just in general, the Denver Broncos defense isn't as strong as it has been over the years. And Russell Wilson has that mobility still. Matt said he kills people with his eyes, but he can still run the ball when he needs to as well. So with that combination there and the weapons around him, Russell Wilson should be in for another top 12, top 10 fantasy season here. And you're getting him in that later round, and he's going as late as he is here. He should be in for a really good year. So.
Yeah, and then if we look here at 110, this is where it gets interesting. You could go running back here. You could go Melvin Gordon. You could go Isaiah Spiller. There's some options still on the board. I'm not going to say Albert O. If I can't pronounce your name, I'm not drafting you. It's that simple. So he's off for me. Gerald Everett's another guy that you can look at. But the two guys that I kind of debated here, going back and forth, and I'm sure I could get one a little bit later, it comes down to Joshua Palmer, because I'm addicted to Palmer here. Based on everything I've seen, I was high on him. He was one of my dynasty mustaches at the end of last season. And you mentioned KJ Hamler. And I love KJ Hamler this season if he can stay healthy, like you mentioned. Tim Patrick arguably was the best Broncos wide receiver last season. Definitely the most consistent. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So when we look at this, you got a 23-year-old wideout here who's battled some history of injuries. He's also got that Tyler Lockett type vibe. We also know that Hamler was working out with Russell Wilson in the offseason. So that's going to come into play here too. Yes, he's had some injury history. We talked about the hip injuries, the ACLs. Target shares the last couple of years, 10.8, 12.8. Not going to get the job done. But I think with Tim Patrick being gone, there is opportunity for KJ Hamler to be fantasy relevant in 2022.
I can't disagree with you at all, man. I love KJ Hamler. I have him at the end of most of my benches in my dynasty leagues right now. I'm waiting and hoping that this man can show us something good because he's got the speed to do it. He's so good. I mean, if you saw him on the field at times, he only needs one pass and he goes 60 yards just like that. That's how fast this man is. And now he's got a quarterback that will throw him downfield or allow him to throw a more accurate ball to him. KJ Hamler is a deep sleeper that I'm excited to see what happens this coming season with him because if he can stay healthy, there could be upside in his game for sure. All right, let me do a quick 111 real quick here. I'll let you talk about Joshua Palmer. I'm going to go with Isaiah Spiller right now as my next guy here. And Isaiah Spiller, I've been drafting a ton of Isaiah Spiller. I drafted him a ton of my dynasty leagues. I've been drafting him in all the charity leagues I'm doing right now because I love this talent coming out. He was my RB3 coming out of this draft here. His combination of size and speed is fantastic here. Now, he's not going to probably be a guy who ends up as a top 20 RB because obviously, Austin Eckler is that guy. But, I mean, there's touchdowns to be had here. This is a team that's going to be in many scoring opportunities. Yes, they could throw Eckler in there, and he could be easily get those touchdowns. But maybe they don't want to throw Eckler in there. Let him, his smaller frame body, burrow his way through a ton of strong defenses. Let a big man, Isaiah Spiller, go in there and just bully his way through. And I think that's how Isaiah Spiller could end up having a really good season. Could he see 6 to 8 touchdowns this coming year? I think he could, absolutely. You could have a similar season what A.J. Dillon had last year. I forget if it had many touchdowns A.J. Dillon had. It might not be that many. But a similar season for him for maybe 600 yards and 8 touchdowns. Again, not crazy great season, but someone you could probably start on a bye week. Someone you need to throw in a flex spot if someone's injured, someone who could just put up maybe 8 to 10 points on any given week potentially because of the upside of this offense gives. So for me, AJ Spiller is my next guy. Isaiah Spiller. It's not AJ Spiller. Isaiah Spiller.
You know what? I've used CJ Spiller. I wanted to make a reference here earlier to Nathaniel Hackett. He talked about running backs in that Hackett offense. Fred Jones, Leonard Fournette, Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon. So running backs going to factor in for the Denver Broncos. But here, 112, let's close it off. I mean, Melvin Gordon would be the perfect selection here, wouldn't it? I mean, that seems right. But, hey, I don't care. I'm going to go with the Canadian boy. I'm Canadian. I'm going to go with the kid from Brampton, Ontario. Shout out Kyle Center. I know you're watching the show right now. Let's put a little bit of love. Listen, Tony Pauling back in the day had a scouting report that basically said nice size wideout, reliable hands, sells routes, and knows where he is on the field and uses the sideline well. Tracks the pass in the air, extends his hands, snatching the ball away from his body frame. Sounds kind of like Mike Williams, doesn't it? Joshua Palmer basically sounds exactly like Mike Williams. When Mike Williams goes down, Palmer's easily going to step up. He also had like 26 of his 35 targets last year, resulting in 292 yards and 3 touchdowns. In weeks 14 through 16, Palmer saw 11 receptions, 14 targets, 124 yards, and 2 of those 3 touchdowns came over that period of time. I mean, what's there not to love about Josh Palmer? Talk about rookie wide receivers last season. Palmer had the 8th most fantasy points among those receivers, trailing just guys like Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Elijah, and Rondale Moore. These guys also they were more of a focal point of their offense. And we were talking about, no one was talking about Josh Palmer. This is why I love Josh Palmer. Underrated, and he's going to go out there and he's going to ball out here even in year 2. A guy that is basically a free space, just like KJ Hamler, a guy you're getting in the back end of your draft. Possibly he's on your waiver wire right now if you've already done your draft. Grab him, stick him in there. You won't regret it.
Oh, no, that I love Joshua Palmer. Great pick there, Matt. Honestly, I mean, even in the 2 games that Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, they're healthy wide receivers, but they had missed games and they're older. Joshua Palmer 2 games last year without both of them in the lineup, double-digit fantasy points. I mean, if he gets into a chance to be a starting wide receiver, I mean, he's just going to dominate, and he's going to be great for us this coming season. You're getting him in like round 15, 16 of your draft prop potentially, and he could be a league winner very, very easily this coming season. So I
Don't
love
kid
it.
yourself, the Chargers will be using 3 wide receiver sets at some point in the season. It's going to happen. At least Palmer one-on-one coverage. I like that.
Love it. Even better, my friend. Even better. All right. But we are at the end of your half hour, my friend. Matt, I appreciate you so much jumping on, man. This was a ton of fun talking to you. It's been a while, so it was nice catching up with you, my friend. If there's anything you want to say, man, the floor is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, head over to dynastyvipers.com. I mean, all my written work's there. My articles are there. Apparently, I did something with accuracy not too long ago, so that kind of helps out there. According to Fantasy Pros, the number 2 expert ranker as far as that's concerned. So, and they're free. The rankings are free, so why not go take a look at them? What do you got to lose? Anything free is worth saving up for, right? And head over to the Vipers Network on the YouTube channel. We got content almost daily going down. I'm just finishing up my 32 teams series there about top 5 fantasy assets. So a lot of the numbers that I was bringing to the show today are all right there on the show. I'm dropping a new video every day until August 28th. New team, new day, new information coming at you. And as always, check out the Twitter handle there, at Matt Donnelly, FF. I dropped those videos in the thread there too, so it's easy to follow along with. And please take a second, spread the word. Let's raise some money for the Humane Society here at humanesociety.org. Donate today.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt, man. I appreciate it, brother. It was good talking to you. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
All right. I will see you later.
Catch you later, man. All right, guys. We are in the next 30-minute segment here. Before I introduce the next guests, we have to talk about what's going on here. Why are we here? Well, we're the fantasy coaches, and we are here talking fantasy, but we're really helping raise money for the Humane Society. As you guys, I'm tired. Thank God Coach John's coming back here. But I'm exhausted. But yeah, we're raising money for the Humane Society, guys. We made over $600 so far at this exact moment, and we are doing a great job. We're continuing to get this money in, raise money, and hopefully we will be able to help what the Humane Society does, help the animals out, those who do not have a voice, whether they're as small as a house cat or as large as an elephant somewhere in the world here. That's what this is all about, helping everything, all the animals, no matter big or small, no matter where they're at. The Humane Society is trying to do their best to try to protect these animals and give them great lives, whether they're in-house or in the wild. And that's what we're just trying to do. And I'm real excited to continue our segment here. Our next segment, we have a lot of fun guests. Of course, I'll bring Coach John back real quick. Always good seeing
Steve holding down the fort, by the way. Great job.
Yes, well, Matt just got off, so it was only for a few seconds here. So I'm going to have you take over for 5 minutes at some point, but let me introduce the guest here before I go step away for 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
Our first guest, my good friend Justin here.
Coach, what's going on?
Hey, Justin,
Looking forward to it.
Hold
Hey,
on.
John.
You just missed the Chargers segment, man. We talked so much Chargers, man. It was unreal.
I know, and I gotta love Matt's love for Josh Palmer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Oh.
Isaiah Spiller, I'm right there with you too. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
Matt.
appreciate your flexibility with me today, buddy.
Oh no, not a problem, man. We were cool. Anytime you wanted to come on, it's a treat, my guy. All right, and let's bring on our second guest here, Mr. Andrew Hall. What's going on, Andrew?
Doing all right, Steve. What's going on with you?
Good, man. Good, man. I'm a little tired. I'm 7 hours in here now, so I'm continuing to push through it. Thank you. Appreciate it. How's everything?
Things are good, man. I know you had, I think Kendall and Derek, were on for the Bengals segment a little earlier. I wasn't able to listen to it, but I'm sure they did great.
Oh, they did a fun job there. I gave Derek the 101. He said, seriously? And I'm like, yeah, Jamar Chase. I'm like, okay, that was easy.
You got to.
That was an easy one for him. So I was like, okay, cool. Well, we talked about it. I think Joe Mixon went too. So Bengals just dominated the Ravens in fantasy. So good way to play it. So
And in real life, it's cool.
Of course. So you guys get another great division. You guys got lucky. You got the great division here in the Chiefs and Raiders. So basically, what we're doing is the mock draft, and it's one QB. It's half point PPR, and you're basically doing it as you would think of a redraft season. How you would draft it as a redraft season with those numbers here. I'm gonna let Coach John take over for about 5 minutes. I will be right back. And John, the floor is yours, my friend.
All right, we'll go clockwise. So we'll start with you, Justin. We'll go. Who is your 101? Who would you take if you were going to go right now between Kansas City and Las Vegas?
So while I'd love to go with the premium at tight end, I'm going to go Devontae Adams. I think they gave the guy $30 million coming into Las Vegas this year. He's reuniting with his college quarterback. What you've heard all year is nothing. I'm not going to say anything additional. He's the best wide receiver in the NFL. I think he's going to be a little bit underdrafted this year because folks are going to be worried about the extra targets in Las Vegas. But I think, he's got the contract collateral, he's got the talent, and he's just going to smash this year as he usually does. So Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I think the problem is we're just so used to, being tied to Aaron Rodgers and the greatness being tied to Aaron Rodgers. And it's like, are you worried that there's going to be a quarterback play drop off? So just naturally the points are not going to be less. Or you think that the driving force maybe to Aaron Rodgers, part of that was Devontae Adams.
Well, right. I mean, Derek Carr, let's just say it as it is. He's not Aaron Rodgers, but at the same time, you're coming into a division that doesn't have to spend half of the season in super cold weather. So you're going to have a little bit better weather conditions. And you're also in a division that's going to be a super high scoring division with a team that doesn't have a really good defense. So they're going to be in shootouts. They're going to have to put the ball in the air, and that running back room, while deep, is not something that's going to scare me away from their pass catcher. So I think they're going to be in the top 5 probably in pass attempts this year, and Devontae Adams is going to be a beneficiary.
It's a great pick. I think he's one of the guys where everyone's overlooking as a sneaky play to be a wide receiver, to be the wide receiver one. So I love the pick. 102, Andrew, who are you taking?
Well, I just want to clarify, this is not super flex, right?
No, this is not super flex. This is single quarterback. This is single quarterback redraft.
I feel like that's worth mentioning because
that was great homework. Great homework.
So Devontae Adams is the 101. I completely agree. Devontae Adams is the 101. I think that's a smart move. But again, in Superflex, I think we would probably both agree that it would not be the 101. But I'm not taking that guy here at 102. I think this is a great combo of teams that we've got that are 2 of the top 5 tight ends in the league right here. You know what I mean? We got Waller and Kelsey. What a blessing of tight ends to deal with. This is amazing. Right. I love it. So I'm going to go with Kelsey. I just think that Kelsey is still a tier above a lot of other players. And in the tight end position, in most leagues, you only have to start one, or you can start him in the flex. But differentiating yourself with a guy like with Kelsey, it's just going to make a difference for you every week, every play, every game. And again, with Tyreek leaving, Pat Mahomes is just going to filter through Kelsey even more, I think. The offenses are going to try to stop him. They can't. It just won't matter. It doesn't matter how old he is. It doesn't matter what the offense is doing around him. Kelsey's going to get his share of targets. And I just think it's a slam dunk here. If you had taken Kelsey, I would have been happy with Adams. So again, it's like, in my opinion, these are the top 2 clear cut, but I'm happy to get Kelsey here at 102. I'm not going to be angry about it.
Yeah, I think, listen, Kelsey is an absolute hog for targets right now. There's no world in it that he doesn't have 130 plus targets at a tight end position, which is crazy to think about in fantasy football. That is such an advantage. If it was dynasty, questions different, Darren Waller, age, all this stuff. But I think next year he is in line to absolutely smash. He's got a floor that no other tight end has, plus the ceiling of Patrick Mahomes. So, it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'll add to that and just say, redraft wise, you only have to look for this season. That is so much easiger, right? Dynasty, you've got all these questions, like you said, no questions in redraft. It's Travis Kelce. What are we doing?
Yeah, 100%.
I also feel like with redraft too, it's and again, tight end premium or not, I'm going Travis Kelce. Right? Even non-premium leagues, he's the number 1 tight end in almost every redraft rankings I've seen. You might have some people that put Andrews up there. You might have people that put Pitts up there, but those are both better in dynasty players, in my opinion. Redraft, it's still Kelce world. We're all just living in it. So again, I think that premium or not, in super flex or not, I don't mind getting Kelce at 102 even. Let's put it that way. It totally makes sense. He should be one of the top 3 guys, even in super flex, in my opinion. So slam smash pick here at 102.
Yeah, and you got to remember with Kelce too. 2 years ago, he was the wide receiver 4 in PPR when he finished. So it's probably another top 10 wide receiver finish potentially for him.
Insane.
Easily. Yep.
Insane. In a position that dries up so fast. So I agree.
Locked and loaded. You don't have to think about it.
I have the 103, and the 103 here is dicey because I think you lose a little bit of it's a game of pick your poison. You're going to take a running back. You're going to take one here because this is probably where you need to start thinking running back. And I like the touchdown upside of Josh Jacobs, but again, I could be notoriously wrong again on CEH. But I've been saying it for a few years. I've been kind of fading all this the love around CEH. I think there's been a lot of hype. So I'm gonna go with Josh Jacobs. I think it's a safer pick to me. I might be missing out on some upside of the Kansas City offense, but there's a lot to love in Las Vegas, man. I mean, Josh McDaniels coming in is going to implode a whole new offense with Davante Adams at the and Derek Carr at the helm. He could be in line for a lot of touchdowns.
I think it's clear to say that there's a tier break here.
Right? Oh yeah, I mean, it's not an easy pick at this point.
Big gap, yeah. And I think no matter whether you go with one of the receivers on Kansas City or you go the running backs, I mean, all of the guys from here on out are going to have a lot of question marks for redraft or dynasty both, right? And I think that's what makes that 103 kind of a tricky spot. I don't hate Jacobs at all, though. I think that's a fine pick given what we're looking at.
All right, so who went so far?
We went clockwise.
Adams at 101.
Adams 101. Adams 101. Kelsey 102.
All right. Oh, that makes sense.
And then Josh Jacobs.
Perfect. All right, cool. So, Andrew, I'm going to let you go the 104 here now. I'm still not talking yet. Who you got at the 104 position?
Well, so, I was expecting I had a couple more picks.
Oh, no. It's Justin. Justin would be up.
Justin. Oh, my bad. Justin.
Kelsey. Yeah.
Okay, so I got to fill out my roster because there is the scarcity at the position, and got to go Darren Waller.
There you go.
We've all talked about him. I'm not worried about the targets. Like I said earlier, Derek Carr is going to put the ball in the air. Darren Waller is an athletic freak. He's a wide receiver in a tight end position. He's what Kyle Pitts now is to everyone who wants to talk about the wide receivers in the tight end position. And so, he's getting up there in age a little bit, and he has some contract things that are coming up. So you hope he gets paid so that he's a little bit more comfortable going into the season. But, at this point, I think he's the best option.
Yeah.
What's a realistic targets for him this coming season? Because he was a guy who's 120 targets the last couple seasons here now. What's a realistic target share for him now that Adams is there?
To be honest, I'm not really afraid of any of the running backs in this system taking a lot of targets away from me pass catchers, and they're going to flirt with 600 passes. So I think he can easily get up to 100 and Davante Adams could be in the 120, 30, 140 range.
Justin, you kind of broke up there a little bit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you come back?
Once you started talking, I just didn't hear you at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'll jump in, I guess, and answer. I think what he was saying is that Davante Adams is going to take his share of targets. The running backs are going to get some of their own. I kind of agree with a lot of that in theory. I do think 120 targets is still reasonable for Waller. I think this offense is going to do better. They're going to be, throwing just as much. I think Waller's still going to get his share. I don't think he's going to go down much. And I do think that a lot of times when you see these kind of, star receivers add to a team, the offense gets better. That means more red zone targets. That means more red zone trips. So, again, I think even if he drops 10% in targets and gets down to that 110 range, if 10% of them, more of them are in the red zone, that means more chance for touchdowns. So I think it's still going to be pretty solid points-wise for fantasy in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree.
Nice
job.
How
funny is it, though, that we have our pick of Kansas City receivers and we haven't taken one yet. We haven't taken one yet. How funny is that? It's just funny to me. A receiver.
Receiver.
Yeah, Kelsey. It's just funny to me. That's all.
How things have changed.
How things have changed is right. And we have a lot of Las Vegas Raiders up there.
Hey, let me test. Can y'all hear me now? We're good?
Yeah. Good.
Sorry about that.
No worries, man. All right, so who is next?
Andrew. I think I'm next.
Andrew. Okay.
As much as I want to take Mecole Hardman and I want to take Justin Ross for redraft, which is a terrible pick. I'm kidding. Don't ever take an injured player in redraft. I'm going to go back to the running back position and go CEH. Again, just partially because of scarcity here. I don't want to say I'm a CEH truther. I feel like that's not quite what I am. I just feel like I'm a believer and an optimist and an upside follower. And I think CEH has a lot of upside. This offense is going through a lot of changes with Tyreek Hill leaving. And it's very possible that Juju steps right in and takes all of those targets and CEH is still kind of meh. But it's also possible that Juju gets half as many targets and the other half go to CEH out of the backfield. And I think with the way the running back position is going, and again, most drafts and most leagues being PPR, I think CEH is probably a fine position for like an RB2 slot in most leagues. I don't hate that. Again, if you're going 0 RB as your RB1, I don't hate getting CEH or Josh Jacobs for that matter. But I just feel like this offense is still going to move. Pat Mahomes has got a ton of money that says so. And I think even if Kelsey keeps the ball moving, if Juju keeps the ball moving, they're going to need somebody to grind and pound it in the end zone. I don't see that being Isaiah Pacheco or Jerick McKinnon. Like, those are little dudes. It's going to be the bowling ball CEH, in my opinion. So, I mean, again, with the picks that we have, with the players that we have with these two teams, I feel pretty confident with taking CEH there. Again, not super flex, and then there's a shift, maybe another gap, another tier coming here soon. But CEH is kind of where I like it right here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you did hit a tier break in this game that we're playing for sure.
Well, yeah, I think you got to remember too, and Andrew so eloquently put exactly what I was going to say about Waller. You have to also take into account with Kansas City that's a top 5 offensive line, period. Like top 5 offensive line, and they got Patrick Mahomes throwing the ball, and so I think Josh Jacobs and CEH are a great conversation for what we're talking about here tonight, because they're two players that are falling down draft boards that, like, you should scoop up everywhere for depth in your running back room. I got CEH in a pretty high dollar Yahoo, they call them pro leagues, the other day, just a random league at the 10th round. Like, wow, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
So scoop it up.
Ain't mad at that. Jeez. All right. Congrats on your title. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's fun.
All right,
John, are you up next, or
I would be up next? And I have this is where it gets tricky, because I want to pick a Kansas City wide receiver. I just don't know which one I want to play roulette.
Welcome to fantasy in 2022.
I just don't know. I just don't know.
It's not easy
I'm
anymore.
on the clock, and I had an answer, and my answer was Juju, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to fall for Juju again, but I think it's Juju Smith-Schuster. I think I'm going to take Juju. I think if I had to bet at the end of the year who's going to lead the team in targets and route run and all that, it's probably Juju at the end of the day. And that's it's hard to admit, because I think there's also a world where MVS there's a 30% chance it's MVS, there's a 30% chance it's Mecole Hardman, there's a 30% chance it's Juju, and at the end of the year it could be someone I don't even know. And so that's what's
Josh.
It could be Josh Gordon is exactly.
That'd be crazy.
Corpse of Josh Gordon rolls out there and has a good week 1.
How many truthers would come out of the woodwork?
It would be unbelievable. It would be unbelievable what Twitter would look like. I would love it. So I would be. I'm going to make my bet with Juju Smith-Schuster at the 106, 7, whatever. I think we're at. I think 106.
106. Yeah, and I can't be mad at that. I think Juju is probably the one at that in that offense, on that receiving group, outside of Kelsey, that I'm willing to put some chips on. But I agree with everything you're saying. It's a risk. Yeah. All of these guys are a risk. I've been burned by Juju the last couple of years, whereas he's supposed to be the wide receiver 1 when Antonio Brown left, and that just didn't happen. And then he got hurt, and it was like I'm left holding the bag. And and I traded for Juju in a lot of leagues last year when he was hurt, when I was trying, rebuilding and not looking for points. And as soon as he signed with Kansas City, I traded him away. I'm like, nope, I don't want any part of this train anymore. I'm off, But and that's most of that's dynasty talk, of course. But again, it's just he's one of those players that for years a lot of us have just been kind of waiting, and it just maybe it's this year, but I've been burned before. It hurts.
I know. Even in this fake mock, I'm like, I'm nervous. I'm nervous taking him.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was Ian Harditz over at PFF. He kind of put it like perfectly, right? It's like Juju potentially just went from one of the most overrated fantasy receivers over the last couple of years to one of the most underrated fantasy receivers this year. So he's finally going to be in a spot where he's probably not going to have to play on the outside. I think we have all figured out that he is not an outside wide receiver. He's not really the X or the Z.
No.
He needs to be in the slot, and he needs to kind of move around. So I think that's what he'll get in this Andy Reid offense.
That is the hope. All right, who is next?
I think Justin's up at the 107.
Back to me, 107.
Yes, I think I have the rotation down now. I'm good now.
You're tired. It's okay. We'll keep up.
You're good. We're good. We're doing the heavy lifting.
Let's see. Well, I think I got to go Pat Mahomes at this point. So, all the board. I was wondering when he was going. I mean, I don't have to say anything about Pat Mahomes, right? He's Pat Mahomes. It pains me as a Chargers fan to talk about how good Pat Mahomes is, so I'll leave it at that. Everyone else can talk about him if y'all want to break him down some, but he's perfect for this spot at 107.
100%.
No complaints. No complaints at all.
He's probably he is one of the best quarterbacks, and then I don't care what his weapons look like. He's one of the quarterbacks that can elevate the people around him. There's not many guys you can say that about where they're like, well, it depends on who he's throwing to. You know, Derek Carr is a great example. It's like he's throwing to Devontae Adams now. It's a totally different conversation versus I don't care who Pat Mahomes is throwing to. I think he's that good that he can figure it out.
But has he done it though?
No, he hasn't. But I think he is that. But I'm projecting he's
You're
that.
projecting,
Good. I'm
okay.
projecting that he's good enough to figure it out. 100%. I know this is a projection. He hasn't done it without Kelsey and Mahomes. Without Kelsey and Hill. But I think he is good enough. I think he's talented enough to do it.
Wouldn't it be a crazy word? Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
Well, I just said one of the other things I like to look at when drafting too is trade value. Right?
Yep.
Someone in your league is going to love Pat Mahomes like I love my dog. You know what I mean? Like he's just going to want him on that bed every night and be like, come, I want that guy in my lineup. I don't care what it takes. So part of drafting, and I sometimes say this on Dynasty Junkies and everything too, is like when you're drafting, draft for value and trade for need, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like some of that value in a long sense is, well, what's the most valuable player left that I can get something for, right? And I think at this point, Pat Mahomes is probably the most valuable player left. Because there is someone in your league that's going to want every ounce of that on their team. Even in redraft in one QB, you're going to find somebody that's willing to trade you more than you might think. You know, you might be able to get like a Josh Jacobs for him or something like that, which is crazy to think about. But there are players out there doing that. So yeah. Good pick.
Thank you. They will not. Yeah.
Well, good analysis of the good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got to hear what you were going to say though, Coach Steve. Like what?
I was just gonna say, what crazy word would it be if, Travis Kelce and Hill's gone, but Travis Kelce goes, say, after this season, and Mahomes is just terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. Like I don't know of a time of a quarterback being good for a certain period of time, loses his weapons, and just turns into garbage. I just can't think of a good quarterback that's done that. But how wild would it be for Kansas City to let that happen? It'd just be so funny.
They just left home the bag. I think he's worth it though. I think
he's propped up a little bit too, as long as Andy Reid is there, because his scheme has always been really good. I don't mean propped up as in talent wise.
No, but I know what you mean in terms of
he's an extreme talent. But you know, when you have a scheme behind it that just no one seems to be able to stop. I mean, Andy Reid's offense has been good for ever.
Yeah, as long as I can remember.
Definitely. Andrew, my friend, you're up next.
All right, so I'm at the 108. I'm tempted to go Derek Carr for similar reasons, but I'm a weighted QB guy. I mean, if I don't get one of the top guys, which I do think Mahomes is one of those, I'm willing to wait and punt and not really look at it. So I'm going to kind of pivot a little bit here and use that same logic I was just saying, and I'm going to go with Sky Moore. Yes, he's a rookie, and yes, that's a crazy risk and all this as a rookie receiver. That doesn't happen very much. There are other receivers, obviously, on Kansas City still that are available, and there are some even on Las Vegas that people might like more. But again, I'm going back to that logic I just said. There is probably someone in your league that has seen some preseason hype on Sky Moore or plays Dynasty and really likes him and took him at the 111 in Dynasty and is like, hell yeah, give me that kid, and is willing to pay up for that. So I'm willing to take a risk on it. I also think we've seen a lot of good rookie receivers come into the league lately, and I don't think Sky Moore is as good as Jamar Chase. I'm not saying that. But again, just looking at it, like there are a lot more talented receivers coming out. I'm willing to put some chips on that risk and just say, all right, here we go. Let's see what happens. I mean, 108, we're getting down to some of these where there's risk on every player. I don't mind it. So I'm like, just give me the rookie. Let's see what we can do.
I like it. I like the Sky Moore pick. I think it's fun. I think that's like
that's what I mean. Like, just why not?
It's a fun pick. Like, why not? Yeah. Like, I have a rookie with Pat Mahomes, who's an electric player with the ball in his hands. It's like, yeah, it's fun. If you play fantasy for upside, Sky Moore is a great pick. And I love that. I love that pick.
That's my thinking. Yep.
That's because John's been picking fun picks all day today. So
I know. So now I'm at 109. Let's see. I don't know if
you take Josh Gordon for upside, I'm going to laugh.
No. Man,
that's too much.
Josh Gordon is going to be in street clothes in about a week, exactly. So I'm good. I'm thinking though. I want to take this. In reality, I wouldn't do this, but Hunter Renfrow seems like the pick here. It's like I understand he's going to lose a lot of targets. He's certainly going to lose a target share to Devontae Adams. It's not going to be close, but it's not going to be close to last year. but there is a world where he has double-digit touchdowns and 1,000 yards. It could happen. And so I think that it's not the most upside. It's not the sexiest pick, but if everything bounces right for him in the red zone, he could be a double-digit touchdown guy, which is nice, and I want a piece of that. So I guess call me a sucker for buying into Las Vegas and Josh McDaniels, but I'm going to take Hunter Renfrow with the 109.
I think it's a great pick, honestly. I mean, I feel like he's being undervalued now, honestly. I mean, I think for years now, I feel like Derek Carr's thing was shorter passes over the middle of the field. Hunter Renfrow, all he is a slot receiver over the middle of the field. You can't take that away from him. So I expect him to be able to still see almost 4 or 5 targets per game pretty easily. I mean, and an offense that's going to need to throw the ball a ton. I mean, this is a division. I think I mentioned last time. Like, this is a division that's going to be throwing the ball all day long. So it's a good pick.
I mean, if you think about it,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you think about it, so Las Vegas threw the ball 626 times last year. So if you said there's 400 targets spread between 3 players, Devontae Adams, Darren Waller, and Hunter Renfrow, is that really crazy?
No.
And that's plenty of target share. That's plenty of target share to carve out a role in PPR. I mean, you could throw 150 at Devontae Adams. You could throw 150 at Renfrow and still have 100 for Waller, or the other way, like vice versa. I mean, it's a passing lead.
I was going to add to that and say that Renfrow is the high floor Sky Moore. Like, Renfrow has got the similar ceiling as Sky Moore, but he's got a higher floor. Right? He's a safer pick than Sky Moore. He's got less risk. And maybe a lower ceiling, but not by much. So again, if you're drafting purely on upside, Sky Moore makes sense. It's just kind of where I was like, let's have some fun with this. But Hunter Renfrow is right there, so I totally love it.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. You guys have time, I think, for one more quick one here.
At this point, they should be quick, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
we're running out here.
We've got it.
Thinking of one might take a while, but.
So yeah, I'll be quick. I think the next pick I'm going to go with is Zamir White. So I'm going to back up. I'm going to back up. Not back up. Well, I don't have a running back, so I got to go Zamir White. But I'm going to take someone else's backup. But Zamir White has the talent profile. He has the 4th-round collateral in the draft. I think he's somebody that can carve out a role in Josh McDaniels' system. So he's a guy for me, and he's one to definitely look at in Dynasty, as most of you already know.
Yeah,
people got so hyped for that Hall of Fame game after he went did very well. I love it. Definitely a good pick, Andrew.
All right, so my last pick, in a similar vein, I'm going Isaiah Pacheco. He's just the darling in Dynasty right now. Everybody's talking about him. He had a great camp and a great preseason. He's getting all this hype. Again, just using that logic, like I said before, somebody out there might be willing to trade you some ungodly amount for this kid, and who knows if he's even going to play. Like, we have no clue. So for me, it's just going on that upside. I'm backing up, I guess, handcuffing the running back I did take with CEH and just saying, like, hey, one of these two guys is probably going to be good.
Someone's gonna hit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on.
And then Ronald Jones comes out week 1 and has 18 touches.
No, I can't slander. I told Herms I would never slander Ronald Jones.
Can't cut.
Can't cut.
Could be a fun
Ronald
rookie pick
Jones.
though. Isaiah Pacheco. Let's go. Add on to the team, buddy.
Let's go. Add it on. I love it. All right, guys. So this is the end of the next 30 minutes here. Now, either one of you guys are welcome to stay on. If I know you got other things to do, that's okay. But if you guys can't stay on, I'll let you guys go and shout yourself out, and you guys can get going.
Andrew, I mean, are you staying on?
I got to run off actually, but I will say this: I'm Andrew Hall FF. Find me on Twitter. I was at the expo this past week, and I know I saw a bunch of people as I walked by and have recognized them. Just like, I don't know who that is, but I know who that is, you know. But again, I want to make sure everybody knows. Come find me on Twitter. I obviously have a Dynasty Junkies podcast at Dynasty Junkies. I write for Fantasy Pros. Got some articles coming out for them. So yeah, appreciate you having me on though, Coach. And this is terrific. I love seeing you guys do this. Humane Society is one of my favorites. I'll be donating for sure. So appreciate your loving, guys, and go make some money. I love it.
Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Justin?
I'll hang, Coach. So
Cool. Awesome. All right. Andrew, take care, brother. Good talking to you. We'll talk soon for sure.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. We are on to our 10. This is the final hour, guys. It's the final hour. We have 2 more segments left for tonight. We have a new guest joining Justin here now, guys. And before I introduce him, again, we are fantasy coaches. We're trying to raise money for the Humane Society. People have mentioned throughout the entire show what a great cause this is for, and it's good for a good reason. We're helping out the animals, those who do not have a voice. We're trying to give them something to help them out because of their no voices. So, again, help us donate. We've made over $600, like I said today. It's been a great cause. You can do it multiple ways here. You could do it through our PayPal, FCP Coach Steve. We're going to make a big donation tomorrow morning with all the money we've received so far. Oh, if you don't feel comfortable doing it that way, not a problem. Just go right to the website, www.humanesociety.org, donate, and just let us know how much you donated so we can add it to our total at the end of the day. So we thank you guys for listening. Continue to listen for the final hour. 7 hours and 24 minutes in. John, he honestly put a lot of hours in today, too. I think he's about 3 hours, 4 hours.
A few under my belt.
You got a good amount in today, so I do appreciate you being with me here today, John, of course, man. You've helped me out with my 2 breaks, so.
I got you. Of course. Anytime, my friend.
Absolutely.
Anytime.
Absolutely. So let's bring our final guest in for this half hour here. Derek from the Good Old Boys. What's going on, brother?
It's the final hour.
I was thinking that in my head too, and I'm like, wait, it's countdown, but it should be final hour.
Yes, he kept hitting that. I'm like, every time that song kept coming through, I'm like, that's the intro right there.
I thought
That's
it's
the note right there. So, absolutely. How's everybody doing? It's great to be here with the coaches, and can't wait. You know, we got some great things going here. You guys have been putting on a heck of a show all day, been tuning in when I can, and sounds like y'all have been raising some money and doing some great things for the Humane Society, which is a great cause. And I know that you just got done saying it, but right down there is the links. Hop on, do what you need to do, and send it either that PayPal or on that link and donate it, and just let them know. So absolutely ecstatic to be here.
Absolutely, Doug. It's going to be
the energy I needed.
Yeah, we need that pick-me-up here at the 10 o'clock hour here. I love it.
I know that's why you bring me on this last hour of these things every year. Like that was we helped close out the show for you last year, and it was the Steve was tagging. Like he was straight up, like you could just tell he was still being a dog and hanging in there. But man, so
yeah, I was like, Derek, talk about the Cardinals and
just do something, man, and let it go. We had you, bro.
Oh, man, as I fall asleep in the corner here. I love it. All right, so guys, we have another fun area here for fantasy. We're talking here. You guys get the Arizona Cardinals and the Los Angeles Rams. All right, so Derek, you're new to the show. So the way we're doing this mock draft is 1 QB thinking, half-point PPR, redraft style league. Who would you take in a normal redraft league based on those rules here? Since you're the new guest, you get the 101 of this pick here. Cardinals and Rams.
Just make sure we're talking Cardinals, we're talking Rams. We got half-point PPR, single QB league.
Correct.
I'm all right. I'm catching that, and we're rocking and rolling. With this group, I'm going to take Cooper Kupp.
Easy enough.
Good pick.
Easy enough. I love it.
Straightforward 101. That's a straightforward 101.
Even if he doesn't repeat his historic season, that's still Matthew Stafford's go-to guy. The Rams are going to throw the ball a lot. That's a pretty easy smash yes and move on button.
Yeah,
I like it. All right. 101 is done. Justin, we're back to you, my friend. 102. Might be a little complicated. I don't know. Who you got for 102?
I gotta go back to the well from last year and go Allen Robinson. So I was sitting there holding out hope that he was going to rebound at some point in Chicago. That offense never clicked. Thankfully, Nagy is gone, and Robinson is somewhere where they're going to appreciate him, and he's going to take really good shots in this Rams offense. And I think he's someone that I think complements Cooper Kupp even better than why am I blanking on
Robert
our
Woods.
guy's name?
Robert Woods.
Beckham. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think he complements him a little bit better than Beckham, and he's been getting rave reviews in camp. So Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson at the 102. I like it. I like it a lot there. Coach John, what do we got here at the 103?
This feels kind of easy because, again, I feel like I'm the guy who has to take the running back, but I'm going to take the running back here and take James Conner. I like James Conner more because, again, we haven't seen someone come back from an Achilles and be same explosive person. We they might get the touches and there might be volume there, but if you're not scoring a lot of touchdowns, you're not having big plays. Guess what? Darrell Henderson's going to have a piece of this offense as well. It's not going to be the 300 touch, Cam Akers show. I think someone who is going to get a lot of touches and a lot of touchdowns is James Conner. So to me, I think James Conner is for especially redraft format is a smash to be a top 10 guy next year. So I'll take James Conner.
No, I think James Conner is a great pick here, honestly. I mean, if you think of who's left, really, unless you're going to take a quarterback right now, I mean,
don't tempt me.
So, you might be tempted here now, but it just makes sense. James Conner, based on what we saw last year, as long as he stays healthy, I mean, it's a given production. But again, health is a concern for sure. So, Derek, you're on the 104 now, and where are we going here? Where are you thinking?
Well, I mean, at this point, right? You've got kind of the major guys kind of out of the way there. I'm on the same boat that you are there, John, where you're talking Cam Akers coming back off Achilles. That's typically right. Donta Foreman is the last guy that we really saw come back off an Achilles, and it took him multiple years to do that. So I'm kind of in that same vein you are. And Cam Akers is dealing with a soft tissue injury in camp. So is Darrell Henderson. So that Rams running back room, like. Yeah. So that kind of leads me down to the trail of, do I go wide receiver again and just kind of double up here on the wide receiver and kind of go that route? There's some good options still on the board here, but there is a difference maker on the board at another position at quarterback, and that's where we're going to go. We're going to go Kyler Murray here. Don't threaten me with a good time and getting to draft a Heisman winner out of Oklahoma. And so I'm going to take Kyler Murray here, who has the potential and still gives you some of that rushing floor and has the potential to be kind of that 4,500 yard passing guy and about 500 yards on the ground, which is in the same mold that tends to get Josh Allen up there and continually kind of being quarterback one on a season. So Kyler has the potential to do that. I don't think he necessarily gets to that threshold, but he's a guy that could explode and do that. And I'm going to take the upside here.
Love it. Okay, I'm surprised you didn't want to go with the stack, but no, whatever. I'm just kidding. Kyler Murray makes a ton of sense. I mean, the biggest thing I love about Kyler Murray is his ability in the red zone. They allow this man to rush so much in the red zone, which he piles up rushing touchdowns like no other person does. And
actually, the James Conner pick is a vulture on Kyler's rushing touchdowns there. So
tomatoes depends how you look at it. Maybe you're vulture and me.
Maybe. I mean, that's one thing you can say about Cliff Kingsbury. He loves to run the ball up the middle. James Conner does a great job running the ball between the tackles and between the guards, really, and just 3 yards in cloud of dust. So he fits that system perfect on what they're wanting to do there. So.
No, I respect it. I say it. I love Kyler Murray. I love the upside he presents in an offense. So let's see where it goes next, because I'm not really sure who could be the next pick here for Justin. So Justin, what do we got here at the 105?
So as Derek said, I want to take a positional advantage here, especially when I'm talking about these two teams. And I think a guy that is really good for you later in drafts for you to potentially look at is Zach Ertz. And
yes,
so
sir.
Zach Ertz at the tight end position.
All right.
He's a guy that he ended up accumulating 112 targets and 74 receptions last year, and he really didn't do anything in Philadelphia. So he did a lot of that with Arizona in not a full season. So if he stays healthy and you've got DeAndre Hopkins on a 6-game hiatus for a PED suspension, you're looking at Zach Ertz potentially being a 1B probably to Marquise Brown. I'm not sure that Marquise Brown steps in and really just takes away so many targets from Zach Ertz. So Chase Edmonds is gone, and so there's a lot of opportunity in this pass game for somebody to step up, and I think that's Zach Ertz.
All right, I like that pick a lot. Honestly, Zach Ertz has been a tight end that I've targeted very often in that 9-10 range after I've decided just to skip out on tight end early on. And because of last year when DeAndre Hopkins was out, Zach Ertz had at least, and it was 6 games. Zach Ertz had 4 tight end 1 games during that stretch there, and Hopkins out another 6 games this season here. And, Hollywood Brown is who he is, and Rondale Moore, we don't know if he's going to take that next level. I mean, Zach Ertz could easily be the number 1 in target the first 6 weeks of the season. And you're going to have that early on production with Zach Ertz, and he's going to be fine the rest of the year, even with Hopkins there. But maybe he doesn't have that lead upside then, but he's going to get you wins early on. So something like that is intriguing early on. I like that.
Unless the ghost of A.J. Green just, takes us all by surprise.
A.J. Green had a surprising 800 yard season, but no one talks about it. 800 yards last year, but no one gives a shit about that.
Fell into it.
Well, it's the touchdowns for A.J. Green, right? Like it's hardly fantasy relevant when you're putting up 800 yards, which in that case is averaging 50 yards a game, but you're scoring 3 or 4 touchdowns in a season. Like you're not giving the swing there because in that kind of format, he's scoring maybe about 6 points a week. Like that's hard to do when you're talking wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 territory.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I respect it. Krishan, 106, my friend. What do we got?
106. I'm gonna go pass catcher for said Kyler Murray. I'm gonna go Hollywood Brown. I think Hollywood Brown is someone who's gonna come out to a hot start, someone who can get you points early on right away, and then what we see, and I hate doing this because he's missing the preseason right now. I like to take players when they're healthy. That's usually a smart strategy, but he's not healthy right now. But I still think that come week 1, he is going to be the guy for Kyler Murray going forward for at least the first 6 weeks. And when DeAndre Hopkins comes back to town, he's got 2 weeks and then his bye week. I don't think he's really going to get to full steam until like week 10. So you got plenty of time for the fantasy season where I think you can ride out this Hollywood Brown, hot streak.
And I like that a lot there. I mean, he had injury or concerns right now, got me a little scared off him, but he has an opportunity early on, just like I said Zach Ertz does, to really produce his first 6 games of the season and find that early on connection with Kyler Murray. And, you lost a guy like Christian Kirk, who I think he put up 907 I think he put up 900 yards last year himself. I mean, there's potential for both him and Hopkins still to have a really great season, even though Hopkins is going to be the wide receiver 1 on this team, because we don't know if A.J. Green's going to get 800 yards again this season. You don't know what Rondale Moore is going to do. So Hollywood Brown could easily have 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns this year and have a really early on success that makes him really good. So,
yeah, it's interesting. It's always one of those things where it depends how you build your projections. Do you build your projections top up, where you say, okay, I think this receiver is going to get this many yards and this many touchdowns. This receiver is going to do, so therefore the quarterback's going to get this much. Or do you do it top down, where you think the quarterback is going to do this, so all these receivers are going to get this? And I go top down. I think Kyler Murray is going to be a 4,000 yard, 30 touchdown guy. Where I'm like, where are these yards and touchdowns going to go? Early on in the season, they're going to go to Hollywood Brown. It's just, or Zach Ertz. Or the corpse of Zach Ertz comes and starts putting up a ton of yardage, which he could fall into touchdowns for sure. But I don't think Zach Ertz is going to have a 100-yard game all of a sudden. I think it's going to be Zach Ertz' stat line is going to be more like 5 for 40 and 2 touchdowns. It's like a good Zach Ertz week. You're like, nice. And then Hollywood Brown is going to be more of that 100-yard guy. Hopefully, if he gets in the end zone, then it's a big week because all of a sudden now he has the yardage and the touchdown.
No, I completely agree with you on that. All right, over to the 107, Derek, my friend. What do we got?
Yeah, this is the point in time where I'm kind of looking at the rest of these going, man, this almost feels like I'm just lighting a draft pick on fire. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at with this roster. And as much as I want to take Matthew Stafford, because that's a guy that's actually going to do something here, I think. But seems silly to take 2 quarterbacks in a single QB league. So I will pivot there, and I'll go ahead and go with a. As much as I don't want to do it, I'm going to take Cam Akers just to get a running back here.
Good value.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those that when it's interesting there, John, when you're talking about the stats and projecting it. Yeah, I really only see Cam Akers getting somewhere around 240 total opportunities on this from both rushing attempts and passing work on this thing, and I think he's going to be hard pressed to really break 1,000 yards combined on that one. So I am much lower on everybody else. It seems that I talked to on that one, but I'm going to have to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of this draft here, it makes a ton of sense to go with Cam Akers because, yes, injuries are concerned, but the upside, if he gets back to normal, makes so much sense, honestly. So I like to pick at this point in the draft here. How early are you taking Cam Akers, Derek?
I'm not. Cam.
Good answer. Friends don't let friends draft Cam Akers.
Right, and it's one of those that give me a second, I'll pull up where Cam Akers is going because.
Or where would you take him if you feel comfortable taking him? Maybe that's a better question.
Where I'd feel comfortable taking him is somewhere around running back 35 or running back 40 off the board, like that deep. So you're talking, what is that, 7th, 8th round, something like that type of thing. And he's coming off the board at running back 15. So there's about 0 chance that he's gonna see my roster when it's all said and done.
I agree. Or okay, I like it. I like it a lot. All right, fans got their own take. All right, Justin, see my friend. We're at the.
Yeah, so I think the way these rosters look right now, I'm going to take someone that I think is somebody to keep on your radar at the end of drafts, and that's Darrell Williams. So the running backs in Arizona had 430 opportunities last year. If you're saying that potentially James Conner is going to get 300 of those and he can withstand that with his body, then that's still 130 opportunities that are still there. I think Darrell Williams can beat out Eno Benjamin. And, for somebody late in your roster that you can stash, and if James Conner unfortunately maybe sees the injury bug creep back up into his career, you have a guy who we know can be a workhorse back in an offense. We've seen him in Kansas City play that role. Maybe not for a full season, but he can definitely give you that for a few games. And so I think that coaching staff knows that in Arizona, and Darrell Williams is one to potentially stash, and he'd be that one that you can keep on your roster for 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks, and then cut if he's not really doing anything. But at this point in this draft, I think he's a good value.
Yeah, it's a smart pick.
Great pick. Fantastic pick. Best pick of the entire day, Justin. All right, John, 1-9, my friend.
1-9, and it's like I have to take the quarterback here. I have to take Matt Stafford. Like, he just feels like, even in a single quarterback, like at some point we have to bring him up because he is the driving engine of one of the most potent offenses that we enjoy. And so he's going to be fantasy relevant. No, he's not going to give you a ton on the ground. And it's certainly going to be down weeks because the floor isn't there. The rushing floor isn't there. But the big weeks when he really hits Cooper Kupp for 2-3 touchdowns and Allen Robinson for a touchdown, and he's throwing for 300, 400 yards, you're going to be psyched that you have him in your lineup. So maybe not in a true redraft, but in any sort of best ball, I love Matt Stafford. I really do. I think he could have some big weeks where he's like the quarterback one on the week. And you're like, oh, that makes sense because he's, in Sean McVay's offense and he's the quarterback and they're going to throw the ball 600 plus times.
Right now, I love Stafford, honestly. I mean, the elbow injury concerns early on this month was definitely a concern, but hearing that, he's practicing in full again, hopefully that was just some bullshit, and hopefully you bought the dip on that Matthew Stafford play. But yeah, I mean, Stafford, and as long as he stays healthy, I mean, we saw it last year when he stays healthy, he's just the dominant, quarterback. So he's just, the turnover is a little bit of a concern at the end of the last season, but hopefully he can just cut those down this coming season.
So Coach John, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Matt Stafford or Derek Carr?
That's such a good question, and I'm glad you asked that question. I would say if I had a gun to my family, I would say probably Matt Stafford. But I know I'm willing to be wrong on Derek Carr. That's the thing. Is like Matt Stafford is the safer pick. Like there's probably better Vegas odds on him, all that. But there is a world where Derek Carr has a monster year, and you're like, holy smokes. And we're all sitting here like, what the hell happened? And you're like, yeah, it makes sense. He's got Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow, Josh McDaniels, Josh Jacobs. And they just added his college buddy, Devontae Adams, the best wide receiver in football. And it's like, yeah, of course he threw for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns. Like, that makes sense. And no, he's never done it before, but he's been throwing a Michael Crabtree. Like, this is a different conversation. So you're right. I have to pick Stafford, but man, Derek Carr is such a good conversation piece.
That was a good question there, Justin. You are the new host now. I'm not. I'm just kidding. I can pull off another 40 minutes here. I got this. All right, Jim, back to you. The 110 now. The 110.
110. I'll take Mr. Suspension himself and just buy the write it out and go that route. So I'll take DeAndre Hopkins. Stack that up with Kyler.
There you go.
All right. So what's the earliest you take DeAndre Hopkins? Oh,
yeah, kind of where his ADP is going right now is pretty fair, I think, on that one, right? Because if you're not sitting there staring him down at a suspension, he's easily a top 15 wide receiver off the board, right? He's coming off the board at wide receiver 35. So his ADP is baked in with the suspension on that one as well. So yeah, I kind of right where he's going is pretty where I'm pretty comfortable taking him. I'm not going to reach on him, but if he's sitting there, I'll probably, I'll certainly look that way. There's some other guys going right around him that I likes, like Elijah Moore is kind of going in that same vein. Rashad Bateman's going in that same vein. Both of those guys will see, quite a bit of work, and they're going to play the whole season. So, those would be some guys I might lean over that one, but I don't necessarily have a problem drafting DeAndre Hopkins where he's going currently at ADP.
All right, cool. I love it. All right, Mr. Justin, my friend, 111. What do you got?
This is where I go IDP and Aaron Donald.
Yes. Let's have some IDP talk, please. I'm in a deep IDP league. I don't get enough IDP talk in my life.
I'm pretty sure someone was a defense at some point today, so I think
there was people picking defense.
The defense at one point, it wasn't talked about, but it happened. So I was like, okay.
I think another dice roll that I want to take, all kidding aside, although Aaron Donald being the best player probably in the NFL every year is crazy. Rondale Moore, loved his profile coming out of Purdue. Guy that can separate, guy that catches, guy that plays much bigger than he is. Very disappointed in the role that was carved out for him last year, and I don't know that I put all that responsibility on him, and I think that's shared a little bit with Cliff Kingsbury and the fact that he doesn't move people around and he's not very fluid in the way that those receivers go in motion and things of that nature. But I want to take a chance on him and see what kind of role he carves out this year, and he's another one kind of like Darrell Williams. Like after week 2 or 3. I can say, okay, he didn't carve it out. I got to cut him.
Mm-hmm. I like that pick. I do like that pick a lot there. I mean, it will be interesting to see what happens with Rondale Moore, because if he doesn't produce in those first 6 games, I mean, do you guys agree it's just not going to happen for him ever?
I don't see a world.
Potentially.
If he can't produce without DeAndre Hopkins, there's no world where he all of a sudden starts producing with DeAndre Hopkins in the lineup. Because there's just not enough love to go around, because then you're going to have Hollywood Brown, Zach Ertz, and then all of a sudden it's a crowded wide receiver room. It's like there's too many people to throw to. So because Hopkins himself is 8+, 10+ targets a game. So it's tough to think that if he doesn't figure it out the gate, that like halfway through the year it like clicks for him, unless someone else gets injured or falls to the wayside.
Right. Makes sense. Yeah, definitely. All right. Coach John, you're up, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
Trying to think here. I'll take Darrell Henderson. I'll take the camp hype that there is some smoke. There's some fire there to that smoke that they're going to use 2 running backs. That there is going to be a little bit of a committee, even if it's not, true 50-50, even if it's 60-40, which I think it probably will be. 40% of Sean McVay's running offense is good enough for me, especially at this point in this draft, super late. So if I get him, and by week, Justin's talked about a few times, if by week 2 or 3 I realize like he's not a usable piece, then I cut him. But if week 1 all of a sudden he comes out and gets 13 touches, it's like, oh great, whew, this is sweet. Like this is a free space, and all of a sudden you have this great flex play. So to me, that's where I'm kind of at this draft. I'll take Darrell Henderson. Take the hope there that there's something there.
It's potentially there. I mean, Cam Akers has a soft tissue injury, so does Henderson, but we'll see how that works for both of them. I think Henderson is definitely going super late in drafts, like in the double digits, where there could be a point of the season where he's starting for a period of games this year, and you're getting yourself a high-end RB2 for the season. So definitely good at 12.
Back of your draft, he's an easy ad. If before you walk out of your draft, you're with all your buddies, you're laughing, you're joking, you're having a good time, just draft Darrell Henderson. Just throw him on your bench just in case. And by week 3, then you can yell at me on Twitter and tell me I'm an idiot or all this stuff. But just till then, hang on to him, because something could be there.
Well, he's a 10th round pick. Like, once you get those double digits, you're throwing darts anyway. And if you drafted Cam Akers early, you almost got to take Darrell Henderson just for that handcuff, because you're going to see each one of them miss some time, I do believe. Yeah. And even the way it stands now, I personally have Henderson at about 150 carries when this thing's all said and done. And he's an efficient back that seems to find an end zone. And if Cam Akers misses time, he's an RB1 that week.
Yeah, fair. Totally. I love it. Thank you for 111. I love that analysis. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. Good. I think Justin, we lost Justin. Justin, you there? Oh, we did lose him. He had some computer issues. He said his sign-off is that he's amazing and go Chargers. So, you said donate, so please donate.
Okay.
Regardless,
Yes, please donate. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. Had a fun time talking football.
Absolutely. All right, so where are we at now?
We
That
would
was
be
the first round.
Yeah. That's technically the first round.
Is there anyone left you want to mention that could end up being somewhat fantasy worthy?
A name that I would keep an eye on just for camp right now is Kyron Williams. You know, the kind of the third string, the rookie out of Notre Dame there, simply from the standpoint that soft tissue injuries have a tendency to continue nagging along on that one. Cam Akers coming off major injury last year. Darrell Henderson's had a lot of those soft tissues kind of creep up year after year. There's a world that Kyron Williams is worth keeping an eye on and just seeing how this thing plays out. He's a super late, won't even be drafted in most of those things. So it's worth adding to a watch list and just see how camp finishes kind of playing out here, and, you know, potentially keep an eye on him through week 1, week 2 type of thing as a potential add.
I like that call.
I like that too.
That's exactly where I was going to go. There's no one else really. There's no wide receiver I want to mention. I mean,
About Van Jefferson, did I miss
I
that?
think we know who Van Jefferson is at this point. I think we know.
More blessed. Or
It's that's what stinks about Van Jefferson is we know who he is, and they added someone in front of him that's just going to cut into his targets the same way he was cutting before, and so they're just going to deploy him in this role of a deep threat, which is annoying because he's way more than that of a player, but it's just not going to happen. That's just who they view him as, which is just shitty. So he's a deep threat. Good. I mean, I guess if you want to take a dart throw.
Perfect best ball candidate.
Yep. DFS. Love him in DFS.
Yeah,
Love him in
exactly.
best ball. Love him in all those formats. But redraft, good luck. You're going to pull your hair out trying to figure out when you want to start him.
Yeah.
Forget it. I don't want anything to do with him. And it's just so, and I've been in camp with those players before, and it's frustrating. It's so frustrating because one week you bench them and they go off for 26 points, and the next week you put them in your lineup and they go 1 for 18, and you're like, oh, tremendous, this sucks.
Right.
And it's gonna happen, and sadly, I think that's who Van Jefferson is right now.
Yeah, I mean, you guys forgot Tyler Higbee. I mean,
Yep, we could do Higbee.
Maybe Tyler Higbee does something this year.
But Higbee's a streaming candidate for me when it comes to tight end. Like he's in that streaming category. I think initial early rankings, I've got him as tight end 22.
Okay.
Like way late. So he's a late tight end type of guy, streaming, play the matchup and go on it that route for me. Like not a guy I'm looking to actively draft, especially with the way that you can kind of pick apart the drafts in the mid rounds there and really kind of target some of these guys in the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th round for tight ends. Like there's a lot of value in there, and you can get a guy that can be a weekly player for you every single week in those rounds. So
right.
Yeah, so I mean Tyler Higbee's there, but weekly streamers is how I'm viewing him.
Yeah. I had to throw his name out there.
I like it.
My brain was-
You gotta throw it out there. It deserves it. I mean, we're at the 202 at this point.
Tyler
Higbee deserves to be mentioned.
Right. Like it's almost to the point where we're starting to draft the Rams defense, Cardinals defense. Give me the kicker, and that's kind of where we're at on a lot of them.
for sure.
Okay. Oh yeah.
We're deep in at this point.
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, that's about it for these two teams here. So and it's about to be 8 to 9:30. Got 10:30. We're gonna have our final two guests come on. Derek, you've been an awesome friend tonight, my friend. Are you doing your podcast tonight still?
Yeah, we go live here in about a half hour.
I just want to make sure. Okay, cool.
Everyone listening right after this.
As soon as this is over,
jump on with the good old boys.
Exactly. Hop on. We actually are going through our quarterback tiers and our tight end tiers tonight and starting to get heavy into draft strategy. We just wrapped up all of our team breakdowns last week, and we're releasing a ton of player profile videos on the YouTube channel, and that's the best way to help support our show is head over to YouTube, click the subscribe button, and you can find the handle somewhere there it is, right up there.
There it is.
So
They're good people. They're good people. They know their football, and every time I go on, they're good people to talk ball with, and that's all that matters sometimes. So seriously, after this show, go on, check out the Good Old Boys, have yourself a time, subscribe to their YouTube. I promise you, you will not regret it.
And I very much appreciate that. I very much appreciate you guys having me on. John, Steve, it's always a pleasure getting to chop it up and talk some shop with you guys. This is one of those that every time I see it, I'm like, circle it. I want to do this one for sure. And down there, scrolling right there, I can see it. Hop on the link, hit the subscribe button, or hit the donate button. Coach Steve's also got the PayPal rolling up there too, so y'all can hit that one up. Let's raise some money for a great cause. Thanks for having me on, y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hopefully next time we talk, I am not 7 hours into a show, so hopefully I'll be fresh.
Brother, anytime you need me to bring a spark, I got you. I
always need it, man.
Thanks, y'all.
Appreciate you.
All right, John, man, you're sticking with me here, bro. I gotta buy like a bottle of whiskey or something after this, man.
We're good. We're good.
I appreciate it, man. All right, guys, our final 30 minutes here. We have 2 more guests coming on. So before I introduce them, I'm 8 hours in. John's about 4 hours in, probably now at least. We are kicking here at the Fantasy Coaches here. Coach Jib didn't come back. I'm going to have to yell at him tomorrow. But we're here raising money for the Humane Society. We've raised close to $700 here now, and we've been doing a great job with it today. If you could help us out, please help us donate. We have the link here below, www.thehumanesociety.org to donate. I also have my PayPal account. I can switch that over real quick here. FCP Coach Steve. Either way, whatever you're more comfortable doing, we're going to make the big donation tomorrow. Everything I have sitting in my PayPal right now. So thank you for listening in. Tune in for our final 30 minutes here. We have some more fantasy talk to talk about. And let's introduce our guests. First one up, Mr. Josh. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for having me on. Glad to join you guys. I heard a little bit of the Higbee talk. I didn't realize you were talking about people who don't really matter in fantasy.
There are some divisions, some teams we got pretty far down, man. We started talking about defenses at one point. It all just depends how quick you guys go. So,
yeah, I'm glad to be on, man. Thanks for having me. And awesome cause. And sounds like you guys are doing all right, making some money for this cause. So let's kind of finish strong and get some more people donating here.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love the energy. And let's bring our final guest in, Mr. Justin here. What is going on, brother?
How's it going, guys? Happy to be on, especially for this cause. I love going to the Humane Society. I love we go out there, me and my wife, and we walk dogs all the time. So love the Humane Society. Everybody should be able to go over there. It's peaceful as hell to just walk a dog. Why not? It takes zero time, right?
Oh yeah.
There. And you just walk these dogs and you decompress from whatever the hell is stressing out your life. And like Josh said, who the hell is talking about Tyler Higbee? Tyler
Higbee. Man, my brain is shot at this point. I was just throwing names out there at the end of the segment, so we had to finish the 30 minutes, man. So, all right, guys. Appreciate you both jumping on. Let's get into our final segment here. You guys get the Seattle Seahawks and the San Francisco 49ers. So basically we're doing the mock draft. And the way we're doing it is that you think of it as a redraft style league, single quarterback, half-point PPR. Josh, since you were here first, I will let you go first on this. Give us your 101 with the Seattle Seahawks and the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, because this is one QB, I'm going to stick with one of the skill positions here. I'm going to go with Deebo Samuel as my 1.01.
Love it.
Yeah. Obviously, if it was super flex, Trey Lance would definitely be in the mix. But I think Deebo Samuel he's a guy, to be honest, that I kind of shy away from. I think he needs that blend of receiving and also rushing work to be effective and to produce for fantasy. And, he hasn't really been, the, I guess, modicum of health, in his career. So there's definitely some takeaways like where you might be a little bit hesitant to pick him, but when he's on the field, there's no one, quite as electric as he is, especially when you're just looking at Seattle and San Fran as the two choices. So definitely Deebo Samuel for me. It'll be interesting to see how he works with Lance when Lance finally gets to start, which is supposed to happen this year now. So, we'll see what happens. But I definitely think Deebo Samuel is worth his pick in terms of his upside. But I do worry a little bit about whether he'd be able to hold up for a whole season or not.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just because you take him one-on-one doesn't mean you're always convinced that you want to take him in regular redraft leagues. Just this happens to be the best available pick with these two teams. So I definitely love the take on that.
Yeah.
All right, Justin, 102, my friend. What do we got here for the 102?
Wow. So this is where you kind of really dig into it. Do you want to go with Kittle, your tight end, or do you want to go with the best wide receiver on the Seattle side, which is kind of dangerous territory because Seattle's offense right now is so shaky. I mean, if you're just going off of pure talent, you know he's going to get the ball because Geno Smith peppered him last year. I'm just going to go with DK Metcalf. A lot of people are off on him, but at the end of the day, I mean, last year he was rolling just fine with Geno Smith as his quarterback. He was out playing, he was out targeting, and he was having better games than Tyler Lockett was. Now, I definitely think that this is going to be a give and take. You know, somebody's going to have a big week. Somebody's not going to have a big week. But I think Metcalf, with Smith or with Locke, is probably going to get at least a touchdown in the majority of his games. And that's something in fantasy. So I'm going to go with DK Metcalf with that pick.
Yeah, no. Oh, go ahead. What was that?
Yeah, can I add just something real quick? I think, so I actually am in the middle of a redraft, draft right now, and he fell all the way to me actually in the 5th round of a 12 team. So I mean, people are very, very low on him, and then one of my followers on Twitter told me he got him at the 7th round of a 12 team. Wow. I was like, surely that was 10 team league, right? And he's like, no, it was a 12 team league, and so a lot of people are off of him because of the QB situation. I agree with Justin that he can definitely still produce, but I do think that he's going to have to rely a lot on those TDs to really put up the numbers that people are drafting him for. Russ, Let's Ride is getting kind of old and corny already, but I mean, he was the heart and just the engine in that offense. And I'm very interested to see how Metcalf and Lockett will produce, without Russ, slinging it accurately in their direction. So, but yeah, Metcalf, man, his talent is still, it's not, it's undeniable. So I think I'm cool with that 1.02. Although there's one guy that I was thinking.
Okay. I wanted to mention DK because think of it like DJ Moore, 1,100 yards and 4 touchdowns. Now he's not a wide receiver 1, but he's a pretty solid mid-range 2. And this year he's even going as a mid-range 2. People are taking him in that round 4 or 5 range. But we just talked about him. Metcalf's going at 5, 6, or 7 potentially. But I mean, why can't Metcalf get 1,100 yards but only score 4 touchdowns? It's not what we want for him, but it's very possible that they still need to throw the ball. And if Geno Smith's going to throw the ball, he's going to throw to the guy who's just a monster. He's going to go out there and grab it. He's not going to throw the Lockett, who can probably separate better. He's going to throw the guy just take it, bro. Take the ball. I don't care. Just catch it and go with it. So I like DK Metcalf, and I feel like people are completely undervaluing him crazy this coming season here. So I like the 102 on that. Coach Justin, my friend.
All right, I'm gonna say this comes down to Justin put it into perspective. It's really down to 2 people at the 102. So I'll take the latter at the 103. I'll take George Kittle. I'll take the positional advantage. I think there is still some positional advantage to be had there with the baked-in upside that what if Trey Lance is unbelievable? I mean, what if Trey Lance is great, right? Like all of a sudden now I have a huge piece. He's going to be the tight end 5, 6, no matter what. But there is a chance he could be the tight end 1 or 2 and he can be a generational talent. We've seen George Kittle do it. So I'll take that all day at the 103 in this draft. And I think I'm not going to regret it. I think I love having George Kittle on my team, even though I know it seems like a cop-out pick, taking a tight end, taking an easy pick. But I'm going to take George Kittle.
I love George Kittle, but I just don't like touching him in fantasy. Watch on TV.
I know it's he's so fun. He's so George fun Kittle, in football.
It's crazy that him being the awesome football player that he is actually what kind of holds him back in fantasy, because if he wasn't such a darn good blocker, I mean, he would be out there catching way more balls, expending way less energy, like straight up manhandling defenders, like through blocking and all. He's just such a beast. But I think trying to think about the volume that they'll have in terms of the passing. I think they'll try to simplify it for Lancelot. Oh, Lancelot, sorry. I mean, so they will simplify it for him. So I do worry about the volume. And again, Kittle, he's had some injuries too, but man, there's no doubting when he's on the field, like he's fun to watch and he produces, you know? So I just kind of wish he was a little bit more like a Kelsey or, you know, those kind of guys where he could just be running routes like every time he's on the field, you know, rather than getting him for all those blocks.
Yeah. That's the problem. It'll be hard for him to be the number one target in his offense. It's going to be hard because you have Deebo Samuel there. So as long as Deebo's there, it's going to be difficult. But I still think, you know, given this format, I'll take him before some of the other names that are still out there. I still think he has a world where he can be 1,000 yards and multi-touchdown type of guy.
So the one thing to cue in on this is he's never had more than 6 touchdowns, and he's still been finishing top 5 3 out of the past 4 years. So imagine if Lance actually gets his shit together and starts targeting him in the red zone. He gets up 7-8 touchdowns. Very much could end up, like Coach Justin said, in that range where he's in that 1-2 for tight ends. So
yeah, no, definitely, 100%. All right, 104, Josh.
All right, so this is I think fairly easy for me. I'm going to go with Elijah Mitchell, and I think he actually can be in the talks for being maybe the 1.02 or 3. And you know, obviously, position scarcity with tight end. I think that is a pretty big thing to have constant production and high level production from that. But Elijah Mitchell, I mean, all he did was produce when he was on the field and when he was healthy, and they're making it seem like at least that they are committing to him as the main guy. And so as long as he's healthy, I think he's going to be the one out there getting the majority of the touches. And obviously on that offense with that system, Mitchell is going to, I mean, he's produced, and he's kind of like, it's interesting because, you know, everyone was in on Sermon, and, you know, like a lot of people kind of broke the bank to draft him and even trade for him and all these things. And, you know, now Sermon is, I mean, some people are trying to revive hope. Oh, Mitchell is, you know, kind of hurt, and, you know, maybe Sermon will step in. But even then, I think Jeff Wilson has a better shot of coming in and producing than Sermon does. I think Sermon was all hype. I mean, if he proves me wrong, you know, props to him. But, you know, I think it's Elijah Mitchell's show, and it's his, you know, position to lose either via injury. I mean, I think that's really the only thing actually that can take him out of that spot. So I will go with Elijah Mitchell at the 1.04.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good pick, to be honest. I mean, Elijah Mitchell, I mean, he just ran so efficiently last year. I'd love to see him see more targets in the passing game. I don't know if Lance will actually make that happen for him. It's my only concern with Elijah Mitchell, but man runs, hopefully with Trey Lance at quarterback, will open up the running lanes even more to give him more big runs and more potential opportunity for touchdowns. But yeah, he's a good pick at the 104 for this format here, so I like it a lot. Mr. Justin, my friend, what do we got at the 1.5?
1.5. This is when you start to really consider like the quarterbacks, because now you're getting into the second wide receivers. We're talking about the Seahawks, maybe even feeding just one wide receiver. So I'm going to actually take a chance on this one. This is a guy I've been really high on all year long, and he's been coming into camp and showing a lot. I'm going to go with Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk at this pick right here. A lot of people think it's crazy. I'll tell you what, if this man starts to produce the way he's been producing in training camp, the way the talk has been going, everybody's talking about him. You know, word's gotten out that he's been like the MVP of camp. He's had a connection with Trey Lance. He's been spending the summer with him. If this ends up being like, you know, the connection that translates to the field, Brandon Ayuk could have a really big year. I mean, he's a very talented wide receiver. He ended up turning into a big deep threat for him last year. And, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, he also does everything that Deebo does. Like, a lot of people forget, like, they drafted him thinking he was going to be another Deebo. Like, he was a yard catch guy at Arizona State. So I don't know. I mean, I might be just going a little too homerish on this one, but I really do think he has top 24 potential.
Love it.
Yeah, no, it makes plenty of sense, honestly. I mean, he definitely has some sleeper appeal for me this year, honestly. I mean, we always think it's going to be Debo or Kittle, but we don't know what Trey Lance is going to want to do, who he's going to end up favoring at the end of the day. It could just completely change, and it could be Brandon Ayuk. I mean, 2 years ago, Brandon Ayuk was the one that was on the rise, and then Debo was falling, and then it switched. So I think in this offense, the way it operates, that I think anyone could end up just being a star in this offense. Yeah, and I think Brandon Ayuk has an opportunity. You're getting him much cheaper than Debo Samuels is currently, so don't hate it at all.
I am gonna take
106.
This sucks because I'm gonna pass on my guy, and I know someone else is gonna take him, but it's fine. I'm gonna take Tyler Lockett. I think Tyler Lockett's a good pick here. He is, we have shown that he is a perennial top 30 guy. He's going to be their deep threat target. He's going to get his looks. He's going to get a little bit of a percentage of this target share. It's not going to be all DK Metcalf, whether it's Geno Smith or Drew Lock. There are, Pete Carroll will call up plays that are going to be designed for Tyler Lockett. So, he gets open at the long to intermediate part of the field. I think if they're going to be down in games, which they are because they're going to stink, so they're going to have to throw the ball, and Tyler Lockett's going to be the beneficiary of some of those like second and longs, third and longs. So I'll take Tyler Lockett.
I feel like you weren't thrilled with that pick.
I wasn't thrilled with it because I'll tell you why. But after because something might still happen, and then I'll be very happy. So I'll say Tyler Lockett for now.
There might have been one thing I would have maybe take over Tyler Lockett, but I get it. I mean, Tyler Lockett always has been a guy the last couple of years has been like a touchdown machine, even like 8 touchdowns, like 4 straight seasons. I don't know if he can get 8 touchdowns this coming season yet. That's my one concern. So for me, I feel like he goes from like a high end 2 to maybe a low end 3.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's getting drafted as right now, is kind of in that wide receiver 3 range. I mean, he's dropped. I mean, if you think DK has dropped, I mean, Tyler Lockett is just. He's down there right now in terms of where he's getting drafted, ADP.
I mean, if you think about it, if you can build a redraft team with Lockett in your flex, I mean, forget it. Like that to me feels like a great team. I don't know what you do in the first 5, 6, 7 rounds. That's troublesome. But if you get into like round 7, 8, 9, and you can lock up Tyler Lockett in the flex, to me that feels like a good strategy.
Yeah. Lockett, I mean, he is one of those guys who's always undervalued too. I mean, he shouldn't be sneaky good, but like for people, they're like, oh yeah, like he's actually really good. And as good as Russell Wilson is, he doesn't make Tyler Lockett. Tyler Lockett has those intangibles, and he has, like you were talking about, the separation and skills to get open. The hardest part is going to be now having 2 QBs that combined probably have like 50% of the accuracy of Russell Wilson. And that's really the hardest thing. So I think DK will suffer less because of things like Justin's talking about, where Drew Lock or Geno Smith can toss it up and say, DK, go get a big man, right? But Lockett, he can make the space, but then you need to get him the ball in that space that he's just made. I mean, it's kind of similar to like Darnell Mooney, right? Like even when he gets open, he had, Bears QBs tossing the ball under him, way past him to the side of him. And I hope, at least, I still kind of like Drew Lock. I might be in the crazy minority, but I think he's going to win the job. And maybe with some quick slants and those kind of things, Lockett can become a really good buddy of his. Take some pressure off his shoulders and get the ball out quick and let Lockett do his thing after the catch. So there's just some thoughts on Lockett.
I like it. All right, cool. All right, so Josh, who is your next pick? What are we at? The 1.7?
Yeah, 1.07. All right. Oh, this is not
a lot left here.
Yeah, there's not. No one picked Trey Lance yet, right?
No one took Trey Lance yet. No, I thought John did last time.
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Trey Lance here. So, in a 1 QB league, generally, I mean, when the pool is much bigger than what we have with these 2 teams, I tend to wait on QB unless I get one of the top ones, maybe in like round 5. Or 6. I mean, you can get guys like Jalen Hurts right now, I think in the 5th or 6th rounds of 1 QB leagues. Meanwhile, like Mahomes and that kind of group in the elite, Josh Allen kind of go in the 3rd round, ADP wise. But Trey Lance upside wise, I mean, Jalen Hurts is a very good example of someone who may not be amazing in the real life game, but with the rushing upside, with the weapons that are there, Trey Lance, if he plays every game this season with that rushing upside, I mean, he has in his range of outcomes, I think, being a top 5 quarterback. And I'm not saying he's going to be amazing, but in fantasy, you don't have to be amazing on the field in terms of real life football in order to put up stats. And so I think his per game averages are already, elite. And if he can do that throughout a whole season, he's going to definitely turn some heads. It's just about getting him out there. I actually started worrying that Jimmy G was going to start again this season because for a while it was like they were still non-committal until they finally said, yeah, it's Lance's job. And, we'll figure out what to do with Jimmy G. So Lance, 1.07. I think he has a lot of upside. He's definitely someone that, at least for value, I might draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer at this point in the draft. I mean, the upside that he brings is top 3. Comes with risk, of course, but sometimes with a player like this, you need to take that risk for that upside that's potentially there. So,
yeah, and if it's super flex, obviously it's only 2 teams, but if it was super flex or 2 QB, obviously I think he would be my top choice. Actually, he'd jump up to the number 1.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I'd only
1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2 for redraft. I think Debo would still be up there, but
yeah.
I think I'd want to take Lance. I mean, see, Lance goes in the 3rd a lot. I don't remember where Debo usually goes. Probably in the 1st.
2nd to the 3rd.
Yeah, you go 2nd or the 3rd. Yeah.
So it depends, I guess, on how you value Trey Lance. But I feel like he's been rising up boards quicker. So
yeah.
All right, Mr. Justin here. We're at the 108 now. What do we got? 108. It gets hard now.
Now it's tough.
And it's even worse because Josh is over here sniping all my damn picks.
We'll have like 12 guys we can pick from.
Yeah.
No.
Thank God you didn't have the Texans and the Titans before, man.
Oh, it's so hard when you have 2 crappy teams.
Bro, that's brutal.
Yeah, it was not a fun segment.
Our guests did not love that one. I made them pick picks anyway. I was like, you gotta pick them. I don't care.
I think I heard part of that. It was like Nico Collins was taken like really early.
Yeah, he was like the 106 or something, 105 maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it was terrible.
When you start picking Brevin Jordan around 107, 108. Let's go 107. I'm gonna go
108, right?
Oh, 108, 108.
Yeah.
107 Trey Lance. No.
What a pick.
Woo. 108. You know what? I'm gonna go with the only viable running back, I think, for the Seahawks right now, and I think that's Rashad Penny until something happens injury-wise. Rashad Penny's got the job there. It's kind of like Devin Singletary. Everybody's just like, all right, when it happens, the rookie's going to come in, but it has to happen, so that means that he's going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go with Rashad Penny. I liked what he did last year. I wasn't totally convinced that he was that great because he did it against shit competition when he played like teams like the 49ers and the Rams. He didn't do so great. But I think that, Seahawks will be running it a lot. Pete Carroll's going to be running the ball a lot. I wouldn't trust Drew Lock with the football, so I'd tell him to hand it off too. So, yeah, I'm just going to go with Rashad Penny.
Oh,
I love it. Coach John is pissed.
I am so pissed because I was hoping there was a small chance Rashad Penny made it back to me. That was such a great pick.
I was going to say Ken Walker, weren't you?
No, I was hoping you were going to say Ken Walker. I was hoping you were going to say Ken Walker and forget about Rashad Penny, but you didn't. You did the smart thing. You picked Rashad Penny. Look, I think it's an awesome pick. Rashad Penny ended the season on fire, and there's no reason why he can't walk into the season if he's healthy and be one of the guys in that offense. I totally agree with you. And it's crazy to me that we're just discounting what he did for the last 5 weeks of last year and what he was drafted to be. He was a first-round pick for this reason. He was PFF's most elusive back coming out of San Diego State. He is supposed to be that, like, make you miss and go to the house type of running back. And it's like, that's what I want. And so finally it comes to fruition and everyone's like, no, it's too late. And it goes, no, this is who he's supposed to have been this whole time. I promise. And so finally he's healthy. finally it's coming together. And so hopefully this is who Rashad Penny is, and he is a top 24 guy and everything's good. But I agree with you that health is a big concern.
Yeah,
Health
what
is
was elusive was
scary.
his playing time. That's what it was elusive.
Yeah, so his playing time was so elusive. He never made it. The best ability is availability, and it was not available.
All right, Coach John, give us a final pick. Pick 1-9.
I hoped it was Rashad Penny. All right, I'm going to have to take Ken Walker just because it's the smart pick. It's the sensible pick. You know, look, we all know. We just talked about how great Rashad Penny is and how great this offense is and how much they're going to run the ball. We know Rashad Penny's not a model of health. If he misses any time, if he misses a week because of a hamstring or this because of a groin or whatever, it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen. Then guess what? You plug and play Ken Walker in as this automatic RB1, and it's like, okay, great. This is fun. So to me, he is like the new Kareem Hunt plus right now. And so that's how I'm viewing him. And so I love it. I guess I'll take him at the back of my draft. I'll take Ken Walker. I know in fantasy redraft, it's interesting. They're pretty close in ADP.
They are.
I lean Rashad Penny 8 ways to Sunday, but in this format, I guess I'll take Ken Walker.
It was so
Yeah, well, a little bit.
like a couple months ago, Rashad Penny was like pushed to the very back. Like Ken Walker was supposed to be like the signal that it was all over the Rashad Penny experiment. Like they didn't pay him. I'm just like,
It was a round and a half difference for a while. It was insane to me, and I loved it. I was buying the dip. I was eating that dip. I was eating Rashad Penny dip. I was like, oh, you don't want Rashad Penny? Here's a third. Here's a third for Rashad Penny. Sure, I'll take Rashad Penny off your hands.
He was such a good target as kind of an add-in on bigger deals in Dynasty.
Yep.
I was able to get him in a few spots, reaping the rewards, last season. I'm with you guys, man. If he stays healthy, I think he's the main guy. Dynasty-wise, I mean, he's not that old either, Penny.
Nope. Yeah.
So Walker, I think value-wise, because we're coming off of the draft, his capital, and he's a very good running back, although that's debated by some, analysts. But yeah, I think Walker's a great pick. And he's someone who you can actually move as well for people who are scared about Penny and, his health and everything like that.
Best pick of the night, John. Best.
Thanks. I ended with
What
an
about my
exclamation
picks,
point.
man?
You could make is Kenneth Walker. Oh, he's dealing with a hernia right now.
That hurt me. That hurt me internally to take Ken Walker because I'm the biggest Rashad Penny truther. So that hurt me to take Ken Walker. It really stung my core.
I love it. I love it. Is there anyone else you guys want to quickly mention from this team here that we didn't already?
Noah Fant.
Noah Fant. Yeah, I was going to say, I think Noah Fant gets the honorable mention here. He should have been drafted at some point, probably.
Yeah, if we went the full 12 of a standard first round, he would have been coming up. I mean, I would have definitely taken him with my next pick. What's crazy is, people are like, oh, man, Fant, he was so, he's athletic, he's great. When he was on the Broncos, and they're like, oh man, but now he's, in Seattle, and who does he have throwing to him? And I'm like, it's the same guy who was throwing to him,
Yeah, it's the same. So I don't know if you remember.
But he's, he's going undrafted in kind of like your Yahoo and ESPN leagues where, it's just like one tight end, one flex, a couple of receivers and running backs even. So he's dropped a lot, but I think you can expect him to still be pretty good in terms of the tight end spectrum, right? Where he still is the same athletic guy. He's a baller. And he could become a safety blanket for, Geno Smith or Drew Lock. So I think Fant is someone to kind of monitor. I would try to buy him if I was in, Dynasty League and looking for a tight end because his value is pretty low right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I like it. I think I can't even think of another person unless you guys want to just say 49ers backups.
Tyron David Price. I mean, you could have a conversation about any of the running backs because one of them could hit, but I think it's really Mitchell, and then behind Elijah Mitchell, it's
Jeff Wilson.
It's Jeff Wilson, right?
I think
That's the next back you want.
Wilson.
And then it becomes a dice roll of Tyron David Price or Trey Sermon or whoever they grab off the street. So yeah, I guess it's probably no one. There's no one else to mention. We did our due diligence. We did all 32 teams. We did all 32, my friend. Well, you did all 32. I did like 22.
Yeah, but you did the Texans one, so that counts for
That counts as double. Yeah, that's right. So I did like 24, really.
Actually,
I did the stupid Texans. I did the stupid Tennessee Titans and the Texans, which was the hardest duo to do after Derrick Henry. It's so hard to pick like anyone out of those two teams. I was like, okay, I guess Traylon Burks. I guess I don't know.
The only teams I didn't do were the the Colts and the Jaguars. I wasn't there for that segment.
Oh yeah, that one was good.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Indiana, yeah, that was a good one. We had a good conversation. We had a good conversation on Jacksonville.
I would have reached for Evan Ingram.
He was like
he was the last pick. He was the last pick of the draft.
I came back. You're like, did you say Evan Ingram? I'm like, it's what?
Yo, guys, man, I am in on Evan Ingram. I'm telling you, 100+ targets coming his way this year. People are sleeping on him because of the bad narratives about him. He's still athletic. He still has hands. And now they don't always catch the ball, but he has hands, like physically. And if you get 100 times a ball coming your way, and Trevor Lawrence, I think he's going to step up. He needs to step up. Supposedly, this generational talent. I still believe that he'll show that, and he's going to kind of find his groove, especially with real coaching. So, definitely the Jacksonville guys, I am high on. Evan Ingram you can get for like dirt right now. Christian Kirk, also someone that I think too many people are too low on. He's got to get like 120, 130 targets on that offense, I think. So I'm really excited. And obviously guys like ETN and even J-Rob, I think he's going to play a part. But a lot to be excited about in Jacksonville.
We should go on for that segment.
Marvin Jones, Mr. Consistency, man. The guy's had 1,000 yards in the past 3 seasons with shit quarterbacks all the time. Like, give that man
Marvin Jones.
Marvin Jones. He's going literally. You get him I think in the Scott Fish Bowl, he was in around 20. I saw him go once. I'm like, damn, man, that's crazy.
My last 2 picks in Scott Fish Bowl were actually Drew Lock and Geno Smith.
Were they really? That's my last pick in Scott Fish was
QB room.
No one even would take them. That's so bad.
My last pick was James White.
Quarterback there.
Oh God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, you know what it was? People probably thought Baker were going to go there at one point when the drafts were going. So.
Yeah, there was really. I mean, Baker really only had 2 places to go. It was either Seattle or Carolina. There was nowhere really else to go for poor Baker. And same thing with Jimmy G. It's just a game of musical chairs. Whereas we're just out of time. There's nowhere else to go. So he needs an injury to happen for him to go somewhere, which sucks because the 49ers just waited. Whereas they could have traded him for, take a little less on the deal and move him somewhere, but they didn't.
Yeah.
Well, he messed up his shoulder and then he had the surgery. That kind of actually really messed it up too because they were talking about it. Analysts were talking about they had deals on the table, but the uncertainty of his throwing shoulder getting injured made a lot of people go, wait.
Yeah, we'll take it. Well, we'll wait till you cut him. Okay.
Yeah, I mean he'll be a lot cheaper then.
Please just cut him at this point.
Yeah, we'll wait till you cut the guy.
Oh God. Well, all right, guys, we're going to wrap things up here. It is now 11:03. We've gone for almost 8.5 hours today. Justin, Josh, guys, thank you so much for joining us and finishing up and dealing with my tiredness at the end of this 30 minutes here. You guys were both great. I will let you guys both shout yourself out. If anything you guys want to mention, the floor is yours now.
You want to go first, Justin, or you?
Yeah, sure, I'll go first. Yeah, first off, thank you for having me on. This is amazing. This actually worked out perfect time slot wise because I ended up staying at work until 9 o'clock. So this was awesome.
Nice.
Humane Society is a great place. I love that you guys did this for the Humane Society and all the donations that are going there. You raised a ton of money for a great cause. And now my personal shout out is you can catch me at SemtexMex93 on Twitter. I also am a co-host on TSS Fantasy. We're the show of the people. Come check us out. We're doing an auction strategy episode, and then we're doing an auction draft recap on Friday. And I also do my own personal podcast called Dynasty Brews with Dynasty Mad, Justin Andrew from the Dynasty Nerds. Other than that, thank you guys so much for having me on.
Awesome.
For me, you can just follow me on Twitter at JBChoKnows. I love talking football. Obviously, we were able to do that today. Thank you for the invite, Steve, on here. It's always good being on and talking with you. And props to you for making it all the way through. And that's awesome to see your commitment to the cause, but also just wanting to get good content out here. So I think that's awesome that you did that. I think on Twitter, I have a hashtag AskJBC that I'm trying to get going. If people have questions or, for drafts or trades or whatever, I'm always open, and my DMs are also open. So I just like helping people, win their leagues. Also, just building relationships with people in the Twitter sphere of fantasy football. So if you ever have any questions, just hit me up. That's pretty much it. But I'm really glad that I was able to join you guys for the last part of it. And Humane Society, donate, give to charity. I think it tells a lot about a person, not only in how they treat other human beings, but also the little creatures, man. Taking care of the animals in the world as well. So, I think it's a great cause. Let's get some money going for the Humane Society.
So guys, thank you once again for jumping on. Again, pleasure having you guys come on. Hopefully I can talk to both of you guys again in the near future. So
let's do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Coach John, man, you got anything you want to say, man?
I got nothing. This was a great show. This was a ton of fun. We raised a ton of money for a good cause, and follow me at FTLS_JBats. Catch me on the Fantasy Coaches Podcast. I know it's getting into the heart of redraft season. Message me if you have any questions. I'm here. There's no stupid question. Trust me. My mother asks me a million questions about football every day. You can't ask me something dumb. So, my mom's still talking about taking Tom Brady early. So,
oh God,
she's.
Hey, it worked out last year.
Hey, listen, she's in a bunch of office leagues. She's a crazy woman. I love her to death. But listen. Just ask, because that's where we all started, is just having conversations and having to talk about football, which is what we all love to do. So tune into everybody's podcast that was on this whole podathon.
Yes.
We're all good people. We want to just talk ball with you. Check us out on everybody out on YouTube. Check everybody out on Twitter. And listen, let's make this community a great community. Shout out to the Humane Society. Thank you for letting us donate to you so that we can do things like have great puppies and kitties and love in our life.
Yes, absolutely. Great words there, John. Yeah, again, guys, thank you all for who tuned in today, whether it was for 5 minutes or for the whole time. We appreciate every moment of it, guys. Those who donated, every single one of you, thank you all so very much. You helped us reach a pretty high goal that I didn't think we were going to be able to reach, but we were able to today. Loved every moment of it. All the guests who jumped on today. Appreciate every single one of you for being able to jump on. I love being able to talk to people in the industry and making new friends constantly. So I appreciate everyone who jumped on as well. This is a great podathon, guys. I'm exhausted now. If you want to go back and watch it at any moment, go for it. I hope you guys do. We did a lot of great content today as well. Besides doing the great stuff we did to help raise money, there was a lot of great content out there today as well. So thank you for all for who tuned in once again. The Fantasy Coaches will be back on Thursday. I don't know how, but we'll be back on Thursday. You hear us on Twitter shouting that out. So catch us over on Twitter at Coaches Fantasy. And check out our website always at www.thefantasycoaches.com for all of our great content we have out there. Again, thank you all for listening. Tune back in next time when we do this again next year. And have a good one, everyone.
Peace.